From Gilead to the Altan Highlands, from the Academy of Magic to the Volcano Mansion, the mountains call, the stars bear witness, and the fated are crowned as kings of the borders. After it all, Atai. Chapter 1. Young Wolf Lord Robb. In the realm of Westeros, within the North Kingdom, lies Winterfell. Following the untimely demise of the former king at the hands of fate, the North's lord, Duke Ned Stark, was summoned to the capital by King Robert to assume the role of the new prime minister. Consequently, the affairs of Winterfell now rest entirely upon the shoulders of Eddard's eldest son, Robb Stark. In a conference room within Winterfell, Robb's demeanor was far from cheerful as he held a sealed letter, his expression grave as he gazed at the North's advisor, Maester Luwin. King Robert has passed away, yet my sister Sansa claims in this letter that my father Eddard Stark has committed treason, and she implores that I personally journey to the capital to seek forgiveness from the new king. Not a single mention of Arya in the letter. Does she believe her sister to be non-existent? Maester Luwin, hailing from the continent's most esteemed academic institution, the Citadel, had served the Stark family since his graduation and possessed a profound understanding of noble etiquette. He patiently elucidated the situation to the young lord before him. It is indeed your sister's handwriting, yet it is evident she has been influenced by the queen. This is the king's decree, and you must comply. They summon you to King's Landing to pledge fealty to the new king. Failure to do so will be deemed treason. Robb allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he reclined in his chair. This Queen Cersei is rather amusing. She imprisons my father and then expects me to seek forgiveness. The Mad King employed such crude tactics to orchestrate my grandfather's demise. Does she truly believe she can wield the same stratagem against the Starks? Seated beside him, Theon Greyjoy, the adopted son of Duke Stark and Robb's childhood companion, bore an enigmatic smile. Then let it be, as the king desires summon all the vassals who swore allegiance to my father. It is time to test the mettle of their loyalty and friendship. Maester Luwin, taken aback by the boldness of the 15-year-old youth he had watched grow, marveled at Robb's audacity to confront the Lannister family, led by Queen Cersei. Very well, I believe your father would be proud of you. He nodded with approval before departing the conference room to send word to the lords of the North loyal to House Stark. Moments later, at the highest point of Winterfell Castle, dozens of ravens were released simultaneously, carrying the call to arms across the land. The increasingly distant cawing of the crows resounded like the horns of battle, striking the hearts of all within Winterfell. Theon gazed at his noble companion, who had been his playmate since childhood. Are you afraid? Afraid? Robb raised a glass of vibrant crimson wine and downed it in one gulp. I have long since forgotten the meaning of fear, my dear Theon. At this moment, Robb was no longer the brave yet politically naive young lord of House Stark. His soul had been usurped by Lin Cu from the Blue Star. However, this was not Lin Cu's first foray into the realm of time travel. Ever since he inexplicably found himself transported to the world of Elden Ring while engrossed in a game, he believed that completing the game would allow him to return to his original world. Little did he know, he had ascended to the position of Elden Lord and subsequently found himself in the world of Game of Thrones. Although my equipment has vanished, the various spells and prayers I have learned are etched deep within my soul. As long as I will it, I can unleash them at will. Thankfully, I am not burdened with a lowly intellect of merely 9 indeed. A noble mage is the singular answer to any challenge. The world of Game of Thrones is fraught with peril, with numerous deities known to exhibit miraculous feats, such as the enigmatic Night King, the Lord of Light who can resurrect the dead, the three-eyed raven capable of traversing time, and the widely revered 7 gods. I wonder if slaying such entities would yield any loot or equipment. On the other side of Westeros, Daenerys should have already hatched 3 dragonlings. I am curious about the taste of a dragon's heart in this world. Just having crossed over, Robb, still adjusting to this new reality, found himself pondering some rather peculiar questions. However, he soon adapted to this entirely new world. The foremost concern was to navigate the complexities of warfare. In terms of unknown combat, Robb felt confident in his ability to best any foe or creature. Even the Night King or Lord of Light would find themselves challenged in a contest of strength. Yet, when it came to the chaos of battle, Robb instinctively recoiled from the notion of facing multiple adversaries. He would rely on his loyal followers to charge into the fray. Standing before a map, Robb began to contemplate the forthcoming strategies for the battle ahead. This was a conflict between House Stark and House Lannister, struggle between wolf and lion. In the original narrative, Robb appeared to charge forth victoriously at first, but numerous internal and external troubles were obscured by his early triumphs, rendering the true dangers facing the North nearly invisible to all. As the war progressed, insurrections would arise within the north, while pirate families would seize the opportunity to raid the territories beneath the north during Robb's campaigns. Furthermore, the Lannister family should not be underestimated. Moreover, the two brothers of the former king, Robert, would also rise in rebellion, entangling themselves in this power struggle. Beyond the wall, the Night King sharpened his claws, poised for an assault on the continent. On another land, the descendants of House Targaryen had once again acquired dragons, preparing to replicate their ancestors' legendary feats of dragon riding and conquest. Given the current strength of the North, sweeping across the continent would be exceedingly difficult. While I possess great power, I lack the mobility afforded by Dragonmount, making it challenging to emulate the actions of House Targaryen. Having gained a clearer understanding of the current situation, Robb swiftly dismantled the strategic plans of the Stark family as depicted in the original narrative, opting for a completely new approach. Amass provisions, buy time before claiming the throne, engage in distant diplomacy while mounting attacks nearby, gradually consuming the continent. Indeed, the wisdom of our ancestors prevails. Once a long-term objective had been firmly established, Robb began to contemplate the imminent challenges ahead. A contingent of lords loyal to the north will soon arrive in Winterfell. Although the original narrative depicted Robb successfully winning over several, there remain those with ulterior motives, such a scenario shall not be permitted to arise again. The issue of provisions also demands our attention. Despite the recent years of abundant summer, Winterfell stores are still considerable. Nonetheless, warfare necessitates financial resources without a robust logistical support system. My army cannot endure for long. These two matters are of utmost urgency. While Robb does not intend to launch an immediate assault on King's Landing as before, the conflict with House Lannister is unavoidable. His sister must be rescued. The bond of family is not one to be forsaken, especially within this medieval fantasy context. Otherwise, should his reputation suffer, no one would be inclined to ally with him. A response to provocation is imperative. Should the head wolf be perceived as weak, rebellion will inevitably arise from within, without the need for external foes. As for his imprisoned father, Ned, it is likely that all hope is lost unless 3 dragons from Daenerys are swiftly matured and delivered. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that he could rescue Ned before the benevolent king Robb succumbs to madness. Let us proceed in this manner. We must resolve these issues one by one. Overwhelmed, Robb closed his eyes to rest for a moment, and upon reopening them, the flickering reflection of flames from the hearth danced within his pupils. From this moment forth, I shall embody Robb Stark. Let the game begin. Winter is coming for the Lannisters. Chapter 2. The Sworn and the Skinned. The continent of Westeros predominantly operates under a feudal system, wherein great lords allocate their lands to vassals, who in turn bestow portions to those loyal to them. The great lord may command his vassals, but cannot dictate the actions of their subordinates. A vassal's vassal is not my vassal. A lord's lord is not my lord. Of course, some eccentric nobles may hold conservative views, questioning why a daughter's daughter should not also be considered their own. Within this framework, Robb need only rally a few powerful earls to his cause. Prepare a temporary encampment capable of housing 15,000 men. Have the craftsmen construct carts and tents, and ensure that provisions are ready. We cannot rely solely on our vassal lords to provide all supplies. In the meeting room, Robb was instructing Maester Luwin on the arrangements for soldiers when a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. "Robb, the members of House Karstark have arrived." A smile graced Robb's lips. House Karstark is the first to arrive. This is a testament to pure friendship. I shall meet them personally. Maester Luwin reminded him. House Karstark is the closest to Winterfell, able to reach us within half a day. That will not undermine House Karstark's loyalty. In the original tale, House Karstark was among the most formidable families in the north. The family head, Rickard Karstark, perished gravely wounded in battle for Robb, and his sole surviving son, Torrhen Karstark, met his end fighting to reclaim Winterfell for Robb. They are indeed a family of great strength and unwavering loyalty. To neglect such a family in favor of courting the treacherous House Bolton would be folly. Accompanied by his father's ward, Theon, and a retinue of loyal guards, Robb Stark approached the outskirts of Winterfell, where he beheld a contingent bearing the black axe on a white field banner drawing near. This assembly comprised approximately 2,000 souls, with over 300 mounted knights, while the remainder were foot soldiers. At the forefront stood 3 figures, 2 men and a woman, the head of House Umber and his progeny. Robb advanced to greet them, his laughter echoing as he welcomed, steeled for battle. The Umber family's motto proves itself true. "The sword of House Umber shall ever dance for House Stark," the Lord of Umber replied, though inwardly he felt a twinge of apprehension upon observing Robb, a mere boy of 15 or 16, still unseasoned in the ways of war. His loyalty to House Stark was unwavering, yet the notion of this youth leading an army stirred doubt within him. Could he truly command such forces? Robb nodded. "House Stark shall not forget the bond forged with House Umber. Theon, assist in arranging our troops. I have matters to discuss with Lord Umber in the castle." Robb's decision to delegate Theon was tinged with irony, for Theon would one day be the instrument of House Umber's heir's demise, yet now he was obliged to extend a warm welcome. In the conference chamber, only Robb and Lord Umber remained. Robb poured a cup of wine for Mickey Umber, warmly inviting him to sit. Though harboring reservations about Robb's martial capabilities, Mickey Umber did not hesitate to bring forth the full might of his realm to aid House Stark. "This time, I have brought 300 cavalry and 200 regular infantry. The remainder are hastily assembled from farmers and artisans, their combat prowess average." Robb reassured him, "Fear not, for the Lannisters have mined their gold for centuries. I cannot believe they can muster a force capable of matching the North. Our strength lies not in numbers, but in the ferocity of our soldiers." Mickey Umber, observing Robb's confidence, felt a measure of relief. In the face of impending conflict, a timid leader would spell doom, leading to needless losses. "Uncle Mickey, you are a dear friend of my father's, and the friendship between our houses has endured since the age of our ancestors. Therefore, I wish to make a request, which I hope you shall not decline." Mickey Umber, taken aback, replied, "Speak freely. I ask that you grant me command over 500 of the levied soldiers." Formally, Robb could issue commands to Mickey Umber, directing him and his men into battle. However, he lacked the authority to directly command the soldiers under Mickey's leadership, who could easily defy orders. What Robb sought was the direct command over those troops. This request, as Robb articulated, is somewhat excessive. It implies that even if the members of House Stark no longer wish to assist in the conflict, the nobles and the garrison may depart. Yet these conscripted soldiers must remain. The question of whether they will be returned, and when, depends solely on the whims of our young lord. Over 500 soldiers constitute an invaluable asset. Mikey Selwyn hesitated. He had come to lend his aid, never intending to part with the bulk of his fortune. "Uncle Mikey, I require your support," Robb stated earnestly, gazing into his face. "I swear by the gods, after this war concludes, you shall receive a satisfactory recompense." After a prolonged silence filled with contemplation, Mikey Selwyn finally raised his head, scrutinizing the youth whose true character remained uncertain to him. "Very well." He uttered no further words, for trust and loyalty had already overflowed the confines of that modest meeting room. Robb clasped his hand. "The Stark family shall forever cherish this bond of friendship. Additionally, there is one more matter requiring your attention, Uncle Mikey. The Boltons will soon arrive. Though they have submitted to us, their loyalty is the most transient and their ambitions the most formidable. At this critical juncture for the North, I harbor doubts regarding their intentions, and I need you to be vigilant regarding their movements." Robb's implication was more profound than it appeared on the surface. He hoped the Selwyn family would endeavor to ascertain the Boltons' activities and report any irregularities without delay. Without a moment's hesitation, Mikey Selwyn affirmed, "I shall remember that." The atmosphere between them lightened as they exchanged tales from days gone by. The head of House Selwyn reminisced about the time he accompanied Ned to overthrow the Mad King, growing increasingly animated, longing to soar to King's Landing to slay King Aegon and Cersei, rescuing Lord Eddard in the process. Robb felt a deep sense of gratitude. The Stark family's foundations in the North were profoundly entrenched. Though he possessed not, the mere title of Stark's eldest son would compel countless lords to pledge their service to him. In the ensuing days, the lords of the North arrived in droves, many bringing with them their entire fortunes, seemingly unconcerned about whether their land would fall victim to brigands or pirates. Such was the magnetic pull of House Stark in the North. Robb also grew increasingly occupied, meeting with each lord, arranging their encampments, and mobilizing provisions to sustain them. Previously, Robb had managed these affairs adeptly, feigning calm on the surface while inwardly grappling with anxiety. After navigating particularly challenging situations, he would often retreat to confide in his brother, shedding tears to release his pent-up emotions, only to don a faud of composure by day. Yet, at this moment, Robb felt no trace of disquiet. Rather, he reveled in the experience. Death he had faced countless times, and he had no idea how many formidable foes he had vanquished with his own hands. However, orchestrating troops and strategizing from afar was an entirely new venture for Hyman's exhilarating endeavor.
Chapter 3. The military justice team of the Xiong family. This is nothing short of murder. I demand blood for blood. In the conference room of Winterfell, Count Mechi Savembo roared, his face flushed with indignation, addressing the lords of the north. My men acted purely in self-defense. It was your people who stealthily followed them. And upon being discovered, they were outmatched in combat. Death was their rightful fate. Opposing the Savembo family stood a man whose outward demeanor was gentle. Yet his inherent cruelty was evident to all. He was the current Earl of the infamous Skinner family, the Bolton clan, known as Lewis Bolton, nicknamed Old Skinner. Lewis Bolton's voice was not loud, rather, it was calm and soothing, compelling the others present to lean in closely to catch his words. Count Mechi, incensed, retorted. What utter nonsense! Can a sneak attack be deemed a fair duel? It is nothing but treachery murder. Setting aside those matters, do you wish to jeopardize the alliance with your incessant surveillance? Your subordinate's violent outburst is not a breach of the alliance. Both parties held steadfast to their claims. While the other lords remained silent, casting meaningful glances at the young man seated at the head of the table, their nominal leader, the young wolf lord, Robb. They were keen to observe how Robb would navigate this predicament. Ultimately, this conflict originated from Robb's previous directive to Mechi Savembo to monitor Old Skinner's subordinates. Little did they know that within just a few days, their surveillance would be detected, leading to the premature demise of their men, revealing a disparity in strength. However, this situation presented Robb with an opportunity to consolidate some power into his own hands. With a resigned shrug, Robb slowly spoke under the collective gaze of the assembly. A life for a life, blood must be avenged. This is a time-honored tradition that has endured since ancient times. Earl Lewis, surrender the culprit. I shall personally execute him. Old Skinner's countenance darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Robb. He had initially perceived the teenager as an easily manipulated pawn, believing that even if he possessed some skill, he would still require further honing. However, upon entering the city, he found himself under constant scrutiny and suppression, with no opportunity afforded to him. The Bolton family wielded considerable power in the north and had long harbored resentment towards the Stark family's governance, frequently inciting rebellion. Yet, 3 centuries prior, the Stark patriarch had besieged the Bolton stronghold for months, leading to their surrender when they were left with no provisions. Currently, Ned Stark's reputation in the north was unmatched, bolstered by his close ties with King Robert. Despite Old Skinner's ambitions to usurp him, he found himself powerless. However, with Robert's sudden demise and Ned's uncertain fate, the Stark legacy rested solely upon the shoulders of young Robb, igniting a flicker of hope within Old Skinner. Thus, he had secretly begun frequenting contacts outside the north, hoping to seize an opportunity to strike decisively. As for why he did not engage with the forces within the north, it was because they were all staunch loyalists to the Stark family. Old Skinner had no doubt that the moment he uttered his plans, Stark's army would materialize before him. The recent incident indeed placed the cunning Old Skinner at a disadvantage. However, he seeks to obfuscate the matter, hoping to mislead the lords of the north into perceiving the young wolf's inherent weakness. When the alpha wolf displays signs of exhaustion, it becomes the opportune moment for the pack to launch an assault. Yet, he is somewhat taken aback by Robb's resoluteness, which seems uncharacteristic for a mere 15-year-old. With the people's support and moral high ground shifting away from Old Skinner, and failing to intimidate this young wolf, he resolves to bide his time. As you wish, my lord. Robb, receiving an unsatisfactory response, secretly desired Old Skinner to outright refuse him, as it would furnish him with an irrefutable reason to bolster his own reputation. Surveying the loyal yet defiant lords around him, Robb cleared his throat. Gentlemen, our objective is to breach King's Landing and rescue my father. You are all lords of the north, and I wish for today's events not to be repeated. If we expend all our efforts on internal strife, not only will we fail to seize King's Landing, but we shall also find ourselves without a grave. Thus, to maintain our army's combat effectiveness and prevent further such bloody chaos, I have decided to establish a military tribunal. All present lords furrowed their brows, uncertain of the tribunal's purpose, but the very name invoked a sense of foreboding. I have instructed Maester Luwin to draft a military decree, clearly outlining what actions are permissible and what are not. The lords understood this, although they lacked formal military orders, each had their own codes of conduct, and they would impose restrictions upon their subordinates, eliciting little reaction. All units shall adhere to the same military orders. You may add your own regulations, but you must not omit any. Any soldier of the North Army who transgresses the military orders shall be penalized by the tribunal I just mentioned. A murmur of unrest rippled through the lords, in previous battles, they had each commanded their own soldiers, leading them into combat as they saw fit, resolving internal matters independently. Now, the young wolf sought to assume a degree of punitive authority over a portion of their forces, which unsettled them. There are advantages to this. Uniform regulations would prevent any from shirking their duties, and leniency towards their own deserters would be curtailed. But who will lead the military tribunal? If old Skinner is appointed, I shall be the first to object. What are you all fussing about? The young wolf would not appoint that cowardly old Skinner. Think critically. I oppose this. It is far too complex. Why should I entrust my men to another's command? Old Skinner's expression darkened. He recognized that this group was conspiring against him to prevent his ascension as the head of the military tribunal. Amidst the tumultuous clamor, Robb remained resolute. Seated comfortably in his chair, gently toying with Grey Wing's chin, eliciting a soothing purr from the direwolf. Once the din of discussion subsided, Robb shifted his focus from Grey Wing to the assembly of lords before him. Have we concluded our deliberations? I have appointed a candidate for the commander of the military law enforcement, none other than Lady Maya Mormont of Bear Island. One lord objected vehemently. What? A woman? Why should we entrust a mere woman? A companion swiftly covered his mouth, hissing, Hush! Do you wish to invite a beating? That is the Countess of Bear Island. Robb, with a smile, introduced Lady Maya to the still discontent lords. Those hailing from Bear Island are formidable warriors. Maya's brother is the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and her nephew served as a former Kingsguard. As for Maya herself, at that moment, a formidable middle-aged woman rose, appearing to be in her 50s or 60s, with a mane of white hair, a visage marked by scars, and clad in a coat fashioned from wolf and bear pelts. Towering and robust, she dwarfed Robb, exhibiting a fierceness that surpassed most of the men present. Curiously, her right hand was bandaged, suggesting a recent injury. Without uttering a word, she surveyed the gathered lords, and under her imposing presence, few dared to meet her gaze. The previously boastful lord seemed eager to lower his head to the table. Maya erupted in laughter. Ha! It appears some have lost their courage. She then stepped away from her seat, approaching Robb, who was considerably younger than herself, reminiscing about their first encounter. Like many others, Maya had harbored doubts about this young lord, wishing to assert her dominance during their handshake, inadvertently injuring herself in the process. According to the maester, her fractured bones would take a month to heal before she could wield a sword again. From that moment forth, Maya devoted herself wholeheartedly to Robb's cause. With unwavering loyalty, she knelt before him, declaring, Thank you for your trust. I shall act with impartiality, disseminating your justice and fairness throughout the ranks. The assembly watched in astonishment as Robb, unfazed by the imposing figure before him, casually placed a hand atop Maya's head in a gesture of honor. They marveled at how this young wolf had managed to tame the fierce bear. Robb smiled, concluding, This matter is settled. And let it be known, should anyone dissent, you are free to return to your castles with your men. However, I assure you, when I return from vanquishing the Lannisters, I shall drag you from your beds and display your heads upon pikes. As for my capability, my enemies will soon learn. Chapter 4, The Great Chong's Meat Slicing. The Slippery Onion Knight advises you, after reading, please remember to bookmark for easier access later. Chapter 4, The Great Chong carves the meat. When the Stark forces arrived at Winterfell, it became evident to all that the great army was on the verge of departure. Bran Stark sat in his chair, observing the throng of people in Winterfell, feeling somewhat dazed. Never had he witnessed such a multitude. Not even during the last visit from the king. However, Robb had made extensive arrangements in advance. Despite the crowd, the atmosphere remained surprisingly orderly, with each house occupying its designated space, resulting in minimal conflict. Bran learned that this tranquility was earned through the grim efforts of his brother Robb, who had taken the heads of over a dozen foes to secure peace. Curious about the number of attendees, Bran inquired of Maester Luwin, who had been busily scribbling notes. Over 12,000, the Maester replied, with the Stark forces bringing an additional 2,000. The food supplies in the castle are running low, and the troops must depart soon. Otherwise, we may find ourselves begging in the streets. With less than 15,000, can we truly rescue fodder? Bran pondered. Maester Luwin, grappling with the numbers, felt a sense of unease. There are also the men from the marshes, and the Earl of Manderley and the Earl of Flint await the army's arrival on their lands. Knights from the Barrowlands may also be drawn to our cause, seeking fortune. Hearing that more allies would join their ranks brought Bran a modicum of comfort. He gazed at the black banner of House Stark, emblazoned with a white sunburst. As it entered the city, yet his heart felt a twinge of anxiety. His brother would host a feast for them. House Stark had been linked to their family for over 1,000 years, and among the noble guests, the Starks were among the most powerful, alongside House Greyjoy, House Arryn, and House Bolton. Consequently, Bran was certain that Robb would host them in the grandest hall. Due to the sheer number of nobles, most accompanied by their sons, the Great Hall of Winterfell could scarcely accommodate them all. Robb had to arrange the feasts in several rounds based on the nobility standing. Bran was not fond of such gatherings. As Robb's brother, he would sit to Robb's left, the second most esteemed position after Robb himself. Yet, as a boy confined to a wheelchair, he could feel the disdainful gazes of the lords upon him. Why should a cripple occupy such a place? Although no one voiced this sentiment aloud, Bran had heard it echoed countless times. This evening would once again see him seated in that position, subjected to the scrutiny of all those peculiar eyes. If only he could fall ill, allowing him to recover after their departure. Yet, if they all left, Robb would leave as well. Despite his youth, Bran grasped the ruthless nature of war. Should Robb encounter misfortune on the battlefield, the Stark family would truly be undone. Their father in the capital, along with Sansa and Arya, would be beyond saving. Time slipped away in a haze of troubling thoughts, and soon it was time for the feast honoring House Stark. A messenger sent by Robb urged Bran to don his attire and prepare for the banquet. Feeling a throbbing headache, he sighed but ultimately changed into his garments and set forth. On the way to the banquet hall, Bran felt that this journey was even more arduous than his brother's trip to King's Landing. Upon finally arriving at the entrance of the hall and opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of numerous lords gathered around a long table, their voices rising in a cacophony of excitement. Nearby, several smaller tables were occupied by a number of young individuals. Robb was the first to notice Bran's arrival. He stood up, took the handles of the wheelchair from the servant, and guided Bran to a seat on his left. Bran felt as if he could once again hear the echoes of those illusory doubts, yet he maintained an expression of calm. Having learned to conceal his emotions under his brother's influence, ensuring that others could not discern his thoughts. Once he had settled his brother, Robb raised his goblet. Let us welcome Lord Rickard Karstark. The Stark family shall never forget this bond of friendship. Our ranks have now assembled. Tonight serves not only as a banquet for Uncle Rickard but also as our meeting before we embark on our journey. The members of the Karstark, Umber, Bolton, and Stark families, alongside our soldiers, have gathered the strength of the North. It is time to take up arms and march forth. We must rescue Lord Eddard Stark to King's Landing, and let us vanquish that treacherous woman. As the declaration of war rang out, the lords of the North stirred with excitement, some eager for glory, others driven by camaraderie with Ned, and some simply loyal to House Stark. Once the lords had expressed their fervor, Robb smiled slightly and continued, "Prepare yourselves for the journey home. We shall depart at noon tomorrow." At that moment, a deep, thunderous voice echoed, startling everyone present. "Our family must lead the way. We cannot fall behind the Umber family." The force of this proclamation sent a shiver through the assembly. Yet Robb remained unperturbed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He turned his gaze to the speaker, John Umber, the head of House Umber, known as Big John to distinguish him from his son of the same name. Towering over 2 meters, even clad in heavy armor, his formidable physique exuded raw strength, leaving a primal impression on those who beheld him. Robb addressed him calmly, "Big John, you are presently within my army, and we can discuss the specifics of the plan. However, the outcome may not align with your desires. Most importantly, once orders are given, they must be executed, regardless of your satisfaction. Do you understand?" Big John, however, paid little heed to Robb's words. "Execution of orders. If my forces are relegated to the rear, I shall turn back immediately." Beside him, Magie 7 and Rickard Karstark's expressions shifted dramatically. However, Robb remained unperturbed, leisurely settling into his chair as he regarded the newly appointed commander of his military tribunal, Magie. If Great John has truly deserted, what crime does the latest military law stipulate for one who swears allegiance to me and then flees in battle? Magie abruptly rose, her formidable stature matching that of Great John as they locked eyes. With her hand resting on the hilt of her blade, she pronounced 2 words with unwavering clarity: beheading. There was no doubt amongst them that, should Robb issue the command, she would strike without hesitation. "You dare accuse me of cowardice, you greenhorn." Great John displayed no reaction to the prospect of beheading. However, the derision implicit in the charge of cowardice ignited a furious rage within him. Having fought alongside Ned his entire life, his character was one of unwavering loyalty, holding honor above all. In a moment of confusion, He instinctively reached for his blade. Haw! Grey Wind, who had been gnawing on a bone at Robb's feet, suddenly sensed danger. He leapt onto the table, his gaze fixed on Great John, who was about to draw his weapon against his master, baring his teeth and preparing to lunge at him. The scene unfolded with astonishing speed, leaving the assembled nobles momentarily stunned. Yet, what transpired next left them even more bewildered. An invisible force of gravitational pull suddenly enveloped Robb. Bran, positioned closest, felt it most acutely, as though he were about to be lifted from his wheelchair and hurled towards Robb. Simultaneously, Grey Wind, mid-lunge, found himself propelled backward by this unseen force, landing precisely atop the table before Robb. This was a manifestation of gravitational magic, capable of drawing enemies towards oneself. Robb deftly controlled the direction and primary target, primarily pulling Grey Wind. Otherwise, everyone in the room would have lost their balance and collapsed to the ground in an instant. What wondrous power was this? A fleeting moment of emptiness swept through their minds. Invoking the old gods, was this force a divine miracle? Whimpering, Grey Wind, still instinctively yearning to spring forward, found his entire body firmly restrained by a singular hand. Robb's hand. He grasped the wolf's spine, pinning him down onto the table, causing the struggling beast's claws to topple the dishes before Bran. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at Robb, who reclined casually in his chair, exuding an aura of effortless strength. What remarkable force was this, to single-handedly subdue a direwolf? Only Meiji remained unfazed. For Robb, capable of crushing bones with ease, subduing a direwolf seemed less extraordinary. With one hand restraining the agitated beast, Robb smiled and reassured it. Calm down, Grey Wind. Great John merely wishes to help us carve the choicest lamb. Chapter 5, Station at Carrion Bay. Game of Thrones. From Elden King to Young Wolf. Please cite the source. New Keyboard Novel Network. Xinjiang. Chapter 5, The Encampment at Carrion Bay. As night fell, Robb personally escorted Bran back to his chamber for rest. You possess magic. What Osha said is indeed true. There truly exists magic. Bran excitedly recounted the events that had transpired in the banquet hall that evening. Even a boy of Bran's tender years could discern that, following this night, no lord present harbored any semblance of dissent, particularly the most vocal among them, Great John, who, after Robb's imposing display, willingly knelt before Robb's throne, reminiscent of Maya from Bear Island. I wager that even if you commanded him to march to his death, his eyes would not flutter. Robb guided Bran to his bedroom, affectionately ruffling his brother's hair. At this juncture, Bran was at the zenith of his youthful charm. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly proclaim him adorable. I shall not send him to his demise. He is a loyal subordinate. Bran, however, was oblivious to such concerns. As his admiration for his brother had reached its pinnacle, you will surely rescue father and sister, won't you? And Arya, despite her incessant stealing of my spotlight. Robb shook his head. I cannot guarantee that. You have seen that pretender King Joffrey. He is the product of incest, his temperament rather unstable. I cannot assure that I can reach him in time to save father before he descends into madness. The thought of Joffrey's arrogant yet cowardly demeanor caused Bran's heart to flutter once more. Robb regarded him. Bran, are you a man? Bran glanced at his impaired legs. I am, but they all say I. Robb interrupted. Listen, Bran. If you spend your life confined to this chamber, no one shall ever speak of you. But can you truly lie in bed for eternity? The opinions of others are inconsequential, for they will shift with your actions. Should you display cowardice, they will look down upon you, yet if you strive for strength, they will come to admire you. When I depart, Winterfell will be left in your hands and those of 4-year-old Rickon. The Stark name commands respect in the north. Yet nefarious souls will seize this opportunity to assail Winterfell and rally support from all other lords. I shall leave you with some men. Maester Luwin will assist you. You must learn to lead them and safeguard Winterfell in times of peril. Upon hearing Robb's words, Bran felt a flicker of resolve. I can do it. Robb earnestly cautioned. Regardless of the circumstances, remain indoors and await my return. I will, even if they mock me, I shall protect our home. The following morning, Robb, having prepared everything, bid farewell to Bran as he readied to leave Winterfell with his army, marching southward. Bran, concerned, remarked, Rickon refuses to say goodbye. He fears you will not return. Just like father. Robb shook his head. I shall return, and then I can teach you the magic you have long wished to learn. From my observations, you possess considerable talent. Bran's face lit up with joy. Really? As more content loads, please be patient. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and add blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Robb jested with a smile, asserting that it was indeed true. Your skills in horseback riding, archery, and swordsmanship do not measure up to those of Arya. Being a knight lacks much appeal. It would be better to learn some magic from me. Bran's expression fell. Yet within him stirred an indescribable sense of long-forgotten joy. The fact that he could not match Arya had long been a source of ridicule from his brothers. However, since he was pushed from the tower by members of House Lannister, resulting in his disability, his siblings had ceased such taunts. Perhaps it was a means of caring for his feelings, yet this pity often brought tears to his eyes at night. Oddly enough, Robb's current demeanor evoked both anger and delight within him. As he watched his brother Robb depart, Bran noticed Grey Wind, sleek and agile, running alongside the warhorse. While at the forefront of their formation, the stark grey-white banner of House Stark fluttered in the wind. Theon Greyjoy and Greyjoy flanked Robb, and since the previous night, Greyjoy had willingly taken on the role of Robb's protector. The remaining 3,000 knights followed closely behind in two orderly lines, their steel-tipped spears glinting in the sunlight. From this moment forth, a formidable battalion graced the King's Road. The King's Road serves as a vital thoroughfare stretching from north to south across the continent of Westeros. In an age of scarce productivity, a well-constructed road signifies the countless souls buried along its path. Consequently, the entirety of Westeros boasts this singular highway. The North, situated at the continent's northernmost reaches, possesses a particularly harsh winter climate that deters outsiders, resulting in a vast expanse that covers nearly one-third of the continent. Yet with a comparatively sparse population, this vast territory also means that Robb must traverse a considerable distance to reach King's Landing. Leading his army southward, the journey began smoothly. But soon they entered marshy areas, causing their pace to slow. While the soldiers managed well on foot, the logistical supplies faced significant challenges in the mire, with wagons often becoming ensnared in the mud, necessitating the combined efforts of several soldiers to extricate them. In pursuit of greater intelligence, Robb dispatched riders from House Karstark as scouts, sending forth over 100 to gather information, recruit wandering knights seeking to join their cause, and make contact with the inhabitants of the marshlands. Thus, they pressed onward, accumulating intelligence over several days until they arrived at Carhold, the North's most significant castle. Robb turned to Theon, giving orders to relay his command. The army would rest here, and the leaders of the various houses were to convene for a meeting that evening. Carhold stands as the North's most formidable fortress, not due to its grandeur, but rather its exceptional geographical advantages. To the north lies Winterfell, accessible by the King's Road with little obstruction, while to the south stretches an immense swamp. The marshland is exceedingly perilous, riddled with labyrinths and an abundance of thickets, teeming with venomous insects and monstrous serpents beyond count, while the ground is a quagmire of muck. Anyone venturing into this mire is bound to lose their way. The prospect of dispatching a formidable army from this morass to assault the Bay of Carhold is virtually impossible. The castle within the swamp is known as Greywater Watch, its lord being Holland Reed, a loyal vassal of the North, who shares a bond of brotherhood in arms with Ned Stark. The inhabitants of Greywater Watch are, in fact, those whom Maester Luwin previously referenced to Bran as belonging to the swamp. To the south of the marsh lies the Riverlands, a territory held by one of the 7 dukes, characterized by its bounteous lands. Thus, as long as they remain steadfast at Carhold, the North will remain invincible. Prior to the meeting held that evening, a contingent of scouts, dispatched several days prior, returned to Carhold. Robb Stark garnered a wealth of intelligence. Yet the news they brought was far from favorable. Sir Jaime Lannister had led his forces from Casterly Rock to clash violently with the Tully forces of the Riverlands, resulting in the untimely demise of Lord Admiral Tully. Chapter 6. Our army suffers a crushing defeat. The Tully family of the Riverlands, whose crest is a fish, is also known as the Fish House. Much like the Stark family of the North, they are a dominant house with a ducal title, to whom much of the nobility of the Riverlands pledges their allegiance. Why did the Tully family engage in conflict with the Lannisters? It was, of course, in response to the Stark family's call, preparing to journey to King A's Landing to rescue Ned. The Tullys and the Starks are bound by marriage. Robb's mother is the eldest daughter of the Tully Duke. This kinship, coupled with a political alliance, has intertwined the interests of these two families, sharing in both glory and misfortune. In the present realm of Westeros, there are 7 great dukes, and only the Tully Duke stands as Robb's unwavering ally. However, the Tully forces suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of the Kingslayer, Jaime, resulting in the death of an earl and plunging them into a perilous situation. This setback placed Robb in a vulnerable position, as his allies found themselves besieged. The subsequent strategic decisions became crucial. A misstep could trigger a chain reaction, leading to a complete collapse of morale. According to intelligence reports, after achieving victory, the Kingslayer's forces surged with confidence, gathering the armies of the Westlands and departing from Casterly Rock towards Riverrun, the Tully stronghold, encountering virtually no resistance along the way. The sight of the Lannister lion banner sent the Riverlands troops fleeing, revealing signs of defeat before a battle had even commenced. As the army regrouped under the dimming sky, the lords of Carhold and their vessels received the grim news, their spirits as bleak as the overcast heavens. In the meeting room, Robb surveyed the assembled lords, poised to commence the meeting when an urgent knocking echoed from the door. Robb as man understood protocol well, at such a critical time. No one dared to knock unless it were of utmost urgency. "Come in." Robb's voice was soft yet commanding, and the figure outside heard him clearly amidst the tumult. The door swung open violently, not revealing a person first but rather a nauseating wave of blood and decay. Then, a battered knight stumbled in. His face caked in dried blood, wounds unbandaged. After a moment of recognition, Robb identified him as one of the knights who had accompanied his father to King S Landing. His first utterance sent a chill through all present. "My Lord Robb, our army has been utterly defeated. Lord Tywin is coming." Robb gestured for him to calm down and approach, not waiting for further words. He raised his fist slightly, and in an instant, a golden rune appeared on the ground, radiating a golden light that enveloped the knight. Before the astonished eyes of all, the knight's wounds began to heal at a visibly miraculous pace. He stood, incredulous as he moved his limbs, realizing he had recovered substantially, overwhelmed by the wonder of it all. This was a healing prayer, a miracle wrought through the power of the Elden Ring. This, old gods above, it is a miracle. Big John was the first to recover from his shock, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Is this magic? Or a miracle wrought by the old gods?" Rickard Karstark was equally dumbfounded. Robb gestured calmly for the lords to quiet down, then in a serene tone addressed the battered knight. "Please, enlighten us with what you know." Before Duke Ned was captured, he dispatched us to seek Lord Tywin in the king's name, urging him to return to King's Landing to explain the slander against House Tully. However, when we arrived, the king had already died suddenly, and Tywin refused to acknowledge our royal mandate. He engaged us in battle, and we were no match for him. Most of my companions perished, and I barely escaped, becoming separated from the others. At this point, the knight appeared visibly shaken. "I intended to return to King's Landing to find Lord Ned, but I heard he was in prison. Lord Tywin has advanced with an overwhelming number of troops into the Riverlands, pillaging and burning along the way. Several noble castles have already fallen, and now Tywin is nearing the King's Road, poised to seize Harrenhal." A chill swept through the gathered lords at the knight's words. Tywin's conquests exceeded all expectations, and the war had only just begun. While they had yet to mobilize, their adversaries were already in a frenzy of slaughter. The aged lion, Tywin, was advancing along the King's Road, while his son Jaime pursued the remnants of the defeated forces from the Westlands. The Lannisters had swiftly demonstrated formidable military prowess. The Lannisters now had numerous options. Tywin could join forces with the usurper to attack the Tully stronghold of Riverrun. If Riverrun were to fall, the northern army would lose all hope of advancing southward. Alternatively, Tywin could opt for a more strategic approach, waiting for Jaime to assault Riverrun, knowing they held the advantage. The defenders had long since lost their morale, and Tywin merely needed to encircle them and strike when Robb moved, trapping the northern forces in a precarious position. The current situation was dire, and divisions began to surface among the northern lords. Rickard Karstark was the first to voice his opinion. "We must immediately send reinforcements. Jaime has engaged a significant part of the Tully forces. If this continues, our allies will be slaughtered. As long as we can unite with House Tully, we can capture the usurper." No. Big John vehemently disagreed. "We should first deal with that old snake, Tywin. The usurper is merely a brash youth. You do not comprehend how insidious Tywin truly is. We must strike unexpectedly, targeting Tywin first. If we capture him, victory will be ours." The old skinflint failed to present a strategic plan, merely analyzing the current situation. The marshlands are guarded by the Grey Water, and Tywin is unlikely to reach us here. I believe he will most probably return to search for his son, Jaime. Perhaps we should hold our ground at the Bay of Crabs and wait for the external circumstances to clarify before venturing out. Should we adopt a stance of retreat? If that is the case, let it be you who does so, and do we even have enough provisions to sustain ourselves? The voices of dissent rose amongst the assembly, while Robb remained silently attentive, refraining from hastily expressing his own views. as is the duty of a commander-in-chief. The other lords are his vassals, not allies. He may consider their opinions but will not entertain their disputes. He simply needs to absorb all information and then make a decision. The debate lingered for an extended period. And as fatigue set in, they gradually realized that Robb, seated at the head of the table, had been quietly listening to their quarrel. Consequently, the clamor diminished. And all eyes turned to Robb, as an unspoken expectation hung in the air for him to arrive at a resolution. Surely, there must be a head of the household to guide them. My lord Robb, you ought to provide us with direction, spoke the old skinflint, Roose Bolton, first. Chapter 7, The Strategy of Self-Destruction. There is no need for alarm, my esteemed lords. Robb gently caressed the floor ruffled by grey wind, meticulously smoothing it down. The lords present inexplicably felt their own restless hearts gradually calmed by Robb's composed demeanor. Initially fraught with anxiety upon hearing of all army setbacks and the formidable strength of the enemy, they found some solace, even regaining a measure of rational thought. Noticing that the assembly had settled into a quietude, Robb slowly began to speak, though the Lannister father and son have displayed remarkable prowess in battle. They are not without their vulnerabilities. I have learned that my father publicly exposed Joffrey as the offspring of Jaime and Cersei, which led to his confinement. However, this revelation has spread across the continent, and I am certain that King Robert's two brothers will not allow Joffrey to sit idly on the throne. Former King Robert Baratheon was one of the 7 noblemen in Westeros eligible for the ducal title, yet during the war against the Mad King, Eddard Stark forcefully pulled the regicide Jaime from the Iron Throne, elevating Robert in his stead. Thus, the original title of the Baratheon family was assumed by Robert's brother. Additionally, Robert had another brother who previously assisted him in King's Landing. Legally, should Joffrey lose his claim to the throne, both of these men have legitimate rights to inherit it. And they are both nominally Grand Dukes, one as the Duke of Storms and of House Baratheon, and the other as the Duke of Dragonstone, once ruled by the Targaryens. Both hold soldiers and provisions, and the law favors their claim. They will undoubtedly vie for the throne. Consequently, the Lannisters, who support King's Landing, will soon face a multi-front war. Once chaos ensues, they will surely struggle to withstand the onslaught from the remaining 4 dukes, and time does not favor them. This urgency is why they launched a full-scale assault on House Tully in the Riverlands at the outset of the war, seeking to swiftly reduce their adversaries from 4 to 3. The lords present, all of noble lineage, recognized the validity of Robb's insights, nodding in agreement. Yet their expressions remained clouded with concern. While the Lannisters faced turmoil, their own situation was hardly more favorable. Their collective objective remained King's Landing, and Robert's 2 brothers would regard them not as allies but as secondary competitors in the relentless struggle for the throne, where the victor claims all. Moreover, the pressure exerted by the Lannisters still loomed large, and the old Lord Eddard must also be rescued. Time was equally unkind to House Stark. As Robb continued to stroke Grey Wind, he revealed his strategic plan. I have resolved that our main forces will first confront Tywin. However, we shall not seize the opportunity to ambush him while he remains unprepared. Instead, we will cross the marshes and confront Tywin directly, ensnaring him within Harrenhal, preventing him from taking a single step. What? Has Robb lost his mind? This was the first thought that sprang to the minds of all the nobles present. Such a strategy was utterly absurd. Not only was your uncle's house embroiled in peril, desperately calling for your aid, but the notion of crossing the marshes to confront Tywin was patently unreasonable. This was not merely foolish, it was the very epitome of folly. Why neglect the vast geographical advantage of the marshlands, choosing instead to traverse them and block one's own retreat? Why not strike while the enemy remains oblivious? Tywin could effortlessly eliminate all the minor nobles surrounding King S Road within a brief span and then retreat to Harrenhal, gazing upon the northern forces from a distance. At that juncture, the regicide Jaime would seize Riverrun, annihilating House Tully, plunging the northern army into a perilous predicament of being assailed from both fronts. Even if Robb were to regain his senses mid-battle and redirect his efforts against Jaime, Tywin could calmly emerge from the castle to pursue the northern forces. He could either capture Jaime, launch a surprise attack on Tywin, or maintain a stronghold at the Weeping Bay. These 3 strategies are glaringly evident. Yet our young Lord Robb opted for self-destruction. Rickard Karstark lamented, "This path will lead us to defeat." Roose Bolton remained silent, his gaze fixed on Robb, keen to discern whether this young wolf harbored a cunning plan or was simply a reckless fool, a military imbecile prone to misguided commands. The lesser lords engaged in fervent discussion, some offering unconditional support, others expressing grave concerns, while a few voiced strong opposition. Yet, Great John and Mira from Bear Island exhibited no signs of discontent. Upon hearing Robb's orders, they cast aside their chaotic thoughts, resolutely committed to executing Robb's military commands. Even if defeat awaited, they would honorably perish for a warrior like Robb. Robb coldly surveyed the reactions of the lords below. The matter was thus resolved, yet there was no rush to depart. The cavalry of House Manderly and the men of the Riverlands were en route. Once the army was assembled, they would set forth to confront Tywin. The lords, recognizing Robb's unwavering conviction, acknowledged that further discussion was futile and accepted the outcome. In Winterfell, Robb had already demonstrated remarkable prowess, successfully winning over several prominent lords. His decisions were now beyond reproach. Robb called upon the assembly. While we await the arrival of House Manderly as men, I expect you to rigorously train your soldiers in preparation for the impending conflict. Yes, he continued. Additionally, I require the selection of a personal guard, approximately 300 strong, composed entirely of cavalry and equipped with superior gear. I hope to visit your camps tomorrow to choose some warriors. The lords reacted with indifference to this request. Unlike the 500 soldiers sought by Robb and Lord Edmure, these cavalrymen would exhibit unwavering loyalty to their lords, ensuring that Robb would not face the issue of borrowed troops not being returned. Particularly, the knights appointed by the lords would remain steadfastly loyal to their chosen liege. In truth, many nobles eagerly anticipate such fortunate occurrences, as it allows them to seamlessly position their progeny beside Robb. Countless aristocrats have awaited this very moment. Otherwise, why would Rickard Stark bring both of his sons, while Meryn Trant even brought his daughter? Now, instead of pondering the intricacies of battle, they find themselves fixated on how to usher their nearly 30-year-old daughter into Robb's embrace. Furthermore, it is imperative for the commander to have a personal guard. Otherwise, in the chaos of the battlefield, should the leader fall, the situation could swiftly descend into disarray, a scenario that none present wished to witness. Rickard Stark, having shed his previous worries, proclaimed, Lord Robb, you must choose my two sons. They are truly exceptional young men. My son John is stronger than both of your sons combined. The lords resumed their enthusiastic discussions. Everyone understood that Robb was destined to become the Duke of Winterfell. Cultivating bonds on the battlefield at this juncture would provide their families with at least a formidable ally. Chapter 8. The birth of the Wolf Cavalry. Training the personal guard has become Robb's foremost priority. Although this nascent troop comprises merely 300 members, each one has been meticulously selected from various noble families as armored cavalry. A cavalry unit that can project an imposing presence and shatter the morale of the opposition with a single charge can pursue and vanquish tens of thousands of ordinary infantry. In this era, armored cavalry stands as the most formidable weapon of warfare. Candidates must meet stringent criteria. Those shorter than a horse's neck are disqualified, as are those unable to lift a stone of considerable weight, those incapable of riding in a circle around Catelyn Bay, the elderly, and the opportunists. As the march progresses, various nobles join the ranks, swelling Robb's army from an initial 15,000 to 18,000, with approximately 3,000 cavalrymen, given the selection pool of 1 in 10. The standards are understandably high. However, the soldiers of the North generally exhibit superior combat prowess compared to their counterparts from other regions. Even with Robb's rigorous demands, 294 cavalrymen ultimately meet the criteria and secure their places. Among them are young Jon Snow, the son of Great John, as well as 2 sons from House Stark and 1 from House Karstark. There are no hidden agendas here. Robb conducts the selection process for his personal guard with utmost integrity. The offspring of nobles, accustomed to a life of privilege, often possess natural physical advantages over commoners. Additionally, most of their fathers have participated in the rebellion against the Mad King, instilling in them the discipline of training from a young age. Thus, Robb's requirements are but a routine challenge for them. On the training grounds, the 294 cavalrymen stand in a precise formation. Predominantly young men in their 20s and 30s, brandishing long spears that glimmer ominously under the sunlight. Their armor varies in age but remains robust. What most distinguishes them from ordinary laborers is the resolute sharpness reflected in their eyes brimming with loyalty, honor, ambition, and fierce determination. This is a highly formidable fighting force. Robb, clad in brown leather armor, rides at the forefront of the troop, surveying them with satisfaction. This is the army he requires, yet they still lack something essential, and it is his duty to provide it. In the annals of history, the Targaryen progenitor Aegon rode 3 great dragons from another continent to Westeros, sweeping across the lands and ultimately achieving unification. During this conquest, 6 of the original 7 kingdoms either surrendered or were scorched to ash by Dragonfire. Robb pauses as he recounts the history of Westeros. However, it is noteworthy that the southernmost kingdom of Dorne did not succumb to either reckless aggression or surrender in the face of overwhelming might. When the dragons descended, their lords and people sought refuge underground. When the threat passed, they rose under their lord's banner to take up arms once more. Ultimately, they emerged as the only kingdom not conquered by the Targaryens, joining the realm through marriage alliances, thus becoming a duchy. They are a band of warriors. Not for any other reason, but due to their unwavering courage in the face of formidable foes and their absolute trust in their lord. I hope you, too, can become such valiant fighters for my personal guard, possessing extraordinary courage and unwavering faith in me. Should you succeed, I, Robb Stark, the son of the North, hereby vow that I shall never betray your loyalty, and you shall receive the rewards you rightfully deserve. At this moment, a brother named Theon, assigned to the guard, shouted loudly, "For the North, loyalty!" Inspired by this rallying cry, the other members of the guard were similarly invigorated, and their voices began to unify, gradually coalescing into a unique momentum. Loyalty! 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 The soldiers echoed thrice, their voices growing increasingly resonant and harmonious, until the final shout reverberated through the heavens, reaching every corner of the Carhold Bay. Of course, this was merely a fleeting surge of enthusiasm. In truth, if a majority of those present were to pledge their loyalty, even the dogs by the roadside would lift their tails in disinterest. Robb gestured for his men to bring forth a bag. As the metallic clinks echoed from within, the eyes of some impoverished knights widened in astonishment. They could not be mistaken. Gold dragons. A large sack of gold dragons. Robb reached into the bag, grasping a handful of coins, while several slipped through his fingers, cascading back into the bag, producing the most melodious sound imaginable. Many knights swallowed hard, realizing that the coins in Robb's hand could purchase a fine steed, commission the best armor from a smith, and even court the most exquisite maiden, ensuring a life of ease and comfort. Indeed, wealth stirs the heart. Observing the expressions of those gathered, Robb smiled and declared, "Indeed, it is as you think. The money within this bag belongs to you." The soldiers collectively held their breath, their hearts racing. Was their lord being overly generous? How long would it take to spend such a fortune? However, Robb loosened his grip, letting the gold dragons tumble back into the bag. To claim this treasure, a price must be paid, as I mentioned earlier. You must trust me and submit fully during the upcoming training of new recruits. One brave knight dared to inquire, "My lord, do you mean we are to sell our lives for this sum?" "Certainly not," Robb shook his head. "This gold is your remuneration. Having received a single golden dragon, you are obliged to serve me for 1 month. During this period, my orders are paramount. Should you contravene the regulations, I shall take your heads. However, once this month concludes, should you desire to retain your golden dragons, you may choose to stay. If you wish to depart, I shall not impede your exit. My intentions are clear. If you are unwilling to continue, you may take a silver stack from the other pouch and leave." Upon hearing Robb's words, many knights felt a measure of reassurance. Those who had betrayed Lord Robb received a silver stack, and they pondered whether it would be wise to endure hardship while following him. During his time at Winterfell, Robb had established a comprehensive military code and appointed a military tribunal to enforce it. Both Maegor and Robb executed numerous individuals according to the law. Yet the populace held a profound respect for them, as the military tribunal adhered unwaveringly to the principle of impartiality. The Lord's actions were evident to all. The nature of Robb as a leader was well understood among the people. They believed that Robb was a man worthy of allegiance. Conversely, some wandering knights were indifferent to Robb's character, focusing solely on monetary gain. They had come to fight for riches, and with the war yet to commence, they found the Lord to be exceedingly generous. Other noble youths, who were unconcerned with wealth or Robb's fairness, sought his friendship, and no one contemplated withdrawal. Ultimately, only 4 individuals, burdened with doubt, took their silver stacks and departed amidst the scornful gazes of the others, while the remaining 290 chose to remain by Robb's side. Robb surveyed those who stayed, feeling a swell of emotion, and from his pouch, he grasped a handful of golden dragons, casting them into the air, allowing a golden rain to fall upon each soldier. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Wolf Riders. Chapter 9. The sound of my whistle arrow. The inaugural training session of the Wolf Cavalry was deceptively simple: archery. Most of these soldiers were already elite warriors, meticulously trained and proficient in both horsemanship and swordsmanship. Enhancing individual combat capabilities through further training proved challenging, a testament to the principle of diminishing returns. Hence, Robb placed greater emphasis on instilling military tactics in these cavalrymen. With a larger force, tactical advantages could be realized. If trained effectively, these fewer than 300 wolf cavalrymen could even vanquish 300 mountain men. However, no matter how much they honed their personal skills, none could survive 5 rounds in one-on-one combat against a mountain man. This illustrated the allure of strategy. On this first day, Robb aimed to instill in this unit the one thing they lacked: absolute obedience to military commands. Riding alongside his soldiers into the woods near the Bay of Carlin, he raised his bow and shouted to them, "Obeying orders is the essence of a soldier's duty. I hereby announce the first military command for the wolf cavalry. Do you see the whistle arrow in my hand? This is a specially crafted projectile that emits a whistling sound upon release. From this moment forth, when my whistle arrow is fired, your arrows must follow suit, regardless of the target or the time. Those who defy this command shall face the death penalty." As Robb spoke, he noticed some of the wolf cavalrymen appeared bewildered. Thus, he drew his bow to demonstrate. Whoosh! The whistle arrow shot forth, its sharp sound echoing through the woods. The cavalrymen felt a tremor in their hearts as they scrambled to retrieve their bows, loosing arrows in the direction of Robb's whistle arrow. Though they did not fully grasp its significance, they complied without hesitation. "Excellent! Not a single one of you has fallen behind," Robb remarked with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "It seems you have grasped the essence of my words. Remember this well, for it pertains to your very lives." The praised cavalrymen wore expressions of pride. Next, Robb led his men through the woods, shooting a whistle arrow whenever prey was spotted. Instantly, hundreds of arrows followed, rarely allowing any quarry to escape such a deluge. Upon a kill, the massive direwolf, Grey Wind, would dart forward to retrieve the prey and present it beneath Robb's steed as a show of accomplishment. "Well done, well done," Robb exclaimed, his spirits high. "Label your arrows. For today, after we secure our quarry, I shall collect all arrows from the slain game. The one who strikes the most targets shall earn a golden dragon. Long life House Stark. Long life Robb." The wolf cavalrymen were taken aback by their leader's generosity, overwhelmed by the cascading rewards that seemed destined to ensnare them in a whirlwind of fortune. Such easy wealth to earn. They rejoiced within their hearts. The hunting expedition swiftly approached its conclusion as the daylight began to wane. Robb prepared to lead his band of wolf riders back to the shores of Carhold. That evening, honoring his promise from the day, Robb summoned the wolf rider who had struck the most game and, before all present, bestowed upon him a golden dragon. The rider, trembling with excitement, realized that this coin could procure him a brand new suit of armor. With the reward bestowed, the day's training concluded without incident. Enveloped in a serene and tranquil atmosphere, everyone enjoyed a restful slumber, eager for the following day as competition, dreaming of the extravagant life they would lead upon winning a golden dragon. At the break of dawn, Robb lived up to expectations, bringing Grey Wind and the wolf riders back into the woods of Carhold to continue their hunt. The synergy among them had evidently improved. As Robb's arrow flew from his bowstring, a multitude of arrows followed closely behind, the responsiveness of the wolf riders a remarkable enhancement from the previous day. Pleased with their performance, Robb deemed it time to present them with a small challenge. When Grey Wind retrieved a small deer, Robb dismounted to inspect the quarry, and unexpectedly aimed his bow at his own steed, releasing a whistle arrow. Whoosh! 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 The majority of the wolf riders, unwavering, loosed their arrows at Robb's horse, which was instantly pierced like a hedgehog. However, 3 riders hesitated, puzzled at the command to shoot at their lord's mount. As they finally prepared to draw their bows, they realized that all eyes were upon them, their fellow riders having tactfully distanced themselves, encircling these 3. Overwhelmed by fear, they anxiously searched for Robb's presence, stammering their apologies. "And my lord, I didn't mean to." Robb remained silent, advancing directly towards them. With an impassive expression, he stated, "You are soldiers who have erred for the first time, thus I shall grant you a special reprieve." "Thank you for your mercy," they stuttered. No, you misunderstand. This is not a pardon for your punishment. I offer you 3 a chance to duel. All 3 of you together, should you succeed in slaying me, I shall forgive you." Robb's audacious proclamation astonished all present, with Theon being the first to object. "Robb, you cannot do this." "Silence!" Robb interjected, his voice icy as he addressed Theon. "You are a wolf rider now. Remember your station and refrain from any insubordination. I shall not remind you a second time." Theon, taken aback by Robb's frigid gaze, fell silent, and the remaining wolf riders, observing the exchange, dared not utter another word. The three wolf cavalrymen exchanged glances. Acutely aware that their paths were now irrevocably sealed, they had no choice but to fight valiantly. Although attacking a noble was a grave sin in the realm of Westeros, remaining passive was equally fatal. Death was inevitable, so they resolved to embrace their end like warriors. Moreover, they were three mounted knights, while their adversary remained dismounted, significantly enhancing their odds of victory. How could infantry possibly contend with cavalry? The advantage lay with them. As the duel commenced, the remaining wolf cavalrymen strategically distanced themselves, allowing the four combatants to engage in a fair contest. The three knights readied their stances, grasping their long spears, which they tucked under their arms, and charged towards Robb Stark, the man who sought to claim their lives and their final hope for survival. The thunderous sound of hoofs echoed as they approached. Yet Robb stood resolutely before them, seemingly awaiting his demise, ready to let the long spears pierce his body. A wave of anxiety gripped the other wolf cavalrymen, fearing for Robb's safety. But as the war horses closed in, merely 5 meters away, Robb suddenly sprang into action. He leapt high into the air, emanating a fierce red glow of lightning. Twisted bolts of crimson energy danced around him, converging towards his hands, where they surged into a magnificent red lightning sword, the famed blade of Lancelot. The invocation of Lancelot's power summoned forth the red lightning sword, capable of sweeping through the skies, unleashing electric strikes with each swing. Faced with the chilling terror etched on the faces of the three wolf cavalrymen, Robb wielded the red lightning sword with unwavering resolve, bringing it down upon them without hesitation. Chapter 10. The old Skinner missed the arrow after vanquishing three wolf cavalrymen who had defied military orders in a manner that seemed almost miraculous. The remaining wolf cavalrymen found themselves enveloped in a state of shock and bewilderment. They struggled to comprehend the extraordinary power exhibited by young Lord Robb. Soon, however, they succumbed to fervor, beginning to worship him. Since ancient times, humanity has harbored both reverence and fear towards mysterious and powerful entities. In the primordial era, the children of the forest and the first men of Westeros began their worship of the old gods out of fear. Particularly after witnessing Robb conjure a long sword forged from red lightning, their adulation for him soared to a nearly divine level. Some among them had already resolved in their hearts that Robb must be the embodiment of a deity walking upon the earth. As there was no other way to explain such phenomena, they dismounted and knelt before Robb, murmuring their most frequently recited prayers, "God, please guide me." Robb stood among them, accepting their veneration with a sense of nonchalance, having encountered such displays before when he assumed the Golden Law and became the Elden King. To him, this was merely a minor spectacle. He gathered the bodies of the slain, instructing that they be buried and a monument erected, for despite their transgressions, they remained part of the wolf cavalry. That night, the lords of Carlin Bay learned of Robb's miraculous display in the woods. This was not the first time he had showcased his divine prowess. They had all witnessed his earlier act of saving an injured soldier. Their awe for Robb deepened with each passing day. Since his arrival in Winterfell, Robb had continually astonished them, and now he appeared to them as an enigma. The lords grew increasingly respectful and decorous in their demeanor. In the days that followed, Robb continued to train his wolf cavalry within the thicket. This time, in addition to instilling obedience, he devised a set of small flag signals to synchronize with their tactical maneuvers. 3 flags of distinct colors, each waved in a different direction, would signify various military commands, including retreat, advance, and encirclement. Given the cacophony of the battlefield, where soldiers often found their lines stretched due to various uncontrollable factors, relying solely on voice commands was utterly impractical unless one possessed a voice that could rival thunder. Robb had access to a spell, Mountain Giant's Roar, capable of producing a thunderous volume, but it could only convey a singular sound, rendering it ineffective for relaying diverse battlefield messages. After much contemplation, he concluded that the time-honored method of flag signals would prove the most effective. During training, Robb remained mindful of his rewarding ability, ensuring that any team member who excelled would be duly compensated. Under the atmosphere of high pressure, substantial rewards, and the honor of fighting for their lord, the hearts of the wolf cavalrymen gradually surrendered to Robb as leadership. Meanwhile, the lords, engrossed in studying maps within the castle and preparing for the impending battle, could scarcely imagine that within just a few days, the cavalry they had dispatched would come entirely under Robb's command. Through the rigorous training imparted by Robb, the current ranks of the wolf riders have transformed entirely from what they were merely 4 days prior. While their individual combat prowess may not have significantly increased, the cohesion of the entire unit now embodies an unwavering discipline, their eyes gleaming with fervor and a thirst for battle. It is no exaggeration to assert that Should time and space allow a confrontation between the present contingent and the wolf riders of days past, though complete annihilation might be improbable, a decisive victory would surely be within reach. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its last golden rays, Robb gazed upon his rejuvenated wolf riders with a sense of pride. "Excellent," he proclaimed. "You have successfully completed the initial phase of my training. I am gratified to have such a multitude of soldiers by my side. Tomorrow, we shall march to the battlefield and instill fear in our enemies beneath the thundering of our hoofs." In unison, the wolf riders bellowed, "Victory is ours." Following this rallying cry, a solemn silence enveloped the group. No one uttered a word, each soldier fixing their steadfast gaze upon their commander. "Very well. Let us return to the castle," he instructed. A long, haunting howl echoed through the forest, and the wolf riders trailed behind Robb, proceeding at a measured pace toward the castle of Catelyn Bay. Just as the formation emerged from the woods, Robb abruptly reined in his steed, prompting the other wolf riders to do the same, standing quietly behind him. Robb suddenly drew his bow, aiming an arrow at the lead direwolf, Grey Wind. The direwolf serves as the sigil of House Stark. In the wilderness, the late Ned Stark had encountered a dying she-wolf, cradling 6 unwinged pups, each corresponding to his 6 children. He entrusted these pups to his children, and each direwolf bears profound significance, transcending mere companionship, akin to the dragons of House Targaryen. Grey Wind symbolizes Robb himself. Wherever Grey Wind may roam, Robb is sure to be near. Robb's arrow flew straight towards Grey Wind, and, conditioned by days of training, the wolf riders instinctively reached for their bows to shoot. However, some hesitated, their arrows not released in the initial moment. A chorus of arrows, 276 in total, struck Grey Wind with pinpoint accuracy, yet the direwolf emitted no sound. The arrows passed through its form, embedding themselves in the ground, while Grey Wind's silhouette shimmered like a reflection on water, rippling momentarily before returning to its original state. Illusory decoy creates a phantom image to confuse the enemy. The Grey Wind before them was but a mere illusion conjured by Robb's will. 11 wolf riders, who had refrained from loosing their arrows, exhibited a stark contrast to the previous trio. They voluntarily dismounted, shedding their armor, and approached Robb with drawn swords. Their faces bore no trace of remorse, only the steadfast resolution of one prepared to face death. After days of rigorous training, they had fully embraced the cavalry culture crafted by Robb Stark, ready to reap the rewards of honor, and, naturally, to confront their own demise. They knelt before Robb, swords raised above their heads, beseeching their commander to grant them a merciful end. "Write your wills, and I shall ensure that your just rewards are delivered, in full, to those you hold dear." Robb felt a twinge of compassion. After all, one is not merely made of wood, devoid of feeling. These 11 cavalrymen had, over the course of their time together, etched their names into Robb's memory, along with their families and cherished preferences. They were vibrant individuals, not mere statistics on a battlefield. Yet, military law could not yield to sentiment, for to do so would result in the loss of even more lives. Robb accepted the blades they offered him. 276 cavalrymen bore the weight of 11 complete bodies as they returned to the castle gates, enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. What had just transpired was Robb's ultimate test for them. Now he believed that the prowess of this cavalry would far exceed all expectations. As the sun cast its final rays, Robb's company finally glimpsed the gates of the Bay of Carhold. At the castle entrance, Great John and Old Man Rick were mounted, preparing to ride out toward the forests of Carhold, seemingly bearing urgent intelligence for Robb. This presented an exquisite opportunity for the cavalry's debut. Robb watched their figures with a faint smile, instructing the cavalry to remain on standby while he approached the two. As he neared the grim visage of Rick, Robb hesitated not for a moment, nocking an arrow and releasing it straight at the wretched man's face. What followed was an indelible vision for Rick, 276 arrows hurtling toward him. Chapter 11, Jests and Warnings. Golden Block. While praying to the Golden Tree, deflect the enemy's assaults and lose the balance of martial prowess. Maintaining a certain distance from the foe can also yield effects. A golden inscription materialized in the air, ethereal runes coalescing into a circular form, within which countless golden lines delineated intricate patterns. Most striking was the interwoven arc at the very center of the circle, emblematic of the perfect golden law. The moment this ephemeral symbol manifested, both Great John and the aged Skinner, Lord Bolton, felt an overwhelming impulse to kneel and pay homage. Fortunately, this ethereal emblem flickered for but an instant before unleashing a shockwave and dissipating into the ether, just in time to quell their urge to collapse in tears and penitence. The golden block martial technique repelled every arrow aimed at Lord Bolton, sending the errant projectile scattering in all directions. viciously embedding themselves at the hooves of Bolton's steed, startling it into rearing up, nearly toppling the old Skinner to the ground. After a struggle to regain control, Lord Bolton cast an irate glance at Robb, itching to question the meaning behind this spectacle. Yet his words faltered, lodged in his throat, leaving him speechless. He was engulfed in terror and confusion, grappling with the sight of knights dispatched from his own house, now without hesitation loosing arrows upon him. What had Robb done? Had he ensorcelled them? Robb maintained his familiar smile. "Ah, my apologies, Lord Bolton, merely a small jest. I trust you won't mind." All present recognized this was no jest, but rather a warning, a caution against Lord Bolton's repeated provocations toward Robb. Anger swelled within Bolton, a desire to flay 2 men in retribution, yet he glanced at the solemn wolf riders nearby and forced a smile. Indeed, quite the amusing jest. Great John, reveling in the moment, chuckled, "Ha! Young Master Robb is truly remarkable. In such a brief span, these wolf pups have transformed immensely." Robb, feigning modesty, replied, "You flatter me. I merely performed a trifling task. Are you here to seek me in the forest? What matters have arisen?" Great John's jovial expression faded. "The Mandrake forces have arrived. They have escorted your mother to the Bay of Carlin." A spark ignited within Robb. Another formidable ally had come. "Quickly, take me to her." The group proceeded to the conference room at the Bay of Carlin, where lords of various ranks had gathered. Among them, Catelyn Stark spoke animatedly, frequently glancing toward the door, yearning for the sight of a familiar figure. At last, when Robb appeared at the threshold, Catelyn rose in excitement. As a mother, Catelyn felt a profound dependence on Robb. Her son, who had taken on the role of the strongest man in the household following her husband's capture. Yet, she was also engulfed by concern. For Robb was still but a child. She longed to rush over, to kiss her son's brow and nose, to behold the transformation of the boy she had not seen for nearly a year. She was eager to converse with him, to share her tribulations, and to inquire about his inaugural experience leading troops into battle. A multitude of words swelled within her. However, as she took a single step forward, her progress faltered. Born into nobility and now the Lady of the North, Catelyn had attended countless political gatherings and possessed a keen sense of the atmosphere. She observed that as her son entered the chamber, the countenances of all the lords grew solemn. Their ease dissipated, replaced by a palpable tension as if shackled by an unseen authority, their demeanor shifting to one of caution and wariness, fearful of misstepping. Accompanying Robb, both Great John and Roose Bolton presented themselves as protectors, personally opening the door for Robb and pulling out his chair, as though serving a monarch. Could her eyes be deceiving her? Even if Ned were present, these lords would not exhibit such demeanor. Astonishment filled Catelyn's face, disbelief swirling within her that her son had matured to such an extent, foreshadowing a future where he might eclipse even Ned as the North as lord. After regaining her composure, Catelyn addressed the lords with an apology. "My lords, I have journeyed a long way and am quite fatigued. I only wish to speak privately with my son. I trust you will understand." All the lords rose in unison, and Catelyn was struck by the sense that their departure was not solely in response to her words but rather out of respect for her son, Robb, seated nearby. On the table lay meat and cheese. Catelyn poured a small cup, seated herself, and took a delicate sip while studying her son. He appeared taller than when she had left, exuding an air of authority. She marveled at how this young lad had managed to command the respect of those lords. "You've grown a beard," she remarked, recalling that Edmure had begun to grow facial hair at the age of 16. Upon seeing his mother, Robb was touched by the bond of blood that softened him, and he playfully replied, "This beard is quite bothersome. I believe if I shave it off, I shall appear more handsome." Catelyn chuckled, "You seem unconcerned about my sending you back to Winterfell, as if I were banishing a weeping child to bed. Remember, it was only a year ago that you were practicing with wooden swords." Robb shrugged. "You witnessed the lords' reactions. I wager if you suggested sending me back to Winterfell, they would immediately escort you there." Catelyn, upon hearing these words, felt no anger. Rather, she was filled with a sense of relief. "You have truly grown up. It's hard to believe how you managed to tame those rascals." "I am a Stark, and that is sufficient," he replied. Catelyn longed to reach out and touch her son's hair, but after a moment's hesitation, she withdrew her hand. Robb inquired, "You are aware of father's situation, are you not?" This was Catelyn's greatest fear, and she struggled to conceal her trepidation. "I know. The members of House Mandrake informed me upon my arrival at White Harbor." Long before, Catelyn had planned to return to Winterfell from King's Landing to see her children, but midway, she encountered a diminutive Lannister, that little imp, drinking by the roadside. She had always believed that the imp sought to harm her son Bran, so she promptly summoned men to seize him. Subsequently, she ventured into her sister's domain, intending to persuade her sister to eliminate the imp for a sense of revenge, only to find that the imp had escaped. A few days later, she heard of a significant upheaval in the capital, which compelled her to hasten back to the north to consult with her son on strategies. With a hint of disappointment, Catelyn remarked, "My sister is unwilling to send knights from the Vale, hence we cannot secure the aid of House Arryn." Chapter 12, A Proposition for Union. Robb chuckled lightly. "It seems Aunt Lysa dotes on my uncle Robin Arryn rather excessively." Catelyn, taken aback by her son's jest, admonished him to be serious. "After all, she is your aunt." Although she was absent, Uncle Blackfish accompanied me. Their discourse revolved around the intricate alliances forged through noble marriages. During the reign of the Mad King, the lord and heir of House Stark had journeyed to King A's Landing to demand an explanation, only to be met with the Mad King's wrath and subsequently slain. In the wake of the lord and his firstborn's untimely demise, the second son, Ned Stark, ascended to the title of Warden of the North. This upheaval precipitated a rebellion. At that time, the Lord of the Eyrie, Jon Arryn, took Ned under his wing, effectively becoming his foster father. However, this nobleman wed Lysa Tully, the sister of Ned's wife Catelyn, making Robin Arryn both an uncle and a cousin to Robb, thus rendering their relationship quite complex. Shifting from jest to earnestness, Robb remarked, "I had anticipated Aunt Lysa's absence, as your rapport with her has never been amiable." Catelyn, wounded by her sister's coldness, replied, "I never imagined she could be so heartless. After all, Ned was her family." Robb reassured her, "It matters not. The support from grandfather and Uncle Edmure suffices." He then recounted the latest developments in the ongoing conflict. Catelyn, still unaware of the Tully family's plight, paled at the news of their retreats, compounded by the grim tidings of Tywin's rampage through the Riverlands. With a trembling voice, she inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Robb met her gaze resolutely. "I have informed my men that we shall consolidate our forces to confront Tywin's army, preparing for a decisive battle on the King's Road." "And what of your grandfather and Uncle Edmure?" Robb revealed his true intentions for the first time. "That is a separate plan, one I have kept to myself. Everyone will believe we are to engage Tywin in battle, but I shall lead 300 cavalry to support Riverrun and capture the King's Lair." Producing a map, he elaborated, "After traversing the marshes, our main force will continue to confront Tywin along the King's Road, while I cross the Green Fork to lend aid to Riverrun." 300 cavalry! Catelyn exclaimed, astonished. "How can such a small force hope to defeat the King's Lair?" "A seasoned knight." Robb's expression hardened. "Without engaging, how can we ascertain victory? This is my command, and I shall not waver in my resolve." Observing Robb's unwavering demeanor and confidence, Catelyn began to comprehend why the lords treated her son with such deference. Unbeknownst to her, her son had grown into a formidable man. Catelyn continued to probe, "If you leave the army, who will lead the main force? Tywin is no mere kitten, he is an aged and cunning lion. His forces outnumber yours significantly, and his cavalry far exceeds yours, placing your main troops at constant risk of being devoured." Robb patiently clarified, "We can only choose old flayed men. I may not be fond of him, but Great Jon and Rickard Karstark are far too reckless. I require someone to restrain Tywin, rather than a fool who would rashly confront him in battle. However, I also intend to appoint Meryn Trant as my second-in-command. While he lacks military prowess, he shares a cautious disposition and will not engage in reckless tactics that might conflict with old flayed men. Importantly, he can assist me in monitoring old flayed men." Catelyn, possessing considerable insight into these lords, favored Roose Bolton as her ideal candidate. She took pleasure in the fact that her son was not only steadfast but also possessed a talent for discerning character and leadership. Upon glancing at the map, she quickly identified a crucial obstacle to Robb's plans. There is still a pressing issue. To cross the Green Fork, we must traverse the Soul Crossing at the Twins, which falls under the jurisdiction of the late Lord Frey. Although this man has sworn fealty to your grandfather has never placed his trust in him. Neither of them broached the subject of seizing the Twins, for the castle is easily defended yet difficult to conquer, and with the situation in Riverrun precarious, there was no time to squander on such a hard nut to crack. Catelyn pondered, "Perhaps I should speak with him. We can negotiate any terms." Robb smiled. "No need for that. When I meet with this Lord Frey, I shall present him with an offer he cannot refuse." "You should." In Robb's view, Catelyn's political negotiation skills were remarkable, and engaging her with a mere Lord Frey seemed a misallocation of her talents. Thus, he revealed his premeditated plan. Catelyn, however, misinterpreted his intentions, believing Robb intended to send her back to Winterfell. "I shall not return to Winterfell," she heard herself proclaim, surprised to find tears suddenly welling up, blurring her vision. "Your grandfather lies on the brink of death in Riverrun, and your uncle is encircled by the enemy." Robb quickly produced a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. "Of course not. I have a significant task for you. I need you to go to Highgarden and negotiate with House Tyrell on the matter." "Highgarden?" Catelyn queried, somewhat perplexed. While both the Stark and Tyrell families held the title of Duke, their interactions had been sparse. Robb, unperturbed, responded, "I have heard that a certain Highgarden Rose has reached marriageable age. I believe we should consider an alliance to strengthen our ties. Our relationship with House Tyrell is not particularly deep, and this matter." Robb shrugged slightly. "The Tyrell family, who possess the bountiful Highgarden, coincidentally find our provisions dwindling. A marriage alliance with their family could significantly alleviate our food predicament. I have also heard that they are inclined to ally with King Robert's younger brother. But as long as he does not support House Lannister, we can pursue such an alliance. However, King Robert's younger brother has a preference for men, and I doubt their union would be fruitful. I understand that our families are not well acquainted, thus it is imperative that you, Mother, make the journey personally. Once you arrive, I shall orchestrate a flawless campaign to elevate my own renown. The Tyrells do not harbor ambitions of dominating the continent. Their sole desire is to see their daughter crowned queen. When they perceive that we have the potential to usurp Joffrey's position, they will naturally acquiesce to our matrimonial proposal." Robb articulated his thoughts at length, and Catelyn found some merit in her son's reasoning. At this juncture, securing an additional ally is undoubtedly advantageous, and thus she consented. The two issues Robb initially sought to resolve were the fealty of the Northern Lords and the provisions necessary for the impending conflict. Now that the first issue is addressed, the second can be remedied through a union with House Tyrell. Indeed, as Robb stated, only if House Tyrell envisions House Stark's triumph and continued victory until ascending the Iron Throne will they invest in Robb's cause. Therefore, the forthcoming campaign to support the Battle of Riverrun is of paramount importance. Chapter 13. The deployment of forces on the following morning. Catelyn Stark and Robb bid farewell at the shores of the Weeping Bay. This mother-son duo, having reunited for but a fleeting night, now faced the poignant moment of parting. Before they separated, Catelyn gazed with pride upon her son, reflecting, "I never anticipated you would take the initiative to propose an alliance through marriage." The young lad might wield a sword, yet only a true lord, fully matured, could grasp the intricate implications of a political union and embrace it with equanimity. Robb smiled and replied, "I have heard that the little Rose of House Tyrell is extraordinarily beautiful. I cannot consider it a loss." Catelyn, still somewhat apprehensive, expressed her concern. "The Lord of the Twins is not an easy man to deal with. I fear he may not allow you to cross the river." "Fear not. I shall handle this matter," Robb reassured her. Observing the confidence radiating from her son, Catelyn chose not to voice further worries. She mounted her horse, accompanied by several knights for protection, and departed from Weeping Bay. Robb, anxious for his mother's safety, arranged for 2 children from House Manderley to escort her. For the roads were rife with bandits and marauders, necessitating ample security measures. As he turned to glance back at Weeping Bay, he noted that the various lords were already preparing to venture into the marshes in pursuit of Lord Tywin's forces for the impending confrontation. Robb addressed a seasoned knight with courtesy, "Sir Brynden, you are most familiar with the circumstances in the Riverlands. I would be grateful for your guidance on the forthcoming journey." Known as Blackfish, Sir Brynden Tully was the younger brother of the current Lord of the Riverlands. Discontent with the marriage alliance his brother had arranged, he had established his own banner, hence Robb's appellation of him as Blackfish. Initially, he had accompanied Lisa to the Eyrie. Yet upon learning of the dire situation in the Riverlands, he resolutely followed his niece Catelyn to the battlefield. Thus, it could not be said that the Eyrie was entirely disengaged from the conflict. At the very least, one knight had come to lend his sword. In terms of lineage, Sir Brynden was Robb's great-uncle, yet in the theatre of war, Robb assumed the role of commander. Thus, despite Robb's rare display of courtesy, it remained succinct. Although advanced in age, Sir Brynden's eyes still sparkled with vitality. "Leave it to me." With 1,000 archers stationed at Weeping Bay, Robb's grand army marched forth along the King's Road, traversing the marshlands. The local lord had dispatched scouts to guide Robb's forces, ensuring a peril-free passage. Upon crossing the marsh, they entered the Riverlands, where Blackfish meticulously selected 100 men and 100 fine steeds to scout for information amid the treacherous terrain. This great-uncle's prowess was remarkable. Each day brought fresh tidings, albeit mostly grim, yet far better than navigating through obscurity. However, when Blackfish placed the latest battle report upon the table of the assembled lords, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The Kingslayer Jaime had besieged Riverrun, while Admiral Tully, with his beleaguered forces, engaged in a desperate confrontation beneath the walls of Riverrun, ultimately finding himself and his knights captured by Jaime, the unfortunate Admiral, a fortunate escapee. The Earl of Blackwood remained holed up in Riverrun with what little strength he had left, though Sir Blackfish reported the situation with an impassive demeanor. His heart was already fraught with anxiety. After all, it was his beloved nephew. Following Sir Admiral Tully's defeat, the lords of the Riverlands scattered like birds, retreating to their respective castles, only to be systematically vanquished by Lord Tywin's advancing army. Harrenhal was surrendered, and without the presence of the Earl of Blackwood, Raventree Hall swiftly fell. The lords under Lord Tywin's command ravaged the Riverlands, leaving several territories in smoldering ruins. Aside from Riverrun and Lord Frey's castle of the Twins, only House Mallister still retained control over Seaguard, albeit with a meager force that proved nearly ineffectual. Upon hearing these reports, Greyjohn's fury was palpable. His beard bristling in indignation. How could they be so swiftly defeated by the Lannisters? Tens of thousands, surely it should take longer to fell that many swine. Roose Bolton, ever astute, keenly observed the unfolding scenario. On this battlefield, the Lannisters had already secured victory. If we do not strike immediately, the Riverlands will succumb entirely within 10 days. Rickard Karstark bellowed in anger. We must engage them at once. Otherwise, these scoundrels will think us idle. Robb cast a discerning glance at the nobleman he relied upon, lamenting that though Greyjohn and Rickard Karstark were valiant, stability lay in the hands of the cunning old skin-changer. No wonder he had managed to eliminate House Stark in the original timeline and become the new Guardian of the North. Resolute in his decision, Robb commenced his tactical arrangements. Sir Blackfish, keep a vigilant eye on the ravens above. Should any raven not bearing our sigil dare to take flight, shoot it down. I do not wish for our every move in the Riverlands to be under the enemy's scrutiny. Sir Blackfish replied respectfully. I have made the necessary arrangements. If you desire, I can craft a hat for you from the feathers of the downed ravens at this very moment. Robb was immensely pleased with Sir Blackfish's performance. Oh, you see, this is what we call professionalism. Roose Bolton also regarded Sir Blackfish, having long heard of the knight's prowess exceeding that of his nephew, Admiral. Now, it was evident that his capabilities surpassed the rumors. You are all aware of the current situation. The Green Fork flows from north to south, cleaving our battlefield into two segments. On one side lies the western Riverrun, and on the other, the eastern King's Road. I previously informed you that I would concentrate our main forces in the east to confront Lord Tywin's army. The lords of the north believed Robb had altered his strategy, only to find themselves questioning their ears as he continued. Robb's fingers glided over the map, ultimately pausing at the location of Riverrun. My plans remain unchanged, but there is one additional matter I must convey to you. I shall personally lead the cavalry to support Riverrun, while you will hold Tywin at bay with your soldiers on King S Road. The expressions of the lords shifted dramatically, as they had not anticipated that their leader's madness had not only persisted but had intensified. Prior to Edmure's capture by the Kingslayer, they believed that the combined forces of the North and the Riverlands would stand a chance against Jaime. Now, with Edmure in prison and the Riverlands' strength significantly diminished, even the North's reinforcements would yield only a 60% chance of success. Yet, Robb intended to venture forth with merely 300 cavalry. Was there truly no distinction between this and courting death? However, recalling Robb's recent displays of extraordinary resolve ignited a flicker of hope within them. Perhaps their lord possessed a hidden strategy. Chapter 14. The army approaches Longha City during my absence. The command of the army was temporarily entrusted to Count Las Bolton, with Count Magi VII assisting him, while Countess Maddie Mormont continued her oversight of military discipline. Previously, Robb had made personnel adjustments and arrangements within the main forces, which greatly displeased both Greyjohn and Rickard Karstark, as they felt their abilities had not received Robb's unequivocal recognition. However, they refrained from publicly contradicting him, understanding the necessity of upholding their lord's authority in front of outsiders. Thus, after the meeting, the two sought Robb in private. Greyjohn, panting, exclaimed, I do not understand. My lord, how can you entrust the army to the scheming Las Bolton? Rickard Karstark remained silent, yet his expression conveyed his agreement with Greyjohn's sentiments. Robb poured them each a cup of ale and inquired, What are your thoughts on Lady Maggie? Without hesitation, Great John replied, loyal, irascible, and somewhat stubborn and willful. And do you believe she is competent as the captain of the military law enforcement? Great John hesitated, yet candidly responded, indeed, her temperament suits such a contentious role well. Robb took a sip of his ale and posed another question. What if I were to promote her to the supreme commander? Do you think she would excel in that position? Both Great John and Rickard Karstark fell silent, being astute enough to grasp the underlying implications of Robb's words. After a moment, Rickard reluctantly remarked, I recognize that we may not be suited for the role, but surely we cannot allow that sadistic pervert to take command. He is, without doubt, a master of intrigue. As far as I know, he has retained numerous cavalry in his terror fortress, likely harboring nefarious intentions. Robb reassured them. The waters of the Green Fork are clear, while the marshes are putrid, yet both sources serve their purposes. The Green Fork nourishes the soil, while the marshes hinder foes. Should I favor the Green Fork and disdain the marshes? If the Green Fork floods, I shall endeavor to mend it. If the marshes become increasingly foul and affect the dwellings of the people, I too shall address that. Though there are distinctions of good and bad, to me, there is only the proper utilization of both. In a distant realm of wisdom, there is a saying I hold dear, the clouds whirl in the sky, while the water rests at the bottom of the bottle. Each of you has your place. If you are like the clouds, I shall elevate you to the heavens. If like water, I shall allow you to remain at the bottom of the bottle. Great John and Rickard Karstark stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. A significant part of their confusion stemmed from their inability to fully comprehend their lord's cryptic discourse, yet they grasped the essence. Lars Bolton was more suited for this position. But Robb placed greater trust in them and assured them of future opportunities to showcase their abilities. As for deciphering the metaphors and the distant nation's proverbs, they would have preferred a swift demise instead. This perplexing ambiguity instilled in both men a sense that Robb Stark appeared far more intelligent than they could fathom. Had any ordinary lord dared to engage them in such pedantic discourse, uttering these nebulous phrases, they would have swiftly unsheathed their swords to silence him. Yet, they were acutely aware of Robb's formidable and enigmatic nature, and none possessed the audacity to challenge him. Rickard Stark resignedly rose, conceding, very well. We shall comply with your decision. Having resolved matters with Great John and Rickard Stark, Robb promptly commanded his forces to mobilize. The main contingent, led by Roose Bolton, advanced along the King's Road, with the primary objective of intercepting Tywin's army, which was marauding along the same path. Meanwhile, Robb, accompanied by fewer than 300 of his direwolf cavalry, prepared to head towards the crossing at the Riverrun, intending to traverse the Green Fork and aid the besieged Riverrun. The distance to Riverrun was not substantial, and as the cavalry were mounted, their speed far exceeded that of the main army. In less than an hour, Robb could discern the silhouette of Riverrun on the horizon. Theon Greyjoy glanced around, his tone light-hearted. The bodies bound to these signposts are spells of House Lannister, suggesting that Lord Frey of Riverrun stands with us. However, the expression of Ser Brynden Tully was grave. That does not necessarily imply allegiance. Riverrun has gathered a force of 4,000, but when Lord Frey summoned his vessels, he did not march to Riverrun. Defending one's own domain is one matter. Engaging in battle for honor and House Lannister is another. Robb silently contemplated this, aware that Lord Frey was devoid of honor, and only substantial profit could sway him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the irony that he and Frey were, in essence, of the same ilk. The company soon arrived outside Riverrun, marking Robb's first encounter with the castle that would later witness the Red Wedding. It boasted 2 fortifications straddling the banks of the Green Fork, forming a formidable defense. Even with his main force, a clash of 20,000 against 4,000 would require considerable time to overcome, assuming Robb did not unleash his full might. Gazing at the tightly shut gates, Ser Brynden's frustration was palpable. That old wretch pays no heed to the oaths he has sworn. It's no wonder my brother has always distrusted him. Robb replied calmly, I have heard that Lord Frey, in his advanced age, possesses the caution of the elderly, the ambition of the young, and a penchant for shrewd calculation. Thus, such a man is bound to support whoever prevails. That old tortoise, Ser Brynden muttered, as Lannister forces ravaged the farmlands of his domain, plundering homesteads while Frey remained ensconced within. From a distance, the walls of Luanha city were alive with the glimmer of swords and the shadows of crossbows, as archers were stationed at every parapet and arrow slit. The drawbridge had been raised, and the gates had been lowered. It was evident that Lord Frey had gathered all 4,000 of his soldiers within the fortress. While the onlookers scrutinized the stronghold, a side gate suddenly swung open, revealing a wooden bridge that spanned the moat, as a dozen knights approached them. They bore the banner of silver grey with twin blue towers, each one resembling a weasel. One rider led the charge, advancing to the forefront of Robb's ranks. He appeared particularly like an elderly and weary weasel, yet he maintained an air of politeness. My father has sent me to convey his greetings. Might I inquire who commands this formidable company? Robb rode forward. You should have heard my name, Robb Stark. Grey Wind trotted beside Robb, his eyes gleaming with a savage intensity, fixated on the opposing steeds. The old knight's watery grey eyes sparkled with interest, but his mount snorted uneasily, shying away from the direwolf. If you would care to join my father for dinner in the city and clarify your intentions, I am certain he would be most honored. Chapter 15. The education of the weasel. Upon hearing the old knight's words, Sir Blackfish warned Robb, this is perilous. Once we enter the castle, he could do as he pleases, imprison you or even deliver you to Tywin, depending on his whim. Theon Greyjoy shared similar sentiments but chose to remain silent. It sufficed to follow Robb's commands in such matters. Robb, feeling indifferent, reflected that he often fought alone, not to mention the modest Riverrun, even in the grand capital. He could forge through with but a sword. While he might not vanquish all 4,000 guards within Riverrun, none could impede his departure. Robb nodded at the aged knight. Lead the way. The knight's eyes shone with admiration. As you wish, my lord. On the path into the castle, Robb engaged the old knight in conversation. I have yet to inquire your name. Do you refer to Lord Frey as father? The knight replied courteously, I am Stephen Frey, my lord. Merely a humble knight in my father's service. I have over 20 brothers, and as for whether my father has any other legitimate or illegitimate offspring, I am uncertain. Robb expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Lord Frey is remarkably vigorous for his age. With his sons and grandsons, he could likely master an army. He then inquired, do you have any sons? Stephen Frey offered a bittersweet smile. My grandson was born 5 years ago. Robb's countenance turned regretful. I have heard you are the eldest son of Lord Frey. Such is a rarity indeed. How many lords of over 60 have heirs? Stephen Frey's expression shifted, as if Robb had struck a nerve, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Before long, Robb found himself in the parlor of Riverrun, face to face with Lord Walder Frey. At 90 years of age, he resembled a withered pink weasel, his head entirely bald and speckled with age spots. Due to gout, he could not stand without assistance. A frail 16-year-old girl accompanied him, walking alongside his litter. The parlor was filled with members of House Frey, sons, grandsons, illegitimate children, and even some aged great-grandchildren, at least 50 in total. A line from a long-forgotten poem surfaced in Robb's mind, a pear tree burdened with crabapples. The old man settled into the lord's chair and scrutinized Robb with suspicion. You are Robb Stark, are you not? You appear far younger than I imagined. Ha! A mere boy. Yet, you possess some audacity. I thought someone of your stature would shy away from visiting an old man like me. Father, Sir Stephen reproached. Have you forgotten? Lord Robb has come at your invitation. Am I addressing you? I am not dead yet. You are not Lord Frey until I am no more. Do I seem like a corpse to you? I do not require your lectures. Father, this is hardly the way to host a guest, interjected another younger son. Even my bastards dare to reprimand me. Lord Walder's countenance darkened. You are all cursed. I shall speak as I please. Throughout my life, I have entertained 3 kings. And the queens are hardly worth mentioning. Do you truly believe I require your guidance on the art of hospitality? When I first sowed my seeds in your mother, she was still tending to the flocks. His sons, chastised and flushed, fell into a stony silence. Robb replied candidly. I had not anticipated that you would be such a bitter and acerbic old man. Otherwise, I would not have come to meet you. The old weasel erupted in fury. What are you saying? You little wretch, do you think this is Winterfell, surrounded by fools who indulge you in lordly games? I could have your throat slit at any moment, you. The Lord of Frey's curses were abruptly halted, his face reddening with fear. Robb observed him with amusement. Do continue. Why have you stopped? As he spoke, Robb raised the dagger he held, allowing the cold metal to press closer against the Lord of Frey's throat, a crimson line appearing upon it. The Lord of Frey's progeny failed to comprehend how Robb had materialized beside their father. They merely sensed a blur before him. His movements were akin to a hunting hound, swiftly approaching his adversary. The sons of the Lord of Frey stood tense, drawing their swords towards Robb, cautious not to provoke him further. The old man, gripped by terror, disregarded the wound on his neck as he shouted in outrage. You wretched fools, lower your swords. Can't you see I am under his control? Robb watched their display with interest. It seems your sons and grandsons are eager for you to perish by my hand. It appears we must converse privately. The old weasel shouted desperately. What are you staring at? Get out, now. You too, foul woman, leave, leave, leave. His sons, grandsons, daughters, bastards, and grandchildren filed out of the hall. And Robb clearly noticed some hesitating, uncertain whether their swords were intended for him or their wretched patriarch. Once the hall was empty, the Lord of Frey immediately pleaded. Noble Lord Robb, your father is imprisoned. You are destined to be the protector of the North, a lofty duke. And exchanging positions with a lowly marquis like me would be the most unwise bargain you could make. Robb laughed heartily, withdrawing the blade from the Lord of Frey's neck, then grabbing him by the collar and tossing him to the ground. I prefer your earlier defiant demeanor. The Lord of Frey, dazed from the fall, struggled to lift his head, witnessing Robb confidently seated in his rightful lord's chair. Pondering whether to seize the opportunity to escape and summon his guards to eliminate this wretched scoundrel. However, upon glancing at his own weary legs, he silently dismissed the notion. He could not guarantee that he would die after his opponent. You cannot kill me. To strike down a noble without cause would ensure that no one would continue to follow you. Do you wish to become the second Mad King? Marquis Frey struggled to rise from the ground. Whatever your desires may be, should you take my life, my sons, though they long for my demise, would not hesitate to avenge me upon you. The Marquis spoke the truth. This was indeed the game of nobility in Westeros. Robb, observing the man on the verge of losing control, smiled and remarked, I do not intend to slay you, I merely seek to negotiate certain terms. However, your foul tongue warrants a lesson. Upon hearing that his life was spared, Lord Frey immediately fixed Robb with a gaze filled with resentment. Chapter 16. Amicable negotiation. What a striking gaze. I truly admire it. Robb met the eyes of his counterpart, a smile gracing his lips as he grasped the hilt of his dagger and hurled it forward. The Marquis of Frey let out a blood-curdling scream. My foot. The dagger pierced the Marquis's foot, its tip embedding into the floor, while the hilt quivered atop his foot. Hearing the commotion, the scions of House Frey craned their necks to peer into the parlor. Upon realizing that the Marquis had yet to succumb, their faces fell, and one by one, they retreated outside in disappointment. Robb regarded the howling Marquis. Perhaps now you can comprehend your predicament. In truth, I would not hesitate to take your life. Lord Robb, the Marquis replied, his complexion ashen, please express your demands. I shall fulfill them without fail. The elderly Marquis, in his 90s, was not willing to meet his end just yet. He had yet to savor the sweetness of his newly-wed 16-year-old wife. A profound fear gripped him, for he was acutely aware that should he provoke the young lord before him, his head would soon part from his shoulders. Robb articulated his request. It is quite simple. I merely wish for you to uphold your oath, to pledge loyalty to my grandfather, and to open the city gates, allowing my troops passage into the city of Luanha. The Marquis interjected eagerly. No problem at all. I can draw up the gates immediately. His swift agreement stemmed from the knowledge that Robb had brought only 300 cavalrymen. Even if he permitted their entry, he commanded a force of 4,000, easily holding the advantage. It was inconceivable that 300 men could seize Luanha city. Moreover, with the battle at Benlu city raging fiercely, it was unlikely that Robb would linger in such a place. Once he passed through, the young lord would undoubtedly hasten to Benlu city, thus ensuring the Marquis' survival. A smile of satisfaction spread across Robb's face as he descended from his seat to stand before the Marquis. I am delighted that we have reached an understanding so swiftly. This is indeed a friendly negotiation. You see, we need not let matters become so tense. The old weasel cursed inwardly but wore a sycophantic smile. You are absolutely correct. However, he feigned concern, but I do worry. Once my troops cross the river, you will be right behind me, with 4,000 men. Quite daunting, isn't it? The Marquis hastily reassured him. I swear I would never commit any dishonorable act. Robb was unimpressed. You once swore fealty to my grandfather, and it appears your oaths are as worthless as toilet paper. How about this? Let your son, Stephen Frey, accompany me to battle, and to solidify our friendship, I shall arrange a union between my uncle Edmure and one of your daughters. What say you? At this moment, the Marquis' sole desire was to preserve his life. Very well, that is acceptable. With numerous offspring, parting with two posed no issue for him, and he felt no sorrow over the matter. Robb smiled. As for your 4,000 soldiers, I would like to borrow them. The Marquis, with utmost sincerity, replied, Of course. They shall accompany you to Benlu city. Not a chance. The moment you depart Luanha city, I shall send someone to hunt you down, you wretched fool. Robb chuckled. You've misunderstood. I would not dare to use your men at this moment. They shall remain in Wangha City. Once I have dealt with the usurper, I will return to borrow your 4,000 men. What did this young lad mean? Marquis Frey found himself perplexed by the youth before him. Each of his moves landed in unforeseen positions, completely disrupting Frey's initial plans, forcing him to follow the rhythm set by this boy. Could he truly be only 15 years old? However, he was ultimately still too novice, mistaking the battlefield for mere child's play. Believing that with merely 300 men, he could topple the usurper, the Marquis quickly calculated in his mind, war is a brutal affair. And this boy clearly lacked comprehension of its harsh realities. Once he was defeated by the usurper, I shall reclaim today as affront, and ensure the entire Stark family pays the price. Robb was acutely aware of his thoughts. This vindictive old weasel would not easily swallow his pride, and he had unwittingly provided him with a reason to rebel. The plot of the Red Wedding was significant for Robb. It represented an exceptional opportunity. Given the information gap between himself and his adversary, if he could exploit this disparity effectively, he would achieve his desired outcome. He hoped that his uncle Edmure would not mind that he had prearranged the engagement. It was said that the old weasel had a rather comely daughter, which should please his uncle. As the discussions drew to a close, Robb smiled as he withdrew the dagger embedded in Marquis Frey's foot, causing blood to spurt forth, accompanied by incessant screams. Order the gates open so my troops may cross the river, he commanded. Observing the contorted face before him filled Robb with satisfaction. As the Stark cavalry marched in unison across the bridge, Robb led the Marquis to the city gates to reunite with his forces. Sir Stephen Frey, adhering to their agreement, donned his armor and fell in line with the Stark cavalry. The Marquis was on the verge of tears. See, can you let me go now? My foot is still bleeding. I will die if this continues. Robb feigned concern. Logically, I should release you, but how can I be certain you won't pursue me with your 4,000 men? I swear I would never do such a thing. You see, another oath. Your promises are utterly worthless, Robb retorted, striking the old weasel's face with the blades flat. The Marquis, his voice quivering, pleaded, what must I do for you to believe I speak the truth? Robb pondered briefly. Summon your other sons, and walk with us for 5 kilometers. Then you may return to Wangha City with your sons. Without waiting for Marquis Frey's consent, he tossed him to Theon. Tend to his foot, otherwise, this old fool will perish shortly. The wolf riders escorted Marquis Frey onward, while Robb had arranged for Frey's king to meet him 5 kilometers away. Old man, he said, upon your return, prepare 2 matters, a grand wedding and ready your 4,000 men for battle. The soldiers of Wangha City were predominantly infantry, primarily focused on defense. A 5-kilometer distance would render any pursuit of Robb's forces virtually impossible. Alas, the unfortunate Marquis Frey had received a punch from Robb before his departure, a blow powerful enough to render him unconscious for an entire day and night. By the time he regained consciousness and sought to issue commands, the world might have undergone a radical transformation. Crossing Wangha City, the wolf riders encountered no further obstacles, racing swiftly towards Benlu City. Stephen Frey trailed Robb, perplexed. Why do you want me to accompany you? My father has many sons. My life or death is of no consequence to him. It would be futile to think you could use me to threaten him. Moreover, the conditions you discussed with him are ones he would never accept, especially after your recent actions. Robb, mounted and wielding his spurs, replied nonchalantly, it matters not. Once I have repelled Jaime Lannister and reclaimed the Riverlands, he will have no choice. As for why I want you by my side, do you not understand? The heir to a marquisate for 60 years. Stephen Frey did not directly respond to Robb's assertion. Are you so confident in your ability to defeat the Kingslayer? Robb gazed ahead, unwavering. I have never doubted myself. Chapter 17. Tenfold enemies. The gentle murmur of the stream and the shimmering glow of the moonlight intertwined as the swift currents shattered the full moon's reflection. The rustling of leaves stirred by the wind harmonized with the soft whinnies of war horses, echoing in the air. After a long and arduous journey, the wolf cavalry finally discovered a temporary refuge within the whispering forest, near the bustling city of Riverrun. Grey wind, somewhat agitated, darted between the soldiers, inciting a flurry of activity accompanied by the clinking and clashing of armor. Good boy, you ought to quiet down for a while, Robb admonished, seizing Grey Wind and settling him beside him. At that moment, Sir Brynden Tully, known as the Blackfish, emerged from the thicket. He had been exceedingly busy today, unable to afford even a moment's respite to conceal the movements of the troop, perpetually on high alert. Jaime is entirely oblivious to our whereabouts. Not a single raven has returned to his camp. All the scouts of House Lannister that we encountered have been dispatched, Robb stated, placing his trust in the Blackfish, who had proven his mettle over the past few days. Truly, he was a rare talent, and also his great uncle. Now, let us discuss the situation of Jaime's forces, said the Blackfish after a moment's hesitation. They likely possess around 3,000 cavalry and approximately 10,000 infantry. I managed to establish tenuous contact with Riverrun. The troops there are commanded by Lord Blackwood of Raventree Hall, numbering around 3 to 4,000. Robb chuckled lightly. 4,000 against 13,000. It seems the odds favor them. The Blackfish was uncertain whether his great-nephew was merely arrogant or genuinely confident. Yet the ease of Robb's demeanor somewhat alleviated the frantic beating of his heart. There was, however, a glimmer of good news. As the Blackfish sketched a map in the sand for Robb, he explained that due to the unique geographical positioning of Riverrun, nestled between the confluence of the Red Fork and the Teeming Stone, the usurper would have to disperse his forces across 3 locations to besiege the city, resulting in a fragmented army. Robb pondered thoughtfully. The significance of cavalry far surpasses that of infantry. Our initial objective must be to eliminate the Lannister cavalry. The Blackfish promptly offered a strategy. All 3,000 of the Lannister cavalry are commanded by the usurper himself. These prized warriors will not participate in the siege and will typically engage in eliminating scattered resistance forces near the battlefield. The Earl of Blackwood, stationed at Riverrun, occasionally dispatches troops to harass the besieging forces, but they are invariably hunted down by the usurper's cavalry. He is formidable and quite volatile. We could disguise ourselves as the defenders of Riverrun to lure Jaime here. Robb found this tactic promising. Yet he noticed a flicker of uncertainty on the Blackfish's face and inquired, "What troubles you?" The Blackfish surveyed their surroundings. "But we only have 300 men, my lord. They outnumber us 3,000 to 310 to 1. And so, do you believe we will be defeated?" The Blackfish cautiously chose his words. "I cannot say. But it will undeniably be a fierce battle. The usurper is immensely powerful. He has nearly decimated all of the Riverlands by himself, as you have seen along our path. Jaime's forces have achieved consecutive victories, and their morale is soaring, while our numbers are woefully insufficient." Robb patted his shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Fear not. For no matter how formidable the Kingslayer may be, he is but a man." Sir Blackfish was tempted to retort, "Are you not also merely a man?" Robb glanced at Theon, who comprehended his intent and placed his fingers to his lips, emitting a sharp whistle. Upon hearing the signal, the wolf cavalry sprang into action with the precision of seasoned performers, their movements embodying a chaotic yet harmonious beauty. Within mere seconds, every cavalryman found his steed. Their armor, donned with an unknown swiftness, gleamed as they gripped their spears or halberds, their sharp tips aligned with an intimidating uniformity, rapidly forming a cohesive phalanx. They remained silent, their gazes fixed upon their commander. The atmosphere in the forest turned grim, the air seemingly chilled by an impending sense of dread. Sir Blackfish and Sir Stavron Frey stood bewildered, struck by the spectacle before them. What manner of force was this? They had never witnessed such an army. In a matter of moments, had they faced such an adversary, they would likely still be fumbling with their armor, while this so-called wolf cavalry could have struck with deadly precision. Understanding began to dawn upon them as to why Robb exuded such confidence. Approaching the phalanx of wolf cavalry, Robb proclaimed, "We are soon to engage in battle. The enemy numbers approximately 3,000, all cavalry." The wolf cavalry remained resolute, their eyes sharp and unwavering. Drawing a deep breath, Robb continued, "This shall be your inaugural battle. Whispering Woods, remember this place, for the world shall remember it as well. Here, the first invincible force in history, the wolf cavalry, shall commence their first conflict. Whoever the enemy may be, let them understand that winter has come." The phalanx stood immovable, not a word uttered, the forest echoing solely with the sounds of rushing streams. Yet, Sir Blackfish and Sir Stavron Frey sensed the resonant thunder and roaring flames, the howling winds and swirling snow. An undeniable force and momentum coursed through this band. In that moment, both men wholeheartedly believed that victory was assured. Though the enemy's numbers were tenfold theirs, though the foes had triumphed in successive battles, and though their own troops were weary from long marches, victory was inevitable. Sir Blackfish dispatched a raven to inform the Earl of Blackwood in Riverrun, urging him to immediately send troops to harass the besieging Lannister forces. Robb meticulously selected a dozen noble-born soldiers from the wolf cavalry, including Jon Umber, Torrhen Karstark, Ed Karstark, Grey Seaworth, Theon Greyjoy, and the eldest daughter of Lady Mormont of Bear Island, preparing them to serve as bait to lure the enemy deeper into their grasp. The offspring of nobility possess far superior physical prowess, enhancing their chances of survival as bait. Robb seizes this opportunity to provide them with a platform to showcase their abilities, preparing for their eventual promotion and the strengthening of alliances with their respective families. Robb watches them depart, declaring, "I shall await your return here. Do not let me down." Theon and young Jon Snow brandish a spear adorned with the sigil of House Tully, leading a dozen men as they vanish into the shroud of night. Robb and the remaining cavalry lie in ambush on the reverse side of the hills, poised for the imminent moment when the enemy enters the hollow at the forefront of the hills, ready to unleash a devastating charge. Following a deathly silence, a faint sound emerges from the distance. "They are coming." The voice of Ser Brynden Tully trembles slightly as he speaks. Chapter 18. Luring the enemy deeper outside of the bustling city, the northern station troops gathered. The regicide, Ser Jaime, sat within the confines of his tent, surrounded by vessels loyal to House Lannister. Unlike the majority of his excited companions, Jaime Lannister bore a look of fatigue. Although the recent battles appeared to be resounding victories to the outside world, the true hardships were scarcely spoken of. One of the vessels, Count Elden, gazed at the map and laughed heartily, declaring that the morale within the city was on the brink of collapse, and that in just 3 days, they would seize control of the city. Jaime exhaled deeply, recognizing that once they captured the city, the northern pups would dare not venture from the marshes again, effectively concluding the war in the north. Count Bayford, his face aglow with triumph, proclaimed that since the ancient Battle of the Burning Fury, no such glorious campaign had emerged. Ser Jaime single-handedly shattered the forces of the Riverlands, a legendary feat not witnessed in ages. The Lannister vessels reveled in their fortune, for they could already scent the rich rewards of conquest. The once prosperous lands of the Riverlands had become unclaimed territories due to the ravages of war. Each of them saw the opportunity to carve out a share for their families. War was not only an art of slaughter but also the swiftest means of expansion. Jaime remained silent, though his countenance betrayed a sense of satisfaction. As a knight, to orchestrate such a campaign was enough to etch his name into history. A considerable comfort for one who cherished honor and chivalry. For the sake of the citizens of King's Landing, he had borne the infamous title of regicide during the reign of the Mad King, and now, he finally had the chance to redeem his reputation. Filling him with a sense of solace, raising his goblet filled with fine wine, Jaime signaled to his subordinates, proclaiming, "To the Lannisters, cheers! Long life the Lannisters! Long life the Westerlands!" Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, the nobles indulged in their wine. At that moment, an unassuming scout burst into the tent, shattering the tranquil ambience. "My lord Jaime, we have spotted enemy cavalry on the northern hillside, bearing the sigil of House Tully." Jaime dismissed the report with a wave of his hand, scoffing at the absurdity of House Lin Cu sending forth a mere distraction, thinking it would delay their advance. Count Elden, witnessing the situation, barked, "How many of them are there?" The scout, who had ventured only a short distance before returning, was unsure of the exact numbers, hesitatingly reporting, "It was too dark to see clearly. Perhaps about a dozen horsemen." Count Elden chuckled heartily, remarking that it seemed House Lin Cu was truly out of options, resorting to sending such a meager force. "My lord Jaime, allow me to take my men and bring back their heads." Jaime, indifferent to the small contingent, did not even rise from his seat, simply waving his hand dismissively. "Then it shall be your task." The soldiers of the Riverlands had already been thoroughly decimated by Jaime. Many would flee at the mere sight of the lion banner, stripped of any fighting spirit, leading Jaime to instinctively regard them as inconsequential. Furthermore, he had not received any news from the northern territories, which led him not to contemplate that direction. Count Ironsburg, brimming with confidence, returned to his tent, summoning over 30 cavalrymen to follow the scout, who had come to report as they advanced towards the hillside. The moonlight of the night was exceptionally bright, illuminating a few scattered soldiers mounted on horseback atop the slope, with one leading figure brandishing the fish-bottomed banner of the Tully family. "Ha ha ha! Behold! Their armor was given freely. Charge forth with me." Count Ironsburg, having triumphed in 2 consecutive battles, was filled with self-assurance as he spurred his steed, wielding his lance, and charged towards the group of cavalry from the Riverlands. As anticipated, the Riverlands cavalry turned tail and fled towards the backside of the hill, seemingly terrified by the ferocity of Count Ironsburg. Witnessing the enemy's cowardice only heightened his excitement. He urged his soldiers to follow closely. "Onward, all of you! Whoever slays those weaklings may choose their mount and armor. First come, first served." The remaining scout lingered at the foot of the hill, leisurely awaiting the outcome of the battle. Soon, the sounds of clashing weapons and the grinding of armor echoed from the other side of the slope. accompanied by the shouts and wails of Count Ironsburg and his cavalry. He estimated that the skirmish would conclude in mere minutes, after which he could return to bring tidings of victory to Lord James. However, to the scout's astonishment, instead of witnessing the triumphant return of Count Ironsburg, he found it hard to believe his own eyes. The Tory cavalry, previously engaged in battle, were now retreating from the opposite side of the hill, silently resuming their positions while still holding their banner aloft. They stood wordlessly, with an unsettling silence that enveloped the scout, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult for him to breathe. Where was Lord Ironsburg? What had become of his cavalry? Had they all been vanquished? Refraining from further speculation, the scout recalled his duty and fiercely dug his spurs into his horse, racing back towards Lord James's main camp. The Tory cavalry remained motionless, statuesque upon the hillside, allowing the scout to retreat unchallenged, their expressions devoid of emotion. What? Count Ironsburg has been captured. In his tent, upon hearing this news, Lord James erupted in fury but quickly recognized that their adversary appeared formidable. Seizing his armor, he donned it with remarkable speed. Gather all mounted troops. I wish to see who possesses such audacity. The 3,000 cavalrymen suddenly became restless, akin to a few drops of water splashed into a pot of oil, causing the entire encampment to boil with excitement. Those tending to their horses, donning armor, and searching for their ancestral swords were thrown into disarray. After a considerable span of over 10 minutes, James's 3,000 cavalrymen successfully assembled, following the regicide towards a small hill in the rear. After only a few steps, James caught sight of a dozen or so cavalrymen standing like statues. The leader was unfamiliar to him, indicating that they were not prominent nobles of renown. Although there were distinctions from the knights of the Tully family he frequently encountered, James still regarded them with disdain. His lingering anger prompted a desire to charge forth personally. However, the Earl of Baneford restrained him, stating, "My Lord James, you are the supreme commander of our forces. Your esteemed position should not be recklessly jeopardized. Allow me to lead the charge on your behalf." Aware of the Earl's intent to seize the horses and armor of those cavalrymen, James acquiesced to Baneford's request. Unlike the rash Earl of Elden, Baneford was meticulous in his planning, leading over 100 cavalrymen, even with a tenfold disadvantage in numbers. He believed there was at least a slim chance of retreating unscathed, even if the odds of victory were minuscule. Chapter 19. The confrontation of two armies. As the Earl of Banford charged ahead with his men, the cavalry on the hillside, as before, instinctively retreated to the rear. Jaime could not discern the events unfolding on that side. He could only hear the curses and anguished cries of the soldiers. This battle stretched longer than the previous one, and after an indeterminate amount of time, cavalry finally emerged in Jaime's line of sight. They were the Earl of Banford's subordinates. The scout who had returned to relay the news breathed a sigh of relief. At last, victory. That was truly harrowing. However, it soon became apparent to the Lannisters that something was amiss. More and more cavalrymen from the Earl's ranks appeared on the slope. But they did not seem to be returning in triumph. Rather, they appeared to be in disarray. The numbers did not add up. Instead of 100, only 70-odd returned. It was only when the Earl of Banford dealt back, his helmet askew and his weapon lost, his face etched with terror, that the Kingslayer Jaime realized his earlier suspicions were correct. "Be cautious, do not let them disrupt our formation," Jaime commanded as he seized the fleeing Earl. Without allowing him a moment to regain his composure, he snatched a jar of water from an attendant and doused the Earl's head. "Calm down. How did you return? Is there an ambush in the woods behind?" The cold water jolted the Earl back to a semblance of sanity. His face, still pale with fear, he stammered, "No. There is no ambush, just those few men, too strong. We could not withstand 3 charges." They did not say a word. They did not utter a single word. The last phrase echoed twice, the previous scene having left him profoundly shaken. A dozen armored cavalrymen, brandishing their lances in ominous silence, had charged at him with a deathly quiet that he never wished to confront again. Jaime's fury ignited. Just those few men? They scattered you with 3 charges. The Earl faltered. They fear not death. Jaime inwardly scorned the Earl of Banford, who knew to rush to the front when claiming glory but fled in battle, exhibiting not an ounce of chivalric spirit. Under the moonlight, the dozen cavalrymen resumed their original position, silently confronting Jaime's 3,000 horsemen. Nevertheless, the earlier skirmish had cost them dearly. It remained uncertain how many lay dead or wounded. Regardless, the capability of a mere handful of cavalry to decimate over 100 of their own was enough to establish that they were elite among elites. Jaime narrowed his eyes, his anger boiling within. Damn it, this is an affront and a disdain towards us. He donned his helmet, protecting his vital areas and leaving only his eyes exposed to the front. All troops advance. Capture as many alive as possible. I want them alive. He resolved that the entire army would move to apprehend these elite cavalrymen and interrogate them about their origins. A battalion of 3,000 cavalrymen methodically adjusted their formations. And once all was in readiness, a synchronized surge of soldiers dealt forth, creating a thunderous charge. Any inexperienced commander would have been caught off guard by Jaime's sudden maneuver, likely finding themselves within the cavalry's striking range before they even realized it. Young Jon, brandishing the banner of House Tully, felt somewhat unprepared as he witnessed Jaime's formidable advance. Fortunately, he was not alone in facing such a formidable adversary. Behind him stood the young wolf, Robb Stark. The young wolf was a term of endearment used by the northern vassals, born of respect and admiration. Yet, Jon had longed for a unique designation, one that would distinguish Robb in the eyes of the wolf riders, setting him apart from the ordinary soldiers. There was little time for such musings. Recognizing that his role as bait had been fulfilled, Jon turned his steed towards the designated rendezvous point. As he observed the enemy charging towards the Whispering Woods, Jaime pondered the possibility of hidden ambushes lurking within the trees. However, with only a handful of foes, it was reasonable for them to seek refuge in the woods, rather than charge recklessly against his formidable cavalry. Upon noticing Jaime's deceleration, Jon too slowed his pace, as if taunting him. Jaime's patience wore thin, and his anger surged forth, compelling him to charge directly at Jon's formation. This exhilarating chase continued for 10 minutes, culminating in a sunken terrain. Jon abruptly accelerated towards a nearby hillock, reuniting with his main force. Robb, already attuned to the thundering hoofs, received word of Jon's position and swiftly turned, leading the wolf riders to greet him atop the hill. Ah! There were indeed ambushers. Jaime, taken aback by the sudden appearance of cavalry, instinctively reined in his horse, reducing his speed. Yet, as the moonlight illuminated the enemy's configuration, his composure was notably restored. 300 men, the young wolf, how amusing. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the eerie silence. The likelihood of additional reinforcements was slim. The king's lair. Well met. It has been some time since our last encounter. Robb looked down upon the cavalry array, which vastly outnumbered his own, without a hint of trepidation, leaving Jaime perplexed. Did this youth possess no understanding of the battlefield? As Robb remained silent, he continued. You engaged in an affair with that wretched Cersei, only to cast my brother Bran Stark from the tower when he stumbled upon your sordid liaison, leaving him crippled for life. I have also heard tales of you piercing my father's knee with a spear in King's Landing, rendering him reliant on a cane to walk. I have heard that your son and his mistress have bound my father, subjecting a noble king to torment in the dungeon. Lannister, what a ridiculous family you are. Robb's words reverberated across the battlefield, igniting the righteous fury within the hearts of the wolf riders, their anger swelling, invigorating their very beings. Meanwhile, the Lannister forces stood in uncertain dismay, pondering whether Robb's allegations of incestuous infidelity held any truth, marveling at their commander's audacity, while showing no concern for Ned's plight. Jaime felt a surge of blood rush to his head, teetering on the brink of madness, as he bellowed, Silence! You wretched scoundrel! Once I slay you, this battle shall conclude. What can 300 men possibly achieve? Nevertheless, this was, after all, a battlefield. Having achieved his aim, Robb, too, grew weary of idle chatter and silently raised his right hand, as if cradling something ethereal. Over 3,000 pairs of eyes watched Robb's peculiar gesture, puzzled by its significance. Suddenly, Robb clenched his right hand with fervor. Crackling and sizzling, in the next instant, a spear forged from golden lightning materialized in his grasp. Chapter 20, The Roar of the Ice Dragon, Thunder Spear. Summon the Thunder Spear and hurl it straight ahead. The unerring trajectory and indomitable force of the Thunder Spear rendered this spell a favored incantation of Robb, who has triumphed over countless formidable foes with this prayerful magic. In the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, while magic remains a concept that people can accept and believe in, these extraordinary abilities have long since faded into obscurity, unknown to the common folk. When the soldiers on the battlefield witnessed Robb wielding lightning, manipulating this most potent and enigmatic force of nature with effortless grace, waves of astonishment surged within each heart. A miracle! The wolf cavalry, having previously observed Robb dispatching a condemned criminal with a blade of crimson lightning, were somewhat prepared. However, for the Lannister army, this spectacle was entirely unprecedented. They stood in stunned silence, many of them still dazed when Robb released the Thunder Spear. Protect the commander. Lord Jaime. Block him. Alas. Robb's thunder spear was undoubtedly aimed at Jaime, for to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. With Jaime's downfall, victory in this battle would be nearly assured. Yet, the vassal knights of House Lannister reacted swiftly, selflessly interposing themselves before Jaime, uncertain of the spell's might. The thunder spear's formidable penetrating power pierced through these brave souls, reaching Jaime's helm and knocking it to the ground, revealing his golden locks. Regrettably, Robb shook his head, astonished that anyone would willingly sacrifice their body to shield him from his prayerful magic. Jaime, witnessing 4 knights collapse before him in their attempt to save him, was filled with a mix of fear and rage, bewildered by the sorcery employed against him. However, he quickly regained his composure and bellowed to his soldiers, "Do not fear. He is merely posturing. That little brat requires several moments to unleash such dark magic. Let us charge and slay him." To bolster his men as spirits, Jaime added further inducements. "Lannisters always pay their debts. 500 gold dragons for Robb as head. We shall keep our word." Under the allure of vast riches, the morale of the Lannister troops was significantly revitalized. For humanity, the promise of sufficient profit often outweighs the value of life itself. 3,000 cavalrymen faced off against fewer than 300, and the numerical advantage invigorated the attacking forces. Strangely, the outnumbered faction also brimmed with fervor. A bloody confrontation loomed. "Charge! Do not give that little sorcerer time to cast his spells. Annihilate them." Jaime led the charge, roaring with fury. Yet, he was soon overtaken by the even more avaricious Lannister soldiers. The allure of 500 gold dragons surpassed all expectations. 3,000 cavalry surged toward a singular target, the momentum of their assault engendering a palpable terror that could dictate life and death. The hands of the wolf cavalry, gripping their lances, trembled with trepidation. It was their inaugural engagement in such a conflict, their first formal battle as wolf cavalry. Fear, anxiety, excitement, bloodlust, and nausea intertwined, ultimately subdued by a semblance of rationality, leaving their minds a blank slate. Overlooking his foes, Robb beheld 3,000 avaricious eyes glaring at him with malevolence. His heart stirred not in the least. He had encountered far more frenzied gazes in his past. Yet, to pit his fewer than 300 wolf riders against these 3,000 men would result in a Pyrrhic victory, leaving him with a scant remnant of his forces, an outcome he sought to avoid. Thus, Robb resolved to reveal a glimpse of his true prowess, to ascertain the extent to which he could sway the course of battle. Suddenly, he rose upon his steed, surveying the approaching soldiers of House Lannister. In that pivotal moment, all present on the battlefield witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. What was that apparition? Beneath the pristine light of the moon, the previously stifling air turned brisk, as the color white inexplicably became predominant. Robb leaped from his mount, his hands ablaze with crimson sigils, while an ethereal blue rune materialized above his head. In the next instant, the phantom visage of a dragon's head materialized above him. This spectral dragon enveloped Robb entirely, rendering him a fantastical being with the head of a dragon and the body of a man. The dragon's head shimmered in pure white, its immaculate horns and scales concealing the dark underbelly of a black dragon, cloaked in frost. The dragon's maw gaped wide, gathering the frigid elements within, gradually coalescing into a tempest of blizzards. In the next heartbeat, a torrent of icy breath erupted from the phantom dragon. Winter has come. Blizzard of Borelius, transform oneself into a dragon, unleashing the icy breath of Borelius from the skies. Borelius was once a colossal dragon dwelling in the snow-capped highlands. Influenced by its environment, its breath evolved into a unique icy mist that not only wrought tremendous devastation but also had the capacity to freeze its adversaries. Coincidentally, our fate compatriot had mastered a powerful and arcane technique, coupled with a peculiar penchant for collecting. Thus, Atai could learn the dragon's breath by slaying the great beast and devouring its heart. Ah! It is so cold. A dragon. I see a dragon. Has my vision faltered? Ram. Is this sorcery? I just glimpsed his bizarre form. Jaime, in a fit of urgency, commanded, "No one shall flee. First, eliminate Robb." To the commanders. In a mere 30 seconds, the foremost ranks of the Lannister army suffered a sudden attrition of 1 to 200 men, either frozen to death or rendered utterly incapacitated. A dozen or so lifeless bodies lay frozen in place at the front. Jaime, having unwittingly found himself in the mid to rear of the formation, was fortunate not to have been turned into an ice statue by Robb. Otherwise, he would have acquired yet another tale to be recounted in ages to come. On the hillside, as the incantation came to an end, Robb sensed the tremors in the legs of the steed beneath him. It seemed to have sensed the oppressive bloodline of the dragon, tears streaming uncontrollably down its face, its body almost succumbing to the ground. Even the normally fearless and audacious direwolf, Grey Wind, tucked its tail between its legs during Robb's transformation, as if it too had sensed an impending dread. Robb took a moment to assess his physical state. Although there was no visible mana bar in this reality, the spells he cast were draining his mental fortitude. With no elemental vials available for swift rejuvenation, he could only replenish his energy through rest. It would be impossible to unleash such advanced magic again in the near future. Having concluded his assessment, Robb turned to observe the Lannister forces, now thrown into disarray by his icy breath, struggling to maintain their formation. The lords, each fighting their own battles, exhibited a lack of discipline, utterly incapable of adapting to Robb's highly centralized combat strategy. Chapter 21. Charge with me. Although the Lannister army suffered minimal losses, with only a little over 100 men rendered unable to fight. The recent transformation of Robb into a dragon, annihilating 100 foes in an instant, left an indelible mark on the hearts of all present. The morale plummeted. They were uncertain whether Robb could manifest such formidable power again, and the specter of death loomed ever closer. This evoked memories of legendary battles from antiquity. Tales heard from childhood to adulthood, of the Targaryen family sweeping across the continent upon the backs of 3 great dragons. These were dragons, for the inhabitants of Westeros. Having been ruled under the banner of dragons for centuries, a profound reverence for these magnificent creatures had long been ingrained. Robb understood this psychology well, which is why he chose to employ the Dragon Prayer, a spell of immense toll. His mental strength was gradually recovering, and at the current pace, he estimated that after a brief respite of an hour, he would be capable of unleashing another full dragon's breath. Robb sensed the resurgence of his vitality, allowing him to perform spells of lesser consumption. Thus, he raised his hands, igniting them with hues of varying brilliance, and began to cast enhancement prayers to bolster his combat prowess. Beast's vitality, channeling the vitality of beasts within, enabling gradual recovery of health over a designated period. Flame, grant me strength, igniting flames upon his body, augmenting his power and fire attribute damage. Dragon's blessing, lightning envelopes him, aiding the bearer in deflecting attacks more effortlessly. Black flames protection, igniting black flames upon his body, diminishing the damage taken. One by one, prayers of protection and offense were cast by Robb, enveloping him as the night deepened, his form radiating a spectrum of colors. Orange, red, and black flames interwove, while golden lightning coursed alongside the dark vitality of beasts. He appeared as though a deity had descended. Finally, Robb raised his longsword high, thrusting it towards the heavens, a golden, sacred light enveloping all the wolf cavalry. Golden Oath, a prayer enhancing the offensive and defensive capabilities of oneself and allies. All the wolf riders felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through their bodies, a sensation of fullness that invigorated them. Their eyes burned with fervor, their grip on their lances steady. Seizing the moment, Robb swung his longsword downward with fervor, and 300 wolf riders galloped forth, silently charging at the now somewhat disheveled Lannister forces. The tips of their lances gleamed with silver under the moonlight, akin to a synchronized swarm of fireflies advancing forward. Robb led the charge, a beacon of brilliance as he plunged directly into the enemy ranks. With a sharp whistle, he aimed for the location of the Kingslayer, Jaime, and released an arrow, targeting the golden-haired adversary. Behind him, over 200 arrows soared forth with a fierce cry. Jaime, upon witnessing the radiant Robb and the multitude of shimmering fireflies approaching, briefly lost his focus before swiftly regaining his combat awareness. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking functions, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Do not panic. There are fewer than 300 adversaries. James bellowed with all his might, commanding his noble subordinates. They are coming for me. They dare to charge the center with just 300 men. You must take your forces to the flanks. Accelerate your charge and obliterate them. Seeing his noble lords momentarily stunned, James erupted in fury, disregarding the arrows raining down upon him, and shouted from his elevated position. Do you lack common sense? Robb is targeting me. If you remain here, you will have to face that beast's charge head-on. Move to the sides. And why are you not hurrying over? I will keep 1,000 men here. The other 2,000 will flank and annihilate them. With just one charge, they will be decimated, and we shall emerge victorious. James's furious roar ultimately proved effective. Some of the timid lords, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastily moved their forces to the sides. However, In the absence of unified command, the ranks became chaotic. The troops on the left attempted to ambush on the right, while those on the right sought to flank on the left. The soldiers, already terror-stricken, kept glancing back, contemplating fleeing to the main camp for a glimmer of hope. Were it not for the disciplined enforcers behind them, many would have already deserted. Out of the 3,000 cavalry, fewer than half maintained orderly maneuvering. This was sufficient. James thought to himself, 1,500 men were more than capable of dispatching the fewer than 300 adversaries. Mounted upon his steed, James donned the helmet brought by his subordinate and gazed defiantly at Robb, who approached with purpose. Robb, I am right here, come forth. Robb, use your dark sorcery to slay me, you wretched scoundrel. Lannister, heed my roar, kill. James vociferously cursed Robb, invoking the Lannister family motto in an attempt to rally his beleaguered troops and restore their crumbling morale. He disowned Robb's intentions, yet rather than flee, he chose to confront Robb directly. He spat on the ground, murmuring to himself, come on, you spawn of a harlot, let us see who can shatter my center first. You or my flanking maneuver. Yet, no matter how fiercely James shouted or provoked, the 300 knights charging at high speed remained silent, resembling the legendary Death Knights bringing only eternal silence to their enemies. The frontline soldiers resisting Robb's direwolf cavalry began to feel trepidation. Had it not been for James's voice echoing in their ears, they would have long since fled. Crash! The first to shatter were the soldiers turned to ice sculptures by Robb's icy breath, followed by the Lannister cavalry spotting the glimmering tips of spears like fireflies. As the two waves of charging cavalry collided, the previously silent direwolf cavalry finally unleashed their battle cry for the night. Winter has come. On the brink of collapse, the Lannister army was startled by this sudden roar, their hearts already filled with dread. To their horror, they realized their spears could not penetrate the formidable figure on the battlefield. Robb was the first to charge into the ranks of the Lannisters, and as he did, numerous spearheads thrust towards him. Yet, having uttered several prayers, Robb disregarded these feeble weapons. With a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the tips of the spears, sending them clattering to the ground. Grey Wind followed closely behind, his robust form and chin hull sending some cavalry mounts into a panic. Grey Wind leaped, twisting his body and clamping down on the throat of one horse, the crimson blood soaking into his fur. With a single swipe of his sword, Robb delivered a blow that was unadorned yet lethal, leaving the enemy to watch helplessly as his blade sliced through their throats. In the blink of an eye, several Lannister cavalrymen had been slain by Robb. One man and one wolf had carved a breach at the onset of battle. The wolf riders surged forward, their long spears proving unstoppable, swiftly piercing through the Lannister defenses and shattering their final psychological barrier. Chapter 22. The Dance of the Waterfall's blade. Robb charged into the fray, confronting the Lannister forces with the ferocity of a tiger amongst sheep, embarking on a merciless spree of slaughter. His sword cleaved through the skull of a knight with his right hand, while his left summoned a violent conflagration that emulated another knight rushing towards him, reducing him to cinders. On the battlefield, all semblance of combat technique faded into oblivion. Robb now relied solely on instinct, channeling the energies within his body. He mechanically repeated his strikes, subconsciously invoking spells and prayers, ruthlessly reaping lives. The lion strike, the double slash, the spinning cup, each technique flowed forth in succession. Robb resembled a dancer amidst the chaos of war, both graceful and brutal. In less than 10 minutes, a desolate expanse surrounded him. The corpses of Lannister soldiers piled high, and blood drenched Robb from head to toe, rendering him as though he had emerged from a vat of gore. A demon, a bloodthirsty spectre come to claim our souls. Flee! We are defeated. The Lannister soldiers, confronted with this hellish tableau, were gripped by terror, and one by one, they succumbed to their fear, casting aside their weapons and retreating. The wolf cavalry grew ever more audacious, nearly forgetting that they were engaged in a perilous battle against an enemy tenfold their number. They encircled Robb, mercilessly slaughtering the remnants of the defeated and fending off any remaining knights that sought to close in on him. An army is a vast collective, not a mere monolith. Where some sought to flee, others endeavored to rally and resist, creating the bizarre spectacle of simultaneous rout and bloody conflict on the battlefield. The Kingslayer, Jaime, witnessed Robb carve through his center with unprecedented ease in less than half an hour, advancing toward him with reckless abandon. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented. As the sounds of galloping hoofs, splashing iron boots, the dull thud of swords striking oak shields, the clash of steel, the whistling of arrows, and the thunder of war drums filled his ears, accompanied by the collective cries of 1,000 horses. Recovering from his reverie, Jaime quickly gathered his wits. Follow me! Follow me! Although the ranks of his center, numbering in the thousands, had crumbled, The officers could not alter the demoralized spirit of the troops, however. Jaime still commanded a loyal retinue. He realized that the only way to turn the tide of battle was to personally engage Robb. If the center disintegrated, the flanking forces poised to attack the enemy's wings would also succumb to confusion, potentially falling prey to Robb's maneuvers. Jaime mustered a scant few hundred men, grasping long spears beneath his arms, and launched a final assault toward Robb's position. "Kill! Follow me, kill!" he bellowed, rallying his troops. Yet his cries also caught Robb's attention. Blood had blurred Robb's vision, and wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, he finally discerned the situation before him. That unmistakable golden hair belonged to none other than the Kingslayer, Jaime. Could he truly still muster the courage to charge at me? Robb was somewhat taken aback. Ceasing the casting of his other prayer spells, instead gripping his long sword and quietly awaiting Jaime's arrival. "Robb!" Jaime bellowed, swinging his sword and dispatching several soldiers, all of whom were defeated Lannister troops. In the darkness, though they could clearly see one another, the throng surged, making what should have been a brief distance take over 10 minutes to traverse. Jaime observed that the peculiar lights surrounding Robb had now all but vanished, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary man. His sorcery had dissipated. Capture him, slay him. Jaime felt invigorated, continuing to rally his men. Robb coldly regarded the oncoming foe. As the Stark cavalry swiftly assembled, poised for a frontal assault, he raised his hand, calming the restless wolf riders, and dismounted. Jaime, witnessing this unusual scene, initially felt a surge of hope, believing Robb had miscalculated, but then a heaviness settled in his heart. He recognized that such a bold maneuver was not the act of a fool and that Robb must have a backup plan. Nonetheless, this was a decisive charge that would determine the outcome. Jaime thought to himself. Then, Jaime saw Robb grip his sword tightly, leaping high into the air. His form suspended for a brief second as he maintained his striking pose. Following this, he surged toward Jaime at an astonishing speed and angle. Robb closed the distance before Jaime, swinging his sword, and an array of sharp, radiant white sword energy enveloped him in an instant. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Jaime felt his armor sustain numerous strikes in that fleeting moment, causing him to lose his balance and tumble from his mount. In that instant, a blade of sword energy severed his horse's head. Robb spared a glance at the fallen Jaime, his sword dance far from concluded. With another charge, he halted amidst the throng of Jaime's cavalry, a multitude of sword energies surrounding him, swiftly clearing swathes of unoccupied ground. To the Lannister soldiers, Robb's movements appeared ghostly. He emerged from the shadows, claiming lives and departing in an instant. War is the art of slaughter, and Robb was a dancer upon the battlefield. The Waterbird sword dance, the Valkyrie's signature technique, was once more unleashed by Robb. The Wolf Riders, witnessing Robb's fierce combat within enemy ranks, felt their spirits lifted and surged forward, engaging in a brutal melee with the Lannister forces. Their lances were raised high, piercing through any soldier that obstructed their path. The enemy was already in disarray. Their fighting spirit shattered. As long as their side fought, victory was assured. As long as they followed Lord Robb, triumph was inevitable. They fought, following the trail of blood. They followed that blood-soaked leader. They fought, and then crushed the enemy. Winter has come. The wolf cavalry unleashed a second roar of war, plunging the usurper Jaime's loyal forces into an abyss of despair. Jaime lay upon the ground, his body marred with wounds, struggling to rise as he sought to rally his troops for another battle. He could not fathom that Robb was unyielding, eternally tireless. Yet, regrettably, he too was not invincible. Sere Blackfish materialized before him, gazing at the blood-soaked Jaime. Without hesitation, he struck, bringing Jaime crashing to the earth, then paraded the dazed Jaime across the field. Jaime is captured. Surrender, and he shall not be harmed. Jaime is captured. Surrender, and he shall not be harmed. Sere Blackfish and several wolf cavalrymen raced around the battlefield, ostentatiously displaying Jaime to the remaining knights of his retinue. In that moment, the true fortunes of House Lannister had irrevocably shifted. Aside from a few scattered knights desperately attempting to reclaim Jaime's body, mistakenly believing him slain by Robb, the rest of the cavalry began to flee aimlessly. The wolf cavalry commenced a relentless pursuit. Chapter 23. A debt must be repaid. The battle raged on until the break of dawn. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the whispering woods, this war, destined to be etched in history, finally came to a halt. The forest, adorned with blood-tinted dew, clung to the leaves and grass, dripping along the textures onto the corpses below, only to vanish almost instantly. Robb Stark rested beneath a tree, with Grey Wind serving as his steadfast support, emitting low growls. After a night of howling and fighting, his throat was rather sore. The remaining wolf riders were scattered around. A few weary sentinels keeping watch amidst the trees, vigilant against any sudden onslaught from the enemies near Riverrun. As for the bodies and spoils strewn about, they simply lacked the strength to tend to them. Sir Brindan Tully sat opposite Robb, reporting on the achievements of the night. We have captured nearly 100 knights. A dozen nobles, including the Earl of Westerling, the Earl of Bayford, Sir Giles of Greenfield, the Earl of Islam, Sir Titus Blackwood, and several Dornishmen. We also apprehended 3 members of House Lannister, all nephews of Lord Tywin. 2 are his sister's sons, and 1 is from his deceased brother. The tally of the dead was still being conducted, and it remained uncertain how many of the enemy had perished. From my observations, approximately half had fled an hour into the fray. The litany of names made Robb's head ache. Let us discuss our casualties. That concerns me more. Sir Brindan hesitated. We lost 58 men, with over 100 wounded. A pang of sorrow gripped Robb. If it were within his power, he would wish for his wolf riders to emerge unscathed. Such is the nature of war. Only through blood and fire can exceptional warriors be forged. To Robb's left, Theon Greyjoy exclaimed, "We have captured the Kingslayer. The wretch in King's Landing will be left astounded. Lord Eddard is saved." Robb could only hope. He was aware that at this moment, King Joffrey would likely be driven to madness, intent on executing Ned Stark. Yet he held a flicker of hope for the safety of his 2 sisters. Although both would endure trials ahead, ultimately leading to their growth. Robb yearned for his king to live out their lives in peace, sheltered from hardship. Suffering is not the sole catalyst for growth. Those who extol its virtues often harbor ulterior motives. Robb surveyed the remaining 200 wolf riders, their faces etched with fatigue, yet their spirits soared. For many of these knights, this battle would provide tales to boast about for a lifetime. The company was still capable of further combat, but only after sufficient rest. Robb began to contemplate the current state of affairs. Riverrun still required their assistance, with over 10,000 enemies besieging the stronghold. However, upon learning of the battle in the Whispering Woods, the morale of their foes should plummet. It was time for a decisive confrontation. Sir Brindan, have we received any word from Lord Jason Mallister? Jason Mallister is the Lord of Seaguard, and the entirety of the Riverlands has been ravaged by the Lannister family, leaving only 3 cities: Seaguard, Riverrun, and the Weeping Forest unconquered. Seaguard is situated in proximity to Riverrun, prompting Robb to instruct the Blackfish to inform Jason Mallister to depart from Seaguard with his men towards the Weeping Forest. After all, even 300 formidable Stark cavalry could not possibly breach a camp fortified by 10,000 defenders. It is not a matter of bravery, but rather an exercise in futility. No one surpasses the intelligence network of the Blackfish. The Raven has successfully delivered its message, fortunate to have escaped the chaos of battle unscathed. As per your command, Lord Jason Mallister of Seaguard has already set forth with his troops. However, their pace is somewhat sluggish, encountering numerous struggling soldiers and wandering knights defeated by Jaime, whom Jason is in the process of recruiting to consolidate their ranks. It is estimated they will reach the Weeping Forest in 2 days, with a force of approximately 2,000. Robb mused that the old weasel of Riverrun could muster a battalion of 4,000 on his own. Given Seaguard's lesser wealth compared to Riverrun, and considering the remnants of defeated soldiers they are absorbing, having over 2,000 men is quite commendable. Additionally, there are still over 3,000 defenders within Riverrun. Although their forces are at a disadvantage, a victory is not entirely out of reach. After all, could it truly be more challenging than the battle of the previous night? Resolute in his decision, Robb began issuing commands. In that case, we shall await Lord Jason's arrival with his men. Blackfish, ensure constant communication with Riverrun. Once we strike, they must coordinate their counterattack with us. What followed was straightforward. Once the Stark cavalry had rested, they eagerly began to sift through their spoils of war. Robb treated his men generously, distributing the rewards of each battle according to their valor, and the armor of the vanquished enemies held considerable value, which Robb allocated fairly. Simultaneously, Robb prepared to confront his own bounty. The Kingslayer, Jaime, was brought before him, clad in armor and drenched in blood, his once golden hair now darkened by congealed gore. Jaime Lannister, what a grand display of power you possess, nearly conquering the Riverlands, Robb remarked. Jaime lifted his head, fixing a glare upon Robb. What manner of creature are you? Robb shrugged, merely a wretched soul seeking to rescue his family. I do not intend to kill you. Returning you to King's Landing might facilitate the return of my king. Jaime's expression darkened. The humiliation of being a captive exchanged for a defeated foe was a stain upon his honor. Yet, The silver lining was that his reputation had already plummeted to its nadir. Robb shifted his tone. However, beyond this, we still have an account to settle. Jaime appeared bewildered. Robb kindly reminded, you pushed my brother down the stairs, resulting in his lifelong disability. You pierced my father's knee in King's Landing, leaving him with a permanent limp. Can this act simply be overlooked? You may do as you wish. Jaime, though composed, harbored a sense of guilt towards Bran. After all, he was but a child. And Robb had harmed him out of selfish desire. Punishment was indeed warranted. Robb nodded, very well. Without further ado, he swung his sword, severing Jaime's left hand entirely. This is retribution for Bran's disability. Before Jaime could let out a cry of anguish, Robb drew a spear and hurled it at Jaime's knee, impaling it and driving it into the ground. Ah! Jaime's agonized scream echoed throughout the whispering woods. Robb wiped his hands, declaring, this is fair. A disability for a disability, a pierced knee for a pierced knee. Lannister, your debts must now be settled. Chapter 24. The delayed report of battle, my dear father. Are you not astonished that I yet draw breath? The diminutive figure, bearing a grand shield, jested, leaving the archers in disarray. After the tumult of battle, Tyrion emerged from the mound of corpses and rivers of blood, his lips dancing with nonsensical quips. His father, the current warden of the West and head of House Lannister, Tywin Lannister, stood before him resplendent in his lion-emblazoned attire. Faced with his son's nearly severed arm, Tywin exhibited no trace of emotion. Engrossed in savoring fine wine from a jewel-encrusted goblet, reveling in the triumph that victory brought. Observing this, Tyrion feigned alarm. Oh dear, my survival, might it disrupt your grand designs? If so, I am indeed deserving of 1,000 deaths. Tywin cast a fleeting glance at him. The wildlings you procured from the Vale possess some utility. I did place you on the disorganized left flank with the expectation that young Robb Stark would seize the opportunity upon witnessing its collapse. Ah! So you have cast me into a losing battle, personally guiding your son as neck into the enemy's blade, yet you withhold such knowledge from me, leaving me in ignorance. Tyrion retorted, bitterness lacing his words. Tywin drained his goblet of wine. If all were privy to the truth, what would remain of military secrecy? If you were aware of your fate, could you perform your role with such conviction? Tyrion directed a disdainful glance at this so-called father. His silence a testament to his disdain. As a natural-born dwarf, Tywin harbored a relentless desire for his demise. Out of a misplaced sense of honor, this Lord Tywin, yearning for his son's death 1,000 times over, maintained a facade of dignity, subjecting Tyrion to perpetual humiliation and unyielding prejudice. All in a bid to extinguish his existence. Yet, I shall not acquiesce to his wishes. He desires my absence from his sight. I shall live unabashedly. A constant reminder to this wretched father, you still have a dwarf son. Unmoved by Tyrion's expression, Tywin, aided by his attendants, began to remove his armor. At Robb Stark's age, his military prudence was indeed commendable. It was remarkable that he had not fallen for any traps. However, I am his superior. A victory is still a victory. Ultimately, he remains merely a reckless youth, driven more by courage than wisdom. Tyrion longed to deliver further jibes. Yet in the wake of Tywin's recent triumph, any mockery would be futile. Tywin was impervious to derision. Just then, an urgent cry pierced the air. My lord Tywin. Sir Adam Morbrand, a swift rider in Tywin's service, dealt forth, dismounting with haste, his horse frothing at the mouth, blood seeping from its jaws. Tywin rose to greet him. And Sir Adam knelt before him. Your Grace, we have captured several enemy leaders, including Lord Selwyn Tarth, Sir Willis Manderly, and Harrion Karstark. We have slain Lord Hotwood. However, the majority have escaped, their will to fight diminished. Tywin, dissatisfied with the news, inquired, what of that Stark boy? Sir Adam swallowed hard. According to the intelligence from the captives, Robb Stark was not with them but had taken 300 heavy cavalry to the Riverlands. What a headstrong youth, possessing courage in abundance yet lacking wisdom. Tyrion chuckled at the recent appraisal from his father, unable to contain his laughter. Tywin, though initially incensed, quickly regained his composure. He has but 300 men. What could he possibly achieve in the Riverlands? Does he truly believe he can vanquish Jaime with such a meager force? Sir Adam reminded them, there are 4,000 troops at the Riverlands. The numbers at the coastal city remain uncertain, and the garrison at the Riverlands is also unknown. Furthermore, due to the river encircling the city, Lord Jaime will likely disperse his forces across 3 fronts, as this is the only way to besiege the Riverlands. If that young fool manages to break through one by one. Tywin realized he had been outmaneuvered by a mere boy. He finally understood why the northern forces scattered so easily. With 20,000 on his side and an equal number opposing, the ease of victory seemed quite implausible. It was all a ruse to protect that lad Robb. Unlike the Tyrion, Tywin's primary concern was his son Jaime, the only heir he acknowledged. He commanded the three armies to advance towards the Riverlands at all costs, discarding all supplies and baggage that could be left behind, urging them to move with utmost speed. Sir Adam, having served Lord Tywin for many years, was witnessing Tywin's uncharacteristic display of emotion for the first time. The northern forces, having just been defeated by Tywin's 20,000, were now retreating to rest near King S Road. Big John's voice boomed like thunder. Why not take the initiative? Shall we allow them to slaughter us without retaliation? He was naturally addressing the commander of this troop, Roose Bolton. We have 20,000. And they are nearly of equal strength. What harm could there be in a skirmish? Roose Bolton dismissed Big John's reckless words. We are no match for Tywin. They possess over 6,000 cavalry, while we barely have 2,000, and their archers are far better equipped than ours. You speak nonsense. A northerner can take down 10 of them. Roose Bolton, unwilling to engage in a quarrel with the hothead, replied, I am the commander appointed by Lord Robb. If you have grievances, you may express them to Lord Robb once this conflict concludes. For now, you will heed my orders. Rickard Karstark was equally anxious. His eldest son had been captured by Tywin, leaving him unable to think calmly. We cannot remain idle. Our men are taken prisoner. Roose Bolton reassured him. They have captured some of ours as well. Nobles do not kill each other directly. We shall await a prisoner exchange. And your son will return to you unharmed. Although the forces of the north suffered defeat, they retained a vital core of approximately 20,000 soldiers, with casualties exceeding 2,000. However, they had only vanquished a band of wildlings and mercenaries summoned by the diminutive trickster. The main army, led by Tywin, remained largely unscathed. Ramsay Bolton contemplated the situation. Since the enemy had already captured prisoners, they must be aware of the young wolf's mission to assist at the Weeping Town. And they would certainly seek to reinforce that position. We must adopt guerrilla tactics to harass them and prevent their union with the usurper's forces. After rallying the demoralized remnants of his troops and formulating a new battle plan, Ramsay Bolton set forth with the remaining soldiers of the north. Meanwhile, the news of Robb's victory over Jaime had yet to reach the battlefield across the river, and King S Landing remained oblivious to the circumstances at the front. Everyone believed the conflict was nearing its end, with Jaime poised to sweep through the Riverlands, the north being next in his sights. Early in the morning, the benevolent Emperor Joffrey wore an expression of excitement as he prepared to undertake his first significant act since ascending to the throne, the trial of the former Prime Minister. Chapter 25. The delayed letter. My mother urged me to have Duke Ed dressed in mourning attire, while Miss Sansa relentlessly pleaded for her father. Joffrey gazed at Sansa with a smirk before turning to address the crowd, a reflection of their feeble female hearts. As long as I reign as king, the treasonous shall face severe retribution. Ser Island, behead him. Sansa, standing on the platform, and Arya, concealed amidst the throng, nearly succumbed to faintness. The reigning queen, Cersei, swiftly grasped her son's arm, aware that this was an ill-considered choice. She had already leveraged her daughter's life to coerce Ned into publicly confessing his transgressions. Executing Ned now would only instigate an irreparable rift between Joffrey and the North. Why was the Targaryen king known as the Mad King? Was it not due to his indiscriminate slaughter of nobles, instilling fear in all, ultimately earning him the moniker of Madness, the High Septon and the Master of Whisperers? The Spider, responsible for judging Ned in King's Landing, were equally bewildered by Joffrey's pronouncement. This was not what had been agreed upon. They each seized a hold of Joffrey's cloak, one spitting words of agitation towards him. Joffrey merely shook his head, dismissing their counsel. Owing to Cersei's indulgence and his status as king, there existed no one in King's Landing capable of swaying Joffrey's resolve. Cersei refrained from excessive admonition, her maternal affection outweighing political considerations. Moreover, with her brother rampaging through the realm, what storm could the North possibly conjure? Amidst the incredulous gasps of the crowd, Ned Stark met his demise. In the royal hall of King's Landing, Joffrey reveled in mocking his courtiers. The recent execution of Ned had inflated his confidence, rendering him almost euphoric. Cersei, seated beside him, observed her son's antics with keen interest. At that moment, a servant entered the resplendent hall, bearing an exquisite gift box. Your Majesty, Your Grace, a messenger from the north has delivered a present. Sansa, seated at the foot of the throne like a spectre, suddenly lifted her head, her eyelashes fluttering. Joffrey instinctively recoiled, yet recollecting the recent execution of Ned and the fact that the northern forces remained oblivious to the news, he straightened his posture, bolstered by the conviction of his kingship. Ah, could this be a letter of fealty and surrender? What was that traitor's name again? Something like Radish. Big shit. Cersei waved her hand at the messenger, signaling him to present the gift box to her. She wished to ascertain its contents before deciding whether to share it with Joffrey. After all, Joffrey was still but a child and required careful cultivation. Revealing everything to him might frighten him into a state of terror, especially with a new king emerging from the south and Robert's younger brother inciting rebellion. The Kingsguard Sandor Clegane received the gift box and handed it to Queen Cersei. With an air of indifference, Cersei unwrapped the box and opened it. Crash! The gift box fell to the ground. The attention of everyone in the grand hall was drawn to the ground, where something had rolled out from a gift box. Rather than focusing on the terrified and bewildered Cersei, it was an arm, unmistakably human, accompanied by a letter. Joffrey, startled, sprang from his chair, frantically grasping for something to steady himself, his lips trembling. How dare he present such an offering to a king? Such disrespect! Treason! The letter read, Dear Lady, upon hearing of your and the false King Joffrey's confinement of my father, I am filled with trepidation. I beseech you to show mercy and release my father and 2 sisters, ensuring they suffer no indignity, knowing that the Lannister family believes in settling debts. I have long admired your house and am prepared to emulate this principle, in retaliation for my brother Bran's fate and to alleviate your longing for your paramour. I present to you the left hand of the regicide Jaime. Sir Jaime has fared reasonably well under my care, and I intend to use him as leverage to negotiate for my family. Yours sincerely, Robb Stark. The meeting in the hall concluded amidst confusion as Cersei, accompanied by several advisors, retreated to her study. After perusing the letter, she trembled with rage. That damned Robb! The entire missive was laced with polite language yet revealed no respect, only contempt and veiled threats. What a wretched situation! Cersei was at a loss, pondering what to do now that Ned was dead. Would he dare to kill Jaime as well? Silence enveloped the room as others remained skeptical that the severed arm belonged to Jaime, yet Cersei seemed certain that Robb had included a token within the box. Did this imply that the Lannister forces had been vanquished? They had failed to prevent Joffrey from executing Lord Stark. If Robb were to storm King's Landing, the consequences would be dire. Seeing her advisors silent, Cersei's frustration mounted. They were utterly useless. Finally, Peter Baelish, the master of coin, broke the silence. My lady, I advise that we acquiesce to Robb's demands and seek a truce with the North. Varys, the master of whisperers, objected. A truce? We have slain Ned and allowed one of the Stark girls to escape. Do you truly believe Robb would exchange her for the regicide? How shall we know unless we try? Perhaps we could secure additional funds, interjected the eldest scholar, Maester Pycelle, who remained unperturbed, having weathered numerous rebellions. Such matters were of little concern to him, and he had managed to survive thus far. After extensive deliberation, Cersei finally regained her composure and decisively declared, Immediately send a reply to that traitor Robb, assuring him that we shall treat his family well and will return them post-haste. But alas, Ned has been slain. If he seeks more gold, we are amenable to that as well. Write to my father, urging him to return to King's Landing and protect his king. I do not wish for us to be left with such a meager force when the false king comes to attack. Peter, there is a matter that requires your attention. I have heard that the Rose family has allied with the Pretender. They are merely a group of uninspired fools eager to see their daughter crowned queen, with aspirations of princely status. Yet we possess a legitimate king among us. Inform Joffrey to cease tormenting Sansa. I have learned that she was compelled to view her father's corpse recently. Should this poor girl be driven to despair, we would be left with no cards to play. Once everyone had departed, Cersei clenched her fists, her nails nearly piercing her skin. Jaime, you must remain unharmed. The tense situation filled her with a sense of restlessness and emptiness, and she paced back and forth, unable to quell her agitation. Turning to the attendant beside her, she commanded, Summon my cousin Lancel Lannister. Chapter 26. The crucial battle. Robb Stark found himself impervious to the happenings in the capital, for he was preoccupied with a pivotal battle that lay ahead. Much like the Battle of the Whispering Woods, the enemy's forces outnumbered his own, fortified by robust defensive structures. The prospect of replicating the miraculous cavalry charge that could decisively end the conflict seemed increasingly improbable. It was time for face-to-face combat and the orchestration of his troops. In the recesses of his mind, Robb contemplated his current condition. Though he possessed considerable strength, This world offered no miraculous aid akin to the invigorating properties of orange juice to swiftly restore his vigor in battle. He could only await the slow passage of time for rejuvenation. Were it not for this limitation, his fiery breath would render any opposing force before him mere playthings. The notion of casting extensive enchantments upon his army did not seem prudent, for their durations were fleeting, typically lasting mere minutes. In the midst of a protracted battle, which could extend over an entire day, it would be impractical to seek allies for the casting of blessing prayers. The cost-benefit ratio was simply too low. Instead, Robb found himself inclined to emulate the path of the great warlord, Xiang Yu, relying on personal valor. Should he exhibit extraordinary prowess, shattering the enemy as morale in swift order, victory would be within reach. Just as Xiang Yu had faced vast armies with only a fraction of their numbers, he too believed he could achieve similar feats. "My lord, Count Jason has arrived," announced Sir Blackfish. Ushering in an elder nobleman who had come from the coastal city to lend support, Count Jason Mallister. The Count, a tall, lean man with a clean-shaven face, bore a mixture of brown and white hair, his steely grey-blue eyes revealing a fierce intensity, perhaps due to the rigors of his journey. His visage was gaunt yet sharply defined, clad in indigo armor adorned with silver, his helmet embellished with the wings of an eagle. He greeted Robb courteously. "My lord Robb Stark, it is truly commendable that you are able to achieve such a splendid victory at such a tender age," leaving us seasoned veterans of the Riverlands feeling somewhat ashamed. Robb rose to meet him, finding this noble far more trustworthy than the old weasel of Lannister. "Your words are overly kind, my lord. Those accolades are but ephemeral. The past is akin to clouds in the sky, there is no need to dwell upon it." Count Jason Mallister regarded Robb with approval, acknowledging his humility despite the magnitude of his achievements as a youthful conqueror, a rare quality indeed. "As I journeyed here, I encountered a number of wandering knights and remnants of the forces defeated by Sir Jaime, seeking to align themselves with us. I took the time to integrate them into our ranks, and we now number over 2,500. Robb deemed these reinforcements sufficient and approached the map, scrutinizing the situation at Riverrun. Positioned at the confluence of two rivers, Riverrun was encircled by water, forcing Jaime to divide his troops into 3 segments stationed at the west, east, and northern sides of the city, an opportunity for Robb. "In truth, we hold the advantage," Sir Blackfish remarked as he analyzed the map. "With Jaime captured by you, their leadership is in disarray, their morale is undoubtedly faltering. The combined forces of ourselves and the defenders of Riverrun surpass any one of their 3 divisions." Jason Mallister remained silent, eager to hear Robb's tactical plan. After a moment of contemplation, Robb resolved to employ the simplest stratagem from the art of warfare, a surprise attack coupled with a feigned assault. Once darkness enveloped the land, we would launch a full-scale offensive. "Lord Jason, how many cavalry can you allocate to me?" he inquired. "Perhaps 100 or 200, with decent combat effectiveness," Jason replied. Robb nodded approvingly. "Excellent. I shall lead 400 horsemen to launch a night raid on the enemy forces stationed at the north shore. The moment you see flames, immediately advance with all your men against the troops on the west bank." Sir Blackfish harbored no doubts about Robb's capabilities. Previously, with fewer than 300 men, Robb had managed to breach Jaime's 3,000 cavalry. This night raid would pose no challenge. What of the garrison at Riverrun? Robb had already devised a strategy. "Once I initiate the night assault on the north shore, the forces on the east and west will undoubtedly cross the river to provide support. The garrison at Riverrun will then be tasked with confronting those reinforcements, striking them mid-crossing. The Lannister army shall prove no match for the defenders of Riverrun." With the plan meticulously laid out, all present entered a state of readiness. Sir Blackfish ventured forth to eliminate nearby scouts, ensuring the enemy remained unaware of their movements, while simultaneously conveying messages to the garrison within Riverrun. As night swiftly descended, Robb mounted his steed, leading over 400 cavalrymen in a grand procession. The night was illuminated by a full moon. Robb and his cavalry awaited quietly on the north shore. Time passed without notice until the distant cawing of ravens pierced the silence. This was the signal between Robb and Lord Jason. Upon readiness, scouts would be dispatched to inform Robb. Observing the extinguished campfires of the forces stationed at the north shore, Robb donned his helmet and grasped his long sword. Behind him, the wolf riders remained silent, each brandishing their lances. The cavalry sent by Lord Jason appeared somewhat anxious. Many were disheartened stragglers fresh from defeat. Were it not for tales of Robb's triumph over Jaime's 3,000 with merely 300, many would have fled. Did they truly believe they could assault a fortified legion of thousands with their few hundred? Was it not akin to courting death? Yet, As they beheld the resolute gleam in Robb's eyes and felt the grim atmosphere among the wolf riders, an inexplicable confidence burgeoned within them. They sensed that following such a leader and his formidable band would surely lead to victory. The enemy is at rest. Now is the prime moment to place our blades at their throats. Charge with me. Robb's voice resonated from beneath his helmet, sounding somewhat muffled. Yet every man comprehended his command. A howl erupted beneath the full moon, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hoofs. The patrol soldiers of the Lannister army on the north shore quickly sensed the disturbance. One soldier hastily fumbled for a nearby horn, preparing to sound the alarm. A spear composed of golden lightning materialized instantaneously at the soldier's chest, rendering him paralyzed, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Why can I no longer move? As the soldier collapsed, the patrolling sentinels sought to retrieve the horn, only to be met with a swift demise from Robb's second lightning spear from afar. After several harrowing encounters, the patrolling soldiers comprehended that this horn was a harbinger of death, best left unglanced upon. Consequently, the remaining few soldiers resorted to the most primitive form of alert, shouting, "Enemy attack! The wolves have come!" Their cries could not permeate the camp swiftly enough. In the absence of the horn's warning, 1/5 of the northern garrison's soldiers failed to awaken from their slumber in time. Numerous soldiers emerged from the tents near Robb's forces, roused by the thunderous sound of hoofs. To the defenses, enemy attack! Cover! Where are the crossbowmen? Hurry! The command structure of the northern garrison had not yet completely crumbled. As some mid-ranking officers endeavored to mount a counteroffensive, Robb, leading the charge, gazed upon the wooden barricades erected for cavalry and leapt high from his steed, conjuring the phantasmal visage of a colossal dragon. This time, it was the roar of a fire dragon. Chapter 27, The sudden assault on the flowing city. A torrent of flames, unleashed by the mighty dragons, engulfed the Lannister positions on the northern shore. The barricades, originally erected to fend off cavalry charges, crumbled effortlessly before the ferocious fire, reduced to mere charred remnants in an instant. Archers, who had sought refuge behind the fortifications, were seared by the dragon's breath, their anguished cries piercing the air. The Lannister soldiers witnessing this horrifying spectacle were momentarily paralyzed by fear. But soon their dread transformed into resolve. For the cavalry, with their steeds' eyes shrouded, charged through the smoldering barriers, their lances swiftly claiming the lives of the hapless defenders. Fire! Block their advance, spearmen! Form up quickly! Commanded the Lannister officers, but their orders were swiftly silenced by Robb's keen aim. With a flick of his wrist, a shard of stone materialized in Robb's hand, soaring through the air with alarming speed to shatter the helmet of an officer still barking commands, rendering him unconscious with the force of impact. Beast Stone, a prayer that swiftly releases sharp shards, capable of consecutive use. It is said that in the age of the golden trees, stones were the original weapons of the wise beasts. Though not as potent as the Thunderlance or Dragon's Prayer, this invocation excelled in its rapid execution and minimal preparation time, proving to be exceptionally practical. As one officer fell, another hastily took command. Awaken those lazy swine in the rear, grasp your spears. Do not. His words were abruptly cut short by a dull thud. As he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, one after another, it became clear that any officer daring to issue commands would meet a similar fate, plunging the noble commanders into a profound silence. Robb surveyed the battlefield. His forces had successfully scattered the enemy camp, while the rear divisions were only now becoming aware of the nocturnal assault. He recognized the urgency to strike before they could form a spear wall, for doing so would render his cavalry at a distinct disadvantage. Follow me, Robb bellowed, leading over 400 cavalrymen, setting fires as they surged toward the still-dazed encampment. The deeper they pressed into the enemy territory, the more fortifications emerged, all erected in preparation for the assault on Flowing City. Robb conjured the visage of a dragon's head, unleashing flames upon any siege structure in sight, though each fiery breath was brief, ceasing as soon as the target ignited. The exertion of such potent dragon prayers drained his mental energy, and Robb lacked the stamina for prolonged use. Is that a dragon? Am I still dreaming? I could have sworn I just witnessed the head of a colossal dragon spewing fire. A Lannister soldier, just emerging from the camp, was bewildered, grappling with the surreal notion that he had either awakened from slumber or somehow traversed back in time to the epoch of the Targaryens, when dragons roamed the skies and conquered the continent. Before they could react, the cavalry, brandishing torches, swiftly claimed their lives. Run! Help! Escape! They cried. By the seven, save us! The remaining Lannister soldiers, witnessing the terrifying scene, felt their fighting spirit evaporate. Many had not donned their armor properly before rushing into battle, and upon seeing such horror, their resolve crumbled completely. Robb had incinerated a significant portion of the siege equipment, and his mental fortitude was nearly depleted. He could no longer summon prayer spells and had to await the gradual restoration of his strength. Thus, Robb drew 2 long swords from his back and plunged into hand-to-hand combat with the Lannister guards. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, night mode, and add blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Surrender and you shall not be harmed. Surrender and you shall not be harmed. Robb dealt forward, followed closely by over 200 mounted Stark soldiers. They struck down any obstructing soldiers along their path, racing through the northern camp. Shouting slogans of mercy to undermine the enemy's morale, chaos erupted within the camp of thousands, flames erupted, and people fled in all directions. Damn it. The North Shore is in trouble. The Lannister officer, Count Andros Brackens, beheld the North Shore ablaze, with cries of despair echoing, occasionally accompanied by the unearthly roars of strange beasts, causing his heart to lurch. Jaime, leading 3,000 cavalry, had vanished for several days, and many of the returning riders claimed that Jaime had been captured by Robb. The nobles were already in a state of unease due to this development. Now, witnessing the North Shore under attack, their panic intensified. Follow me to support the North Shore. Their numbers are few. If we can hold the defenses, we can secure victory. Count Andros swiftly organized his men and crossed the river with 2,000 troops. In the dark of night, the river's current was swift and made way across. Andros began to regret his hasty decision. He splashed his face with river water to regain his composure, regardless of his recklessness. He knew support for the North Shore was imperative, otherwise, if it fell, both he and the eastern forces would be vulnerable to devastation, making it effortless for the enemy to breach their lines. Kill! Squeak, squeak, whoosh. At that moment, the previously quiet night atop the walls of Riverrun erupted into chaos. Hundreds of torches ignited simultaneously, and the catapults, already loaded, creaked ominously. Accompanied by the battle cries of the defending forces, massive stones rained down upon the crossing Lannister troops. It's a trap. Count Andros felt a chill in his heart. Yet, this was not the worst news, as he soon heard the deafening battle cries rising into the night. Follow me. Surround them, but do not trap them too tightly. Let them escape. Kill. For the Wolf Lord. For Duke Ned. For Riverrun. On the western shore, the long-ambushed Earl Jason Mullister beheld the unfolding of events as per his meticulous design. With a force of 2,000 loyal men, he surged forth, launching a ferocious assault upon the Lannister troops stationed on the west coast. The creaking of hinges and the clang of metal echoed as the gates of Riverrun swung open, and the long-suspended drawbridge was finally lowered. The invigorated forces of the Riverlands, under the valiant leadership of the Earl of Lakewood, surged forth as well. The 2 battalions converged, encircling the Lannister forces with a cacophony of battle cries. It was over. All was lost. Earl Andros observed the disarray of the troops left behind on the western front, countless soldiers surrendering without a fight, while his own vessels were battered by the stones hurled from catapults. Fortunately, he would soon be liberated from such trifling concerns, for he saw a massive boulder hurtling towards him. His ship was destined to capsize. Chapter 28, The Tyroshi Cavalry. After a night of arduous and extraordinary combat, the Lannister forces besieging the city of Riverrun were utterly vanquished by Robb. The armies of the Lannister family from both the north and west banks were decimated. Most soldiers either fled or surrendered, while those who dared to remain and resist met their demise. Initially, the Lannister garrison stationed on the west bank attempted to form a shield wall in defense, but the defenders of Riverrun, under the leadership of Count Tytos Blackwood, launched a rear assault, resulting in even more devastating losses on the west bank than the north. As for the eastern army, which had remained inactive, Sir Flora pressed her. Witnessing the irreversible turn of events, led his 4,000 men in an orderly and safe retreat. Meanwhile, a Tyroshi mercenary responsible for leading the Free Riders felled the banner of House Lannister and defected to the Starks. In the aftermath of the battle, Ser Brynden Tully, weary and spent, reported to Robb, "My lord, the ship of Count Andros was struck by our catapults. Encased in heavy armor, he did not resurface after his vessel capsized. We have lost 200 men, yet we have slain over 2,000 foes and captured more than 3,000, with countless supplies collected and currently being accounted for." Robb felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The night's bloodshed had left his own blood still uncoagulated. Yet, he could not afford to rest. As the leader of his company, there were numerous matters demanding his attention. Has my uncle Edmure Tully been located? Sir Brendan's tone lightened considerably. Yes, he has been found. Along with a group of nobles from the Riverlands, all confined in the same prisoner camp, though he has lost quite a bit of weight. Robb nodded. First, arrange for their accommodation in Riverrun. I shall meet with them shortly. Now, summon that Tyroshi mercenary to me. Tyrosh is a free city. Yet it does not belong to the continent of Westeros. Rather, it is part of the contested lands, a port city renowned for its production of mercenaries and slaves. It is likely that the usurper, Jaime, specifically recruited these free riders for this campaign. However, it was unexpected that this group, witnessing the imminent downfall of House Lannister, would so readily abandon their allegiance and pledge themselves to Robb. Faced with these cavalrymen presenting themselves, Robb had no reason to turn them away. Yet, their loyalty remained in question, and winning their trust would not prove to be a simple endeavor. The mercenary who had struck down the Lannister banner was soon brought before Robb. Though this rider appeared unremarkable, his beard was peculiar long and a rare shade of greenish-gray. While Robb scrutinized him, the green-bearded mercenary observed the young wolf lord, blue eyes, chestnut hair, a robust physique. He seemed no different from an ordinary man. Despite the legends claiming this young wolf could transform into a dragon to sweep across the battlefield, whether such tales held truth remained to be seen. Regardless of his thoughts, as a defeated warrior, the green-bearded man knelt on one knee and pledged his loyalty to his new lord. I am called Peril, but most know me as Greenbeard. On behalf of 300 Tyroshi riders and 600 noble steeds, I offer my service to the new king. Robb stood beneath a tree, looking down at the Greenbeard. I have heard that the Tyroshi are renowned for their avarice. A shiver ran down Greenbeard's spine. It was a rather awkward remark to respond to, leaving him in silence. Robb shifted his tone. In truth, greed is not inherently a vice. One must always have aspirations. If everyone were a saint, devoid of desires, how could I compel them to serve my interests? Greybeard let out a sigh of relief, feeling considerably steadier. Rest assured, my lord, the Lannister commander is exceedingly foolish. We discern that they are certainly no match for you, which is why we have joined your ranks. Is that so? It seems you harbor no qualms about switching allegiances. Robb remarked, raising Greenbeard's anxiety anew. The realization that his fate rested in another's hands was profoundly unsettling. No, Greybeard began, but Robb interrupted. This arrangement is beneficial. We provide the coin, you offer your strength, and as long as we adhere to the terms of our agreement, all shall prosper, shall we not? Indeed. Greybeard felt akin to a marionette, manipulated by another's whims, his emotions swaying with every word spoken. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he sensed that this young man possessed a cunning beyond his years. Robb approached Greybeard, resting a hand on his head, smearing the still fresh blood across his scalp. Greybeard dared not utter a word. Since you have pledged your allegiance to me, let us proceed to observe the warriors of Tyrosh. With a sigh of relief, Greybeard felt a significant hurdle had been crossed. Robb understood that the loyalty of these mercenaries would likely be tenuous. Yet both loyalty and honor could be cultivated through the right approach. With a third of his wolf cavalry diminished, Robb required reinforcements, and the Tyroshi cavalry would serve as an ideal supplement. Additionally, Greybeard and his contingent hailed from the eastern continent, rendering them familiar with its nuances, a resource that would undoubtedly prove valuable in the future. Upon examining the Tyroshi mercenaries, Robb was somewhat taken aback. The overall quality of this band of warriors was commendable, each meeting his stringent standards for wolf cavalry. This was not surprising, as these individuals had traversed oceans to engage in battle on the continent of Westeros. Their confidence in their prowess was evident, for few would dare such a venture without it. With the addition of these 300 Tyroshi riders, Robb's cavalry swelled to over 500. Though their combat effectiveness might not yet match that of the previous 300, he planned to allow them a period of acclimatization with the original wolf cavalry before commencing training, confident that their battle capabilities would soon soar. Greybeard also brought a piece of intelligence to Robb. The Lannister army on the eastern coast consists of 4,000 men, with 2,000 spearmen and 2,000 archers. It is estimated that they have joined forces with Duke Tywin on the King's Road. Duke Tywin commands a force of over 20,000, currently hastening toward our location. Robb smiled. I have 15,000 men pursuing Tywin's rear, and he is still quite a distance from us. Upon hearing Robb's words, Greybeard was taken aback. This young wolf lord had already defeated a Lannister force of over 10,000 with fewer than 3,000 men, and with his additional forces, was a Lannister defeat now inevitable? Robb paid no further attention to Greybeard, The siege of Riverrun had just been lifted, and much of the Riverlands still lay under Tywin's control. There were many matters still demanding his attention. Blackfish. Let us enter the city together to assess the current situation of Lord Tully. Chapter 29. The bequest of grandfather under the guidance of Uncle Admiral Tully. Robb arrived at his grandfather's study. Riverrun was constructed in a triangular form, and the Duke's study mirrored this shape. To the east, a protruding stone balcony resembled the bow of a colossal sandstone vessel. In Robb's memory, grandfather House Tully had always been a robust figure. However, he now appeared somewhat diminished. His muscles seemingly melding into his bones, and his hair and beard had turned entirely white. Admiral spoke softly, "Father, your grandson has come." Upon hearing Admiral's voice, Duke Tully opened his eyes, which, like Robb's, were a striking blue. "Robb, the son of House Stark, I remember him. He has inherited my eyes." The Duke's voice was faint and fraught with pain as he groped for Robb's hand. Swiftly, Robb stepped forward, taking hold of his grandfather's hand, which, once large, now felt frail, the skin sagging loosely over the bones, having long since lost its strength. Despite his grave condition, Duke Tully resolutely summoned his vassals to fight for his family and the Lannister lineage, a sentiment that stirred something within Robb. A golden light erupted from Robb's palm. "Grandfather, it is I, please do not speak." Admiral was astonished to see two golden rings suddenly materialize on the ground, emanating from Robb and creating a wave of comforting energy. This sensation was unfamiliar to Admiral, yet he felt inexplicably that it was a divine blessing. A baptism reserved for the most devout of followers. Blessing, a prayer of the fated one, possessing the measure of a king, capable of healing nearby allies and alleviating abnormal conditions. The golden radiance enveloped Duke Tully, bathing him in warmth. Previously, he had endured excruciating pain in his abdomen, feeling as though countless crabs were pinching him from within, relying solely on medicine to ease his suffering. Now, astonishingly, the pain had subsided. He realized, with wonder, that he was hungry. For the Duke, who had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time, this sensation was almost foreign, and in that moment, he felt the urge to weep. My body no longer aches." Admiral, witnessing the improvement in his father's condition, felt a surge of joy. What is happening?" "You jest," Robb explained. "Grandfather's condition was dire. I could not fully heal him, only alleviate his suffering. This is already marvelous." "This is truly wonderful," Admiral murmured, reflecting on the pain his father had endured and feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude now that his father's suffering had lessened. "Thank you, Robb," Admiral expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Robb waved his hand dismissively. "We are family. There is no need for thanks. If anything, I should be the one expressing gratitude for my father. You have endured much." Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Uncle Admiral was covered in scars, with a bandage wrapped around his neck, remnants of his battle with the regicide, where he had nearly perished on the battlefield. Duke Tully's eyes regained their sparkle as he looked at Robb, a tender smile gracing his face. "Once you were merely this small, now you command troops in battle. Last night, I had them carry me to the city gate, and I witnessed your valor." The torches surged like a tide. I heard the screams from across the river, and the siege tower was engulfed in flames. "You surpass your uncle." Robb smiled modestly, replying, "It was but a trivial matter, really. Grandfather, it is not just me. Sir Brindan has also returned." The Duke's eyes brightened at the news of his brother's return. "He has come back from the Vale? What of Little Cat and Lisa? Have they come as well?" "My mother has gone to the Aryans to find Robert's younger brother," Robb replied, shaking his head. "And Lisa did not come from the Vale. She must care for her son. She should have come. How could she not?" The Duke expressed some discontent. "What of Blackfish? Has he wed?" "No," Robb said, noting his grandfather's growing displeasure. "Humph, I told him. I commanded him to marry. I am his lord, and he knows I have the authority to arrange his marriage." Robb found it amusing that his grandfather, despite his age, still possessed a childlike temperament. Sir Brindan is indeed brave in battle and adept in strategy. Without him, our campaigns would be exceedingly challenging. He has always had the makings of a commander. He was once known as the Knight of the Blood, Robb added. The Duke glanced at Robb and then at his son, sighed, and waved his hand towards his son. "I have matters to discuss with Robb." Edmure understood his father's intent and, feeling a bit dejected, stepped outside. You performed admirably. What are your plans moving forward? Robb pondered for a moment before responding honestly. I wish to rescue my family first. I will mobilize troops to pressure the Lannisters. But I do not intend to march on King's Landing. The situation remains quite complex. The Duke nodded. Your thoughts are commendable. You are indeed Ned's son. I have little time left. I am aware of this. Edmure is not your equal. In times of peace, he might serve well as a duke, but presently, he cannot defend the Riverlands. Seeing his grandfather speak so plainly, Robb did not conceal his thoughts. While Uncle Edmure may not excel in military affairs, he is highly regarded among the lords and is suitable for managing the affairs of the realm. As for military matters, I believe Ser Brindan would be an excellent choice. Duke Tully gazed into Robb's eyes, which reflected his own. Indeed, you are a person of ambition, and this bodes well for our family. His implication was clear. Robb harbored aspirations for the Riverlands. Yet, the Duke was acutely aware of the perilous circumstances beyond their walls. The Riverlands must rely on the North to navigate these turbulent times, and submitting to Robb was not an unpalatable prospect. Advanced in years, the Duke had weathered countless storms across the continent and understood which path was most prudent. With a mere handful of followers, Robb had vanquished the forces of House Lannister and captured the Kingslayer, Jaime, a remarkable feat that would undoubtedly immortalize his name throughout Westeros. In stark contrast, his own son had returned defeated at the hands of Jaime and had been taken prisoner. His reputation diminished to its nadir, rendering any competition for command utterly futile. Robb earnestly addressed his grandfather. You are my family, and I shall not allow any of my kin to suffer injustice. Regardless of the circumstances, you shall always remain the Duke of the Riverlands, and Uncle Edmure will retain his title. The Duke regarded Robb in silence. Without further words, the future of the Riverlands is entrusted to you. Chapter 30. Individual arrangements. Duke Tully's health was rather frail, and he was to meet his brother, Sir Blackfish, a rendezvous that invariably sparked conflict. As a result, Robb refrained from lingering in his grandfather's study. After a night of relentless toil, exhaustion gripped Robb, prompting him to seek refuge in a room where he succumbed to slumber until noon. Following his midday meal, his foremost task was to convene a meeting with the lords. In the council chamber of Riverrun, Robb occupied the seat of honor, with his uncle, Ser Edmure, to his left, while the remaining nobles perceived nothing amiss. Having led 2 unprecedented campaigns, Robb's stature had soared, and the moniker of the young wolf was now widely acknowledged. The assembly comprised 6 participants: Lord Jason Mallister of Seaguard, Lord Titles Blackwood, Ser Edmure Tully, the uncle-nephew duo of Ser Blackfish, and lastly, Robb alongside Theon Greyjoy. Robb commenced the discussion. The resounding victory at the Battle of Riverrun owes much to the esteemed efforts of all present. However, Lord Tywin's forces remain unvanquished, and my family is yet to be rescued. This conflict endures. Sir Blackfish, still flushed from a recent altercation with his brother, nonetheless remained astute in gathering intelligence. He unfurled a document, stating, Lord Tywin recently triumphed over the northern forces with minimal casualties, yet he hastens towards Riverrun with great urgency. Reports indicate that in his haste, he has abandoned the wounded and compressed the rest periods, leading to significant soldier fatalities and desertions. Lord Roose Bolton has attempted harassment on several occasions but has been repelled by Lord Tywin, Robb noted, acknowledging the situation. It seems Old Flame is no match for Tywin. However, upon learning of Jaime's capture, Tywin will assuredly avoid confrontation, seeking refuge in a stronghold to await a favorable moment. We need not deploy excessive forces against Old Flame. Draft a letter urging him to maintain his standoff against Tywin. As for Greyjoy, Rickard Stark, and Mira, instruct them to bring their contingents to Riverrun to join us. Sir Blackfish nodded in agreement, having unconsciously grown accustomed to Robb's directives. Robb continued, Sir Blackfish, I hold your abilities in high esteem, and I wish for you to oversee military intelligence. Would you accept the role of my intelligence officer? Emotions swirled within Sir Blackfish, who, in defiance of his brother's meddling in his matrimonial affairs, had taken matters into his own hands, seeking refuge in his niece's service yet remained underutilized. Now, he had finally found a position where his talents could shine. I shall not disappoint you, he readily affirmed. Robb felt a surge of satisfaction, having bolstered his ranks with a formidable ally. Uncle Edmure, he continued, in light of Jaime's previous dispersal of the Riverlands forces, many soldiers remain scattered. I implore you to rally them in the name of House Tully. They represent a valuable asset. Edmund Tully felt a twinge of shame for his inadequacies. having suffered defeat due to his inability to match Jaime. Now, he was compelled to confront the remnants of his defeated forces, a task that weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, he was the only one capable of undertaking this responsibility. The people of the Riverlands remained loyal to House Tully, and with the Duke's failing health, it fell upon the sole heir to shoulder this duty. I shall proceed, though I am uncertain how many still live. Robb, with deliberate intent, believed that one must confront the shadows of their failures and overcome them to achieve growth. As the meeting progressed, Robb turned to the two earls, each of whom had their own roles to play. Earl of Lakewood, your castle has been besieged, and Tywin holds your family captive. Numerous lords of the Riverlands are also under his sway. We possess Tywin's nephew and several lords from the Westlands. You shall negotiate the exchange of hostages with Tywin. The Earl of Lakewood had steadfastly defended Riverrun, his contributions on par with anyone present. Upon learning of his family's capture, he had been consumed by anxiety, and now Robb's proposal offered him a glimmer of hope. He cast a grateful glance towards Robb. Rest assured, I shall never let my personal feelings compromise my honor. Robb then addressed Jason Mallister. Earl Jason, once my forces arrive, we shall continue westward to the Westlands. Tywin has unleashed his wrath upon the Riverlands, committing atrocities and plundering wealth. We must exact our vengeance. Having reclaimed Riverrun, Robb severed Tywin's connection to the Westlands, leaving him reliant solely on supplies from King's Landing, effectively isolating the region. Furthermore, the majority of the Westland forces had been withdrawn by Tywin and Jaime, rendering them vulnerable and devoid of threat. Jason Mallister, pleased with this advantageous assignment, awaited the conclusion of the meeting. As it drew to a close, Theon Greyjoy realized he had yet to be assigned a task. Contemplating the possibility of achieving something of worth, he stepped forward. Robb, the Iron Islands still have my father's forces. I can return to persuade him to send reinforcements. Theon Greyjoy hailed from the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands, their sigil resembling an octopus, earning them the moniker of the Iron Man. The terrain of the Iron Islands was harsh, and their inhabitants lived rather savagely, relying on piracy for sustenance. They had previously rebelled, but at that time, Ned Stark and the former King Robert had quelled the uprising, defeating the Greyjoys and killing two male heirs, leaving only the 10-year-old Theon. Out of compassion, Ned chose not to annihilate them completely and instead brought Theon back to Winterfell for upbringing, hoping to prevent further insurrections from the Iron Islands. Ned, being a man of integrity, harbored genuine feelings for Theon and chose not to perpetuate the grievances of the previous generation against him, instead fostering a bond between Theon and Robb that allowed them to grow up as inseparable friends. Robb glanced at Theon, aware that in the original timeline, upon returning home, Theon betrayed House Stark under the influence of his father's teachings. This predicament weighed heavily on Robb's mind. His conflict did not stem from whether to allow Theon to return. Rather, Robb found himself hoping for a rebellion from the Iron Islands. Even if they did not revolt, he would instigate one, as their involvement was a crucial element in his plans. However, Theon had fought alongside him as a member of the Stark cavalry on 2 occasions, and the memories they shared evoked a sense of camaraderie. After a moment of contemplation, Robb acquiesced to Theon's request. You have embarked on a path distinct from your former life, and I cannot predict the choices you will make upon returning to the Iron Islands. Consider this your trial. Should you succeed, we shall remain brothers, but if you revert to your old ways, the paths we choose are our own. And I hope you do not find yourself in opposition to me. As Robb observed Theon's elation, he silently offered a prayer. Chapter 31. I am utterly devastated. Great Jon and Rickard Karstark arrived at Riverrun with their forces. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching piece of news, Ned Stark had been executed by the false king, Joffrey. In the assembly hall, Robb summoned a meeting, gathering the noble lords of the North and the Riverlands. Great Jon, overwhelmed with grief, shed tears upon seeing Robb, vowing, the Lannisters will pay dearly for this. I swear by the heavens, I shall avenge Lord Ned. Rickard Karstark was equally incensed, exclaiming, the usurper must be slain. We shall take the head of the regicide. We must seek retribution. Robb, seated upon his chair, raised a cup of ale, his expression stern. The usurper cannot be killed. I intend to use him as a bargaining chip for my sister. Furthermore, he is not the one who murdered my father. We must seek vengeance from those who owe us. Our target is Joffrey. At this moment, Robb held no interest in executing Jaime, as it did not align with his character. Venting his wrath upon the innocent would serve no purpose. Had Cersei advocated for Ned's death, he might have considered slaying Jaime, for Jaime was Cersei's most cherished. A move that would drive her to madness. This was strategy. However, Joffrey was a flawed monster. Even if Jaime's head were placed before him, he would only tremble in fear. Devoid of sorrow, Great John had already heard of Robb's notable achievements during the journey, and his admiration and loyalty towards Robb had reached its zenith. He found no reason to dispute Robb's words. Rickard Karstark's eldest son had been captured by Tywin, and Robb was negotiating with Tywin using his seized hostages for an exchange, prompting Rickard to withhold further comments in gratitude for Robb's actions. Great John, in his boisterous manner, inquired, "My lord, what shall we do next?" "We shall heed your every command." Robb, sipping his ale, turned to Sir Brynden Tully, known as the Blackfish. The Blackfish nodded slightly, relaying the news he had just received. The former king, Robert's younger brother, Renly, has proclaimed himself king. He has allied with House Tyrell of Highgarden, amassing an army of 100,000, poised to march against Joffrey. Great John was taken aback. 100,000 troops. How can there be so many? The Blackfish elucidated. Upon Robert Baratheon's ascension, Renly inherited his brother's ducal title. I've heard he is a commendable man, and many of the Stormland lords are loyal to him. Rickard Karstark added, moreover, he has allied with the Tyrells of the Reach, the wealthiest region. Combining the two duchies could indeed yield a force of 100,000. The continent of Westeros comprises 7 kingdoms and 1 capital, King's Landing. Presently, 5 kingdoms were embroiled in this chaotic struggle, leaving the outcome uncertain. Robb recognized that the time was not yet ripe. The situation is tumultuous. Let them tear each other apart for now. The foremost priority is to secure my sister's return. Lord Tytos Blackwood had already departed with Robb's orders to King's Landing to negotiate the exchange of captives with Tywin's forces, and this matter would soon be resolved. The esteemed Blackfish perceived the current situation as rather precarious. Our conflict with the Lannisters has reached a point of no return. Should we engage in trade with the false King Joffrey, we would soon find ourselves as targets of the newly crowned King Tommen. At that moment, the boisterous Greyjohn vehemently countered, "What nonsense! I do not recognize that scoundrel as king." The nobles of the Riverlands echoed his sentiments, their lands ravaged by the Lannisters, and their frustration had long since festered. However, they were acutely aware that they could not confront the Lannisters alone. Thus they fervently hoped that Robb would lead them to plunder the Westlands not merely for vengeance, but to recover their losses. The Lannister father and son have plundered our fields and slaughtered our people, leaving the castles of the lords present reduced to mere charred ruins. Can that so-called King Tommen deliver justice for us? If he cannot, he is no king of ours. Maya Stone, who had remained silent until now, abruptly stood and rebuked the nobles. "You call Joffrey a false king and claim Tommen cannot deliver justice. Do you wish to proclaim your independence?" The nobles of the Riverlands and the North fell silent. They certainly lacked the means for self-governance, but that did not preclude others from aspiring to it. All eyes turned to Robb, who maintained a composed demeanor yet uttered not a word. Then, the vociferous Greyjohn slammed his palm upon the table, his voice resonating within the hall. "Lords, allow me to express my views on these 2 kings. Tommen Baratheon means nothing to me. Why should we let the flower-scented folk of Highgarden and those uncertain in their affections govern us? What do they understand of the wall, the wolf's wood, or the graves of our ancestors? Even the gods they worship are not true deities. The 7. To hell with them. As for the Lannisters, may the others take them. I have had my fill." The nobles of the Riverlands appeared somewhat embarrassed, as they too worshipped the 7. Yet this was not the moment for such discussions. When the discourse shifted to the matters of war, the 7 could endure a slight. Greyjohn reached over his shoulder, drawing forth a fearsome 2-handed sword, pointing it at Robb. "Why can we not govern ourselves as we once did? Lords, I will kneel, but only before this king." His voice thundered, "Long life the king in the north." He then knelt, placing his sword at Robb's feet. "Long life the king in the north." Maya Mormont rose next, placing her spiked mace beside Greyjohn's sword. Count Rickard Karstark quickly followed suit, mirroring their actions. Robb, who had hitherto remained expressionless, finally reacted, his face betraying astonishment. "What are you doing? Get up, do not do this." At this moment, the noblemen of the Riverlands rose in unison. Although the families of Marister had never been subject to Winterfell, they collectively drew their swords and knelt. Together, they proclaimed an ancient title, King in the North. King in the North. Robb appeared somewhat bewildered, exclaiming, "How can you do this? What is the meaning of this? How can I presume to take the throne?" Maya produced a crown of pure gold, crafted long ago, and astonishingly subdued Robb, forcefully placing the crown upon his head. It was an exquisitely ornate diadem, featuring a golden tree intricately carved at its center, with a wolf gazing forward amid the verdant foliage. Robb found himself utterly powerless to resist. forced to witness the crown settle upon him, fitting perfectly. Alas, you have truly brought me to ruin. Robb fumed, his anger palpable. Chapter 32. The king's vessels. The essence of kingship was inscribed in Robb's very soul. The nobles of the Riverlands longed for a leader to exact vengeance upon the Lannisters. The lords of the north, unwilling to have traversed the distance in vain, now wielded an immense advantage and yearned to reap further rewards from the conflict. War is a ravenous beast, insatiable in its appetite, a force that once unleashed ignites the desires within the hearts of men, only to be temporarily sated. It is evident that the cravings of the Riverlands and northern lords remain unquenched. The colossal specter of war lies dormant within each soul. Thus, Robb's ascension as the king in the north was a natural progression. Although his performance bore a semblance of superficiality, fortunately, none seemed to mind. After a brief display, Robb restored his countenance, setting the tone for this unfolding drama. Our essence now lies in reclaiming the status of an independent kingdom for the north, rather than echoing the claims of Joffrey and Renly over the entirety of Westeros. However, I no longer inherit a dukedom. I ascend to kingship. Legalities are of little concern. A king to the Targaryens' conquest of Westeros, my strength is the very justification for my reign. A wave of jubilation surged among the nobles of the Riverlands and the north, as the eldest officially declared his kingship. From this moment forth, Robb Stark shall be known as the king in the north, ruling over territories that stretch from the north to the Riverlands. The elevation of the eldest's status heralded great fortune. If the eldest does not rise, how can one expect to ascend? If one does not rise, how can their loyal subjects hope to elevate themselves? If the vassals do not gain rewards, why would they serve with fervor? If the vassals do not serve, one finds themselves bereft of support, leading to the eldest's disregard, thereby stifling one's own ascent. This is the cyclical nature of war. Observing the elation on the faces of his followers, Robb began to issue orders. Great John, Rickard Karstark, and Lord Jason Mallister, you three shall lead your men to encamp on the western shore of Riverrun. The towns there can adequately accommodate you. Once the exchange of hostages is complete, you shall immediately march to assault the Westlands, seizing their lands, wealth, and provisions. The Riverlands have suffered greatly. We cannot afford to delay in reclaiming what is rightfully ours. The three valiant lords nodded in agreement, their faces alight with excitement. Plunder is always a lucrative endeavor. They were primed for a grand battle. After the meeting concluded, Robb retreated to his grandfather's study, settling into a chair alone, contemplating matters that could not be divulged to his subordinates. Following two extraordinary victories, his renown had reached its zenith within the realms of the north and the Riverlands. The most apparent change was the absence of those like the old weasel, who, when summoned for military action, sought to barter with him. Yet, what lay beneath the surface of each individual's thoughts remained uncertain. Robb produced a sheet of paper and inscribed the names of 4 individuals. The first was Catelyn. My mother has gone to persuade the Rose family on behalf of King Renly. Although Renly appears to be marrying young Sansa Stark, his true inclinations lie towards men, as he has become entwined with the Knight of Flowers from the Rose family. It is anticipated that news of my victory over the Lannisters will soon reach my mother, and Renly is likely to meet an untimely demise due to the dark sorcery wielded by his brother. Given my mother's capabilities, the alliance with the Rose family stands a chance. On paper, Robb marked his mother Catelyn's name in red ink, signifying that everything is progressing smoothly. Next is the Earl of Lakewood, Titles, who is en route to King's Landing to negotiate with Tywin's forces, armed with numerous demands from Robb, primarily aimed at securing hostages. Joffrey is easily manageable, but Tywin and Cersei are formidable adversaries. The Earl's journey may not unfold as favorably, yet with the advantage Robb holds in the current military landscape, the desired outcome should ultimately be achieved. Robb marked Titles Lakewood's name in black, indicating potential complications, yet he remains hopeful for a favorable resolution. After this, Robb's gaze fell upon the name of Theon Greyjoy, sent to the Iron Islands. Theon, a companion from his youth, possesses individual capabilities that are commendable. However, as a hostage within House Stark, despite having been tempered by 2 battles, it remains uncertain whether he can withstand the intimidation from his father. Unlike the original timeline, Robb is aware of the impending rebellion from the Iron Islands, which will lead a formidable force against the north. Consequently, all movements from the Iron Islands are under Robb's scrutiny, and Theon's personal choices will not alter the larger trajectory of events. Robb's willingness to return him serves as a test of loyalty, and he can only hope Theon makes the right decision. Robb refrained from marking Theon Greyjoy's name, deeming it inconsequential. His attention then turned to the final name, Roose Bolton. Currently, Roose commands 10,000 men stationed on the King's Road, presenting a standoff against Tywin's forces at Harrenhal. Despite previous setbacks, facing Tywin is no small feat. Roose's ability to hold his ground on the Tywin's assault speaks to his military prowess. If possible, Robb would welcome Roose Bolton into his ranks, having already made several overtures. Though it remains uncertain whether this old fox can grasp the changing tides. Robb made a mark beside Roose Bolton's name, signifying that he requires further evaluation. After contemplating the situations of the 4 key figures he had dispatched, Robb began to address the various matters concerning the Riverlands and Riverrun, primarily focusing on military affairs. Until hostages are exchanged with the Lannisters, any offensive against the Westerlands must be moderated, yet inaction is not an option. To confront external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Having rushed previously, he now finally has the time to settle internal affairs. Robb's gaze traversed the map of the North and the Riverlands, ultimately settling upon his first target, the town of Riverrun. The old Weasel's command still held sway over 4,000 men, a force not to be underestimated. Having previously antagonized the old Weasel, these men could not be counted upon. Now was the time to seek retribution and settle accounts thoroughly. He jingled a bell, and an elegantly attired maid entered the study. "Summon Sir Stephen Fry," he instructed. In short order, Stephen Fry, clad in armor and nearly old enough to be Robb's grandfather, entered the study. Upon opening the door, he knelt on one knee, inquiring, "Your Grace, what is your command?" Robb nodded slightly and asked, "Have you been in correspondence with your father recently?" Stephen Fry felt a jolt of surprise, uncertain whether this was a test from Robb. After all, the tension between them stemmed from the Fry Lord's failed attempts to gain favor, resulting in a lesson from Robb that had strained their relations. Nevertheless, as the eldest son of the old Weasel and heir to Riverrun, such correspondence was entirely customary. Understanding this, Stephen Fry replied, "Yes, my lord. My father congratulates you on your splendid victories." Robb chuckled, "Congratulate me? I dare say he is likely quaking in his boots at this very moment." Chapter 33. Robb's command. With his head bowed, Stephen Fry expressed, "My lord. My father holds you in the highest regard and shall not err as he has in the past." Robb gazed at him and suddenly inquired, "You must be over 60. Correct?" "Indeed, your grace," Stephen Fry replied, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. There has always existed an unspoken understanding between Robb and Stephen. Robb, intentionally or otherwise, often alluded to Stephen's age, remarking on the rarity of heirs over 60 in the realm. The Fry family, burdened by an excess of sons and the patriarch's advanced years, has endured a lack of harmony and a certain emotional detachment among its members. Some sons and grandsons would go to great lengths to curry favor with Lord Fry, yet they displayed little respect for Stephen. In Westeros, reaching the age of 60 is indeed considered advanced, and it remains uncertain who might depart this world first, Stephen or Lord Fry. Thus, Stephen's anxiety and disquietude gradually eroded familial bonds, particularly his affection for his father and brothers. Robb, perceiving the internal dynamics of House Frey, chose Stephen to accompany him on an audacious gamble. "You have fought alongside my wolf cavalry, thus, you are, in a sense, a knight of mine. Return to your father and write him a letter, informing him of my impending visit. Like last time, I shall bring only my wolf cavalry. You shall accompany me," Robb commanded. Stephen lowered his head further, his aged hands trembling slightly. "Yes, your grace." The Riverlands had suffered greatly at the hands of House Lannister, with lords enduring significant losses, resulting in the brutal slaughter and displacement of many common folk. As the number of refugees swelled and resources dwindled, brigands and marauders inevitably emerged. Robb had dispatched his uncle Edmure to gather supplies in the Riverlands and to rally the scattered soldiers, yet this alone could not rectify the chaos. Robb aimed to march north to Riverrun, seizing the opportunity to train his wolf cavalry and eliminate the bandits along the way. Before departure, he held a private audience with Mira and Ser Brindan Tully of the Blackfish, imparting his instructions. These two, one serving as Robb's whip of military law and the other as his eyes and ears on the battlefield, were of great importance to him. Finally, Robb visited his grandfather, whose health had improved somewhat, yet the inevitable decline continued. Robb wished to spare him from further concerns and engage in light conversation before taking his leave. In the afternoon, Robb arrived at the camp where the wolf cavalry was stationed, where he was greeted by Small John and Greybeard, who had received word of his arrival. Greybeard appeared somewhat anxious. "Your grace, we await your command." After bowing, Small John, his expression alight with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Your grace, we are fully prepared and can depart at any moment." Since the battles of the Whispering Woods and the Runestone, the wolf cavalry's reputation for invincibility had spread across the continent. Within the camp at Runestone, the wolf cavalry became the subject of much curiosity, drawing many ordinary soldiers eager to witness the legendary warriors for themselves. This bestowed upon the wolf riders an immense sense of fulfillment, a feeling of reverence and adoration that elevated their spirits, compelling them to impose stricter standards upon themselves to align with the expectations of others. This is a common psychological phenomenon. Thus, the invigorated expressions of the wolf riders stood in stark contrast to the somewhat lethargic and apprehensive demeanor of the Tyroshi mercenaries. Robb cast a glance at the Tyroshi, then at the original wolf riders. The division between these two groups was unmistakable. It appeared that in the days spent together, Little John had failed to instill in these men the collective sense of honor characteristic of the wolf riders. This boded ill for Robb, as the wolf riders he needed were to be a cohesive entity, an extension of his own being, capable of being commanded and maneuvered at will. The current division rendered such unity unattainable. This issue must be resolved on the journey to Longwa City. Determined, Robb rode forth to address the Tyroshi mercenaries and spoke slowly. "What did Jaime pay you?" The green-bearded man beside him was taken aback. "What did you say?" Robb replied calmly. "Are you not mercenaries? Jaime pays you. That is why you are willing to serve him, is it not?" The mercenaries exchanged glances, and one boldly ventured. "Your Grace, we earn 2 silver stacks for each battle we fight for House Lannister." Robb chuckled. "With such meager pay, what are you risking your lives for?" "John, tell them how much they can earn as wolf riders." Standing tall and proud, John declared, "From this moment forth, you shall receive 1 gold dragon each month." A gasp erupted among the Tyroshi mercenaries. They had not anticipated such generosity from their new master. 1 gold dragon. A farmer's son would toil a lifetime to earn a single gold dragon. They could acquire such wealth in just 1 month. Seeing the Tyroshi mercenaries lose their discipline, eagerly whispering amongst themselves, John was instantly incensed. The wolf riders were the elite force under the Blood Wolf's command. They could not afford to be so unruly. He referred to Robb as the Blood Wolf, a title privately bestowed upon him by the wolf riders, who had witnessed his prowess on the battlefield, single-handedly slaying foes amidst a sea of blood. With Ned Stark deceased, he was no longer merely the young wolf. He had ascended to the status of Wolf King. "What Wolf King? Did you not see Robb's countenance that day?" I trembled at the sight. It was terrifying, as if he had emerged from a blood-soaked sea. "He is the Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf, what a fitting name." I bet that wretched Joffrey would wet his trousers upon hearing it. In such discussions, the wolf riders unanimously agreed to refer to Robb as the Blood Wolf, distinguishing their respect for him from that of others. Young John felt it his duty to impart some sense of decorum to the band of mercenaries before him. "Silence! You fools, cannot you see the king stands among us? Close your mouths and be still. Who do you think you are, you wretched scoundrel? How dare you presume to instruct us in our duties?" Immediately, dissent arose among the mercenaries, who, as free men by nature, were unrestrained and carefree. Faced with such insolence, they were unwilling to yield, erupting in a cacophony of curses. Enraged, young John advanced with his whip, striking the offender and leaving a crimson mark upon his visage. The reaction was akin to water splashed onto hot oil. The entire camp erupted in fury, over 300 Tyroshi mercenaries seething with rage, brandishing their weapons and glaring at young John, their tongues lashing out with foul words, as if poised to rend him to pieces. The wolf riders swiftly turned to confront the Tyroshi, yet none drew their weapons or uttered a word, standing in silence. For they had not received Robb's command. Chapter 74. Your identity stop. What are you trying to do? Greybeard exclaimed, startled. They were within Robb's encampment, surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers on high alert. Any disturbance would undoubtedly bring them trouble. However, his voice was too feeble, and his authority insufficient, leaving him to watch helplessly as the mercenaries of Tyrell grew increasingly incensed. Some had already collided maliciously with young Jon Snow, provoking one another. Robb observed the unfolding farce with great interest, aware that Jon refrained from engaging the mercenaries due to his command. After a moment's contemplation, Robb made his way to a viewing platform and leisurely took a seat, finding the situation amusing. Disarm! Jon Snow, despite the brewing conflict, kept a significant portion of his attention on Robb. Upon hearing Robb's words, he bellowed, "Disarm! Disarm! Disarm!" Several noble-born wolf riders, akin to Jon, followed suit, echoing their leader's command. The entire contingent of wolf riders heeded Robb's directive without hesitation, swiftly removing their leather armor. The heavy armor typically donned during battle was not what they wore during training. They were accustomed to lighter leather gear. As the mercenaries noticed the almost synchronized movements of their adversaries, they found themselves at a loss, unsure of what was transpiring. Clearly, they had not heard Robb's command. A brief silence enveloped the camp. Once the wolf riders had divested themselves of their leather armor and secured their weapons, the Tyrell mercenaries remained bewildered. Clutching their arms and glancing about, speechless, Greybeard felt a surge of anxiety wash over him. Seeing the mercenaries still unmoved, Jon was the first to speak again. Disarm. Behind him, over 200 voices roared, disarm. The sound resonated through the air, startling many mercenaries so profoundly that they dropped their weapons to the ground. Greybeard looked toward Robb, who maintained his inscrutable smile, causing a sense of panic to rise in his chest. The fate of both him and the mercenaries rested in the hands of this mere boy of a dozen years, should Robb choose. The river surrounding Riverrun would soon be filled with 300 corpses. Greybeard, quick to react, comprehended Robb's intent before the situation spiraled out of control. He dashed around the mercenaries' formation, shouting, "Remove your leather armor, lay down your weapons. His Majesty commands us to grapple with them barehanded." Sweat poured down Greybeard's brow as he feared that some might not catch his urgent plea. The mercenaries, hearing Greybeard's voice, glanced at the wolf riders before them. Their own pent-up anger surfacing. The prospect of engaging in a brawl with the opposing side was enticing, and they swiftly began to shed their leather armor. Yet, a faction of the mercenaries, accustomed to their rebellious ways, grumbled in defiance. What nonsense about a king, just a mere boy. They scoffed. Only a fool despised by the seven would grapple barehanded. I am a knight, I shall never relinquish my weapons and armor. Draw swords. Let those wolf pups see what true combat looks like. I am but a mercenary of the Tyrosians, and what of a single gold dragon bestowed upon me? If I feel discomfort in this place, I shall mount my steed and depart. What consequence would it bear for him, this insignificant wretch? Suddenly, amidst the clamor of those clad in leather armor, a cacophony of thunder resonated from the heavens. With a resounding crack, a golden bolt of lightning descended from the firmament, striking mercilessly upon the crown of a Tyrosian mercenary, its arrival wholly unheralded on this clear day, leaving none the wiser. The unfortunate mercenary emitted not a single cry of anguish, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Precise thunderstrike, summoning lightning upon the target's head, it may be unleashed repeatedly. With each crackle of thunder, Robb sat impassively upon his chair, his expression betraying no emotion as he regarded the mercenaries who had yet to shed their armor. A golden radiance flickering in his hands. Lightning bolts appeared in mid-air, striking with pinpoint accuracy at all those who dared defy his command. Robb showed no mercy. Their bodies charred in an instant, hair standing on end, they fell to the earth devoid of life. After a succession of downed mercenaries, the Tyrosians finally disowned the source of the tempest and the targets of its wrath. Quickly! The Wolf King of the North is enraged. He unleashes thunder upon the disobedient. Remove your armor. Greybeard, witnessing his comrades and friends fall one after another, bellowed in desperation. Following the collapse of over 20 mercenaries, Robb finally ceased his assault. Those who had yet to rid themselves of their armor now comprehended the sensation of having narrowly escaped death, cursing their cumbersome gear while frantically tugging at it. Devoid of magical energy, Robb settled back in his chair, resting his chin upon his hand, exuding an air of utter ennui. His indifference instilled a profound fear in Greybeard below. This sovereign was indeed formidable. With but a flick of his wrist, he had extinguished over 20 lives, all while maintaining that apathetic demeanor. The thought of serving this monarch filled Greybeard's heart with a sense of profound melancholy. Strike, Robb uttered with a single word. At the command, the previously silent wolf riders erupted into action, pouncing upon the Tyrosian mercenaries before they could react, akin to ravenous wolves. The wolf riders had been meticulously selected by Robb from the finest troops of the north, many being noble scions trained in the arts of warfare from a tender age. Coupled with the trials of 2 legendary battles, they had undergone a remarkable transformation. They advanced in silence, their gazes resolute as they fixed upon their adversaries. Scenes of Robb training them lingered vividly in their minds. In the chaos of this skirmish, only the teams with superior coordination could emerge victorious. They spontaneously formed small units, sometimes dispersing to launch ambushes and at other times converging to outnumber their foes, systematically overpowering a small contingent of mercenaries while sustaining minimal injuries on their side. In less than 20 minutes, all the Tyroshi mercenaries lay defeated, their faces smeared with blood, groaning on the ground. Meanwhile, the wolf cavalry stood within the encampment, surveying their vanquished adversaries from a position of dominance. Should any fallen mercenary dare to curse, they would swiftly find themselves encircled, subjected to relentless blows until they fell silent, either incapacitated or rendered incapable of speech. Your Majesty, please spare them. Greybeard anxiously glanced at Robb, fearing that further violence would result in fatalities among their ranks. Robb cast a glance at Greybeard, his expression devoid of emotion yet sending a chill through Greybeard's very being, rendering him mute. Then he heard a chilling remark that sent shivers down his spine. If I recall correctly, you are soldiers who have surrendered. Do you believe you may come and go as you please in my presence? Chapter 35. The formation of the wolf cavalry. Your Majesty, we. Greybeard fell silent. Yet a flicker of hope lingered within him. In recent days, Robb had been preoccupied with matters of kinship, thus allowing the Tarnished mercenaries to intermingle with the wolf cavalry, blurring the lines of their identities. We are mercenaries who have cast aside the Lannister banner in favor of serving House Stark. Now, we are merely the hired swords of House Stark, not prisoners of war. Robb found amusement in the delusions of the mercenaries surrounding him. Perhaps other lords might turn a blind eye, or even entertain the notion that the mercenaries' perspective held merit. Yet, Robb held a different view. You were enemies at the outset, and upon surrendering, you became traitors. As such, I possess the authority to deal with you as I see fit. In the realm of Westeros, any ideology may flourish, but power derives not from legalistic foundations, but from sheer might. Robb's current strength and influence afforded him the liberty to dispose of these mercenaries as he wished. You are but clay in my hands, pliable to my will. Should you resist, you may attempt to reason with me. However, I assure you, my reasoning may well outweigh yours. Strength is the essence of power. Awaken them. The words I utter henceforth must be committed to memory by nightfall. Robb issued his command to the wolf cavalry, who swiftly fetched barrels of cold water and doused the mercenaries, the icy shock quickly restoring their senses. First, from this moment forth, you are no longer mercenaries. You belong to my wolf cavalry. Second, consult with the veterans beside you to fully grasp what my orders signify on the battlefield and within the camp. With that said, Robb paid no heed to whether the mercenaries, nay, the wolf cavalry could retain this information. Such matters were not the concern of a king. His subordinates would handle the logistics. Jon Snow, Greybeard, divide these individuals into teams of 10, 4 from the North wolf cavalry and 6 from the Tarnished once organized. Present the roster to me. Establish ranks. Each team of 10 shall have a captain and a lieutenant, with the captain chosen internally and the lieutenant appointed by the captain. Every 10 teams shall form a 100-man unit, with a centurion and 2 aides appointed by me from among the 10 captains. You shall each oversee 100-man unit. Once organized, bring forth those deemed worthy to meet me. The number of wolf cavalry need not be excessive. Robb intended to cap the recruitment at 1,000. However, the structure and discipline of the entire force must reflect his ideal vision. After 2 hours, Robb finally convened with the prospective centurions. Following thorough evaluation, he selected several centurions and their aides, the majority of whom hailed from the noble houses of the North, individuals Robb knew best. Jon, Eddard Stark, Daisy Mormont, and Grey Sevens, with only Greybeard being the sole captain of Tarnished descent. Among the captain's deputies, the ratio of Tarnished to Northmen was not significantly disparate. Robb, valuing valor, selected those who had recently distinguished themselves in combat. Robb addressed the captains. Your fathers were my most trusted lords, and I hope you can embody their bravery within the ranks of the wolf cavalry. To the king, we pledge our loyalty. Long life the North. The captains echoed in unison, leaving the uncertain Greybeard feeling somewhat awkward. Robb produced several slips of paper. You must keep your soldiers in check. Here is the training schedule I have devised for you. Maintain discipline during training hours and adhere strictly to orders. The 5 captains glanced over the documents, surprised to find, in addition to basic physical training, a curriculum encompassing cultural studies, including mathematics and astronomy. What purpose could this serve? Though puzzled, they refrained from voicing their opinions. The king's demands were to be followed without question. This training plan had occupied Robb's thoughts for some time, ultimately leading him to adopt a modern militarized management approach, balancing between university drills and formal military training. The captaincy system evolved from the class leader structure, and Robb intended to introduce team evaluations to foster internal competition and healthy motivation. Robb continued to refine the structure of the wolf cavalry, inform the soldiers of the North that they may pledge their allegiance to me for 1 year before they can choose to depart from the wolf cavalry, or they may opt to continue their service for another year. Should they wish to remain permanently, I will allow them to swear their allegiance to me. As for the Tarnished, considering their circumstances, They must pledge loyalty for 3 years before they can leave, after which they will be treated like the Northmen. Those who abandon their posts before the term is completed will meet the same fate as deserters of the Night's Watch execution. Greybeard quickly knelt. Thank you for your mercy. Robb waved his hand dismissively. Enough, gather your things. We depart shortly. Robb's objective was to reach the town of Longhao, but en route, he would clear out any bandits lurking in the Riverlands to facilitate the training of the wolf cavalry. Greybeard approached, looking troubled. Your Majesty. Some of the wounded may not be able to, but Robb waved his hand, indicating he was aware. Robb then moved among the assembled wolf cavalry. All eyes fixed upon him. Leaning forward, a gentle yet brilliant golden light emanated from his left hand. 2 circular halos, woven from mysterious runes, appeared beneath his feet, flowing and rapidly expanding outward. Surrounding Robb, golden points of light emerged, swirling like tiny meteors in a celestial dance. Then, the dreamlike scene quietly shattered. Yet everyone present could feel a warm energy coursing through their bodies. Robb rose to his feet as if nothing had transpired. However, the wolf cavalry were astonished to discover a remarkable change. My wounds have healed. I no longer bleed. My arm can move again. A miracle! Long life! Restoration of the king can encompass surrounding allies, greatly replenishing health. This was an immensely taxing prayer spell. And Robb had previously exhausted his mental strength through his acts of violence. It was only after a period of recovery that he regained sufficient energy to cast it. Although the elder members of the wolf cavalry had witnessed Robb's miracles several times before, the newcomers beheld it for the first time. The shock they felt was unparalleled. In such a feudal era, a single individual's action could heal hundreds. This was the very embodiment of divinity in their eyes. From that moment forth, countless Talesians began to revere Robb as a god in their hearts. If a person acts, possesses abilities, and appears as they envision a deity, then that individual is indeed a god. Long life the King of the North! Long life the King of the North! In the wolf cavalry's encampment, this rallying cry resonated with remarkable harmony. Chapter 36. The meeting in King's Landing. In the resplendent hall of King's Landing, Count Tywin Lannister, clad in simple armor adorned with intricate carvings of silver, bare trees, and accompanied by circling ravens, wore a magnificent cloak fashioned from raven feathers. Tall and slender, he merely needed to tilt his gaze slightly upwards to regard Joffrey upon the throne and Cersei standing behind him, which instead rendered his demeanor more regal and formidable. Joffrey felt a surge of disdain upon seeing him. Damn the traitor! I shall never concede to the demands of this rebel. One day, I will sever his head and display it on a spike, just as I shall do with his father, offering it as a feast for flies and ravens. Count Tywin Lannister did not deign to glance at Joffrey. He understood that the true ruler of King's Landing was not this pretender. He exchanged glances with Cersei, attempting to decipher the thoughts swirling within the mind of this regent woman. The ascension of His Majesty as the King of the North would undoubtedly provoke the ire of these two Lannisters, and he could only hope that Cersei would be as devoted to Jaime Lannister as King Robb had suggested. Despite a twinge of unease in his heart, Tywin's countenance remained inscrutable. The words of Robb echoed in his mind. Never let your enemies discern your thoughts. Seeing that Count Tywin paid him no heed, Joffrey's fury erupted. How dare you show such disrespect to the king, Hound? Slay him! Ser Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, a towering figure and one of the fiercest warriors on the continent, received the command and approached Count Tywin with heavy, thunderous steps. 1, 2, 3. He was upon him. Count Tywin's expression betrayed no hint of panic until the Hound's grip encircled his neck, marking the end of his internal countdown. At that moment, he heard the anticipated voice of Cersei. Hold on, let us hear what the Northern Pretender has to say. Cersei could not allow Joffrey to execute Count Tywin, for that would be tantamount to declaring that negotiations with Robb had collapsed, and Jaime would never return. The Hound glanced at Joffrey, who hesitated momentarily but ultimately acquiesced to his mother's will, coughing softly to alleviate the discomfort brought upon by the Hound. Count Tywin Lannister elegantly bowed to Joffrey and Cersei, a wise choice. He then surveyed the room, casting his piercing gaze upon every individual present: ministers of information, grand maesters, and the treasury secretary. Some met his gaze, while others instinctively lowered their heads, regardless of their reactions. Count Tywin commenced his address. You are all aware of my king's invincible prowess. Presently, my king occupies the city of Riverrun, and his forces shall reach Casterly Rock within 2 days. The majority of the Westlands lie within my king's sights. Soon, the nobles of the West shall submit to his iron will. Lord Tywin remains at Harrenhal, yet should he dare to take a single step beyond its walls, my king and Lord Roose shall ensure his head is severed. In the southern realm, Lord Renly has gathered an army of 100,000 and has proclaimed himself king, soon to arrive at King's Landing. The words of Tytos Blackwood echoed throughout the great hall, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. Some remained oblivious, while others were well versed in the unfolding events. Joffrey's countenance shifted dramatically. He was unaware of certain revelations, such as Renly's ascension to the throne. He turned to his mother, yearning for her to assure him that all of this was merely a fabrication. Yet, before Cersei could utter a word, Lord Blackwood unexpectedly erupted with fury. Joffrey! Did you just attempt to assassinate me? Do you presume I would cower in fear? In Storm's End, I commanded merely 3,000 men, while the usurper boasted over 15,000. They labored through the night constructing siege towers and transporting trebuchets, and I was left in uncertainty, not knowing when my demise would come. Perhaps in the next moment, the usurper's forces would breach the gates and claim my head. Having endured such torment, do you truly believe I would be daunted by your threats? By this insignificant pop, you may take my life, leaving my head to dangle like that of the old duke, but I swear, my king shall exact his vengeance. He will storm the gates of King's Landing, slaughtering any adversary in his path, just as he would capture the usurper, severing each limb from your body and stripping away your skin, displaying you for all to behold. If you doubt my resolve, test it. Kill me, right here. Do it now. Joffrey, struck by terror, leapt from the Iron Throne, horrified at the vivid images conjured by Blackwood's words. He trembled in fear, shouting, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Yet no one moved. He appeared as a deranged soul, screaming alone. Cersei rushed forward, embracing her child in a desperate attempt to soothe him, her eyes blazing with anger as they fixed upon Lord Blackwood. "Do not kill him. Sever his hands and feet." Lord Blackwood stood resolute. "You shall not act upon that. Your Grace, if you wish to see the usurper lose all his limbs, you may well attempt it." Cersei's expression shifted. "Now? Are you suggesting Jaime is in King's Landing?" "Indeed. How else could I demonstrate my king's sincerity?" Lord Blackwood commanded his attendants to bring forth a chest, and Cersei did not intervene as it was opened. She hastened to the chest, peering inside. The usurper Jaime was contained within, gaunt and shrouded in a faint crimson glow. James curled up within the confines of the box, having endured a harrowing journey, and his survival seemed nothing short of miraculous. At this moment, he struggled to open his eyes, striving to discern Cersei's visage. Cersei's expression shifted from joy to fury as she turned her gaze towards Lord Lannister, commanding the surrounding guards, eliminate him. Having made it to King's Landing, James's existence was of paramount importance to Cersei. Her fickleness was second nature, especially considering her lack of any agreement with Robb. "No. Please." James's voice emerged weakly. Witnessing her beloved in such a state ignited a tempest of rage within Cersei, compelling her to pursue the death of Lord Lannister. "I have been poisoned. Only he possesses the antidote." James raised his hand, feebly revealing his current condition, his palm marked by a grotesque expanse of crimson, reminiscent of decaying flesh yet oddly akin to sacred blossoms, emanating an unsettling aura. Cersei's countenance paled dramatically. Chapter 37, Cell or Guest Room. Cersei hesitated momentarily, yet swiftly regained her furious demeanor. "How dare you commit such a despicable act? The antidote must be on him. Killing him will surely reveal it. If you wish for my brother to perish, then this is the way to do it." They would not have dared to send him here without contemplating the current circumstances. At that moment, a sardonic voice echoed from outside the hall of King's Landing. A diminutive figure, a comical little imp, entered, disregarding the curious gazes of those around him. He marched straight up to the box, and upon seeing the frail Jaime, a look of sorrow crossed his face. "Forgive me, dear brother, though I love you. If you desire to exchange our fates, I would rather meet my demise." The imp, Tyrion, gestured towards the box containing Jaime, who managed a weak smile, overjoyed to see his brother and lover once more, as if in a dream. Cersei glared at the little monster, her disdain palpable. "What brings you here? I thought you were with father." Tyrion leaped onto a chair, adopting an exaggerated shrug. "Alas, I had intended to disgust you by kissing your face. But it appears you are standing. As for my presence, it is merely a consequence of your foolish deeds." He produced a writ from his pocket, penned by the hand of the current king, Lord Tywin, appointing the little imp as the temporary hand of the king. The Earl of Tytos Lannister had met with their father prior to his arrival, and while their father had generally consented to his request, the final decision rests with you. I am merely here to observe. Tyrion sat back, intrigued as he regarded the Earl of Lannister. I never expected you to confine my brother in a box. Both my father and I have been deceived by you. It seems that King Robb possesses quite the audacity to act thus. Joffrey shouted, he is not a king. He is a pretender. Tytos Lannister corrected him earnestly. Our king has no intention of claiming the continent of Westeros. He is a king, yet not an emperor. Jaime, with Cersei's assistance, struggled to his feet and, looking at her with a hint of remorse, said, before I came, I swore an oath to Robb that regardless of whether you reach an agreement, I would return his 2 sisters. Do not blame me. If you refuse, I shall quietly release them myself. Cersei gazed at Jaime, fully aware of his nature, while others labeled him a kingslayer, deeming him devoid of chivalric honor. She had always known him to be just that kind of man. Moreover, upon seeing the little imp, Cersei understood her father's intent, to concede to Robb's demands. This bargain was undoubtedly advantageous for the Lannister family. Jaime and the Stark daughters. Even exchanging them for 10 Stark daughters would not be a loss. Hence, he surely harbored additional requests. Cersei turned to Tytos. Very well, disclose the demands of your master. What must he have in return for Jaime's antidote? Lakewood proclaimed loudly. First, the 2 sisters of our king must be released and safely returned to White Harbor via the sea. Furthermore, I declare the formal dissolution of the betrothal between Sansa and Joffrey Baratheon. The request was entirely acceptable to Cersei, while Joffrey seethed with rage, yearning to slay Robb, yet feeling utterly powerless. Second, the remains of Lord Eddard must be returned immediately, for we shall honor his wishes and inter him in the tombs of Winterfell, allowing him to rest alongside his siblings. The bodies of the guards who perished in King's Landing must also be returned. Joffrey's discontent was palpable. He felt he had lost a cherished plaything. Third, the great sword dice belonging to Lord Eddard must be sent to Riverrun and delivered to our king. Fourth, Lord Tywin must release our knights and lords captured during the Battle of the Green Fork. Upon compliance, our king will promptly release all hostages taken in the Whispering Woods and the Battle of Riverrun. The imp took a sip of wine. Having already negotiated this matter with Lord Tywin, he was merely here to inform the lords of King's Landing. Lastly, Lakewood's demand that King Joffrey and the Queen Regent publicly renounce their claim over the North and the Riverlands sent a chill through the assembly. From this day forth, our realm shall no longer be entangled with yours, but shall stand as a free and independent kingdom, akin to times of old. Our territory encompasses all lands north of the Neck, belonging to House Stark, as well as areas traversed by the Trident and its tributaries, extending from the Golden Tooth in the west to the Moon Mountains in the east. Though Lakewood's final request was not entirely unforeseen, it nonetheless shocked everyone present. Akin to the moment one learns of a long-anticipated calamity finally unfolding before their eyes. Cersei turned pale with fury, while Joffrey erupted in rage, exclaiming, Damn it! Damn it! I will not agree. I want him dead. I want him dead. Your Majesty! Lakewood, unfazed, retorted loudly. These are the conditions of our king. If you acquiesce, he shall bring peace to King's Landing. Should you refuse, King's Landing shall become the next Whispering Woods. Witnessing Joffrey's fear once more, Lakewood felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Recalling Robb's words, negotiations are a contest of hidden power. What cannot be achieved on the battlefield cannot be gained at the negotiating table. But now that I have triumphed on the field, the remainder lies with you. Cersei glared at Lakewood. We will not concede to that final demand. Then, when Lord Renly arrives with an army of 100,000 to besiege King's Landing, Lord Tywin shall find his forces ensnared at Harrenhal. She coldly laughed. Do you wish to ally with Renly? Do not forget, Stannis has also declared himself king, and all monarchs have but one demand, submission. Stannis will never acquiesce to your requests. Lord Lakewood stepped forward, unwavering. Such considerations are not for those whose heads already adorn the city walls. Cersei was momentarily speechless, struggling to utter, We still have Dorne. Lord Lakewood erupted in laughter, that Dorne which wishes for the utter extinction of House Lannister. The whole of King's Landing fell into a profound silence. None could counter Lord Lakewood's words. Sir Jaime has but 1 day left. Take your time to deliberate. Yet my king is not a man of great patience, so I urge you to reach a decision swiftly. Observing the pallor of the assembled company, Lord Lakewood inclined slightly and, with great courtesy, said, Now, might you lead me to my quarters? Whether it be a cell or a guest room within the castle, I am amenable to either. Chapter 38. The village's desolation. The crows soared from afar, bringing tidings that the people yearned for. In the lands between Riverrun, the bustling city. An oaken shield, Robb led his contingent of wolf cavalry, advancing with deliberate caution, opting not to proceed directly to the town of Lannister. Based on the intelligence provided by Blackfish, Robb resolved to venture southward first, in search of the Lannister forces that ravaged the Riverlands. Tywin Lannister, a cunning and formidable adversary, had retreated with his main forces to Harrenhal, while his vessels wreaked havoc across the Riverlands. His intention was to lure Robb into a confrontation at Harrenhal, where the fortress's strategic advantages could be exploited to vanquish him. A wily fox indeed, yet, even the craftiest of foxes cannot outsmart the hunter, destined instead to cower in the shadows. As Robb contemplated this, young Jon Snow approached on horseback, a letter in hand, his face alight with excitement. "Your Grace, the raven from Lord Rickard of Lakewood has returned. There is news from King As Landing." With an eager hand, Robb tore open the envelope, first verifying whether the Earl of Lakewood had conveyed the message using their agreed-upon secret code. To ensure the accuracy of the intelligence, Robb and Rickard had established a clandestine signal. By examining whether the third letter of each missive was intentionally misspelled, they could ascertain if the Earl faced any threats. Upon confirming the agreed-upon signal in the letter, Robb felt a measure of relief. The letter revealed that although the Lannister family expressed discontent with Robb's conditions, they ultimately acquiesced to his demands. It was widely understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Once stability returned to King As Landing, they would surely not continue to acknowledge the North's current independence, and war would inevitably reignite. For now, however, all parties sought equilibrium amidst the chaos, and the Lannisters had no choice but to yield. Sansa was to be escorted to White Harbor along with her father's ashes by the Earl of Lakewood, a vassal city of the north, where the Northern Lords would ensure her return to Winterfell. Arya's disappearance was not unexpected. King As Landing would be unable to deliver her, and once the transaction concluded, that very rationale could be employed to plunder the lords of the Westlands. The great sword Ice, belonging to his father, was soon to be returned to Riverrun, a symbol of House Stark and, more significantly, forged from Valyrian steel. This luxurious material, said to possess magical properties, was reputed to inflict lethal damage upon the White Walkers beyond the wall. Yet, for Robb, the concern was not whether Valyrian steel could harm the undead. They were but soulless beings. He possessed 9 methods to ensure their eternal slumber. 9. What truly captured Robb's attention was whether this enchanted material could amplify his own mystical abilities. His Kalia spells and swordsmanship had seen limited application, largely due to the absence of suitable magical catalysts, with the costs far exceeding the prayers invoked. It appeared Lord Rickard had performed admirably. Upon his return, Robb would consider reserving a position for him among his council. After reading the letter, Robb suddenly conjured a flame in his hand, incinerating it completely and leaving only a few remnants to scatter in the wind. The decision to release Jaime took many by surprise, yet Robb had prepared a contingency. He had planted the seeds of the crimson rot within Jaime, knowing full well that there was no antidote, for this crimson decay was not lethal. As time progressed, the decay would gradually diminish, but it would never entirely vanish. The crimson rot would forever leave a trace of corruption upon Jaime, allowing Robb to discern Jaime's movements through the arcane arts. Although Jaime had returned to King's Landing, Robb maintained control over him. In truth, this was Jaime's own initiative. "If I return, my father and Cersei may not honor their promises. They might continue to imprison your 2 sisters. Therefore, take precautions against me. I do not wish to betray anyone through unforeseen circumstances." At that moment, Robb chuckled, admiring Jaime as a true knight. However, Jaime was overthinking. Robb had already sown the crimson rot within him, rendering his precautions unnecessary. With matters in King's Landing resolved, Robb felt a weight lifted from his mind, his spirits considerably brighter. "Your Majesty, just 5 miles ahead lies the Hall of Oaks. It is said that Lord Tywin's men are lurking nearby, pillaging villages. Yet it seems a force is engaged in combat with them." Small John rode up beside Robb, bearing a letter from Sir Blackfish and reporting the current situation. Robb nodded. "Send out more men to scout the area." At that moment, another captain, Daisy Mormont, arrived on horseback. As a rare female noble heir, she stood tall at 6 feet, even surpassing the still-growing Robb. Her expression was one of fury. "Your Majesty, the village ahead has been ravaged. The scene is horrific." By the time Robb and his men reached the village, it lay in ruins, reduced to smoldering ashes. Abandoned corpses lay exposed, unburied, while scavenging wild dogs and crows fled at the sight of humans. The women had been horrifically dismembered, their appearance indicating inhumane treatment before their brutal demise. This was the grim reality of the battlefield. The expressions of the Stark cavalry were wild upon witnessing the scene. Lannister! Damn them! Robb's face remained impassive. Yet his heart swelled with fury. It appeared our adversary Tywin relished in spreading terror. Thus, I imagine he would delight in experiencing such anguish himself. As a king, I hereby vow to capture Tywin alive and to repay him tenfold, no, 100-fold for the suffering endured by the people of this village. He hopes that he will not succumb to his torment too soon. Robb commanded that the bodies be gathered and piled together. Then, extending his palm, a vibrant crimson flame materialized within it. With a gentle upward motion, the flame departed from Robb's hand, gradually expanding in the air until it transformed into a colossal fireball. As he watched the fireball consume the corpses, Robb, accompanied by his direwolf riders, continued onward. A significant portion of the Riverlands remained under the control of Tywin and his sycophants, who sought to force him into a decisive battle through this maneuver. Robb understood that the greatest taboo in warfare was to engage on an arena of the enemy's choosing. Thus he would not confront them directly. Since they favored guerrilla tactics, he decided to indulge them in their game. He pondered how long this old dog could keep up with him. Just then, Captain Ed Casterly brought news. Your Majesty. 2 factions are clashing ahead. Judging by the banners, one side belongs to the nobility under the Lannisters. Chapter 39, The God of No Response Kill. Fortune has smiled upon us. We have encountered these masterless wretches, and they shall surely meet their doom. At the edge of the woods near the Oak Hall, 2 factions are locked in fierce combat. The upper hand lies with the group bearing the black and white boar banner, who launched a surprise assault on the opposing force hidden within the trees. With superior numbers and equipment, they swiftly overwhelmed their adversaries. Sir Bolton Craig rides excitedly across the battlefield, trampling soldier after soldier beneath his steed as hoofs. He is the brother of the Earl of Craig from the Westlands, currently executing Lord Tywin's orders to pillage and slaughter in the Riverlands. Sir Bolton has already incinerated 5 villages, and countless lives have succumbed to his sword. He revels in the screams of women as they are violated before the eyes of the onlookers, finding equal delight in the sounds of their dismemberment. Originally, Sir Bolton Craig intended to continue his plunder of the next village, but fortune intervened when he stumbled upon an unexpected delight within the woods. A band of armed men lay concealed among the trees. He initially assumed them to be mere brigands, but to his astonishment, they were the notorious outlaws sought by Lord Tywin, the Brotherhood without banners. On the battlefield, a figure clad in a crimson robe, resembling a monk, scurries about, rallying the remaining brothers who are still able to fight. As he runs, he shouts, "We cannot withstand them. We must retreat." A soldier cries out, "Damn it! They have slain Big Belly. I shall avenge him." The red-robed monk seizes the soldier, insisting, "Return first, then devise a plan. If you go now, you will only meet your death. How can you avenge Big Belly then? But where shall we retreat?" Another soldier asks, panic-stricken. "They surround us on all sides." "To the Oak Hall. That lady should grant us refuge. Their lands have been ravaged by the Lannisters. We share a common enemy." The soldier's face reflects despair. There is no use in going to Oak Hall. Their forces have been sent to battle at Riverrun. The mountain knows we are here and will soon bring his men to Oak Hall. Furious, the red-robed monk retorts, "Curse the mountain. Have you forgotten our oath? We fight for the farmers of the Riverlands. If you go to your death now, will you not betray that vow?" Inspired by the monk's fervor, many soldiers rekindle their fighting spirit. They quickly rally together, preparing to exploit a weakness in the enemy's lines to break free. The monk notices several soldiers struggling to carry a corpse. "We must prioritize our retreat. Why are you burdened with a body?" The soldiers, wiping blood from their faces, respond, "This is Big Belly's corpse. We cannot leave him here for the enemy to desecrate." The monk pauses, then concedes, "Very well, you shall take the center." Members of the Brotherhood without banners begin to gather their comrades as they initiate their retreat. Sir Bolton Craig observes this small band. It is one of the few groups still capable of uniting. In times of despair, the more a group can organize, the more imperative it becomes to scatter them. If they each flee for their lives, they shall never pose a threat again. Onward, kill them. Seize their leader. The bounty from Lord Tywin would afford us a day of unrestrained revelry in the finest taverns of King's Landing. Dozens of cavalrymen surge forward, rallying behind their commander, charging towards the small group led by the Red Priest. In a fit of despair, the Red Priest roared, "Damn it!" The cavalry had transformed the retreating infantry into mere fodder, wielding an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Borton Clegane plunged into the fleeing throng, witnessing his comrades fall one after another. The Red Priest's eyes ignited with fury as he repeatedly struck his longsword. Cursed flames, why do you not ignite? King of Light, why do I not receive your response? Why can I not, like others, glimpse the future within the flames and enkindle my sword with fire? Why am I utterly powerless? The Red Priest found himself enveloped in despair, not merely because the battle was irrevocably lost and his warriors were succumbing, but because the very faith he had held dear was crumbling before his eyes. He had long wrestled with the question of why he could not manifest the miracles of the King of Light. Now, at the precipice of life and death, he felt no divine response. Damn it! Is this the end? My lord, snap out of it. We must retreat. Flee, I will cover your escape. We cannot leave Lord Barrick's body on the battlefield, come here. The urgent shouts and pulls of his comrades jolted the Red Priest from his stupor, allowing him to discern the dire situation. Despite the chaos wrought by Borton Clegane's cavalry, many soldiers were still rallying together. Some sought to escape, while others clung to their honor. There remained a glimmer of hope. He could not surrender. If the divine remained silent, he must rely on himself. In this critical moment, a shared instinct for survival ignited a flicker of energy, emboldening the Brotherhood without banners. Those who had initially fled began to return, drawn by the unfolding scene. Staggering to his feet, the Red Priest strained to discern the path ahead, leading his followers towards the Hall of Oaks. Along the flanks of their formation, several spearmen stepped forward, raising their pikes high in readiness to confront the cavalry that might charge at any moment, protecting their comrades in the center from harm. Yet their numbers were insufficient, and the cavalry still wielded bows, causing casualties rapidly. Where are the archers? Shoot them! Some in the ranks, unable to withstand the pressure, seized their bows and retaliated against the cavalry. However, the moving targets were nearly impossible to hit while fleeing, resulting in haphazard shots that merely served to momentarily intimidate the enemy. My lord, there are too many cavalry. I know. Damn it, I am devising a plan. The crimson-robed monk struck his weapon with fervor, hoping to ignite it and thus intimidate the horses into retreat, preventing further pursuit. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the weapon remained unresponsive. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the prowess of those witches, questioning why he could not replicate their feats. Enraged, he bellowed, God, answer me. Just then, a haunting wolf's howl echoed from beyond the battlefield. The members of the Brotherhood of No Flags turned, bewildered, toward the source of the sound, only to witness a contingent bearing the banner of the Arctic wolf emerge from the forest's edge. After a brief moment of regrouping, they charged silently toward the forces of Bodin Crack. At the forefront was a young man with striking blue eyes and chestnut hair, accompanied by a massive Arctic wolf. As he advanced, no adversary could withstand his might, while the wolf dispatched any who dared to assail him. In but a few breaths, the youth stood before the crimson-robed monk. The monk squinted against the blinding sunlight, obscuring the boy's features. Yet he could distinctly hear the powerful voice ring out amidst the cacophony of battle. What has become of your god? Chapter 40, Blood for Blood. The Red Priest Soros, hailing from the distant shores of Meereen, journeyed to the continent of Westeros to propagate the faith of the Lord of Light. Throughout his sojourn in Westeros, he witnessed the reign of free kings. During the Mad King's rule, he endeavored to impart the teachings of the Lord of Light to this king, who, consumed by his obsession with flames, worshipped Dragonfire instead of the so-called Lord of Light. This left Soros in a state of disillusionment, beginning to question his own beliefs. Subsequently, Robert Baratheon instigated a rebellion and ascended to the throne. Soros shifted his focus to Robert as his new subject for conversion. Although Robert was not a virtuous king, he proved to be a loyal friend to Soros, sharing moments of revelry, indulgence, and camaraderie on the battlefield, being the first to scale the walls of Harrenhal. As for the tenets of piety, they could be damned. Alas, Robert met his untimely demise. Next, the crown fell to Joffrey, a mere boy utterly devoid of understanding. Shielded by his mother, Cersei, much like a greenhouse-raised giant infant, perplexing to all. Under Joffrey's reign, Soros found himself out of favor. The hand of the king, Ned Stark, dispatched him alongside Lord Barrick to apprehend the infamous Mountain for his many crimes. Yet, mere days after departing the capital, the tide turned dramatically. Ned was imprisoned by Joffrey, and the hand was replaced by Lord Tywin. This sudden upheaval rendered their positions precarious, and with war swiftly erupting in the Riverlands, they were branded as traitors. In a moment of strategic deliberation, Soros and Barrick resolved that, given Tywin's enmity towards them. They might as well remain and aid the common folk in their struggle against the ruthless Lannister forces. Thus, the Brotherhood without banners was born. Unfortunately, their fortunes were short-lived. Before long, they faced severe setbacks in battle. Were it not for the young man before him, Soros feared he might have met his end. Sighing in relief, Soros surveyed his surroundings. The contingent led by this youth was undoubtedly the most elite. They resembled merciless specters on the battlefield, slaying silently yet instilling profound terror in their foes. In a single charge, these cavalrymen scattered the forces of Ser Bortonclear, and the ensuing conflict revealed exceptional coordination and discipline. Within less than half an hour, the cacophony of battle gradually subsided, leaving only the pained, feeble groans of the wounded. Soros beheld Ser Bortonclear and his lackeys, bound and presented before Robb Stark. However, none bore expressions of panic, according to the established customs of nobility. Captured lords were generally not executed but rather ransomed through their families. The safety of nobility was incomparable to that of common folk. Robb's face remained impassive as he inquired, "Was it you who burned the village?" With a defiant tilt of his chin, Ser Borton replied, "Indeed, it was I. The children were slain by my hand. And as for the women, well, there is little beauty to be found among peasant folk. Yet, though they were plain, they were still serviceable." Seeing him in such a state, Robb found it somewhat amusing. Even the notorious kinslayer, Jaime, would maintain a semblance of decorum when captured. Yet, this unknown noble, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, dared to speak to him in such a manner. Robb remained silent, while Jon Snow, filled with fury, rushed forward and struck the man across the face with the hilt of his sword. "You insolent wretch, mind your language. Before you stands the king in the north, the guardian of the Riverlands, the young wolf of House Stark, and the blood wolf feared by enemies on the battlefield. You shall address him as your majesty." Beside them, the green-bearded man stared in disbelief, inwardly lamenting his inability to conjure such flattering phrases. Ser Bortonclear spat disdainfully, "What king in the north? What your majesty? Lord Tywin will come for you soon enough. The battlefield is no place for children to play at war." Robb paid no heed to his words. His mind haunted by the memories of the village that had been ravaged, such a beautiful place now reduced to ashes, with not a soul left behind. "Those were my people. My property. My wealth." Robb then turned to his wolf riders. Those loyal to the Dreadfort stepped forward. 5 or 6 riders emerged, formerly under the command of Roose Bolton. "Can you skin a man? Surely the old skinner taught you?" They nodded, albeit hesitantly. "A bit, but our skills pale in comparison to Lord Bolton's. We might only manage to skin halfway before the man dies." Robb casually replied, "No matter, just proceed with the skinning. I shall tend to him afterward." Upon hearing this chilling exchange, Ser Bortonclear felt his heart seize, his body trembling with fear. "No! What do you intend to do? You cannot do this." Jon Snow advanced again, shattering a tooth with another blow. "I told you to address him as your majesty." Ser Bortonclear quickly corrected himself. "Ah, yes, your majesty. I beseech your mercy." Robb looked at him curiously. "Why should I not proceed?" The unfortunate Ser Bortonclear spoke through tears. "Your majesty, I implore you, do not. My family is wealthy. They would gladly pay a ransom. They would compensate you for the loss of 5 villages." Robb's gaze sharpened. 5? Ser Bolton stammered, quickly retracting. "I meant 1, just 1. I misspoke." Robb shrugged. "What a pity. Had you heeded the pleas of those you have slain, perhaps I might have considered your counsel." "What?" Ser Bortonclear was bewildered. Did those commoners truly plead for mercy? He was utterly oblivious to the chaos around him, consumed by his own exhilaration, only attuned to the anguished cries, completely disregarding the pleas for mercy. Furthermore, even if they did plead for their lives, he had neither the time nor the inclination to heed the words of the wretched. Robb chose to dismiss this filth and gestured to several knights from the Terror Fortress. "Commence." Once the skin was flayed, they were to be bound to the long spear and raised high, with regular provisions of food and water. With my presence, I assured their survival for a week. The followers of Borden Cray turned pale at the mention of day, for within that word lay their fate. Without a moment's hesitation, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, wailing loudly, tears and sweat flowing freely as they implored Robb for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, please spare us. We were merely following orders. Do not do this. Just kill me outright. Your Majesty, I would gladly become your servant. Please have mercy on me." Robb found their clamoring somewhat irksome. "It's quite noisy. Cut out their tongues." The Red Priest, Soros, watched the brutality unfold before him, at a loss for words. What manner of existence had he fallen into? Chapter 41. The mysterious funeral. The Red Priest Soros trembled as he listened to the anguished cries surrounding him, half kneeling on the ground to pay his respects to Robb. Your Majesty, I am Soros, a Red Priest from Myr. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. They call you the King in the North. May I inquire if your father is Lord Eddard Stark? Soros asked cautiously. Robb had some recollection of the Red Priests. They were ascetics devoted to the worship of the Lord of Light, one of the most active deities in the current world. Regardless, his manifestations were undeniably real. The Red Priest before him appeared to hold an esteemed position, yet Robb struggled to recall specifics. If he was not a principal character, his impression faded. Robb raised his hand, gesturing for him to rise and speak. You are members of the Brotherhood without banners, are you not? Indeed, Your Majesty. We have come at the behest of Lord Eddard Stark to apprehend the mountain, but we did not foresee the perils along the way. Soros sighed internally, relieved that clarifying their connection might spare them from the ruthless treatment he feared from the King in the North. Robb nodded. I have heard of your deeds. Ser Brynden Tully spoke highly of your efforts to protect farmers and innocents from the depredations of the Lannister thugs. You have performed admirably, embodying the true essence of knighthood. The Red Priest quickly expressed his gratitude. To receive the commendation of the King in the North is our highest honor. Since you have already crossed paths with the Lannister family, why not join my ranks? I am en route to find Lord Edmure, who is mustering soldiers and supplies from the Riverlands. You may accompany us for safety. Faced with Robb's invitation, the Red Priest understood he lacked the grounds to decline. Nor did he wish to. Fear of suffering the same gruesome fate as others weighed heavily upon him. He recognized that alone, they could not exact vengeance for Beric, let alone ensure their own survival. Aligning with the Northern Army seemed a prudent choice. We are most willing, Your Majesty. However, please grant us some time to bury Lord Beric and the fallen warriors. Robb graciously allowed them some time, recognizing that Beric had fought valiantly for his homeland, and it was only fitting to honor this brave soul with a proper burial. Although Soros had never felt the Lord of Light's response, his upbringing compelled him to conduct the funeral rites in accordance with the rituals of the Lord of Light. On the battlefield, simplicity prevailed. The Red Priest instructed his followers to gather branches and flammable materials, then placed Lord Beric and the other fallen comrades upon them. Having completed this task, Soros began to recite the prayers to the Lord of Light. Observing the Red Priest's actions, the men of the Green Beard and the Wolf Riders from Tarnished felt an undeniable sense of familiarity, as this was a common rite in their homeland. On another continent, the faith in the Lord of Light flourished widely. However, on the lands of Westeros, only the Seven Gods and the Old Gods held substantial sway. Thus, Jon Snow and the Northern Wolf Riders regarded the ceremony with disdain, muttering, heretics. In the realm of Westeros, the denizens of the North and the children of the forest remain steadfast in their worship of the Old Gods, dismissing all other beliefs with disdain. This unwavering conviction is the very reason the North has always found itself at odds with other regions. The Red Priest, Melisandre, concluded his final prayer. The long night is dark, fraught with peril. Clutching a torch, he aimed to ignite the kindling and incinerate the corpses. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. An array of ominous clouds materialized from nowhere, enveloping the heavens above Robb's camp in a foreboding shroud. As a shaft of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the praying Red Priest, it captured the attention of all present. The Stark cavalry and members of the Brotherhood instinctively looked up, though the former remained silent, forming a protective circle around Robb while subtly encroaching upon the Brotherhood and Melisandre. The Brotherhood members, however, were oblivious to the battlefield, engrossed in hushed discussions regarding the extraordinary phenomenon. What is this? A miracle? It must be, one murmured, recalling Melisandre's frequent claims of being a servant of the divine, capable of sorcery. Sorcery? He possesses naught but parlor tricks. I witnessed him apply wildfire to a sword merely to make it blaze. And how do you account for this? Another countered, gesturing toward the ominous clouds obscuring the sky, with only Melisandre basking in sunlight. How should I know? Came the exasperated reply. The Red Priest himself appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. He had performed countless rituals without encountering such phenomena. Gazing towards the source of the sunlight, his pupils suddenly lost focus, as if consciousness slipped away, causing the torch to tumble from his grasp. His eyes rolled back, leaving only vacant white sockets. And his aura shifted dramatically. His movements became ethereal, as though the slightest exertion could rend his body asunder. Elegance intertwined with danger, this was the most palpable impression the Red Priest now exuded. Swaying slightly, he turned his hollow gaze toward Robb. The Stark cavalry sensed an unsettling shift. The contrast between the Red Priest's current demeanor and his previous self was stark. He resembled a silent, frenzied beast, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression. While some may have merely heard tales of it before, now all were acutely aware of a singular term: dread. The mere presence of the Red Priest evoked an irresistible impulse in those around him to kneel and offer reverence. Members of the Brotherhood could no longer suppress their instinctual response, one by one collapsing to the ground, fervently reciting the most devout prayers. The Stark cavalry began to feel this primal urge as well, yet they fought valiantly to maintain their composure against it. Amidst such formidable oppression and resistance, they collectively raised their rifles, aiming at the red-robed monk in an attempt to alleviate their tension. Just as one among them could no longer withstand the urge to charge forward and pierce this enigmatic figure with a shout, they heard a familiar voice. Robb, mounted upon his steed, looked down upon the red-robed monk. Do not point your weapons at him any longer. A friend has arrived from afar, and we should feel joy. Regardless of who he may be, we must uphold the most basic courtesy. Upon Robb's words, all the mounted warriors felt an unexpected lightness. The oppressive weight lifting from their shoulders, and they returned to a state of normalcy. With a collective sigh of relief, they lowered their rifles. Still haunted by the earlier turmoil. What manner of creature is this red-robed monk? Robb, his expression inscrutable, advanced alone on horseback, drawing closer to the red-robed monk. So, who exactly are you? Chapter 42. The departure of the King of Light. The red-robed monk uttered a single, simple word. Upon hearing it, the air in the forest seemed to still. The wolf cavalry and the members of the Brotherhood of the Bannerless widened their eyes in astonishment. They could discern that the red-robed monk's mental state was amiss, yet they never anticipated he would audaciously declare himself as light. What is light? In this realm, only the King of Light from a distant continent would bear such a title. If he were not mad, this would imply that the red-robed monk is indeed the fabled King of Light. Could this be the prophesied divine descent? Despite their inclination to doubt the monk's words, believing him to be merely delusional, the overwhelming aura he exuded, a force compelling reverence and prompting one to kneel and kiss the very soil beneath his feet, convinced them all of his divine identity. Jon Snow and the captains from the North felt a surge of panic, although the North did not worship the King of Light. The entity before them was an authentic deity, like the ancient gods they revered and the 7 gods worshipped in other lands. He was the most exalted and enigmatic of beings. How could they have dared to criticize a sacred ritual of a god? For the first time, Jon Snow felt utterly at a loss. Previously, he believed matters were straightforward, simply requiring obedience to King Robb's commands. Yet now, he stood before the King of Light incarnate. He exchanged glances with several northern captains, and in each other's eyes, they recognized a shared sentiment. Should the King of Light bear any ire towards them, they would protect their sovereign at all costs. They were uncertain of the king's powers, unclear about what his divine embodiment within the red-robed monk could entail, yet they understood he was a god. They were well aware that one must never trust in divine mercy nor question a deity's might. Robb looked down at the red-robed monk, his steed already weary, as if on the verge of collapsing. The direwolf, Grey Wind, bared his teeth, positioning himself between the two, his fierce gaze radiating menace and tension at Robb's command. Grey Wind would charge in an instant. Robb squinted. Ah, so it is a divine descent. You have come to seek me? The red-robed monk nodded. Light has guided me to meet you. To meet me? And then what? Yet, there was no sign of you in the flames. Robb chuckled. Do you delight in being cryptic? Noticing the monk's silence, Robb's hand moved toward his sword, his gaze sharpening. I abhor those who speak in riddles. A dark crimson aura quietly manifested at Robb's wrist, intertwining and darting swiftly. The essence of death, the scent of fate, flowed from Robb's presence, surging toward the torso of the self-proclaimed King of Light. For the first time, the red-robed monk displayed an expression of confusion and trepidation as he regarded Robb. What is this? Robb smiled. If you do not converse with me properly, I shall ensure you discover the nature of this phenomenon. The red-robed monk's face was a canvas of conflicting emotions: bewilderment, anger, and trepidation, each vying for dominance, as if he were encountering such a situation for the first time. As a devoted servant of the orthodox deity, the King of Light, his inspiration had reached its zenith. He found it astonishing that the dark crimson aura emanating from this mortal's wrist exuded a perilous essence that resonated with his very core. What on earth was this? Robb observed the monk ensnared in his turbulent emotions, standing before him in silence, which stirred a sense of displeasure within him. "You are obstructing my path," he declared. With those words, the dark crimson energy surrounding Robb surged dramatically, radiating an aura of terror. The wolf cavalry, positioned perilously close to Robb, suddenly felt a palpable wave of death wash over them, a chilling sensation as if they had brushed against the edge of mortality itself. Flames ignited upon the King of Light, who had descended upon the red-robed monk. Though faint, the fire was undeniably potent, and anyone who gazed upon it could sense its overwhelming strength. This flame contained an explosive essence, imbued with the vitality of life. One glance was sufficient to dispel any doubts. This flame would never extinguish. However, as the dark aura surrounding Robb encroached upon the red-robed monk, the flame flickered and dimmed. A restless breeze swept through, snuffing out the flames entirely, leaving no trace behind, as if the very life force of the fire had succumbed to death. The red-robed monk staggered backward, unable to withstand the pressure. Robb, not wishing to force the matter further, retracted his aura. Gazing at the monk, Robb spoke with nonchalance. "You should now remember not to obstruct my path in the future. And when you speak to me, ensure you do so with respect." He left unspoken a final warning, otherwise, he would encounter his fated demise amidst the flames. The red-robed monk bowed his head, falling into a contemplative silence. Jon Snow and the men from the north exchanged incredulous glances, scarcely able to believe their eyes. A being that proclaimed itself a god was compelled to yield before their sovereign. What they had once perceived as a lofty deity now appeared as nothing more than a mere figure in their lord's presence. What power does their lord truly wield? Long life his majesty! Long life the king of the north! Each heart swelled with silent jubilation, yet no voice dared to disturb the moment. This was a contest between their lord and the divine, a spectacle that required no audience. Nonetheless, fervor enveloped them, particularly among the wolf cavalry born of the Targaryen bloodline. Witnessing their childhood faith falter before their reigning monarch instilled a loyalty in them that surpassed even that of the northern warriors. In this moment, they were willing to offer anything for Robb. As Robb's impatience began to surface once more, the red-robed monk finally spoke, his tone tinged with urgency. "On the continent, the dragon flames have awakened, granting me the ability to traverse the earth. Yet, the icy chill from the north is on the verge of sweeping in. And the tide of winter is an unstoppable force. Guided by the light, I seek you. The flames will illuminate the path ahead." Robb found himself at a loss for words. One can never expect a charlatan to articulate clearly. Were it not for the faint understanding he sensed from the other party, he would have already unleashed a lethal strike imbued with the essence of predetermined death. Cursed riddles! Before Robb could press further, the red-robed monk, Soros, suddenly trembled. And that mysterious, exalted aura began to fade. Everything in the forest seemed to revive. The wind and the birdsong, which had vanished without notice, returned just as mysteriously. Soros's gaze gradually normalized, and he appeared as if he had just awakened from a deep slumber. The King of Light had departed. Soros retained no memory of the recent events, what just transpired. Robb sheathed his sword and calmly remarked, "It seems that your deity fears me. I express my gratitude for the monthly votes from the Dream Realm of the King, Twilight Parmuse, the wedding of October's two elder brothers. Chinchil Mountain is mine. Deeply hidden attack and fame. Books are good in dreams. The Pursuer on the Ladder of Time, and Book Friend 201811101130211597. Indeed, the end of the month brings an abundance of votes." Chapter 43, Sorcerer Soros. The red-robed monk Soros was utterly bewildered, having lost all recollection of recent events. He was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, noticing only the members of the Brotherhood without banners bowing fervently before him, while the wards regarded him with inscrutable expressions. What had transpired? What did King Robb's words signify? "The deity I worship is the Lord of Light." Can a god truly experience fear? Why is it so sweltering? What is happening? Ah! As Soros remained ensnared in his confusion, the harrowing cries of agony jolted everyone back to reality. In the moments of divine descent, the torch that Soros held had fallen to the ground, igniting the pile of hay that lay beneath the corpses, which now blazed fiercely. The anguished cries emanated from those very corpses. They were moving. They could still emit screams. Under the watchful eyes of all, Count Beric Dondarrion was reborn from the flames. Albeit in a disheveled state, his initial revival met with the choking smoke and searing heat. Robb snapped his fingers, prompting his steed to rear slightly, and a gust of icy air surged forth from beneath the horse, extinguishing the flames that engulfed Beric. The Count ceased his screams. bewilderedly surveying his surroundings and exchanging glances with the equally perplexed Soros. Had I not just perished? Did I bring Beric Dondarrion back to life? The Lord of Light has not forsaken me. Seeing their expressions, Robb kindly interjected, "It seems you are both still in the dark regarding the events that have transpired. Allow your followers to elucidate the situation." After the members of the Brotherhood provided an account of the recent occurrences, both men began to comprehend. Albeit with a heightened sense of bewilderment, grappling with the incredulity of it all. The Lord of Light's descent. A trial between King Robb and the Lord of Light. Such notions sounded like the fantastical tales of ancient times. Yet, witnessing Beric Dondarrion's resurrection and the fervent declarations of those present, they had no choice but to believe. Once Robb discerned that both men understood the gravity of the situation, he too began to contemplate the unfolding scenario. Although some of the Lord of Light's words were shrouded in enigma, others were more readily decipherable. The resurrection of Dragonfire likely referred to Daenerys Targaryen hatching 3 great dragons on another continent, their flames awakening the Lord of Light as power. The phrase "winter is coming" was more straightforward, alluding to the Night King beyond the wall. The implication from the Lord of Light seemed clear. He wished to ally with Robb against the Night King. Allies are indeed beneficial. Yet the selection of whom to ally with is a delicate art. A poor choice could lead to treachery. Since the Lord of Light was the first to reach out, Robb decided to evaluate this opportunity. As for the 2 men before him, he had already devised a plan for their roles. Robb turned to the resurrected figure, Count Beric Dondarrion, and said, "You, who remain steadfast in your loyalty to King Robert despite the upheaval in the capital, I admire your fidelity. Will you join me in battle against the Lannister forces? If you are unwilling, I shall send someone to escort you back." Count Beric Dondarrion hesitated. He was the Lord of Blackport, his domain situated in Dorne, one of the few regions untouched by war. If he were to express a desire to return now, he could swiftly escape the clutches of conflict and lead a life of tranquility. However, such a notion did not align with his heart's desire. He could have departed long ago, yet the suffering endured by the inhabitants of the Riverlands in the throes of war rendered him incapable of abandoning them. Altruism, loyalty, and compassion, the knightly spirit shone brightly within him. Resolute, Beric Dondarrion turned to Robb. "I wish to remain and fight for the innocence of the Riverlands." Robb admired the valor of this warrior. "My uncle, Ser Edmure, is nearby. Join us, and he shall provide you with a place among us." Beric nodded in agreement. He cared not for the banner under which he served, but rather for the opportunity to save the innocent populace. Robb then glanced at the Red Priest, Melisandre, who bore the mark of divine visitation, serving as a conduit between the Lord of Light and himself, a vital presence to have at his side. "You should be aware of the recent events. My company is in need of a sorcerer. Join the Wolf Riders." "As you wish, Your Grace," Melisandre acquiesced. Following their encounter, the Lord of Light had descended upon her, bestowing the power to resurrect the dead, an implication too clear to dismiss. The Divine had appointed her as a minister to Robb, to wield the miracles granted to her in his service. For the time being, the divine matters were set aside. Once all affairs were settled, Robb continued to lead his company through the Riverlands, seeking out the marauders dispatched by Tywin. The inclusion of members from the Brotherhood without banners had slowed the speed of the Wolf Riders, yet their efficiency in clearing the ruins of villages had significantly improved. With each village they passed, Robb's fury grew, unbeknownst to him. Robb was uncertain of the number of marauders Tywin had sent forth. Yet he held a clear understanding of their cruelty. These brigands were nothing short of beasts. Even in this era, where a qualitative disparity existed between nobles and common folk, no respectable noble would condone such treatment of the peasantry. Any village that had felt the presence of Tywin's forces had left no survivors. The corpses bore witness to the inhumane torments inflicted upon them in life. The food and livestock of the villages were either plundered or incinerated. Common folk hung from poles, air drying in the wind. Children were torn asunder, and the sight of women was too harrowing to behold. No kind-hearted soul would wish to uncover the details of their fate. Robb's anger escalated with each passing moment. "Bring out Borton Crack and let the horses drag them away. When we take a respite, we shall suspend them on long spears, allowing them to behold the atrocities they have committed." At this moment, Borton Crack is a mere shadow of his former self. His skin has deteriorated, exposing all his blood vessels and muscle fibers. To touch him would be unthinkable, as even the sun's rays inflict unbearable agony upon him. Yet what drives him to the brink of madness is the knowledge that he should have perished long ago. Who could endure such severe torture and still cling to life? Yet, each time death approaches, a mysterious golden light envelopes him, mending his wounds and sustaining his existence. Is this the fabled healing spell? But is this truly how healing magic operates? Why does a spell that symbolizes mercy inflict torment akin to that of a demon? His knights, too, share his plight. The only distinction being that they have lost their tongues, rendered incapable of uttering a single word. They now exist in a state worse than death. Their hearts laden with remorse. However, Sir Borton Craig soon finds solace, as more and more individuals begin to share in his harrowing experience. Chapter 44. Tywin's weapon. Sir Amory Lorch and his subordinates have fallen prey to that little imp, resulting in the loss of over half of our dispatched forces. Within Harrenhal, the two brothers of House Lannister are deliberating the current state of the war. Sir Kevan Lannister, the younger brother of Tywin Lannister and the second in command of this Lannister army, holds a dossier of intelligence, his brow furrowed as he reports, the mercenaries from Kor have also been entirely annihilated. That little wretch is even more ruthless than we imagined. He has learned the craft of House Bolton, flaying the captives and hanging their skins from the tips of his spears. Most terrifyingly, he has employed some dark sorcery, prolonging the suffering of those poor souls for over 10 days before they succumbed to their fates. Many nobles are now reluctant to venture out to pillage, for they fear Robb. Listening to the report, Tywin remains impassive, holding a golden goblet as he slices a piece of roasted pig skin with a small knife, savoring it with meticulous care. What a pity for Sir Amory Lorch. I still recall his valiant display when I infiltrated King's Landing and commanded him to slay the Mad King's granddaughter, stabbing the little girl over 30 times. Though Tywin articulates such sentiments, it is evident to all that he is indifferent to the plight of those men. His own son has returned, and the others are merely pawns in his game of war. Kevan Lannister continues his report. The flames of conflict in the Riverlands have now spread to Lannister's hold. The area surrounding the God's Eye is engulfed in fire, and we have seized livestock and supplies. Tywin swallows the roasted pig skin. This very morsel pilfered from the lands of Lord Leckwood of the Weirwood. Kevan expresses his frustration. However, recently, that young Robb, accompanied by an indeterminate number of followers, has been roaming the Riverlands. Every contingent that encounters him has been captured, with none escaping. Tywin takes a sip of wine to cleanse his palate. I underestimated this boy. I did not foresee that he would restrain himself from coming to Harrenhal for a decisive battle with me, instead opting to lead a personal campaign. 3 centuries ago, the malevolent King Harren plundered half of the resources of Westeros to construct Harrenhal in the Riverlands. Workers, gold, stone, and the ancient timber of the fishlift were continuously transported, with thousands of slaves perishing from exhaustion, ultimately consuming 40 years to complete. Thus, this fortress stands as the mightiest and most formidable stronghold in all of Westeros. Its 5 towers casting shadows upon the land, and its walls impenetrable. Even a multitude of foes could not breach its defenses with ease. Regrettably, the Harren of that era faced the conqueror Aegon and his 3 dragons. Although Aegon could not breach the walls, the roaring dragon flames suffocated those within. Since then, House Frey has vanished from the annals of history. Each family that subsequently acquired Harrenhal has met with misfortune, rendering it a dark and cursed place. Though Harrenhal is a city of calamity, for the Lannister forces that occupy it, it serves as the most suitable battleground on the entire continent to confront the Stark army. Thus, Tywin continuously dispatched small squads to ravage the lands of the Riverlands, compelling Robb to make a decision. Tywin's strategic acumen is unparalleled in this realm. Should Robb neglect his own interests, the nobles of the Riverlands would inevitably lose their patience and loyalty. Even if Robb were to send his forces to plunder the Westlands, the losses he incurred could not be compensated by the recovery of material wealth. For they could seize resources but not restore the bonds with their king and friends in the Riverlands. Moreover, in the Westlands, Tywin had already prepared a contingency plan. Sir Gregor Clegane, Tywin's cousin and the brother of his deceased wife, was stealthily assembling an army near Casterly Rock. Should the forces from the north invade, they would serve to delay the enemy. At that moment, Tywin could launch a decisive offensive, decimating the weary army of the north. If Robb were to disregard all and confront him at Harrenhal, it would be even more fortuitous, for that was precisely what Tywin desired. Faced with Robb's potential field course of action, Tywin began to contemplate his response, rhythmically tapping his fingers upon the table, concocting a scheme that thickened the atmosphere in the room with tension. Now was the time for a test of endurance. Their time was limited, and they must swiftly deal with this troublesome young lord. Tywin resolved. Robb's recent move indicated that the nobles of the Riverlands could no longer remain idle. They were intent on safeguarding their lands and wealth. Their task was to maintain this tension, continuing to pillage the Riverlands once a single noble departed from Riverrun to defend his territory. the cohesion of the Riverland forces would collapse entirely. Sir Kevin Lannister remarked. Our men are also fearful. Robb's methods are too terrifying, and no one is willing to go. Tywin scoffed disdainfully, a band of vultures, not long ago. They were nearly begging me to let them plunder, and now they have grown timid. Yet it matters not, they are no match for Robb. Sir Kevin Lannister disowned his brother's thoughts. Sir Gregor Clegane. That indeed is a commendable choice. He may be able to capture that young lord alive. Even if he were to be defeated, he would not return empty-handed, leaving us in the dark. Yes, the mountain. Where is he now? Tywin inquired. He has just sacked Derry, but the town is nearly deserted. It is said that Robb compelled most nobles to seek refuge in Riverrun. Tywin's brow furrowed slightly. Have the mountain create a commotion, send men to support him. When Robb's forces collide with the mountain, we shall strike. Sir Gregor Clegane was notorious for his brutality, towering in stature, and merely the sight of him could instill terror in many. He was indeed the most fitting choice for such a task. Sir Kevin Lannister stepped out to assign tasks, while Lord Tywin remained in his study, deep in contemplation. Tywin felt assured of the mountain's combat prowess. Even if Robb Stark were not captured alive, merely repelling his forces would suffice. This would embolden his noble vessels to resume their plundering activities. Furthermore, he deemed it prudent to prepare a few contingency plans. After a moment of reflection, Tywin penned several letters, discreetly dispatching them to the lords stationed in the Westlands, as well as to the vicinity of Riverrun and the forces of Roose Bolton. Upon completing his correspondence, Tywin wearily massaged his temples. The current circumstances evoked memories of years past, during the campaign against the Mad King, when rebels were rampant and the continent of Westeros was engulfed in flames. What he needed to ascertain now was who his true enemies were and who could be deemed allies. Tywin murmured to himself, Behold, the mere whelp of House Stark dares to proclaim himself a king. Chapter 45. The perilous mountain of magic in the high hills of the Riverlands. Within a grove known as the Heart of Nobility, two factions converged at the mountain's base. One side brandished the banner of the Ice Wolf, while the other displayed the silver trout against a backdrop of red and blue stripes. After a significant separation, Robb Stark was finally reunited with his uncle, Sir Edmure Tully. I have gathered a considerable number of refugees and soldiers in the Riverlands, totaling over 5,000, Robb declared. While this news should have been uplifting, Edmure's countenance remained clouded with worry. The mountain of magic had unleashed a tempest of bloodshed across the Riverlands, leading many civilians to perish in the wilderness. Their presence in my ranks does little to bolster our fighting strength. Rather, they burden the seasoned soldiers. I fear that if they find themselves on the battlefield, merely maintaining our formation would be a notable achievement, and their consumption of our provisions only exacerbates the situation. Untrained farmers, when thrust into combat, serve little purpose and can incite panic with their cries of terror. Thus, despite the numbers, a mere 100 trained and battle-hardened foes could pursue them relentlessly to the wall in the north, if they are fortunate enough to survive. Seated at the head of the tent, Robb offered a faint smile in response to his uncle's grievances. He casually tossed a series of sealed letters to Edmure, who, upon opening them, discovered maps of the Riverlands marked with various routes. Confused, Edmure looked to Robb for clarification. That old dog Tywin has unleashed a pack of curs, pilfering supplies for King S Landing and Harrenhal. These are the routes I have disowned for transporting those goods. You shall lead our forces to intercept them, Robb instructed. He added, utilize the men of the Brotherhood without banners for the assault, while your farmers undergo training. The intelligence was straightforward. Yet the methods employed by Robb were unprecedentedly brutal. Be they Lannister subordinates or his own king, the first encounter with such horrific scenes left an indelible mark on their souls. The captured nobles and their knights found themselves ensnared in a torment from which there was no escape, their cries for mercy rendering them voiceless in despair. Under such rigorous punishment, Robb's inquiries drew forth answers from them, their minds dulled to mere instinct, unaware of the words escaping their lips. Such torment is beyond the endurance of any human. The sheer impossibility of losing consciousness or succumbing to death amidst such agony is a staggering exaggeration. Your Grace. Edmure hesitated before addressing him formally. Would it not be more prudent to execute them outright? This prolonged suffering of the nobles may incite unrest among others. In the confines of the tent, where only he and his nephew remained, Edmure's instinct was to call Robb by his name to signify their familial bond. Yet, the ghastly scenes outside compelled him to act the honorific. It was a manifestation of an invisible authority weighing upon him. Robb shook his head. To slay them outright would be too merciful. Even though the nobility stands a tier above the commoners, It is utterly unacceptable to resort to such brutal methods of slaughter. Moreover, the Riverlands have already pledged their allegiance to me. The subjects of the Riverlands are my subjects. Their audacity to lay hands on my people signifies that they have contemplated the consequences. Robb has never shied away from assuming the role of a tyrant, at times. The machinations of power are not overly intricate, one merely needs to court some while suppressing others. It is imperative to bestow ample benefits upon one's own, while exhibiting ruthlessness towards adversaries. Robb retains this fundamental perspective on power. Edmure let out a resigned sigh, preparing to discuss another matter with Robb. The mountain has been quite active in the Riverlands, plundering numerous noble estates, and they wish for you to allow them to return to their lands to safeguard their possessions. Edmure has been quite troubled these past few days, as many of the Riverland nobles, seeing the crisis in Riverrun abated, are eager to return to their domains. Although there are some who yearn to strike at the Westlands and reclaim what they have lost, the overall sentiment among the Riverland nobility leans towards self-preservation. This is not surprising. Had the Riverland nobles been a warlike group, history would not have seen them repeatedly plundered by the Westlands and Stormlands. Robb immediately nodded in agreement. Of course they may return. Edmure, caught off guard, instinctively continued to persuade him. They have already suffered considerable losses in Goldentooth, and now. What? You agree? Yes, they certainly can return, as I require them to manage their lands effectively to supply me with resources. But not just yet. They shall return once I have sufficiently dealt with the Lannisters' minions in the Riverlands. Edmure was taken aback. You intend to confront the mountain directly? That is far too perilous. The mountain's fearsome reputation is enough to terrify every child in the Riverlands, and while adults do not jest with children, they are acutely aware that such jokes may turn into grim realities. Rumor has it that the Riverland guards become so frightened at the mere sight of the mountain that they soil themselves. The mountain is said to tear apart anyone daring to obstruct him with his own hands. There are even tales that his steed is no ordinary beast, but a creature transformed by malevolent spirits, for it is unfathomable how it bears the weight of the 2-meter-tall mountain along with his heavy armor. The mountain's followers are equally as brutal. They revel in dismemberment, cruelty coursing through their veins. Women would do well to pray for the courage to take their own lives before capture, for they would surely come to regret it otherwise. Robb understands that the mountain is the only card Tywin can play in the current scenario. His encounters with the Lannister forces have been dwindling, suggesting they are beginning to pull back. However, the mountain's actions grow increasingly audacious, akin to a plump game hen brazenly basting itself, signaling its intentions unmistakably. Robb said to his uncle, "Once I capture the mountain, that old codger Tywin will surely retreat into his shell. And then those nobles yearning to return will have their chance." Edmure, however, remained apprehensive. "But that is the mountain. You are the king in the north. How can you engage in such perilous endeavors?" He recognized Robb's formidable strength, yet the battlefield harbors countless uncertainties. The thought of any misfortune befalling Robb was almost too dreadful to contemplate. Not only would he be unable to face Catelyn, but he could scarcely imagine the horrific calamities that might befall the Riverlands. Robb chuckled softly. "Dear uncle, while the mountain may pose a threat to you, it seems that in my world, danger is a mere illusion." Chapter 46. The arrival of the Demon Mountain in the realm of Hugian, within the confines of Shirley City. A territory belonging to the Bracken family, the Lord, Count Janos Bracken, has stationed the majority of his forces in the bustling city of Benlu. Presently, only the Count's illegitimate son, Harry Heaven, and his nephew, Henry Bracken, remain to guard Shirley City. Count Janos, having wed thrice and fathered 5 daughters, has yet to bequeath a son. Thus, both Harry and Henry stand as potential heirs to his title, fostering a long-standing rivalry between them. At this moment, Harry Heaven, bearing a letter penned by the Count, convenes with members of the Bracken family. A sense of pride dances upon his features as he announces, "My esteemed father has sent word, instructing us to maintain our vigil over Shirley City to deter the marauding hounds of Lannister." Henry Bracken, with a dismissive snort, interjects, "Yet the command from the King of the North is for us to seek refuge in Benlu. Our loyalty lies with him, and we ought to heed his directives." Harry Heaven, distinguished by his lustrous golden hair and striking countenance so unlike the dark tresses of the Bracken man, has long been the subject of whispers questioning his parentage. Nevertheless, Count Janos harbors a fondness for this illegitimate son, for not only is he blessed with striking looks, but he also possesses remarkable martial prowess. This favoritism only deepens Henry's disdain, leading him to challenge Harry at every turn. Unyielding, Harry retorts, "Father has conveyed that Count Lekud, currently favored by the King of the North, poses a potential threat. Should the king ally himself with our sworn enemies, we cannot place our complete trust in him. Harry, aware that Henry's opposition stems from jealousy rather than principle, having never even laid eyes upon the King of the North, seizes upon the long-standing enmity between the Bracken family of Shirley City and the Lakewood family of Wild Raven Castle to bolster his argument. The rumor that Harry is not the true son of Count Janos is a favored topic of discourse among the Lakewoods. Presently, Count Lakewood not only secures Ben Lu but also aids the King of the North in reclaiming his father's ashes and his sister. Count Janos Bracken senses an encroaching peril. The King of the North's alliance with his adversary signals a grave threat. Should they conspire against him, the consequences could be dire. He begins to selectively adhere to Robb's commands. For instance, when Robb orders all nobles to relocate their families to Ben Lu for safety, Janos is loath to comply. Fearing that an absence of troops in his territory would leave it vulnerable to plunder by the Lannister forces, resulting in considerable loss, the King of the North, with dominion over the North and Helgium, is unlikely to be concerned with such losses. Wild Raven Castle, once a stronghold, was reduced to ashes due to neglect. And Janos realizes that maintaining his own stronghold could elevate the Bracken family's power beyond that of the Lakewoods. Thus, he dispatches a missive to his son, commanding him to fortify Shirley City while simultaneously appealing to Sir Edmure, beseeching permission to return and safeguard his homeland. Harry Havarin shook the letter in his hand. This is a command from my father. Regardless of your thoughts, we must remain here. Henry Bracken frowned. You should not refer to him as father. You ought to call him my lord. You are a Havarin, not a Bracken. The region of Riverlands is renowned for its extensive waterways, which is why bastards take the surname Havarin. Akin to how the snow in the north gives rise to the name Snow. The term Havarin is a derogatory one, especially emphasized by Henry Bracken's tone. You! Harry Havarin exclaimed in frustration. Do you wish to duel? We can step outside this very moment. Henry Bracken scoffed derisively. What is your standing to challenge a noble? Just as tensions escalated, a woman from the Bracken family stepped forward. Enough of this bickering. I am subjected to your arguments daily. It nearly deafens me. You are both men. It is time to gather the troops and prepare to defend the castle, rather than squabble amongst yourselves. Attacking one's own king. How audacious. With so many Lannister hounds outside, you turn your swords on each other. Among the 5 daughters of Lord Bracken, Beth Bracken was the most assertive, speaking first, followed by her sisters in unison, easing the rift between the two men. Harry Havarin and Henry Bracken, chastened by their sisters, momentarily forgot the notion of a duel. With a sigh, Harry conceded, Beth is right. Whether we go to Riverrun to seek our father or defend Stonehenge, our priority now is to rally the troops and intensify training. Henry Bracken, no longer disputing, grumbled, I shall gather the soldiers. After Henry exited, Beth noticed Harry Havarin still appeared troubled and approached him with comfort. Pay no heed to his foolish words. You are nonetheless our family, bound by blood. And that is undeniable. I know, I do not blame him, I merely... Harry Havarin's words were interrupted as the door was flung open by Henry Bracken. His face was etched with fear, eyes wide, and he stammered, They are coming. Beth, somewhat exasperated by her cousin's panic, retorted, What is coming? Has the Lannister army arrived? Even if they have, what is there to fear? You and Henry can hold them off together. It is Gregor Clegane. Gregor Clegane, more famously known as the Mountain, evoked a silence that quelled any further discussion about Henry Bracken's rashness. The terror of the Mountain had long since spread throughout the Riverlands, and none could question his brutality. The room fell into silence. A flicker of fear crossed Harry Raven's face, which he then forcibly subdued. How many of them have come? Henry gasped, I don't know. But I saw a group in the distance bearing the flag of the Cragen family, so I rushed to inform you. Observing the two men in silence, Beth stepped forward. What are you waiting for? Quickly send out the ravens and dispatch a messenger. Riverflow City is still some distance away. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Harry Raven suppressed the fear swelling within him. No, we are on the plains. A raven flying towards Riverflow City would be easily spotted and could be shot down with a single arrow. The messenger would also be captured and interrogated. If the Demon Mountain discovers our situation, what should we do then? Wait here to die? The sudden appearance of the Demon Mountain had left the members of the Bracken family utterly disoriented, their thoughts paralyzed by the notorious reputation of the Demon Mountain. As of now, no one knew how many had come from the Demon Mountain. No one was contemplating how to fortify their defenses against it. Yet, it was not entirely their fault. Count Janos Bracken was still in Riverflow City, being the only genuine commander of the Bracken family who had ever seen battle. Both Harry Raven and Henry Bracken had only participated in a few knightly tournaments and knew nothing of warfare. Harry Raven gritted his teeth. As long as the Demon Mountain has not approached us, let us send the ravens elsewhere. Hoping that someone in the regions around the river can see them and send word to Riverflow City for assistance. Ravens have relatively fixed flight paths. If we send them directly to Riverflow City, the Demon Mountain will surely prepare to shoot them down along the way. Now, we can only hope that the ravens flying to other locations will convey the message. Good morning, dear readers. As August begins, I find myself reflecting on the past 20 days of writing. At the start of the month, I humbly request the esteemed leaders among you to cast a few votes for the month. I have heard that a book can enter a lottery if it receives 1,000 monthly votes, and as a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with such matters. I hope the esteemed leaders can indulge me. In a show of sincerity, I promise that for every month with over 500 votes, I will add 2 additional chapters. And for over 1,000, I will add 2 more. Thank you for your support. Chapter 47. Where are the reinforcements? Outside the stone hedge. A battalion proudly displaying banners adorned with 3 embroidered hunting hounds on a yellow background was constructing their encampment. It is said that the Clegane family, originally the dog trainers of House Lannister, was granted a fief by the Lannisters after saving the life of an elderly duke, thus ascending to the ranks of landed knightly families. In the present day, Gregor Clegane has taken on the mantle of the family patriarch, earning him the titles of the Hypocritical Knight and Lord Tywin's Furious Hound. Yet, none can deny the terror he instills among foes, unmatched by any other knight in the realm. As the imposing stone hedge loomed nearby, the mountain chose not to rush into battle but instead commanded his forces to encamp. However, his subordinates remained industriously engaged, each with their own tasks to fulfill. Among them was the aptly nicknamed the Accountant, a dwarf who was particularly adept in his role. He was responsible for interrogation and punishment within the ranks, rumored to extract confessions from even the most resolute. His attire was resplendent yet stained with congealed blood, and in his hand, he wielded a ghastly instrument of torture, his face twisted into a menacing grin. Across from him sat an unnamed villager, blooded and barely conscious. Is there gold hidden in the village? What of silver and jewels? Where are the provisions? Where is Count Beric Dondarrion? Which villager offered him aid? What banner did they carry? Where have they gone? The accountant incessantly repeated his inquiries, each iteration accompanied by cruel punishment inflicted upon the wretched man. The villager's limbs were a grotesque tapestry of bruises and lacerations, rendering it impossible to discern one part of flesh from another. Every time the farmer teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the accountant would escalate the torment, dousing him with frigid river water. Observing with a perplexed expression was Sweetmouth Lothar, who queried, "Haven't you extracted all the information you sought? Why persist in this torment?" Lothar earned his moniker due to his high-pitched voice, which had garnered attention over time. The accountant withdrew his tool, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "This is to maintain my edge," he elucidated. "Soon, we will see Stonehenge, and numerous nobles await my interrogation. None shall keep silence before me. I cannot allow this golden opportunity to slip through my fingers." Lothar, eyes gleaming with anticipation, chimed in. "I've heard the Bracken family is quite adept at producing daughters, and they are rather pleasing to behold." The accountant grimaced in disdain, retorting, "Is that all your mind can dwell upon women? Are you not guilty of the same? Do you not recall when we passed that tavern, and Polliver took a fancy to the innkeeper's daughter? We slaughtered her entire family and indulged in our whims thereafter." The notebook lamented, "Indeed, we must roast the meat ourselves, which is hardly fit for human consumption." Sweetmouth Raffle scoffed, "As if you were not involved at all. You were right there beside Lord Emotion, massaging his feet." "Hey! I merely wished to avoid being a misfit." The two exchanged banter when suddenly the sound of war horn echoed from outside. They were all too familiar with that sound, the rallying call of Lord Emotion summoning his subordinates for battle. Why the sudden urgency? Did not Lord Emotion instruct us to wait a few days before besieging the city? Who knows, perhaps there has been an unforeseen development. Exchanging a glance, the notebook and Sweetmouth Raffle discarded their belongings, donned their armor, and hurried towards the direction of Emotion. Meanwhile, outside the stone fence city, chaos reigned among Emotion's troops. Everyone was in a flurry. Soldiers clumsily donned their armor, struggling to form coherent ranks, creating a scene of utter disarray. The defenders of Stone Fence City observed this spectacle clearly from a distance. Even those lacking military acumen could discern that this was the opportune moment to launch a counterattack and rout the enemy. The city gates of Stone Fence remained firmly shut. no one daring to venture out. For at the forefront of the tumultuous assembly stood a giant, resembling a small mountain, struggling into his armor. Hurry! Have you found Lord Mo Shen's armor? Get it to him at once, assist him in donning it. And the sword? Where is Lord Mo Shen's sword? Among the numerous tasks assigned to Mo Shen's subordinates, one was to assist him in donning his battle armor. Lord Mo Shen towered at 8 feet tall, approximately 2.5 meters, with broad shoulders and arms as thick as tree branches. Thus, his weaponry was naturally distinct from that of others. His armor comprised 4 sections, each managed by a trusted aide, along with a colossal two-handed sword that he wielded with the ease of an ordinary person handling a one-handed blade. After being equipped with armor by the assistance of the notebook, sweet-mouth rifle, and others, Lord Mo Shen grasped a knight's lance in one hand and a massive sword in the other, his voice deep and commanding. Charge! The notebook and sweet-mouth rifle exchanged puzzled glances. Why the haste? We have yet to transport the siege equipment before charging. In truth, many were still unprepared, however. Upon Lord Mo Shen's command, all mounted their steeds, armed themselves, and with battle cries, surged forth to assault Stonefence City. Kill! Kill! The formidable demon mountain advanced with an imposing presence, adorned with a flat-topped helmet that left only a narrow passage for breath and a slit for observation at the eyes. Atop the helmet, a stone fist pointed defiantly towards the heavens. Clad in an astonishingly heavy plate armor, which an ordinary person could scarcely lift, let alone wear, he moved with an indomitable might. Under such formidable protection, when a few stray arrows flew towards him, he did not even flinch. Those arrows merely ricocheted off him. As the terrifying giant drew nearer, despair etched itself upon the faces of the city defenders. The numbers of Demon Mountain's army vastly outnumbered those of the garrison at Stonefence City, with most of the elite troops having been taken by Count Bracken. What remained were merely a handful of substitute soldiers, lacking in combat prowess. Upon witnessing that colossal figure, an uncontrollable fear surged within them, nearly prompting a retreat. Only a few retained their composure, knocking arrows to retaliate against the approaching enemy. Armored and resolute, Henry Bracken ascended the city walls, his heart racing at the sight of his demoralized comrades. If the situation continued to deteriorate, they might not only fail to fight but could end up binding themselves and his sisters as offerings to the onrushing Demon Mountain. Attack! Do not be afraid. The Demon Mountain is still human. Remember, your families are within Stonefence City. We have no option to surrender. Think of the villages laid waste by the Demon Mountain. Would you allow your wives and daughters to suffer such a fate? We cannot yield to fear. We fight for ourselves. For our families. Reinforcements are on their way. If we can hold out a little longer, they will arrive, and we shall be saved. At this, Harry Holland, who had just scaled the battlements, was taken aback. Grasping Henry Bracken's armor, he whispered, "What reinforcements? How come I was unaware of this?" Henry Bracken, exasperated, replied, "How should I know about any reinforcements? But if I don't say something, they will surely flee." Chapter 48, The Battle of Stonefence City. The transportation of siege engines could scarcely keep pace with the bloodthirsty nature of the mountain. As he charged with his men to the base of the city walls, an awkward silence enveloped the battlefield. Ordinary arrows posed no threat to the mountain or the armor he donned, while the powerful crossbows found it impossible to target the mountain, who stood beneath the walls in a fixed position that rendered their aim ineffective. Thus, the defenders atop the walls focused their attacks on the troops bearing the siege equipment. The mountain glanced at his cavalry, a wave of irritation swelling within him. Lord Lannister had initially commanded him to besiege Stonefence City without assaulting it, yet this morning he had issued an urgent order for a decisive strike. Scouts had assessed that enemy reinforcements were on their way, if the mountain did not swiftly seize Stonefence City. He risked being caught in a pincer movement, much like the disastrous Battle of Broken Stream. The thought of being trapped was laughable. The mountain scoffed at the scouts' assessments. Observing the defenders of Stonefence City, who appeared so terrified they were nearly wetting themselves, did they truly possess the audacity to emerge from their gates to confront him? Nevertheless, the command of Lord Lannister must be obeyed. Rarely did the mountain find himself at a loss for action on the battlefield, and the current state of affairs intrigued him. Dismounting, he approached the fortified gates. With a thunderous crash, the mountain seized a massive hammer from one of his subordinates and began to pommel the gate relentlessly. Bang! Bang! As the wooden gate was battered, despair surged within the hearts of Stonefence's defenders. Was this truly the strength of humanity? By the seven, that monster was on the verge of shattering a bolt. Though the mountain could not single-handedly breach the gate, the emerging cracks mirrored the fractures in the defenders' resolve. His actions served to intimidate and demoralize them. When his men arrived with ladders at the gate, a fervent cheer erupted from the mountain's troops. Finish them! Quickly! Raise the ladders, ascend. The daughter of House Bracken, ha ha ha. Do not dream, Bracken is nobility, only knights like the mountain can claim her. So settle for the castle maidens. The feeble resistance from Stonefence was unexpectedly weak. They believed this city would become a new feast for them. The morale of the mountain's army soared, each face alight with a savage fervor. Greed and brutality were the essence of the mountain's forces. The scribe, leading the charge, began to climb the ladder, the first warrior to reach the battlements. Though perilous, the mountain would not withhold his rewards. Moreover, judging by the lackluster resistance from Stonefence's defenders, little effort would be required. Perhaps once atop the walls, the enemy would lay down their arms and beg for mercy. The weakness of the enemy only served to incite the mountain's troops to greater ferocity. They surged forward like madmen, scrambling to ascend the walls. Hurry! Do not let them reach the top. Stones! Crush them! Fire arrows! Where is the sulfur? The ale? Burn them alive! Think of your families. Push the ladders down. Harry Harren and Henry Bracken shouted hoarsely atop the city walls, their hearts gripped by terror, as if such cries could dispel their fear. They dashed back and forth along the ramparts, lending aid to soldiers who were faltering. Yet, their valiant efforts could scarcely alter the tide of battle. Soon, armored soldiers began to reveal their heads over the wall. The defenders of Stonehenge were horrified, and several rushed forward, striking the exposed soldier with heavy stones, sending him tumbling down. However, soon after, more enemies emerged. The gap they had opened provided the minions of the mountain an opportunity. Heavily armored soldiers howled as they ascended the walls, their faces wild with madness, striking down anyone in their path. The defenders of Stonehenge were instantly sent fleeing, several scattering in panic. Once again, the unprofessionalism of Harry Harren and Henry Bracken came to light, though they led from the front. There was no officer to rally the troops. The fleeing soldiers had a clear path back into the city. Witnessing this scene, the remaining defenders had little inclination to engage the mountain's minions in a bloody confrontation. Like a house of cards, one collapse triggered a chain reaction, and in the blink of an eye, half of the defenders on the walls disbanded. Below, soldiers hauling stones looked up in alarm as their comrades rushed down in disarray. What is happening? Can't he hold the line? We can't hold it. They're all dead. Lord Harry and Lord Henry have been slain by the mountain. Hearing this, the stone bearers dropped their loads in despair, preparing to flee home in search of shelter. Harry Harren, witnessing such chaos, erupted in furious curses. Damn it! Who said I was dead? Get back here! I'm not dead yet. Return to defend the gate. Henry Bracken, seeing the increasing number of Lannisters on the walls, also erupted in anger. With so many of us, we should have held out longer. Even the mountain-ass man couldn't capture this many pigs in such a short time. As the tide of battle turned irrevocably against them, Harry seized Henry's arm. Let us go. Are we really going to surrender Stonehenge? Enough talk. We can't hold out here. As the mountain began to scale the walls, the defenders of Stonehenge utterly collapsed. His immense form loomed, blocking out the sun and creating an oppressive sense of dread. With each sweep of his spear and dual-handed sword, he ripped lives as easily as one might wield a single-handed sword. He employed no complex combat techniques. The sheer repetition of his weapon's art was sufficient. His colossal armor and exaggerated weaponry were a terrifying sight, harvesting life with unrelenting efficiency. The demon mountain loomed like a monstrous entity devoid of sensation or emotion, mercilessly tearing apart all who dared to obstruct its path. Upon the city walls, it unleashed a tempest of bloodshed and carnage. Harry Raven and Henry Bracken, gripped by fear, found themselves disheartened by the utter collapse of the defenses, prompting their retreat to the innermost sanctum of the castle. Mere moments after their departure, the gates of Stonefence City were flung open by the demon's forces, and the walls were almost entirely occupied by the enemy's ranks. The minions of the Demon Mountain wore expressions of ecstatic triumph as they surged into the city, reveling in their unrestrained jubilation. Stumbling through the chaos, the siblings leaned against their disheveled armor, seeking refuge in a concealed chamber where their sisters awaited. Beth Bracken, upon their return, sprang to her feet in excitement. You're back. Have you repelled the Demon Mountain? When will they assault the city again? Henry Bracken gasped for breath. We can no longer hold the line. What? Beth exclaimed, incredulous. You barely fought for an hour. Did you not witness the terror that is the Demon Mountain? The tumult outside filled the air with cries and wails, echoing like waves lapping against the shores of a lake, permeating every corner of Stonefence City. Damn it, hold on. Beth's expression shifted dramatically as she retrieved 5 small pills from her bosom, handing them to her sisters. If you are captured, swallow these. Remember. Do not let them take you. What is this, sister? What is it? The youngest sister whimpered, frightened by the cacophony outside. Just close your eyes and swallow them whole. You won't feel any pain. With no time to tend to their anxieties, Beth and her siblings, under the protection of a retinue of guards, began their retreat towards the rear gate of Stonefence City. With the defenses crumbling, their only option was to seek their father in the flowing city. However, the once familiar path they traversed daily had become a throng of desperate souls, all clamoring toward safety. Men, women, the elderly, and children alike at the brink of life and death. No one cared for status or identity. They struggled behind their protectors, inching forward as the glimmer of hope seemed within reach. Hey! Look at those well-dressed wealthy folk. Well done, note-taker. So many women, quick, let us surround them. The sudden shout sent pallor across the faces of the Bracken family. Chapter 49. In the name of the wolf cavalry, go ahead. I will deal with them first. Hendry Bracken and Harry Raven spoke in unison, leading half of their guards towards the notebook. The notebook paid them no heed. Its gaze fixed intently on Beth Bracken and her companions. Seize them. Do not let those girls escape. The two factions clashed. Both sides comprised of battle-hardened warriors clad in exquisite armor, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. However, the numbers of the Demon Mountain army within the city were steadily increasing. Hearing the calls from the notebook, many soldiers began to converge on the scene. Sweet-tongued Laugh was the first to arrive. Upon seeing Beth and the others struggling under the protection of their guards, his eyes widened in astonishment. By the 7 gods! What treasures have you uncovered, notebook? Quickly! Capture them! Under the assault from Hendry and Harry, the notebook found itself cornered. Uttering a string of curses, can't you see I'm about to be overwhelmed? You incompetent fool, come help me. Once Laugh's men joined the fray, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The defenders of Stone Ridge City were slaughtered, retreating against the city walls, making a desperate stand. What do we do now? Cried one of the Bracken daughters, her eyes wide with terror at the sight of so many predatory gazes. Beth gritted her teeth, her eyes aflame with determination as she addressed her sisters. Hold on to the medicine I gave you. If you are captured, take it. Hendry Bracken lamented. I warned you all along that we should have heeded the commands of the King of the North and rendezvoused with our father in Flowing City, or we wouldn't be in this dire situation. Harry Raven, having lost an arm, retorted, enough with the useless complaints. Let us take down a few more of these bastards first. In that moment, the Bracken family found themselves engulfed in despair, resolved to face their demise. Beth clutched a dagger tightly. If any of her sisters lacked the courage to ingest the poison, she would spare them the torment that awaited them in the hands of the Demon Mountain. One by one, their soldiers fell, blood spattering across the faces of the Bracken family. Medicine! Beth Bracken glanced around, her grip tightening around the vial in her hand. The sounds of weeping from the women of the Bracken family mingled with the clashing of iron. One by one, her guards succumbed, until the one nearest to her fell as well. Beth's grip on her dagger became increasingly strained, her facade of calm was crumbling, and the specter of death loomed dangerously close. Ha ha ha, look at these girls. The notebook burst through an opening, reaching out to grasp the nearest Bracken woman. Ah! The woman screamed, her mind unraveling amidst the chaos, completely forgetting the vial in her hand. Beth's hand trembled slightly as she contemplated ending her sister's life, wishing to spare her from the impending humiliation. But she is her sister. No one can kill their own kin without a flicker of emotion. She raised the dagger, yearning to strike, yet her body remained paralyzed. The dagger slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. She found herself incapable of action. I'm sorry. I am too weak. I cannot do it. Beth was on the verge of collapse, tears streaming down her face as she dared not look at her sister, collapsing to the ground in a fit of anguished sobs. The notepad, filled with excitement, reached out to grasp the woman, but in the next moment, an arrow flew towards them. Whoosh! Ah! More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. The arrow struck true, piercing the outstretched hand of the notepad, continuing its trajectory to embed itself firmly into the ground. Everyone turned to gaze in the direction from whence the arrow had come. A cavalry unit appeared, their ranks neatly arranged and imposing in their armor, which, though not heavy cavalry, exuded an overwhelming presence. Most striking of all was their banner, emblazoned with the visage of an ice wolf. Wolf cavalry. It is the wolf cavalry. Though Harry Hightower lay prostrate, the sight of the banner ignited a surge of strength within him, and he bellowed with all his might. Reinforcements have arrived. It is the wolf cavalry of his grace. Robb! Everyone, come forth! Henry Bracken, who had felt too weak to wield his sword, was inexplicably invigorated by the sight of the cavalry, rising in a burst of energy to strike down the unsuspecting soldiers before him. If the army of the mountain represented terror to the people of the Riverlands, then the wolf cavalry embodied legend. The battles of Whispering Woods, the ambush at Riverrun, the sweeping victory against the Lannister forces in the Riverlands, these tales heralded the invincibility of the wolf cavalry. If Robb Stark is the legendary conqueror Aegon, then the wolf cavalry are the 3 great dragons of his fabled retinue. For the wolf cavalry are undefeated. The reinforcements of his grace Robb have arrived. It is the wolf cavalry, come forth to slay our foes. Long life his grace Robb. Long life the wolf cavalry. Long life the stone hedge. Long life his grace Robb. Long life the wolf cavalry. Long life the stone hedge. Under the leadership of Harry Hightower and Henry Bracken, the remaining handful of guards began to roar in unison. The scattered soldiers still fighting within Stonehenge, upon hearing this, also began to shout, dispelling their fears. The sounds of their rallying cries quickly spread throughout the entirety of Stonehenge. The arrival of the wolf cavalry and their banner ignited a fervor that swept through the city. After enduring despair, the presence of the wolf cavalry shone like the first light of dawn, bringing hope. Amidst the dread of the mountain's army, this glimmer of hope ignited the courage for a desperate fight. Come forth and battle. Seek the banner of the wolf riders, seek the banner of His Majesty Robb. Let all unite for the sake of the Stonehenge, for the honor of King Robb. Among the wolf riders, a lone figure emerged, his hair a striking white, revealing his advanced age of over 60. Sir Stavron Frey, a man seasoned by experience. Upon witnessing the dire state of the city, he swiftly discerned that the defenders of Stonehenge had offered no substantial resistance. Thus, his foremost task was to rekindle the courage of the hidden soldiers. Many who had sought refuge in burrows or were poised to flee felt the fear drain from their faces upon hearing the roars of the defenders and the wolf riders. They retrieved their discarded weapons, abandoning their flight, and began to seek the banner of the wolf riders within the city. How could they have fled if not driven by utter despair? Their families resided within Stonehenge. For the sake of Stonehenge. For the honor of King Robb. For the sake of Stonehenge. For the honor of King Robb. For the sake of Stonehenge. For the honor of King Robb. This rallying cry, the origins of which remained unclear, soon echoed throughout the crowd, growing increasingly synchronized and resounding. Beneath the banner of the wolf riders, more and more defenders of Stonehenge gathered, their voices raised in a chorus of long life the king, their faces alight with a fervent resolve to face death. The defenders of Stonehenge, having experienced defeat, astonishingly rallied once more. Such a scene is indeed a rarity in the annals of Westerosi history. Chapter 50. The blood battle of 5. The guards of Shirley City rallied their spirits, shouting as they seized their weapons and plunged into a chaotic melee with the invading forces of the mountain. Dismount. Shirley City, not particularly spacious, was characterized by its cramped and disorganized interiors. When Jon Snow and his men stormed in, the warg riders could only align themselves in groups of 4. Upon locating the Bracken family members, the narrow streets permitted only 2 warg riders to stand side by side. At this juncture, dismounted combat evidently offered greater maneuverability. We are outnumbered, surround them and slay them. When the chronicler and the sweet-tongued laugh witnessed the rekindled flames of resistance in Shirley City, they were initially taken aback. But upon realizing the scant numbers of the warg riders, their courage surged. They swiftly gathered their forces and charged towards the dismounted warg riders. Kill! For King's Landing. For the king. The 2 factions collided, and in this congested urban warfare, valor and audacity became the deciding factors. 7 or 8 men pressed tightly together. The clamor of steel clashing echoed incessantly, while the sound of heavy hammers striking armor reverberated in their ears. Long swords pierced leather armor with a smooth hiss, embedding themselves into flesh and releasing torrents of crimson liquid. The air was filled with shouts of rage, blood splattering across faces, and white teeth bared as if to rend the flesh of their foes. The soldiers at the front fought desperately, while those behind braced themselves against their bodies. As the front lines fell, they surged forward to engage anew in this brutal meat grinder of a battle. Even seasoned veterans of the battlefield regarded such combat as a lifelong nightmare. Kill! Annihilate these bastards! wipe them out and then enjoy the women of the city. For the Lannisters, members of the Bracken family, witnessing this scene, were overcome by an odd sensation. The battlefield was remarkably delicate. It seemed that only the mountain's men and the freshly assembled guards of Shirley City bolstered their morale with roars. The warg riders, clad in identical garb, remained eerily silent, mechanically repeating their motions of striking down enemies. They stood face to face with their adversaries, yet their gazes were icy. The enemy could clearly discern the expressions on their faces, but all they could perceive was a profound disdain for life. Demons! Do they fear not death? Why do they not cry out? Why do their eyes resemble those of the dead? An atmosphere of strangeness and fear began to permeate the forefront of the mountain's army. Gradually, dread filled the hearts of his men. Inferior in physical prowess to the warg riders, they faltered under the weight of hesitation and terror, losing the courage to wield their swords. If a single warg rider fell, 10 of them would surely follow. What sort of force is this? No wonder Jaime, with tenfold the troops, could still be captured alive by his majesty. Hendry Bracken marveled. Beth Bracken cast him a glance, replying, "It is not that his majesty can win battles with this force, it is that this force can only be called warg riders with his majesty." Beth discerned that the spirit of this troop was entirely distinct from that of ordinary soldiers. Harry Havarian leaned against the wall, though weakened. His voice brimmed with delight. Victory is at hand. The wolf cavalry shall pierce through these wretched tops. At this moment, the battlefield situation had become exceedingly clear. The 500 wolf cavalry suffered scarcely any losses, while the forces of the Demon Mountain had already incurred significant casualties. Such a disparity in losses threatened to shatter the morale of the Demon Mountain's army, were it not for the rear ranks being unable to witness the unfolding chaos ahead. A rout would have undoubtedly ensued. Damn those worthless fools, stand aside. Just as the Bracken family believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, and that Shirley City would hold firm, a thunderous voice erupted across the battlefield. A colossal figure clad in armor that obscured the sun strode into the fray. His steps were immensely heavy, towering over each soldier by half, and with a mere flick of his hand, several allied troops were shoved backward. The soldiers felt as if they had been struck by a horse. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, they were hurled into the air. The Demon Mountain had arrived. Long life the Demon Mountain! Long life the Clegane family! On the battlefield, the troops under the Demon Mountain's command erupted into frenzied cheers. As if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, they hastily cleared a path, allowing the Demon Mountain to advance unabated, wielding his massive sword. Swiftly arriving at the center of the battlefield, without sparing a glance at friend or foe, the Demon Mountain unleashed a devastating horizontal sweep with his colossal blade. Several wolf cavalry and Lannister soldiers fell victim to this merciless strike. The might of the Demon Mountain was laid bare in that instant. Kill! Long life Clegane! Witnessing this scene, the Demon Mountain's subordinates felt not a shred of compassion, but rather an intensifying revelry. Lord Demon Mountain was undoubtedly a force capable of altering the tide of battle with his sheer presence. Clang, clang, clang. The wolf cavalry were undeterred by the recent onslaught or the enemy's roars. They valiantly brandished their weapons and charged towards the Demon Mountain. However, the heavy armor encasing him rendered their attacks utterly ineffective. Roar! Infuriated by such insolence, the Demon Mountain bellowed and swung his massive sword at the assailing wolf cavalry. This oppressive strike was something no human could withstand. Several wolf cavalry members met their demise in an instant. Fall back! Let us engage! Young John and 4 centurions, witnessing the carnage, shouted in unison as they surged forward to encircle the Demon Mountain. Ha! Young John, inheriting his father's valor, brandished a polearm and struck at the Demon Mountain. The Demon Mountain parried with his sword, which was formidable enough to serve as a shield. Seeing this, Ed Ricard immediately discarded his weapon and, along with Clay 7, grasped one of the Demon Mountain's feet. With a combined effort, the two individuals, alongside Greenbeard wielding a heavy weapon, struck down upon the mountain of magic, skillfully causing it to lose balance. Thunderous sounds echoed as the mountain toppled like a colossal edifice. Several centurions rushed forward, applying every technique at their disposal, pressing legs, pulling arms, and stomping on the abdomen. The mountain roared in fury, beginning to struggle with all its might. The soldiers behind, witnessing their leader ensnared, yearned to assist, yet the wolf riders advanced as well. Cursed be this! Is this creature even human? The 5 centurions, already possessing formidable physiques, were struck with terror as they realized they could not subdue the mountain. The mountain's arm loomed beneath Jon Snow, yet the heavy armor shielded him. Jon Snow discovered, to his dismay, that his body was inexplicably rising uncontrollably. The mountain was about to lift him. Cut his throat. Hurry! Greybeard shouted. Fearing he would be flung away, Daisy Mormont extended her palm, straining to dislodge the mountain's helmet. The others exerted their utmost efforts, hoping to restrain the mountain for just a moment longer. A sharp clang resonated as a dagger met iron. Daisy Mormont's expression shifted abruptly. He was still clad in chainmail beneath. Chapter 51. The battlefield of Till the might of the mountain exceeded all expectations. It is customary for knights to wear chainmail beneath their armor, but the mountain's armor was anything but ordinary. No one anticipated that beneath his formidable armor lay an exceedingly thick layer of chainmail. While Daisy was confident in her ability to sever typical chainmail with ease, the mountain's was an entirely different challenge. Die! The mountain's roar reverberated across the battlefield, having sensed the imminent threat of death. A substance, known as adrenaline, surged uncontrollably within him, though its name remained unknown to others. In a reckless frenzy, he swung his arm and lifted the diminutive John, who had been pressing down on his right hand. In a moment of sheer incredulity, the mountain twisted John's neck with brutal force. The loss of one member shattered the remaining force control over the mountain. Struggling to his feet, the mountain seized Daisy Mormont, the very source of his existential threat. With the casualness of discarding an insect, he hurled her against the wall, where she crumpled to the ground, her limbs rendered powerless. The other 3 captains met a similar fate, either tossed aside or having their necks snapped before being discarded. In mere minutes, the mountain had turned the tide, vanquishing all 5 captains. Long life the mountain! Long life Gregor! Long life the Lannisters! The jubilant expressions of the chronicler and sweet-mouthed Lothar illuminated their faces, as they realized that from this moment forth, no matter how legendary the wolf cavalry may be, their chances of a comeback were utterly extinguished. Unless, of course, the mountain were to succumb instantly, but such an occurrence seemed impossible. Cheers erupted among the mountain's followers, as their confidence was rekindled. Though they still felt a twinge of fear at the sight of the wolf cavalry, they believed that as long as they stood behind the mountain, they would be invincible. In stark contrast, the members of House Bracken were shrouded in despair. They had endured far too much that day. First, the depths of despair. Then the flicker of hope with the arrival of the wolf cavalry, only to have the mountain shatter that hope with his own hands. This anguish was far more intense than if hope had never existed at all. It is over, all is lost, Henry Bracken muttered under his breath. The others fell silent, ensnared by an all-consuming terror. Beth's countenance darkened as she silently prayed, 7 gods above, if you can save my family and Stonehenge, I vow to enter the convent and serve as a nun for life. Yet, whether it was her unworthiness in the eyes of the 7 or her prayers going unheard, nothing transpired on the battlefield. Regaining their composure, the mountain's forces began their counterattack, once again tipping the scales in his favor. Was this truly the end? Despair etched itself across Beth's face. A piercing wolf howl abruptly interrupted the escalating momentum of the mountain's forces. Soon after, a colossal direwolf appeared atop the city walls, surveying the battlefield from its elevated perch. However, no one's gaze was fixed upon the direwolf, for beside it stood a tall, imposing figure. He possessed a mane of chestnut hair and piercing blue eyes, his physique robust, clad in a snug yet unadorned leather armor, wielding a long sword in his grasp. At that very moment, the battlefield seemed to suspend in time, as each combatant paused in their strife. That figure exuded an innate aura that commanded attention. Upon sighting him, the wolf riders first knelt in unison, then swiftly grasped their weapons, confronting the minions of the mountain. It must be His Majesty Robb, the King in the North. Robb Stark. We shall strike it rich. Capture Robb, and we might instantly ascend to knighthood, land-owning knights. King Joffrey would not be so miserly. Perhaps we could even become barons. What folly are you dreaming of, you fool? The wolf riders' reactions swiftly illuminated the true identity of the man before them. In an instant, the last flicker of hope and avaricious glances, all imbued with a mix of emotions, encircled Robb. Beth Bracken gazed at Robb's silhouette, a flicker of hope rekindling within her heart. Was this a sign from the 7 gods, answering her call, granting her salvation? Robb remained undeterred by the thoughts of others. He extended his hand to caress Grey Wing's neck, then executed the hound's pace, darting forth to stand before the mountain. Disregarding the mountain's fearsome gaze, Robb surveyed his 5 captains. As leaders of the wolf riders, their performance on the battlefield could only be deemed mediocre at best. Daisy Mormont, after suffering a brutal clash, felt dazed and was racked with pain, yet she still caught Robb's words, lowering her head in shame. Little John might have felt similar embarrassment, but his neck had already been twisted by the mountain, rendering him voiceless. Robb waved his hand. When we return, we must practice more diligently to avoid a repeat of today's predicament. The mountain's gravelly voice echoed from beneath his flat-topped helm. Huh? What are you babbling about? Your little pets have already met their demise at my hands. Indifferent, he added, but that is no concern of yours. In stature, Robb appeared as a child who had just learned to walk, standing before an adult in the mountain. Yet, the words he spoke carried the weight of authority, as if he were indeed the adult. The note-taker chuckled. Lord Mountain, sever the head of that false king. Sweet-tongued Lothar joined in the clamor. Kill him, Lord Mountain. Meanwhile, Beth was perplexed. Why does His Majesty stand alone before the mountain? Why do those around him not rush to his defense? To their eyes, Robb had ventured into the range of the mountain's attack. A sudden strike, a swing of the massive double-handed sword, could very well threaten Robb's life. However, Robb did not retreat a single step, nor did any guards attempt to come to his aid. They were oblivious to the fact that, from the perspective of the direwolf cavalry, the time had come for the mountain to enter the hunting grounds of the blood wolves. The unfortunate prey remained unaware of the impending doom. He even raised his sword, intending to strike at His Majesty Robb. How absurd! The mountain lifted his colossal two-handed sword, deeming Robb to be mad. If that is the case, I shall send you to the seven gods. There, you may reunite with your pampered pups, train them well, and instruct them that when they encounter me, they ought to flee. The mountain exhibited neither hesitation nor pity as he brought down his sword, a force akin to an avalanche, upon Robb. In but a second, this self-proclaimed wolf-cub king should meet his demise. The mountain thought this, yet the next moment, he did not witness Robb's body erupting in a spray of blood. Instead, he beheld a miraculous sight as countless black and crimson flames surged forth from Robb's very being. Chapter 52. A meal for two guests enveloped in the protection of dark flames, fortified by a steel physique, and blessed by the golden tree. An array of defensive spells had long been bestowed upon Robb. In that moment, his form became impervious, with immense enhancements to his strength and physical attributes. As the demon mountain unleashed a mighty strike, Robb remained utterly still, merely extending his right hand with a tranquil demeanor. The clash of the demon mountain's colossal sword against him resonated like a dull thud against diamond, halting abruptly. Robb gently grasped the sword with his palm. Standing before the demon mountain, confronting a weapon heavier than himself with effortless ease, merely pinching it with a few fingers, the demon mountain's pupils widened in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation as his body instinctively attempted to retract the sword. Yet, the blade remained as immovable as if embedded in stone. Regardless of the demon mountain's exertion, he uttered a sound of incredulity. This is impossible. Do not be so astonished, as a king. Possessing such power is but a natural right, Robb replied with a faint smile, loosening his grip. The demon mountain, caught off balance by the sudden release, toppled to the ground. Robb stepped forward, placing his foot upon the demon mountain's chest. Instantly, the weight felt like a small mountain pressing down, leaving him breathless, his face flushing crimson as he began to cough violently. Then, Robb slightly raised his right hand, summoning a golden thunder spear that materialized within his grasp. The demon mountain lay in disbelief, unable to fathom how this individual could manifest such a palpable miracle. To perish in this manner would be far too lenient for you. Even if the trees of the wolf forest were hewn to create parchment, your transgressions could not be fully inscribed. In the name of the Northern King, I hereby declare that you shall not meet an untimely end. In your remaining days, you shall endure all suffering until the very end of your lifespan. What I proclaim shall be a reality. Upon concluding his words, Robb pressed the thunder spear against the demon mountain's face. A surge of potent electricity coursed through the heavy steel armor, enveloping him entirely. The demon mountain's body convulsed violently. He yearned to struggle, to utter curses against the world. Yet the paralysis induced by the thunder left him utterly powerless. Though he lay upon the battlefield alive, he could no longer act or claim the lives of others. Winter has arrived. The previously silent wolf cavalry finally erupted with the rallying cry reserved for moments of decisive victory. Long life the Northern King! Long life His Majesty Robb! The soldiers of Stonefence City echoed the chant thrice, their morale reaching unprecedented heights. Many felt compelled to kneel and kiss the very ground Robb had tread upon. The women of the Breaking family also regained their fervor, frantically calling out Robb's name, desperate to rush to his side and fight in his honor. The events of today have been exceedingly exhilarating. Hope and despair manifested in rapid succession, and it is a testament to their resilience that their spirits have not succumbed. The fall of the mountain resembles a spark igniting a barrel of gunpowder. At this moment, The emotions of all have been unleashed. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading modes, including those for browsers, novels, and ad blockers, or copy the URL for access in another browser. They cried out the name of Robb, launching an assault on the enemies before them. Under the guidance of the Wolf Riders, despite being outnumbered, the battlefield dynamics transcended mere numerical advantage. The mountain's subordinates stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that their commander, the man they both revered and feared, had been vanquished by Robb in a single maneuver. Initially, the chronicler and Sweet Tongue were rallying for the mountain, but in the next moment, they were rendered motionless, swiftly subdued by the frenzied guards of House Bracken. Lying prostrate upon the ground, the remaining conflict devolved into a one-sided massacre, and Robb, having cast a cursory glance, soon lost interest. This skirmish was but a trifling encounter, determined by the morale of the soldiers. With their spirits now soaring, command was no longer necessary. The Red Priest, Soros, approached Robb with alacrity. "Your Majesty, you have defeated the mountain. He is a notorious brigand of Lannister lands. At least 1/5 of the families across the continent owe you their gratitude for this feat." The mountain, once the most loyal hound of Tywin Lannister, had committed numerous injustices, garnering enmity from many nobles, most notably the ruling family of Dorne, the Martells. He had even slain a daughter of the Martell lineage. Robb waved his hand dismissively. "The mountain is merely a minor player. The old lion, Tywin, is the true catch. This is not an honor to be celebrated. Prepare to hold a ceremony for my Wolf Riders. Since the Lord of Light has sought to curry favor with me by placing this Red Priest by my side, he must not remain idle." The Red Priest, Soros, was taken aback. You wish for me to conduct a ceremony for them in honor of the Lord of Light? But I do not yet comprehend the nature of this power." Robb interrupted him. "There is no need for understanding. Simply execute the task." On the battlefield, the chaos swiftly subsided. Had it not been for Robb's directive to capture as many alive as possible, Stonehenge would have returned to tranquility much sooner. The Red Priest, Soros, began to arrange the ceremony, while members of House Bracken were brought before Robb. Henry Bracken, with gratitude and admiration in his demeanor, said, "Your Majesty, thank you for your assistance. Without your arrival, I shudder to think of the horrors that might have transpired." Robb's expression remained inscrutable. "If memory serves, my ravens should have already arrived at Stonehenge. You ought to be at Riverrun by now." Henry Bracken stammered and struggled to find his voice. While Harry Raven felt a peculiar gratitude for his status as a bastard, for it spared him the necessity of confronting His Majesty Robb. "Your Majesty, we..." Henry attempted to explain, seeking a way to deceive. "I caution you, never lie to the king. Think before you speak." Sir Stephen Fry, having some acquaintance with the matter at hand, interjected before Henry could continue. Henry cast a glance at Stephen, who steadfastly avoided his gaze. "Ah, indeed. We would never dream of concealing anything from your Majesty." Henry suddenly recalled the terror Robb had exhibited on the battlefield, and he dared not entertain thoughts of deceit any longer. Instead, he recounted the Earl of Bracken's instructions in full detail. Robb glanced at Stephen but uttered nothing. With a light tone, he remarked, "It seems the lords of the Riverlands still harbor some mistrust towards me." The Bracken family felt a chill run down their spines, and as Henry attempted to say more, he was abruptly interrupted by a scout. "Your Majesty, a force is advancing towards us, estimated to be 5 times our number, and they should reach Stonehenge in about an hour." Robb scoffed. "It appears we have 2 uninvited guests at this banquet at Stonehenge. In the past 2 days, some readers have accused me of verbosity. In response to this feedback, I have reflected upon the matter. Perhaps my inclination to indulge in prolonged build-up has led to a perception of excessive elaboration, and I shall strive to calibrate this aspect, reducing such content judiciously in future writings." Chapter 53, The Retreat of the Lion from the Empty City. Upon hearing the scout's report, the expressions of the Bracken family members once again reflected a profound sense of apprehension. The strength of humanity has its limits. After enduring a series of bloody battles, the garrison of Stonewall City was utterly exhausted. Coupled with the recent surge of pressure, they found themselves completely drained, with some unable to even lift their weapons. If they were to engage in combat with such a multitude of foes at this moment, their effectiveness would surely be compromised. Would they, having just been rescued, now face the prospect of being captured by the enemy once more? Beth Bracken observed her family, who radiated an air of unease, yet within her heart She harbored an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Stealing a glance at His Majesty Robb, she noted the absence of fear upon his countenance. Perhaps even the appearance of a dragon would not elicit a flicker of emotion from this man. She reassured herself that as long as she remained beside His Majesty, all would be well. Sir Stavron Frey stood beside Robb and spoke. Your Majesty, the ritual of the Red Priest, Melisandre, is still underway. The fallen wolf riders cannot be resurrected in such a short span of time. If the enemy were to attack now. Robb surveyed the battlefield. Recognizing that 3 of the wolf rider centurions lay dead, while 2 more were on the brink of death, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. Although the morale of the Stonewall garrison was commendable, their fighting capability was lacking. Engaging in battle at this juncture would indeed place them at a disadvantage. Especially since he alone remained unscathed. Having skinned the mountain, his subordinates now hung lifeless upon the city walls. He raised his banner high upon the ramparts and instructed several wolf riders to stand guard atop the walls. Open the city gates. As the host, one must extend courtesy to guests. Sir Stavron Frey cast a surprised glance at Robb, perplexed by the deeper significance of His Majesty's actions. Why would he order the gates to be opened? Surely, the protection offered by the walls was far superior to leaving the gates wide open. The Bracken family exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say, yet no one dared to challenge Robb's command. Following the slaying of the mountain, the Bracken family had come to trust that their father, along with many others in the Riverlands who shared a similar fate, would no longer question the orders of His Majesty Robb. It was not solely due to Robb's exceptional strategic foresight, but rather his undeniable ability to obliterate the forces of the mountain with just a few hundred men. Meanwhile, they could scarcely withstand the onslaught of the mountain-ass troops for even an hour against the city walls. To defy His Majesty's commands was to invite a fate akin to that of the mountain. As the remaining wolf riders coordinated with the garrison of Stonewall City to execute His Majesty's orders, they encountered difficulties while skinning the mountain. Though bound by several iron chains, the malevolent expression on his face still instilled fear in the soldiers attempting to perform the task. Allow me, I am over 60. And such a gaze does not intimidate me. Sir Stavron Frey boldly stepped forward, guided by the knight from the terrible fortress, and began to wield his knife with a slow yet graceful motion. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed from within Stonewall City. An hour later, when Kevan Lannister raised the lion banner and arrived at Stonehenge, he beheld an unforgettable scene. The walls were adorned with pikes, each one bearing the flayed corpse of a soldier, who, under the relentless sun, writhed in agony, a testament to an unknown force that kept them clinging to life. Among them, one figure was particularly striking, towering above the rest, his screams overshadowing all others. He required 3 pikes to restrain him, for even in his flayed state, he thrashed violently. Beneath him, a massive suit of armor emblazoned with the sigil of House Clegane made it abundantly clear to all present that the monstrous figure was none other than the mountain. Beneath every pike stood a member of the mounted knights, their expressions solemn, their eyes sharp, resembling hawks soaring through the skies, fixated on their prey. My lord. That appears to be Lord Clegane, stammered Kevan Lannister's guard, horrified by the ghastly sight before them. It was the mountain, the most loyal dog of House Lannister, the embodiment of terror, now reduced to a mere spectacle, flayed and impaled like a common beast, stripped of all honor and dignity. Kevan Lannister turned and snapped. No need for your prattle. My eyes are not blind. I know that is the mountain. Yes, my lord. Kevan Lannister gazed at the lifeless torso and the elite soldiers, then cast a glance at the wide-open gates, momentarily engulfed in silence. According to the original plan, the mountain was to assault Stonehenge. Robb would receive word and engage in a bloody battle within the walls. He was merely an hour's journey from Stonehenge, a distance that could not possibly be shorter, as the movement of his 5,000-strong army was substantial and likely to be detected. By the time he arrived to support, the conflict should have been fiercely contested. Yet, how had the mountain ended up displayed on the walls? This was not the script that had been agreed upon. To Kevan Lannister, the quiet gaze appeared as the cavernous maw of a monstrous beast, ready to swallow him whole should he charge forward. Just as he hesitated, his guard pointed to the wall and exclaimed, My lord, look. What is that? Kevan Lannister looked up to see a young man, surrounded by an entourage, seated in an imposing chair. With auburn hair and blue eyes, the young man was none other than Robb Stark, the self-proclaimed king in the north. Robb was now observing Kevan Lannister with a hint of amusement, but unlike the cautious regard Kevan held, Robb dismissed him entirely. Surrounding Robb were not guards, but the women of House Frey. Beth Frey perched upon Robb's lap, delicately pouring wine for him. The other women, holding fruit, squatted beside him. Their faces betraying no hint of anxiety. Their absurd demeanor ignited a furious wrath within Kevan Lannister. How outrageous! They exhibited a complete lack of self-respect. Moreover, if the opposing side possessed sufficient military strength, there would be no need for such theatrics. They could simply charge forth and strike. This must surely be Robb's cunning ploy. However, understanding this and taking action were two entirely different matters. Kevan Lannister found himself unable to command his forces to attack while observing the mountain's agonizing struggles. To strike or not to strike, that was the dilemma. After a brief pause, Robb on the battlements appeared somewhat impatient. He raised his right hand slightly, summoning the thunderbolt, which materialized within his grasp before he hurled it towards Kevan Lannister. Upon witnessing the impending strike, Kevan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Already in a state of heightened tension, he felt as though the tension had snapped, his panic evident. Retreat. Although he was still some distance from the gate and beyond the thunderbolt's range, he had no time to assess such details. The image of the mountain's torment echoed in his mind, and all he desired was to flee. The Lannister forces, yet to engage in battle, began to withdraw slowly. Chapter 54. Cultivating the commander. 3 days after Kevan Lannister's retreat from Stonehenge, the Lannister family became the subject of ridicule across the entirety of Westeros. The fleeing knights. The Rabbit Lord, a timid commander who, despite leading tenfold the number of soldiers, fled in terror. Under Robb's instigation and encouragement, these mocking titles were bestowed upon Kevan Lannister. In this era, reputation holds more weight than life itself. Upon returning to Harrenhal, Kevan was aghast to find himself reduced to a mere jest. He even contemplated ending his own life. Tywin seized the sword from his brother's grasp, gazing at him with a mixture of disappointment and fury. Suicide will not cleanse your shame. It will only further tarnish the Lannister name. Tears streamed down Kevan's face as he gritted his teeth. How dare they? What is there to dare? You were frightened out of your wits by that little brat Robb. They merely spoke the truth. Tywin's voice was laced with anger. Unless you capture that boy Robb, you will never erase this humiliation. Yes, I will capture him. I will flay him alive. I will kill him. After Kevan had vented his emotions, Tywin observed a slight return to reason and began to inquire about the details of the battlefield. Kevan did not withhold any information, recounting all he knew. Upon hearing his brother's account, Tywin's expression fluctuated between stormy and contemplative. What manner of creature is this Robb Stark? To have dispatched the mountain in such a brief span of time. Moreover, he swiftly devised strategies that sent Kevan's forces into retreat. This boy wields military tactics akin to those of a cunning old fox. More critically, the contest on the chessboard of the Riverlands was nearly concluded. Robb, in a display of utter dominance, had captured and tortured the mountain and his men, effectively decimating the raiding forces Tywin had dispatched. In the face of Robb's thunderous measures, Tywin's men now recoiled from the prospect of pillaging. The lords of the Riverlands, who harbored their own ambitions of returning to their lands, were now cowed into silence by Robb's tactics, no longer beseeching Edmure for counsel to advise Robb. The party intent on spreading terror had instead been subdued by the opponent's general. Tywin's plans to force Robb into a decisive battle had utterly collapsed. The situation in the Riverlands had entirely fallen under Robb's dominion. Damn it, this little wolf has become a formidable force. It's poised to consume us. Tywin slammed his fist upon the table, releasing his pent-up frustration. He yearned for a confrontation with Robb at Harrenhal. Yet the unburdened Robb could easily resort to any means other than a direct clash. The prospect of swiftly determining the victor had become increasingly improbable. Meanwhile, the southern forces, led by Renly, numbering 100,000, loomed ominously, ready to march upon King's Landing at any moment. His regent daughter had dispatched 18 letters, invoking the authority of the king and the small council, demanding his return to safeguard the capital. The pressures from both sides were mounting. For now, he had no choice but to relinquish his pursuit of that boy. Tywin traversed the map with meticulous attention, ultimately retracting his gaze from the continuous observation of Riverrun and directing it southward. The news of Tywin's withdrawal of troops from Harrenhal reverberated throughout the entirety of Westeros, leaving a profound impact. Within the walls of Stonehenge, Robb Stark was roused from his slumber by the persistent tapping of a raven against his window. Groggily, he opened his eyes, cast aside the covers, and approached the window to retrieve the missive from the raven's leg, skimming its contents with a cursory glance. Beside him, Bethany Bracken stirred awake from the disturbance, uttering a soft murmur as she donned her gossamer silk nightgown, which elegantly accentuated her flawless figure in the sunlight. Bethany embraced Robb from behind, then turned to face him, yearning to plant a kiss upon the visage of this towering figure. However, Robb gently rebuffed her, declaring that even the fiercest of beasts would not devour their own offspring. Bethany, with a sultry glance, cast a playful eye at Robb. He felt no shame in rising alongside Bethany, nor did he perceive any impropriety in the presence of several other women from House Bracken. After all, this was Westeros. Robb had little desire to contemplate further. The ardor of Bethany and the Bracken women was too compelling to decline. As a few cups of wine were consumed, everything unfolded seamlessly. Bethany was a woman of understanding. She asked for nothing more than to savor their moments together, fully aware of Robb's elevated status and his recent demeanor, which suggested he had no aspirations of taking her as a wife. Thus, simplicity prevailed. Pleasure was to be enjoyed. Gazing at Robb's robust physique, Bethany could not help but exclaim, "Your Majesty, you are the true Lannister, a lion galloping across the plains, while prey can only wail beneath your magnificent form. You possess a way with words, truly. You are a woman of exquisite sentiment," Robb replied as he incinerated the letter in his hand, instructing the maid outside, "In half an hour no. In 1 hour summon the lords of the castle to the council chamber." In the council chamber of Stonehenge, Robb shared the news relayed by Sir Brendan Tully with his subordinates. The 5 centurions of the Wolf Riders, with the assistance of the Red Priest Soros and his own, had fully recovered. Those valiant Wolf Riders who had perished were resurrected. The cost, however, was a slight loss of memory. Currently, it did not hinder their lives, but excessive reliance on the power of the Lord of Light for restoration could lead to a progressive erosion of recollection. Robb speculated that, in the end, this might render them akin to the mindless corpses of the Whites in the realm of the Night King. In this light, it appeared that the resurrection spells wielded by both the Lord of Light and the Night King bore striking similarities. You are not merely centurions of the Wolf Riders. You shall also become commanders of other forces in the future. Therefore, it is imperative that you learn to think critically. Especially you two, Jon Snow and Ned Stark. Your fathers were valiant warriors, yet lacking in strategy. You must learn from their courage, but refrain from emulating their recklessness. Now, tell me, with Tywin having retreated from Harrenhal, what shall we do? Jon Snow was the first to speak. We should pursue him and utterly defeat him. Robb suddenly produced a whip from somewhere and struck Jon sharply. I just stated, engage your minds. Do not become mere warriors who charge into battle. You must learn to contemplate the dynamics of the battlefield. Jon looked aggrieved, shrinking into his chair. Ned Stark summoned his courage to speak. I too believe we should mobilize our forces, for we have achieved several victories in succession, Your Grace. And your reputation is at its zenith, while the enemy's morale is at a nadir. Which favors us? Robb nodded, remaining non-committal. Jon immediately protested. He said the same as I did. Why does Your Grace not chastise him? Robb delivered another lash to Jon, though your conclusions align. Ed possesses his own reasoning. What of yours? Chapter 55. The military philosophy of Robb. I believe we should refrain from pursuit. In our previous encounters on the plains, we never chased fleeing beasts, for they remain ever vigilant. Should we press too closely, they would retaliate with reckless abandon, rendering them even more perilous than usual. Perhaps abstaining from a decisive confrontation with Tywin is indeed a prudent choice. We must act swiftly. For upon witnessing that Ed Casterly had escaped the lash, the other 3 summoned their courage to articulate their thoughts, each providing their rationale. This pleased Robb greatly. The willingness to engage one's intellect is the first step towards progress. Robb laid the whip upon the table. Henceforth, you shall all study the theories of warfare alongside me. We will frequently convene such meetings. And I have but one request, engage your minds. Indeed, the 5 captains sensed that this assembly bore significant implications, though they could not yet grasp its full weight. Much like individuals standing at the crossroads of their lives, they believed they were merely taking an ordinary turn. It would be years before they reflected upon that seemingly unremarkable afternoon, when they inadvertently veered off course, ushering their lives into a new chapter. Robb gestured for everyone to focus. Today, I shall impart a simple truth for you to ponder. Upon your return, contemplate your thoughts on Tywin's withdrawal from Harrenhal and document them for me by nightfall. Understood. Although they acquiesced readily, the 5 captains exchanged bewildered glances. Still caught in a haze of confusion, Robb cleared his throat. Remember, in warfare, even with assured victory, we must strive to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy's main force. For once a large-scale battle commences, it devolves into a slaughter, where the swiftness and quantity of death determine the victor. Such a conflict would spell disaster for all ranks. A battle akin to the recent skirmish at Stonehenge would leave most soldiers too fatigued to continue the fight. Thus, before engaging in battle, we must clearly define our objectives and explore various means to achieve them, rather than succumbing to mindless slaughter and act only a fool would commit. Observing the captain's lingering confusion, Robb provided an illustration. If we seek to vanquish an army, we have alternatives to direct confrontation. We may besiege them, harass them, or obstruct their access to water and provisions, compelling their surrender. 3 centuries prior, House Stark besieged House Bolton at the Dreadfort, never launching a frontal assault. As the Boltons faced starvation, they naturally emerged to pledge their fealty. Noticing that his audience was beginning to comprehend, Robb dismissed them. Understanding that insights gleaned through personal reflection endure far longer than those merely spoken. As he urged his subordinates to think critically, Robb commenced his own analysis of recent events. Tywin's departure had not taken Robb by surprise. The Riverlands no longer held Tywin's minions. Here, he was as blind and deaf as a bat. While Robb possessed a wealth of battlefield intelligence, with Tywin's cunning and astuteness, he would never allow himself to remain ensnared in such a predicament. Meanwhile, Robb had no intention of pursuing Tywin. On one hand, the scarcity of provisions was a pressing concern. The North had dispatched 20,000 men into this protracted conflict. And with no production efforts underway, every maneuver consumed vast amounts of resources, which were now being depleted at an alarming rate. Robb needed to secure fresh supplies for his army. With Tywin as withdrawal, the lords of the Riverlands could return to their domains to cultivate their lands. On the other hand, Robb relished the prospect of a confrontation between the southern forces and King's Landing, as it afforded him ample time to stabilize his own territories. Previously, in a rush to catch the Lannisters off guard, Robb had turned a blind eye to the actions of some lords in the north and the Riverlands. Now, with Tywin's retreat and his reputation bolstered by recent victories, the internal and external threats had temporarily dissipated, prompting Robb to seek a thorough consolidation of his rear. As for the old weasel of Luangha City, that could wait. The streams of the north, including Ziludi and the Ancestral Mound, had only dispatched a minimal number of soldiers to appease him. These vessels had failed to fulfill their obligations. They owed debts, and now it was time for Robb to claim what was rightfully his. Initially, Robb's departure from Benlu City had 2 primary objectives: to train the Wolf Cavalry and to visit Luangha City. It now appeared that the Wolf Cavalry had significantly enhanced their combat prowess following victories against the likes of Mount High and numerous lords under Tywin's command. Moreover, he had acquired the services of the Red Priest, Thoros, granting the Wolf Cavalry the remarkable ability of resurrection. This alleviated Robb's concerns about the diminished fighting strength of the Wolf Cavalry due to the recent integration of the Tyroshi Cavalry. Having completed the training phase, Robb intended to head directly to Luangha City. He commanded 3 formidable armies, one comprised of over 10,000 from Benlu City, the strongest and most loyal contingent. This force would venture into the Westlands to reclaim losses in the Riverlands and exact vengeance upon the Lannisters. Another contingent, led by the Old Flayer, also numbered over 10,000. This group was filled with rebellious elements, including those from Old Flayer's domain, the Ancestral Mound, and Ziliudi. After visiting Luangha City, Robb planned to inspect this faction. Edmure, his uncle, had recruited 5,000 soldiers in the Riverlands. However, their combat effectiveness was negligible, although they had the backing of members from the Brotherhood without banners. With some training, they could serve a logistical role when Robb advanced towards King's Landing. The ancestral lands of Huangzong and the Streambed, along with Luangha City, have become hotspots for gold coins. Their soldiers are the primary objective of my journey. After meticulously reorganizing his plans, Robb Stark felt no lingering affection for the gentle comforts of Stonehenge and set forth with his direwolf cavalry. Beth and the sisters of House Bracken, their eyes filled with sorrow, accompanied their brothers to Riverrun to reunite with their father. They would not return until the Lannister forces had completely vacated the Riverlands. Such was Robb's command. Days passed, and as Robb's army crossed the river, they beheld Luangha City once more. Meanwhile, in distant lands, Catelyn Stark finally arrived in Storm's End, where the wedding of Renly Baratheon and Margaery Tyrell was unfolding. Catelyn sighed inwardly, lamenting her untimely arrival. Earl Tytos Blackwood had hastened back from King's Landing to Riverrun, bearing with him the Stark family's greatsword Ice. Along with Ned's ashes, Sansa had already been sent to White Harbor in the north, where the Mandaleys would ensure her return to Winterfell. Meanwhile, Robb's sworn brother, Theon Greyjoy, after more than a decade of wandering, had returned to his birthplace, the Iron Islands. Chapter 56. Have I misremembered? When Robb's wolf riders arrived at Riverrun, The scene was strikingly different from their previous visit. The gates of Riverrun stood wide open, and the entryway was impeccably tidy, devoid of any blemish. Several knights donned neatly arranged and solemn armor, brandishing banners adorned with a pale grey background and embroidered blue twin towers. Upon spotting the wolf rider's insignia, the knights dismounted and hastened towards Robb. "Long live the king in the north. Your grace, we await your presence at our father's behest." Eager to convey his most humble loyalty. "Long live your grace. My father sends his apologies. He is unable to greet you in person due to illness." Observing the awkward display of his younger brothers, Stephen Fry felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at his father's timely awareness of the situation. Swiftly adopting a most humble posture, noticing Robb's silence atop his steed, Stephen stepped forward. "Let us dispense with these trifles. His grace wishes to meet our father." "Indeed. Your grace, my father awaits you in the parlor from our last meeting." Robb remained silent, striding confidently into Riverrun with his retinue. Once inside the castle, all who beheld Robb and the wolf riders instinctively lowered their gazes, unwilling to meet their eyes. Accompanying Robb into the parlor, alongside Stephen, was the mountain. As the monstrous and fearsome figure was carried in by several men, Robb distinctly sensed the collective breath of Riverrun's inhabitants pause. They had heard tales of the victories won by the king in the north in the Riverlands, but were unprepared for the sight of Robb capturing the mountain and flaying him. To their horror, they realized the mountain was still alive, bound to a spear and howling in agony, evoking sympathetic pain in all who witnessed his torment. It was a fate worse than death. Lord Walder Frey, too, exhibited a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. He did not occupy the lofty seat he once claimed, but instead sat humbly lower down. Upon Robb's arrival, his face lit up with excitement. "Your grace, please forgive my inability to rise. Pray, take the high seat." Robb found a certain admiration for the old weasel. Despite his age, he displayed a remarkable lack of pride. Yet, Robb, familiar with the old Frey, surmised that despite the man's outward caution, his thoughts were likely far from noble. With a wave of his hand, Robb commanded his men to position the spear bearing the mountain beside the old weasel, then naturally took his place in the grand black oak chair that served as Riverrun's high seat. The mountain's massive form exuded a heavy stench of blood. His feeble howls intertwined with curses, nearly causing the elderly Lord Frey, who was half buried in the ground, to retch. The wolf riders filed in, taking their positions around the periphery of the parlor. The palpable aura of menace and bloodlust emanating from them instilled terror in all members of House Frey present. The elder Lord Frey was on the verge of madness, his thoughts echoing, "This is my Riverrun. My! How dare you behave this way in the presence of my lord?" Yet, he refrained from displaying any hint of discontent, instead flattering with a weathered visage, "Your Majesty. To capture the Demon Mountain at such a young age is indeed a remarkable achievement, unparalleled in history. The content is still loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and any ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading." Alas, now Robb's power is at its zenith, far removed from the time when he sought his assistance to cross the river. The entire North and the Riverlands looked to Robb as their leader. Commanding a total of 30,000 men, the Lannister forces have retreated. Robb now possesses the freedom to act as he pleases in the North and the Riverlands. For instance, he could besiege the city of Riverrun and expunge the Frey family from the nobility. Although removing a noble from their title is a significant matter, due to old Lord Frey's past actions and Robb's current renown, the other nobles would not dare voice their dissent. This is the very essence of the fear and trepidation that plagues old Lord Frey. Robb waved his hand, signaling Stephen Fry to stand beside him. Stephen, clad in armor and wielding his weapon, dutifully served as Robb Stark. Observing that his son had completely escaped his control, old Lord Frey felt a surge of helplessness. Robb had no intention of entangling himself with that old weasel for long. "Old Lord, I have come to fulfill my promise. Summon your daughters. For I wish to select a comely aunt for my uncle." The old weasel immediately nodded. "It is my honor." "Quickly! Bring forth those women. For heaven's sake. Hurry up!" Stephen Fry furrowed his brow. "Father, the Majesty is present. Please exercise caution in your speech and refrain from being too coarse." The old weasel's expression stiffened. Were it not for Robb's presence, he would have unleashed a torrent of invective upon his son. Since when did his offspring dare to reprimand him? Did he wish to strike him next? Such insolence from a son towards a father is simply absurd. Despite the tempest of anger brewing within, The old weasel's countenance soon returned to normal. Oh, yes, it is my fault. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. Robb, displaying great magnanimity, waved his hand. No harm done. After all, the old lord is advanced in years, and we must extend a measure of tolerance to our elders. The women of House Frey entered, and Robb descended from his elevated seat, meticulously searching for the most beautiful woman of the Frey lineage as rumored. When his uncle Edmure learned of the impending union with House Frey, his mournful expression nearly terrified the children he passed. Once he presents that lovely woman to his uncle, surely Edmure shall be enamored. As he appraised the women, Robb engaged in casual conversation with the old weasel. Marquis Frey, I have heard that my grandfather dubbed you the tardy Marquis Frey because during the conflict against the Mad King, when he rallied the Riverlands to assist King Robert, you arrived belatedly, just as the battle was nearing its conclusion. The old weasel broke into a cold sweat. This is, I must admit, the moniker fits rather well. Just observe, my grandfather has once again summoned you to assault the Western territories, and yet you are late again. Now, these 4,000 men are indulging in your castle while others in the Riverlands are fighting valiantly for their lives. The old weasel hastened to pledge his loyalty. Your Grace, I am eager to lead these 4,000 men into battle. I shall not go back on my word. Robb chuckled softly. Ho ho ho. The old lord resembles a well-aged blade, still yearning for the battlefield even at his advanced years. At this juncture, Robb paused, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he turned to Marquis Frey. Ah, dear old lord, having weathered the rebellion against the Mad King and fathered so many children, you must be of considerable age, perhaps over 100 years. The old weasel was momentarily taken aback, somewhat dazed. Your Grace, I am in my 90s. Still shy of a century. Robb was puzzled. Could it be that I have erred in my recollection? Chapter 57, if my memory serves me right. The cunning old weasel is indeed a man of considerable intellect, possessing a keen political acumen that allows him to perceive the subtle nuances in Robb's words. The menacing presence of the blood-stained wolf riders surrounding him serves as a constant reminder. This monarch, fresh from the battlefield, having slain men and skinned them, is not merely here to discuss a union. Who approaches a marriage negotiation accompanied by such a blooded retinue? After Robb concluded his remarks, he chose to disregard old weasel, focusing intently on selecting a suitable wife for his uncle. The aged Lord Frey, with his weary frame, trailed behind Robb, caught in a moral quandary. After a brief pause, old weasel finally exclaimed in a moment of revelation, "Ah, Your Grace, I have just recalculated, and indeed, I am over 100 years old. It seems that with age, I have become increasingly inept, even forgetting my own age." Robb slowly turned to face him, finding amusement in the expression on old weasel's countenance. So, I was not mistaken. There was no trace of confusion on old weasel's face. I am merely old and muddled. Look at me, and I still wish to lead men into battle. It is quite laughable, isn't it, Your Grace? Robb wore a troubled expression. Old lord, you are a seasoned veteran of numerous battles. Without your support, my task will be exceedingly difficult. Old weasel quickly seized the opportunity to downplay his role. Your Grace is too kind, but at my age, I can no longer ride. However, my sons are still in their prime. They can pledge their loyalty to you on my behalf. Robb promptly rejected this notion. That simply will not do. Your sons, after all, are not true lords. Even if they can command the forces of Riverrun, they cannot manage as effortlessly as you do. Old weasel's frustration was reaching its peak. How could this insufferable young wolf still be unsatisfied? What does he truly desire? After a moment of silence, old weasel finally mustered the courage to speak. Your Grace, my age is indeed considerable. I have heard that the old Duke of Riverrun is gravely ill, and now the affairs of Riverrun are being managed by Lord Edmure. My situation mirrors that of the old Duke. My son, Stavron, is somewhat capable in battle and has some experience on the field. I am preparing to gradually entrust him with the management of certain matters in Riverrun. Stavron Frey stood behind Robb, his face reflecting disbelief. Father, I am not well versed in these matters. If you suddenly hand this to me, I fear not. I will teach you gradually. Robb interjected with a cough. Sir Stavron, how can you think this way? Your father is in poor health. This is precisely the moment you must share in his burdens. You cannot disregard your responsibilities and obligations. Stavron, filled with remorse, recognized his oversight. Indeed, Your Grace speaks true. I failed to consider everything thoroughly. Robb expressed satisfaction with Stavron's acknowledgement of his mistake. In that case, you must immediately assist your father in alleviating his burdens. Go at once to the city and post a notice. Summon the learned men of Riverrun. Ensure that all necessary matters are understood clearly, and do not be idle. Lest you disappoint your father. You must assist in managing the affairs of Luangha city, particularly concerning the taxation of the surrounding villages and the oversight of the 4,000 soldiers stationed within the city. These matters are quite taxing, and I implore you not to allow your father further distress over them. Sir Stephen, with a resolute expression, replied, Indeed, your majesty. I shall diligently manage Luangha city on behalf of my father, allowing him to focus on his health. Their exchange effectively settled the matters at hand. Meanwhile, the owner of Luangha city, the elderly weasel, stood in stunned silence, watching as events unfolded beyond his control, rendered powerless to intervene. When the discussions reached a conclusion, Robb nonchalantly pointed to the most beautiful woman of House Frey, stating, This one shall suffice. I believe Uncle Edmure will find her to his liking. He continued, I will reside in Luangha city for the next few days, Sir Stephen. Once you have addressed all matters, please report back to me. John, have someone clear out the room of the old weasel, the old Lord Frey. I cannot occupy his quarters while he is left without a place to sleep. Yes, your majesty. Sir Stephen and the members of the Wolf Riders immediately set to work, disregarding the still standing Lord Walder Frey, who remained in the center of the hall. Lost in thought. As everyone departed, Lord Frey remained rooted in place, his countenance dark and inscrutable, leaving those around him unaware of his inner turmoil. While Robb's forces established their camp at Luangha city, preparing to integrate the 4,000 soldiers, Theon Greyjoy was in the presence of his father. In the smoky hall of Pike Castle, the ruler of the Iron Islands, King Bolon Greyjoy, occupied the seat of stone. Numerous islands comprised the Iron Islands, each with its own lord, akin to the vessels of the north, all serving as captains under King Bolon. At that moment, they were gathered together. 3 burly men performed a finger dance, tossing a series of short-handled axes back and forth amongst themselves, a performance that could easily result in severed digits, hence its name. To Bolon's left sat his 2 brothers, while his daughter, Alsha, occupied his right. Theon, dressed in simple attire, approached Alsha, his tone stiff. You are seated in my place. Alsha gazed at him innocently. Brother, you must be mistaken. Your seat is at Winterfell, is it not? What has become of your fine garments? I heard you were fond of adorning yourself in silken finery. Alsha had hoped to tease Theon upon his arrival at the Iron Islands. Yet during his time with the Wolf Riders, he had learned to master his emotions. Theon met her gaze, asserting, according to the law, I was born a prince. Now, vacate my seat. Perhaps that is true under the laws of the Vale, but here we abide by our own rules. Have you forgotten? As Theon cast a glance at his father, he disowned the lack of intention to intervene, thereby grasping his stance. A surge of indignation welled up within him. Having departed from the Iron Islands for over a decade, he returned to encounter such an attitude. With a sudden ferocity, Theon seized Alsha's hair. A fierce expression etched upon his face. Curse you, wretched girl, I preferred the 9-year-old version of you. Now it seems you have grown rather disrespectful. Asha, caught off guard, never anticipated Theon's audacity to act against her in the presence of so many. Incensed, she bellowed, drawing a dagger from her bosom, intent on teaching her long-lost brother a lesson. Theon, having initiated the ambush, swiftly restrained her arm, thwarting her attempt to wield her weapon, and yanked her hair back violently, causing Alsha to lose her balance. Throughout his tenure with the Wolf Riders, while Theon's core nature remained unchanged, he understood that one must not show mercy to foes. He raised his fist, aiming to strike his sister's face, proclaiming to the people of the Iron Islands, Your prince is I. Enough! King Bolon, who had been a mere spectator, finally intervened to put an end to this farce. Robb's military lesson, the importance of avoiding decisive battles. This lesson unfolded en route from Stonehenge to Riverrun. Attended by 5 centurions, the theory of annihilation from Sun Tzu's Art of War, a formidable army necessitates a vast command structure. Therefore, to annihilate the enemy, one must recognize that it is not solely about encircling and exterminating them. Rather, various strategies can be employed to disrupt their cohesion, rendering them incapable of coordinated movement to achieve our objectives. We can dismantle the enemy piece by piece before they can unite, engaging in decapitation strikes, ambushes, and so forth. Should one become ensnared in a decisive confrontation, it transforms into a gamble, eliminating all other possibilities and introducing excessive uncertainty. A decisive battle is akin to a contest of slaughter. Even with overwhelming advantages, unforeseen circumstances may arise. Morale, weather, reinforcements, and other factors remain beyond one's control. Thus, to avoid a decisive battle means to preemptively diminish the enemy's capacity to initiate such confrontations, depriving them of opportunities to exert their strength. Chapter 58. The Path of Balon. Theon gazed at his father, loosening his grip. Asha, in a fit of exasperation, abruptly rose. Her eyes fixed on Theon with the intensity of a predator surveying its prey, as if she longed to rend her own brother to pieces. King Balon scrutinized his son, remarking, "You have shown commendable bravery, embodying the spirit expected of an Ironborn. Yet, tell me, what is your true purpose in returning?" Theon Greyjoy surveyed the unfamiliar faces surrounding him. "The king in the north has publicly declared the end of my captivity. Naturally, I must return home. Have you given it due consideration? Will you claim the name Stark or Greyjoy?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Theon's countenance. He was reluctant to become an adversary of Robb. Not out of lingering brotherly affection, but due to the formidable prowess Robb had exhibited on the battlefield, instilling a sense of apprehension within him. Nevertheless, Theon ultimately resolved to assert his own identity, driven by the desire to prove himself not merely to his father but to the entirety of Westeros. Theon Greyjoy was not merely a hostage of House Stark, he was destined to be the future ruler of the Iron Islands. Robb was a good man, one who trusted him, yet he could not offer Theon what he truly desired. "I shall, of course, bear the name Greyjoy, for it is my birthright." King Balon nodded in approval. "Excellent. Now that you have made your choice, drink heartily, and then join me in my study. I have plans to unveil." With that, he turned and departed, flanked by 2 loyal guards, followed closely by his brothers. Once Theon had satisfied his hunger and thirst, he unsteadily crossed the bridge toward his father's study in the tower by the sea. Asha trailed behind him. Theon, with bleary eyes, felt a surge of determination within. "What? Do you intend to cast me into the sea while I'm inebriated?" Asha regarded her brother with curiosity. "You must realize that even upon your return, father will not trust you." "It matters not. I shall demonstrate to him who is truly worthy to lead the Iron Islands." Theon dismissed his sister's words, viewing her merely as someone who had employed cunning to curry favor with their father during his absence. As for her aspirations to claim the throne of the Iron Islands, a futile dream. While Westeros may entertain the notion of a woman reigning as queen, such a concept was utterly inconceivable in the Iron Islands. The scarcity of resources, coupled with the fierce disposition of its people, had rendered raiding the primary means of survival for the Iron Islands. They had plundered nearly every realm in Westeros. In this cultural milieu, the status of women was hardly esteemed. In the Iron Islands, a man could take multiple wives, and the greater the number of wives, the higher his status. Women were essentially regarded as mere possessions. Thus, Theon was convinced that despite Asha's current favor with King Balon, she lacked the standing to rival him for the title of Lord of the Iron Islands. Upon entering the study, they found it as damp and breezy as ever. Their father, King Balon, clad in a long cloak of sealskin, sat before the hearth, with 2 of his brothers positioned on either side. "Baron," his voice hoarse, declared, "I shall now disclose the plan to you. Simply adhere to my instructions." Theon hastily stepped forward to offer his counsel. "Father, I possess extensive knowledge of the circumstances in the north. My suggestion is—" "However, Baron," displaying impatience, interrupted his son, "when I require your advice, I shall ask." Dejected, Theon fell silent. Baron continued, "The inhabitants of the 6 islands of the Iron Islands have nearly all arrived. Once everyone is assembled, we shall set forth. First, you take 10 ships to raid the Pebble Coast, plundering the coastal fishing villages." "Fishing villages?" Theon gazed at his father in disbelief. "You wish to amass wealth, yet you provide your own son with merely 10 ships and instruct him to ravage fishing villages. What resources could the fishermen possibly possess? Are you suggesting I pursue their unattractive daughters? Next, you, Asha, shall command 30 ships to the Cape of Dragons, wait for the tide to rise. Then land north of Deepwood Castle. Act swiftly. You must seize the castle before they become aware of our approach." Asha's face lit up with satisfaction. "I have longed to behold the castles of the Greenlands. Now you shall have ample opportunity to admire them," Theon thought bitterly, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration as he observed the familiar exchange. Deepwood Castle, nestled within the heart of Wolfwood, resembled little more than a wooden fortress atop a hill. Indeed, it could be more aptly described as a mere wooden urinal atop a desolate mountain. Theon reflected on his numerous visits to Deepwood Castle alongside House Stark. In terms of familiarity, he surpassed all present. Yet, his father remained unable to trust him. even though Theon had briefly exhibited a semblance of manliness whilst threatening his sister. Baron perceived him as nothing more than a weakling, not a true Ironborn. Perhaps he was even a spy sent by the Starks, having assigned his children their tasks. Baron turned his attention to his two brothers. The most critical strike shall be entrusted to you both. As you launch your assaults, Winterfell will inevitably react. At that moment, you will sail to the Salt Spear, navigating upstream along the Hot Wave River. Once you have crossed it, seize the Bay of Carlin. Currently, all maritime routes of the Sunset Sea fall under the dominion of the Iron Islands. On land, the Bay of Carlin serves as a pivotal city dividing the north from the other kingdoms. Due to its proximity to swamps and the terrain, its defenses are formidable. It can effectively guard against the armies of the other kingdoms, while simultaneously obstructing our communication with the outside world. Should the Iron Islands gain control of the Bay of Carlin, Robb's forces will find themselves trapped in the Riverlands, unable to return to the north. Thus is the offensive strategy devised by Baron, divided into 3 segments. The main force shall remain concealed, waiting for the opportune moment to seize the Bay of Carlin, whilst the secondary force, Osha, must capture a fortress. Deepwood Castle lies in close proximity to Winterfell, effectively driving a nail into Robb's heart. Lastly, there is the superfluous Theon, whose sole purpose is to repulse his adversaries. Once the preparations were complete, King Bolon's countenance bore a slight flush. The lords had all departed south with that wretched little creature, Robb. They would either capitulate or face their demise. Provided that all proceeds smoothly, the north shall be ours forests, fields, and halls will belong to us, and we shall seize their subjects to serve as slaves and salt wives. Beside him, his two brothers raised their voices in unison. The ocean's wrath shall inevitably erupt, and the great drowned god will attain dominion over the verdant lands. The departed shall not perish. Nearby, Asha quietly murmured prayers. Theon Greyjoy joined in, reciting a few lines. He was still unfamiliar with the invocations dedicated to the drowned god, having been away for far too long. Yet, this did not deter him. He was on the cusp of assembling his own force. Chapter 59. Robb's ambitions. Lonha City. In recent days, Robb has found himself in a state of leisure, as the absence of warfare and the need for marching has afforded him the luxury of contemplating the current state of conflict. Calculating the passage of time, he surmises that Theon must have already arrived at the Iron Islands, yet he has received no correspondence from him. With a heavy sigh, Robb acknowledges that Theon has ultimately chosen the path of the Iron Islands. His character has dictated his life's course. Despite Robb's offering of opportunities to train with the direwolf cavalry and instill a sense of honor, he remains unchanged in his trajectory. By the time Theon reached his destination, the forces of the Iron Islands should have gathered, and after a fortnight of marching, they are poised to launch a full-scale assault. They are still unaware that Tywin has retreated. By the time this news reaches Bolon, his troops will have already commenced their offensive, leaving him no time to call for a withdrawal. Having secured the allegiance of the North and the Riverlands, Robb's primary focus now lies on the Iron Islands. The instinct to claim kingship is etched within his very soul, and his ambition remains the unification of Westeros under his reign. However, he finds little merit in emulating the Targaryens. Replicating the achievements of predecessors would only consign him to their shadows. Robb aspires to be an unprecedented emperor. With kings in abundance, he aims to be the first emperor. Thus, the handling of the Iron Islands becomes paramount. Historically, the Iron Islands hold a unique place in the annals of Westeros. Though they were once one of the 7 kingdoms, their customs starkly contrast those of the mainland. They neither revere the ancient gods of this land nor the widely accepted 7. Instead, they worship a monstrous sea deity, the drowned god. Their lifestyle, too, is marked by a penchant for plunder, with their spoils referred to as iron coins. The previous lord of the Iron Islands sought to transform this way of life, striving for integration into the cultural milieu of Westeros, but the current King Bolon views such a shift unfavorably. He yearns to revive ancient customs, reinstating the practice of raiding and demanding the payment of iron coins. Bolon's multiple rebellions culminated in his defeat at the hands of the former King Robert, allied with Ned Stark, resulting in the demise of his 2 sons, leaving only Theon, who was taken to Winterfell as a hostage. Due to the disparities in faith and lifestyle, Robb resolves to initiate his approach from the Iron Islands, believing this will not provoke a fierce backlash from other factions within Westeros. Suddenly, a tapping sound at the window draws his attention, revealing a raven perched before him. Robb unfurls the message, an intelligence report from Ser Brynden Tully, the Blackfish. The 3 principal warlords in Riverrun, Greatjon, Rickard Karstark, and Jason Mallister of Seaguard have grown increasingly restless. persistently urging an invasion of the Westerlands. Although Tywin's cousin has managed to regroup the forces of the Westerlands, their combat effectiveness remains severely diminished, as they are yet to receive adequate training. After perusing the contents of Sir Brendan's missive, Robb reflects upon the situation and concludes that the time to strike has indeed arrived. Tywin has already retreated, and his sister is en route back to Winterfell, while the majority of the nobles from the Riverlands have returned to their lands to cultivate the fields. The overall situation has stabilized, and what remains for Robb is to stockpile provisions in preparation for the imminent grand conflict. However, the most effective method of amassing supplies is not through farming, but rather through plunder. As the saying goes, when neighbors have grain, I have arms, neighbors are my granary. Strategically, Riverrun monopolizes the route between the Westerlands and King's Landing, and Roose Bolton has reclaimed Harrenhal to recuperate his forces. It is nearly impossible for Tywin to render aid to the Westerlands, as two kings lurk menacingly to the south. At this juncture, it is the optimal time to mobilize troops. Robb contemplated and set about composing a letter to Sir Brendan Tully, appointing him to temporarily command the three armies for the purpose of raiding the Westerlands. Robb was aware that Sir Brendan's esteem might not suffice to fully command the three hosts, yet he could serve as a valuable distraction. Greyjohn and Rickard Karstark, though valiant, were devoid of strategic acumen, making them ill-suited for command yet perfect for the vanguard. After completing the letter, a knock resounded on Robb's chamber door. The voice of Stavron Frey echoed, "Your Grace, I have come to report on the affairs of Riverrun." "Come in," Robb replied. Stavron entered. Having been quite busy in recent days, with Robb's support, he swiftly united his son and close team, seizing control of all matters concerning Riverrun. At this moment, allegiances were paramount, overshadowing individual capabilities. Consequently, Stavron's orders quickly disseminated throughout the ranks. "Your Grace, Riverrun boasts 4,000 soldiers, primarily pikemen and archers, all of whom are now at your command. The resources of Riverrun have been accounted for. Here is the inventory." Robb took the list and replied, "You may retain half for your own use, the remainder shall be divided, with one half dispatched to Harrenhal and the other half allocated for the logistics of the 4,000 men." "We shall depart in 2 days." Stavron inquired, "Your Grace, are we to raid the Westlands?" "No, we are heading to the north," Robb clarified. "Ah!" Stavron momentarily thought he had misheard. "Your Grace intends to raid your own lands? To stage a rebellion against yourself?" Robb chuckled lightly. "The nobles of the ancestral barrows and the streamlands, when I summoned my vessels, were unwilling to exert themselves or offend me, thus sending only a token force. They do not respect me." The Manley family of White Harbor, while not dispatching all their soldiers, contributed 1,500 cavalry, a considerable number, whereas the others sent but a meager contingent of infantry. Had they committed their full strength during Tywin's assault, Roose Bolton might not have suffered such a dire defeat. I once declared to all the nobles in Winterfell that should anyone dare to flee in the face of battle, I would drag them from the castle after repelling Tywin. The time has come for me to fulfill that promise. Your father serves as one example, others shall follow suit. I intend to make the people of Westeros aware that the North never forgets. In summary, Robb has emerged victorious, and it is now time to divide the spoils. Based on the prior conduct of my subordinates, rewards shall be bestowed upon those deserving, such as the 3 noble houses dispatched to plunder the Westlands and the soldiers from Bear Island. Conversely, there will be retribution for those who faltered, including the nobles of Riverrun, the Vale of Arryn, and the ancestral graves of the first men. A thorough evaluation will be conducted regarding Roose Bolton and the Mandleys of White Harbor, while their adherence to feudal obligations has been average. Robb shall allow them to partake in a modest reward. Clarity in reward and punishment is essential for maintaining order. Naturally, Robb harbors additional plans. Notably, these 2 regions can still muster several thousand men, combined with the 4,000 from Riverrun, the 2,000 stationed at the Bay of Crabs, and the 1,000 who remain unengaged in the swamps. Together, these forces can assemble an army of 10,000. Yet, at present, none are cognizant of this fact, particularly Bolon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. These 10,000 shall serve as Robb's trump card to vanquish the invading forces from the Iron Islands. Chapter 60. The Military Merit Distribution System in the Westlands, at the town of Oxford. Kill! Slay them all! How how how! These little wretches truly believed we would assault Goldtooth City. Look at these fools, they are utterly pathetic. Long life the king in the north. Once this battle concludes, there will be no army left in the Westlands capable of engaging us in open combat. Those pitiful souls will merely hide in their castles, mourning their fate. The coalition of the North and the Riverlands is unleashing a massacre here. The carnage has proven so tedious that even the normally belligerent Great John has lost interest in slaughter. Upon receiving Robb's permission, Great John, Rickard Karstark, and Jason Mallister swiftly mobilized their forces to pillage the Westlands. Robb had informed Blackfish in a letter about a narrow path that could circumvent Goldtooth City. Following Robb's lead, they discovered this narrow route, which accommodates no more than 2 individuals at a time, yet allows them to bypass the heavily fortified Goldtooth City and advance directly. Under the command of Sir Blackfish, they uncovered that Oxford town harbored a contingent of defenders. Without a moment's hesitation, they ordered their troops to attack. At this juncture, the elite forces of the Westlands had either been vanquished by Robb or were accompanying Tywin, rendering the local defenders devoid of formidable combat strength. As anticipated, the defenders crumbled at the first assault, obviously a hastily assembled group of peasant levies. The battlefield had devolved into a one-sided slaughter, favoring the army of the king in the north. In less than an hour, the conflict concluded abruptly. Sir Blackfish, mounted and overseeing the proceedings, had his intelligence personnel diligently compiling all battlefield information. My lord, we have ascertained that the leader of this band is Sir Stafford Lannister, a cousin of Lord Tywin. A joyful smile spread across Blackfish's face. Is this the reserve force that Tywin has ordered the Westlands to prepare? Indeed, my lord. According to the captured intelligence, they were summoned less than a month ago, with some arriving just today. A handful of veterans were dispatched from Goldtooth City to assist in training, but their numbers were scant, resulting in negligible combat effectiveness. Sir Blackfish inquired about his primary concern. Have we captured that Lannister? Nobility holds far greater worth than commoners. He could fetch a substantial ransom from the Lannister family. We have indeed captured him. He is the 5th Lannister seized by his majesty. However, Great John wishes to behead him, but Bear Lady has intervened. Sir Blackfish was taken aback. Quickly, take me to Great John. That old fool is causing trouble again. Upon reaching the place where the captives were held, Great John and Rickard Karstark were present. Bear Lady Mira Mormont confronted Great John, both displaying fierce expressions. Great John huffed and glared. Bear Lady, why won't you let me behead him? By His Majesty's orders, all prisoners of noble birth must be escorted to Riverrun. I am the captain of the military law enforcement. I cannot allow you to act recklessly. Upon hearing Robb's command, Great John immediately softened. The Lannisters have slain so many of our brethren in the Riverlands. We must exact revenge in blood. Sir Brynden, witnessing this, quickly stepped forward. Great John, the king's orders are as formidable as the peaks of a valley. How can you defy His Majesty's command? Realizing that Robb's appointed commander had also arrived, Great John understood that he had no chance of laying a finger on the Lannisters. He felt a pang of discouragement. During his time stationed at Riverrun, Great John had indulged in feasting and drinking with the nobles of the Riverlands, forging bonds of camaraderie. Thus, when he learned of the devastation inflicted upon his brother's lands by House Lannister, he boasted that he would take Lannister heads to avenge them. The recent battle, being a one-sided massacre, left him yearning for a more substantial trophy to vent his frustrations. Sir Brynden, observing Great John's impetuosity, found himself in a predicament. The man was both high-ranking and impulsive, making him difficult to manage. After considering his options, he decided that redirecting Great John's attention towards the forthcoming battle would be the best course of action. My Lord Great John, His Majesty commands you to lead the van in our next engagement. Gather your men and prepare for action. Upon hearing that there was a battle to be fought and that he would lead the vanguard, Great John's spirits soared, and he promptly forgot about the Lannister affair. Where shall we strike, and when do we commence? Sir Brynden cleared his throat. His Majesty has ordered us not to assault Casterly Rock for the time being, as its defenses are formidable, and a direct confrontation would yield no advantage. Therefore, I have recently scouted a nearby city that is both accessible and prosperous Lannisport. At this moment, the last mobile force within the Westlands had been eliminated by the army of the king in the north, leaving only the question of plundering. Sir Brynden believed that securing a stronghold would provide greater safety for the troops, and after contemplating the map, determined that Lannisport was the most suitable target. The city had weak defenses and was surrounded by bountiful coasts, making it their prime choice for plunder. Great John cared little for the intricacies. All he desired was a fight. What are we waiting for? Let us march towards Lannisport. Just as the mountain could ravage the Riverlands with ease, the army of the king in the north descended upon the Westlands as if it were uncharted territory. In just 5 days, they traversed from Oxford to Lannisport, and within 3 days thereafter, they breached its defenses. Sir Brynden, accompanied by the commanders of the 3 armies and the formidable Lady Bear of the military tribunal. Engage in rampant looting within Lannisport, retaining half of the spoils for their own use and sending the remainder back to Riverrun. In the conference room, Lady Stark maintained a stern demeanor as she addressed the assembly. His Majesty Robb declared that human lives are invaluable resources and commanded that the slaughter of innocent civilians and the violation of women must cease. Sir Richard Karstark voiced his dissent, arguing that such restrictions would dampen the morale of the soldiers. They had journeyed from the north not merely for conquest but for enjoyment. Sir Jorah echoed this sentiment, affirming his agreement. Lady Stark remained unfazed, having already received Robb's directive. Half of the spoils would be allocated by Sir Brindan Blackfish, ensuring that each soldier would receive their share. However, she emphasized that these individuals were also the property and spoils of His Majesty Robb. Therefore, should any soldier find it impossible to control their baser instincts, they could barter their allocated goods in exchange. Lady Stark produced a slip of paper. Naturally, His Majesty is aware that many of you may not comprehend the true value of material possessions. Thus, he has devised a straightforward accounting system for you. In essence, every piece of loot acquired in battle can be converted into a specific number of points, known as military merits. Based on the number of enemies slain and the scale of the engagement, His Majesty will bestow upon you these military merit points, which you may use to obtain desired items. For instance, to claim a captured woman, a mere 100 military merit points will suffice. Moreover, your subordinates can also utilize their military merits to earn rewards from His Majesty. At this juncture, Lady Stark paused. To be knighted by His Majesty, one would require merely 5,000 or 10,000 military merit points. Chapter 61. The Iron Bear Lady. When the words of knightly accolade escaped the lips of Lady Mormont, an air of profound silence enveloped the gathering. In the realm of Westeros, a chasm separates the nobility from the common folk. The ennoblement of a knight, let alone that of a baron, is an arduous affair, particularly for the commoners of the north, where the elevation to knighthood seems almost unattainable. To become a knight, one must first endure a vigil in the sacred hall, receive the anointment of 7 holy oils by the clergy, and utter an oath to earn the blessing. In the north, where the old gods are venerated, few nobles have adopted the faith of the 7, thus knighthood remains a rarity. However, with His Majesty Robb now granting the honor of knighthood, there is a palpable belief that he shall not renege on his word. All present are convinced that his declarations shall come to fruition. This presents a remarkable opportunity for social ascension. Numerous affluent families, such as blacksmiths and landowners, have toiled for generations in pursuit of a knightly title. Now that Robb offers such a chance, under the esteemed endorsement of the Stark family, which has ruled the North for 8 millennia, the soldiers under his command are bound to be swept into a fervor. Sir Jorah and Richard Karstark exchanged glances, their objections waning. They understood that once knighthood was included among the rewards that could be earned through martial valor, any dissent would pit them against every soldier. They also recognized that if the king were to bestow knighthood upon common soldiers, they, as nobles, would certainly not receive less than the ordinary man. As anticipated, Lady Mormont continued to expound upon Robb's policies. Nobles participating in the conflict would also earn martial accolades. The number of men they dispatched, the foes they felled, and the tasks they accomplished would be evaluated personally by His Majesty Robb. Eagerly, Sir Jorah inquired, "What shall we receive in exchange?" With an air of nonchalance, Lady Mormont replied, "The land beneath your feet." A collective gasp escaped the nobility, some struggling to fathom the implications. His Majesty Robb would bestow knighthood upon the family members of their choosing, allowing those without inheritance rights to claim the lands they fought for, provided their martial accolades were sufficient. Robb, mirroring the reforms of Qin, initiated a transformation among the soldiers. First and foremost, all spoils of war would be publicly shared, with Robb retaining the authority to allocate them. Each soldier could achieve social elevation through valor on the battlefield. 5,000 martial points would secure knighthood, while 10,000 would elevate one to that of a landed knight. Each noble could claim a larger share of the spoils, with conquered cities being awarded to their heirs based on their merit. Should they wish to relinquish their original fiefs, they could pass them on to their descendants while seeking larger and more prosperous lands. Sir Brindan Tully observed the mounting excitement upon the faces of the nobles below, reminiscing about his discussions with the king regarding this matter. 100 martial points for slaying an enemy, another 100 for locating livestock, and the freedom to trade martial points would undoubtedly give rise to a plethora of new nobles, would it not? Robb, gazing at Sir Brindan, refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question in return. How many armies remain in all of Westeros, aside from our own? Approximately, around 100,000. Robert explained, if there are 200,000 people, with each individual receiving 100 military merits, that amounts to 20 million military merits. In other words, I only need to confer titles upon 2,000 affluent knights to annihilate all the soldiers across the continent. Blackfish realized the brilliance of Robert's calculations. According to Robert's system, while others might profit, he would certainly not incur losses. With an army of over 100,000 on the continent, even if not all are slain, the elimination of 50,000 would ensure the subjugation of the entire realm beneath Robert's dominion. Once commoners ascend to become affluent knights, will they not require purchasing slaves from Robert? Will they not seek to acquire women from him? If your fief lies by the sea, will you not need to procure ships? Should your territory be on land, will you not require livestock for cultivation? All these necessities would be seized from Robert's adversaries, and all would fall under his dominion. However, exchanging these would deplete military merits. A rough estimation suggests that conferring titles to just over 300 complete affluent knights would exhaust all accrued military merits. By that juncture, Robert would possess the entirety of Westeros. As for the interests of the nobles, Robert could bestow upon them cities and lands. But they must also support his retention of certain territories. The spoils would rest entirely in Robert's hands, and he would undoubtedly claim the most substantial portion. This royal decree threatens to uproot the very foundation of the Westlands. Regaining his composure, Sir Blackfish observed that the nobles below could hardly contain their restlessness. Urging him to continue dispatching troops, they craved military merits. Sir Blackfish hastily reassured them, there is no need for haste, the army shall first rest at the Bastard's Keep. Lady Stark's military law squad will disseminate this information to all soldiers in the coming days, ensuring they comprehend the regulations. Concurrently, I will compile the military merits from your campaigns against Bastard's Keep and the raid on Oxford Town. Once verified by King Robert, you may exchange them for desired rewards. In the coming days, all soldiers must intensify their training. Soon we will assault Castle Rock. Once Bastard's Keep and Castle Rock are under our control, a significant portion of the western coastline will be ours. At that point, you may plunder freely. You are all the king's most trusted allies. This upcoming raid is a reward from His Majesty, and the military merit system will be first trialed within your ranks. Do not let the king down. Upon concluding his remarks, Sir Blackfish painted a vivid picture of the prospects ahead. This enticing vision was laid bare before them, and none could resist its allure. Lord John's face flushed with fervor. For the king in the north. The remaining minor nobles, who were attached to the three principal noble houses, erupted in cheers, chanting Robb's name, aspiring to plant the banner of the north across the entirety of Westeros. In the ensuing days, the city of Harrenhal witnessed a gruesome spectacle. Numerous soldiers from both the north and the Riverlands faced execution. The reason was straightforward. They were guilty of murder for personal gain. Villages surrounding Harrenhal were pillaged, and per regulations, all spoils were to belong to Robb. However, some opportunistic soldiers seized the chance to claim military accolades for themselves, with some even resorting to presenting underage children to receive rewards. Lady Maya checked each individual meticulously. Those found guilty of murder for personal gain faced dire consequences. For those who had accrued military points, the price was steep. 100 points equated to the life of a single individual, with the option to borrow points if necessary. For those unable to procure enough, the outcome was grim execution. Lady Maya wielded the sword bestowed upon her by Robb, executing heads for 2 consecutive days. It was rumored among the soldiers that a noble had violated military law, prompting Great John to confront Lady Maya, pleading for clemency for his younger brother. Yet he too fell victim to her blade. Even when both Great John and Rickard Stark drew their swords, Lady Maya remained unfazed. The people of Bear Island recognized only the commands of the king in the north, and that king could only be a Stark. After hundreds of heads were displayed as per Robb's earlier orders, this brutal trend was finally quelled. Lady Maya gained the moniker the Iron-Blooded Bear Lady for her execution of 3 or 4 minor nobles. Chapter 62. What have I done in the city of Longha? Robb surveyed the 4,000 soldiers under the command of Steve. Although the cunning old weasel was deceitful and treacherous, he was not entirely inept at training troops. At the very least, these soldiers possessed a decent foundation. General Robb imparted the fundamental principles of military training to Steve, and after a week of rigorous exercises, the 4,000 men had begun to take shape. They could assemble and form ranks swiftly at the sound of a whistle, though it was merely a facade. It was sufficiently impressive. After observing, Robb nodded and declared, "Prepare to set off tomorrow. We shall first return to Caring Bay along the King's Road, rest briefly, and then pay a visit to the stream bottom and the ancestor's tomb. Steve was exhilarated. This was his first taste of lordship. Commanding authority and enforcing discipline, such a feeling he had waited for over 60 years, and now it was finally within his grasp. All thanks to Robb. Your Majesty. We are ready to depart at any moment. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. Robb chose not to respond further, as he had no intention of implementing a system of military merit within this troop. The nobles in the west, who had been plundered, were either steadfast allies or had achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield. To outsiders, a system of military merit appeared to be a commendable reward policy. Thus, Robb aimed to differentiate treatment, enticing the rest of the troops and igniting their fighting spirit. Certainly, at present, they might not fully grasp the concept of military merit, as many were farmers and artisans, with a significant number possibly illiterate. The notion of knighthood seemed too distant and unattainable for them. However, once they witnessed their peers Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Amaxi reaping rewards from this system, acquiring wives or fine livestock, or even being elevated to knighthood, they would develop a profound understanding of it. Robb resolved that once he had dealt with the Iron Islands, he would convene a grand ceremony for the ennoblement of the lords. On the final day in Wangha, Robb summoned Steve and 5 centurions to further impart some fundamental strategic knowledge of warfare. These teachings were the wisdom of predecessors, yet had yet to emerge in this world. The following day, under the watchful gaze of the old weasel, Robb set forth with 500 wolf riders and 4,000 infantry. During his stay in Wangha, Robb had feared that the old weasel might be intimidated into rebellion by his own achievements. Thus not only had he occupied the weasel's chamber but had also summoned him periodically for reprimands, forcing the old weasel to lose face before his sons and grandsons, solidifying his resolve against rebellion. After Robb's departure, the immense burden that had loomed over the old weasel was finally lifted. He trembled slightly, muttering, damn it, help me to the steady. I must reply to that esteemed gentleman." His sons, perplexed yet obedient, complied with his wishes. On the King's Road, Steve expressed his concerns. "Your Majesty, you have taken my trusted confidence with you. The subsequent tax collection and grain transport from Wangha may be impeded." Robb remarked nonchalantly, "Regardless, the supplies have been transported, sufficient for our needs for 3 to 4 months. If your father is not given the chance to regain control of Wangha City, how could he ever develop an affinity for such power?" Steve, only partially comprehending, sensed the confidence in Robb's words and refrained from further inquiries. The journey to Caring Bay progressed remarkably smoothly. Tywin had retreated, and the absence of enemy presence along the route was palpable. Many outlaws, terrified by the sight of such a formidable army and the unmistakable banner of the direwolf, had long since fled in fear. After a day's rest at Caring Bay, Robb briefly assessed the training of the soldiers left behind, subsequently leaving Steve and 3,000 men at the bay. He then set forth with 2,000 men from Caring Bay and 1,000 from Wangha City, continuing toward his first destination, the Ancestor's Barrow. En route, the familiar Captain Cleo 7 introduced Robb to the current noble, Lady Bobel, of the Ancestor's Barrow. Lady Bobel, a widow, had lost her husband on the battlefield alongside the late Duke Eddard Stark. Additionally, she was the cherished youngest daughter of the noble Lord Roderick Lyswell of the Riverlands. Robb chuckled lightly upon hearing this, realizing that the unity between the nobles of the Riverlands and the Ancestor's Barrow was largely attributable to Lady Bobel. Cleo 7, somewhat embarrassed, continued, "It is said that Lady Bobel harbors affections for your esteemed uncle, Brandon Stark. However, your uncle was betrothed to the Tully family, and subsequently, the late Duke fulfilled the betrothal on his behalf, which has left Lady Bobel." Robb, unfamiliar with this backstory, acknowledged that in the original narrative, the Ancestor's Barrow was but a minor subplot. Robb mused, "What a jealous woman. It is astonishing that even after all these years, she still harbors resentment towards the Stark family over this matter. Such women can be rather difficult to manage. Their emotions are typically direct and fervent. Unlike the cunning weasel who, when faced with adversity, resorts to pleading for mercy. They would rather perish than suffer indignity. While eliminating her is a possibility, the noble from the Riverlands would surely disapprove of such actions. It would be unwise to eradicate them all. Perhaps exterminating them all is not entirely out of the question. However, one must possess justifiable reasons and excuses for such deeds, otherwise, one risks becoming like the Mad King, opposed by the entire noble class of the continent. It is not feasible to single-handedly annihilate all the nobility of Westeros. For now, It would be prudent to observe what tricks that lady may employ. After 5 days of travel, Robb finally beheld the castle of the ancestors, the Hall of the Barrow. In front of the castle, a troop of cavalry stood in formation, proudly displaying a yellow field emblazoned with 2 crossed black-handled rusted axes and a central black crown banner. Their equipment was of fine quality, and their morale appeared commendable. However, compared to Robb's wolf cavalry, they fell short in many respects. Under Robb's leadership, the wolf riders gradually approached, exuding an odd aura born of the bloodlust and fierce spirit accumulated through numerous battles. The cavalry of the Hall of the Barrow began to temper their expressions, turning their attention to the wolf riders with keen scrutiny. A woman emerged from the Hall of the Barrow, mounted gracefully on her steed. The wrinkles around her mouth and eyes told tales of time, yet she retained a tall, upright stature and an air of dignity. Her hair was a striking blend of brown and gray, fashioned into a widow's knot at the back of her head. Without need for further introduction, Robb instantly recognized her as Lady Barbary. Ignoring those around him, he rode forward to meet her gaze directly. "Lady Barbary, what have I done to earn such disrespect from you?" Robb as military lecturer, attended by Steve and 5 centurions, the principles of Sun Tzu's art of war regarding the 4 types of terrain for marching and encamping. When marching in mountainous regions, one should advance along river valleys and camp in elevated, sunlit areas. In regions dense with waterways, one should encamp far from the rivers. When camping in the midst of rivers, select elevated and sunlit terrain. If the enemy attempts to cross a river, one should strike them mid-crossing. Do not choose locations near rivers for decisive battles. Avoid marching through swamps. If engagement in a swamp is unavoidable, choose a location backed by trees for greater security. In plains, camp on high, sunlit ground, as such areas are drier and provide greater safety for the troops. Chapter 63. Accepting the gift. The more she looked at him, the more insufferable he became. He bore the resemblance of his mother, with his chestnut hair and cerulean eyes. That wretched woman. Lady Barbell brought Robb to the fireplace in the Hall of Graves, and as she observed his nonchalant demeanor, an unquenchable fury ignited within her. The women of House Tully. Damn it! Lady Barbell vaguely recalled that fateful night when the man named Brandon Stark had climbed into her bed and taken her virtue. How naive she had been, believing she was destined to become Lady Stark. Yet, Brandon Stark had entered into a betrothal with House Tully, and the man she had thought would be her one true love would marry another woman. However, there was a silver lining. Brandon Stark had made a blunder that all men are prone to. He had perished. He had sought an explanation from the Mad King regarding his sister's fate, only to be slain by him. Consequently, Lady Barbell had harbored hope that she might marry his brother, Eddard Stark, and once again don the mantle of Lady Stark. To her dismay, Eddard Stark inherited his brother's betrothal and wed Catelyn, leaving her abandoned yet again. Ultimately, she was married off from the Riverlands to the Hall of Graves, her husband following Eddard Stark into battle, only to meet his demise on the battlefield. The Stark family had brought her nothing but anguish and resentment. Thus, when Robb's summons arrived at the Hall of Graves, Barbell chose to feign indifference. Her father, the Count of the Riverlands, influenced by her sentiments, did not dispatch his full forces to offer support. However, news of Robb's successive victories soon reached the ancestral Hall of Graves, and unease began to stir within her. Upon learning of the fate of Walder Frey in the town of the Riverlands, her heart raced with trepidation. This young wolf was a predator. Who knew what demands he might make? Regardless, she could not easily bow to the Stark family. Barbell plotted in her mind, yet as she waited for Robb to speak, an awkward silence enveloped the parlor. This silence was excruciating for Lady Barbell. She could not comprehend why merely sitting there made her feel so suffocated. And what of the wolf reclining beside him? When had direwolves grown so colossal? The creature exuded an air of haughtiness, its gaze cold and disdainful, revealing only a semblance of warmth in the presence of its master. Presence. The word inexplicably surfaced in Lady Barbell's mind. Could this young man truly be a worthy king? No. This is too oppressive. Should I consider ending him here? The thought emerged, sending a chill of fear coursing through her. Had she lost her sanity? This damn stifling atmosphere threatened to drive her to the brink of madness. She realized she must break the silence, lest she act on impulses unknown even to herself. Your Majesty, we have no intention of disrespecting your commands. It is merely that certain matters have arisen within our territory. Please bear with us as the content loads. This site is only accessible through mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser for reading. Seeing the other party speak first, Robb realized that he had gained the upper hand in this silent contest. He promptly interrupted Lady Bobel. There is no need for further words, my lady. I truly fail to comprehend what I have done to deserve such disrespect from you. And even now you seek to deceive me with falsehoods. Lady Bobel faltered, her expression somewhat constrained. Unable to locate the cat. Robb idly played with Grey Wind beside him. Let us put the past behind us. After all, your husband perished for my father. And some have also fallen in the battle against Tywin. Therefore, I am willing to extend my forgiveness for your singular transgression. Lady Bobel spoke hesitantly. I am immensely grateful for your magnanimity. It is nothing, we are all human, and as humans, we are prone to err. Robb absently scratched Grey Wind's chin, coaxing a contented purr from the direwolf. Yet, in the next moment, his demeanor turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon Lady Babel's eyes, enunciating each word. However, my patience is not infinite. A king cannot continually indulge the mistakes of his subordinates. Thus, Lady Bobel, remember this, I shall pardon your first error, but should you err a second time, you will come to regret it. Faced with Robb's blatant threat, Lady Bobel felt an intense fury within, yet she was powerless to act. The achievements Robb had garnered on the battlefield had solidified his status as the king in the North like never before. Even if she had the audacity to have her subordinates eliminate Robb, she would immediately face a backlash from all the nobles of the North and the Riverlands. To kill the leader of a family to whom one is loyal without external assistance is nearly untenable in the realm of Westeros. A look of submission crossed Lady Babel's face. I understand, your majesty. Robb seemed pleased and nodded. Then please accept this gift I have prepared. As a testament to our agreement. Robb clapped his hands, and two wolf riders entered, each brandishing a long spear, the sight upon it nearly inducing Lady Bobel to retch. Two mangled bodies, barely audible groans, and twitching muscles filled the scene with horror and revulsion. This was not a gift, it was Robb Stark warning and intimidation. Robb cheerfully elucidated, these are two noblemen from the Westlands, captured for pillaging the Riverlands. They appear quite effective in instilling fear in our adversaries. Let us display them at the battlements of Winterfell. Lady Bobel dared not retort and accepted this humiliation. All she wished for now was to hasten the departure of Robb. The harbinger of misfortune, she was willing to pay any price to see him gone. I express my gratitude for your majesty's generous gift. However, what token of appreciation should I offer in return? Robb chuckled, there is no need for you to present me with any gift. Your sole obligation is to fulfill your duties. What must I do? She inquired. As my vassal, when I summon you to battle. You are expected to muster all your soldiers, are you not? Lady Baelish hesitated, reluctant to comply, yet the formidable presence of Robb, who had come in person, left her no power to refuse. Robb's arrival served as an undeniable impetus for her compliance. As for your father, it appears he has been swayed by your influence. I would prefer not to make another journey to the Riverlands. Please write him a letter, and include my gift. Robb was aware that the main force of House Greyjoy would be launching an assault on the Bay of Crabs, and the ancestral burial grounds presented an ideal ambush location. Thus, he prepared to redirect the troops from the Riverlands. Meanwhile, he would deploy smaller units from the Iron Islands to create disturbances, ensuring that once he dealt with the main forces, they would pose no threat. At that point, plundering the Westlands would proceed smoothly, and the captured vessels could be put to use, significantly advancing the goal of amassing provisions. After all, farming pales in comparison to the swiftness of seizing what one desires. Chapter 64. The garrison at the Hot Wave River. The soldiers stationed at the regions of the Ancestors' Barrow and Streamland amount to over 3,000. With the additional 3,000 soldiers brought by Robb and 500 wolf cavalry, a formidable assembly of over 7,000 now congregates at the Barrow Hall. Robb has yet to command such a considerable force directly. Previously, he primarily engaged in small-scale cavalry incursions, while the larger legion battles were orchestrated by Roose Bolton and Sir Blackfish. Fortunately, Robb had diligently begun to cultivate his soldiers early on, and now is the opportune moment for their training to bear fruit. In the conference room of the Barrow Hall, Robb commenced the pre-battle planning. The infantry, numbering over 6,000, was divided into 7 battalions of 1,000 each. He instructed the 5 captains of the wolf cavalry to step forward, designating one each from the Ancestors' Barrow and Streamland to serve as centurions. The 500 wolf cavalry would remain under Robb's direct command. The Streamland battalion was insufficient in number and their combat effectiveness was questionable, hence, they would be tasked solely with logistical support, exempt from the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the noble from Streamland expressed discontent. He held his own sense of honor and yearned for the glory of battle, yet he found himself powerless to oppose Robb's military orders. The 5 wolf cavalry captains, however, stood tall, for they were Robb's most trusted confidants, demonstrating the highest degree of loyalty. Robb harbored great expectations for them, envisioning their future leadership of troops. This was indeed their moment to prove their mettle. Robb pointed to the map and conveyed, according to the intelligence I have gathered, the enemy will advance westward along the Hot Wave River, forcefully assaulting Carlin Bay. Their numbers are substantial, estimated to be double ours. Young John interjected, moreover, they are a naval force. The Iron Islands men are adept in maritime combat. Robb nodded in agreement. Precisely. My objective this time is their ships. With those vessels, we can establish our own naval power. Eddard Karstark, scrutinizing the map, queried, Your Majesty, their movements on the river make it difficult for us to intercept them. Once they board their ships, whether attacking or retreating, they possess the freedom to dictate their actions. To capture their vessels, we cannot resort to fire attacks or large siege engines to destroy them, as that would be akin to severing our own limbs. Furthermore, most northern soldiers are unacquainted with aquatic navigation and typically do not construct large ships. Thus, the enemy's operations on the river and sea would allow them to maneuver at will, making it challenging to retain any captured forces. Robb, however, appeared untroubled by this predicament. Do not worry, in due time, they will find it impossible to escape. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of what miraculous strategy Robb was about to unveil. Yet, they harbored no doubts about his words, for throughout the duration of their endeavors, whatever Robb had proclaimed had invariably come to fruition. Robb continued with his strategic planning. Our situation is exceedingly clear. We comprehend the enemy's movements, while they remain oblivious to our arrangements. Therefore, you 6 shall lie in ambush on the hillsides flanking both sides of the Hot Wave River, when the Iron Islands forces commence their assault on Carlin Bay. Those stationed on the southern flank will charge forth to disrupt their formations. If the enemy holds their ground, those on the northern side shall launch an assault on their flanks, should the enemy become aware of the ambush and retreat entirely. You will charge directly towards the Heatwave River. The assembly was perplexed, for the river was filled with water, and how could they possibly advance with their soldiers? However, as His Majesty Robb had previously mentioned a solution to this dilemma, they ceased their inquiries and prepared to execute the orders. Robb imparted one final admonition, remember, our numbers are few, and it is challenging to annihilate the enemy entirely. You must seize as many vessels as possible, disregarding those who flee. Yes, Your Majesty. Under Robb's mobilization, all soldiers underwent a brief training period lasting 10 days. Although their combat effectiveness saw only a slight enhancement, their discipline and appearance were transformed significantly. To the naked eye, this army could undoubtedly be deemed elite. The forces soon departed, establishing a garrison of 3,000 on each side of the Heatwave River. The troops on the northern bank received provisions from the Hall of the Withered Mound, while those on the southern bank were supplied by the Greywater Watch of the Marshlands. This arrangement allowed the supply units to avoid crossing the river, facilitating a more covert operation. Robb intentionally sought to delineate logistics from the military structure, establishing a clear distinction between combat and supply. This was a strategic method of controlling the army, as the previous system of centralized supply had proven perilous. Only by maintaining control over logistics could effective command of the troops be ensured. 3 days after the army was stationed, Robb received news from the Ravens. Asha Greyjoy of the Iron Islands had captured the northern fortress of Deepwood Motte, and Theon Greyjoy was pillaging along the stony shore. Robb understood these maneuvers to be feints. Soon, the main forces of the Iron Islands would land at the Heatwave River, preparing an assault on Catelyn Bay. The inhabitants of Deepwood Motte and Stony Shore had been evacuated. They must have sensed the impending danger, yet in this era devoid of telecommunication, the message would not reach their main forces in time. Robb, accompanied by 500 Stark cavalry, arrived at the northern bank of the Heatwave River, simultaneously commanding the army to enter a state of readiness. The garrison at Catelyn Bay, led by Stavron Frey, tirelessly fortified their defenses day and night, while the 3 captains from the south were eager and poised for action. On the following day, after receiving news from other locations, scouts reported alarming developments. Your Majesty, numerous vessels have appeared on the Heatwave River. Approximately 70 to 80 ships. From the hilltops, the view of the west side of the river revealed a procession of vessels, akin to ants, emerging on the river's surface. These ships bore an array of flags, each representing the noble houses of the Iron Islands. With the most striking and prevalent being the banner emblazoned with a colossal sea monster, the sigil of House Greyjoy. They approached with formidable vigor, quickly arriving at the source of the Heatwave River. The individuals aboard the vessel began disembarking one after another, a dense throng swiftly filling the sandy beach. Robb and his men were encamped behind the hills flanking the banks of the River of Heat, while the Iron Islands folk lacked such reconnaissance awareness on land. They were under the illusion that the Bay of Carhold was devoid of any significant military presence, believing that the disturbances instigated by Osha and Theon had diverted the entirety of the North's attention. What they faced now was merely a scant contingent guarding the Bay of Carhold. Their commotion bore no distinction from that of typical marauding brigands. After all, the people of the Iron Islands were engaged in piracy. As they assembled, Robb's scouts lay atop the hill, surveying the scale from their elevated position. 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 17,000. The siege equipment was indeed comprehensive, revealing that these pirates were rather adept at plunder. They were still 10 miles from Carhold, and their departure was imminent. Chapter 65. Nightly disturbances. The forces from the Iron Islands spent a considerable half-day merely organizing themselves. Even so, they could only ensure that the main contingent made progress in a general direction. Beyond that, no further expectations could be entertained. The procession gradually departed from the Heatwave River, setting course towards the nearby Kaling Bay. Behind the hills on either side, the Northern Army remained stationary. The Iron Islands had not dispatched any scouts to gather intelligence. Their sole focus was on the mission to seize Kaling Bay. Within the encampment, the red-cloaked sorcerer, Melisandre, diligently gathered reports from the scouts. The principal forces along the Heatwave River numbered approximately 18,000, and with the troops from the Rock Coast and the Deepwood Castle, they had mobilized nearly their entire strengths. Robb expressed a tinge of regret. We cannot consume such a vast amount in one go. Melisandre, too, reflected on the situation. I never anticipated that Bolon would dare to rebel. Previously, when Robert and I attacked Harrenhal, I was the first to scale the walls. Bolon was utterly terrified at that time. When Melisandre first arrived in Westeros, she was unable to manifest the miracles of the Lord of Light. However, she was a valiant warrior, having participated in numerous battles alongside Robert. Robb smiled and reassured her, "Fear not, you shall have another chance to ascend Harrenhal." Melisandre felt a stirring in her heart and glanced at the young king, perceiving in him a shadow of Robert, yet with an air of superiority. With a respectful bow, she replied, "I eagerly await the arrival of that day." Throughout the day, Robb's forces remained inactive, while the dispatched scouts tirelessly collected intelligence on the adversary. They had stationed 2,000 men to guard the vessels. Should they attempt to seize the ships, the defenders would swiftly retreat to the water. Bolon's brother had already arrived at Kaling Bay, inquiring whether they would launch an assault. The construction of siege equipment was progressing slowly. It was anticipated that they would not reach the castle until the following day. A portion of their men had dispersed to pillage the surrounding villages for provisions. Robb sat within the tent, absorbing the intelligence relayed by his subordinates. The role of a commander entailed synthesizing the information received from his men, assessing the battlefield dynamics, discerning the enemy's movements, and making judicious military decisions. This was markedly different from his previous role as a combatant on the battlefield. Melisandre and several captains quietly gathered around Robb, awaiting his decree. They understood that the crux of this battle did not lie in vanquishing the enemy. No one harbored doubts about the outcome. They were in a position of strength, with the enemy in the open while they remained concealed, firmly on the defensive. Most crucially, their commander was the invincible King Robb himself. There was no reason for defeat. The pivotal aspect of this confrontation was the acquisition of the enemy's ships. This was what King Robb desired most, yet it posed the greatest challenge. Once they revealed themselves atop the hills, the stationed soldiers would immediately be alerted. Once the vessels were on their way, the Northerners could not pursue this band of marauders. All eyes turned to Robb, awaiting his command. After much contemplation, Robb finally spoke slowly. "Let a 1,000-strong contingent from the south bank first engage the Ironmen looting the village, ensuring their identities remain concealed and striving for total annihilation of the enemy. The remaining 2,000 shall harass the Ironmen's forces during the night. But do not entangle with them. The team at the Kaling Bay must coordinate carefully. Soros, you shall lead a few men disguised as shepherds, herding a flock of livestock onto the hills to see if we can entice some of the watchmen among the Ironmen." Upon receiving their orders, all sprang into action, adhering promptly to Robb's directives. As night fell over the Iron Islands encampment, Victorian Greyjoy lay contentedly in his tent. having observed earlier that the garrison at Carlin Bay numbered only 2,000 to 3,000. He was the brother of Bolon Greyjoy, commander of this army. Capturing Carlin Bay, the vital road between the north and other regions, would prevent Robb's forces from returning to the north. According to intelligence from his nephew, Theon Greyjoy, the north was alarmingly sparse in defense. Apart from a few locations with forces numbering in the thousands, most of the lords had been taken by Robb to the Riverlands. By holding Carlin Bay, the Iron Man could pillage the north, exacting a brutal vengeance for the humiliation the Stark family had inflicted upon the Iron Islands, White Harbor, Sigurd, and ultimately Winterfell soon. The north would be as good as ours. Just as Victarion Greyjoy entertained visions of pillaging the north, a sudden commotion erupted outside the tent. The enemy approaches. Quickly, arm yourselves. Where are the torches? By the drowned god, how many of them are there? Victarion's heart raced as he dashed from the tent. Beyond the encampment's light, he glimpsed a long line of torches on the hills, their numbers considerable despite the distance. Damn it, the enemy is here. Wake everyone, to arms. Victarion shouted. The camp descended into chaos. Many soldiers, having toiled throughout the day, were yanked from their slumber. Groggy and disoriented, they fumbled for their weapons, bracing for the impending battle. However, they waited in vain for an attack, as the long line of torches remained motionless, then began to retreat, slowly vanishing into the night. Witnessing this, Victarion's anger simmered. He was baffled by the enemy's antics. Where are the scouts? Where are the scouts? He bellowed, commanding all scouts to be dispatched to ascertain the situation nearby. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Was his nephew lying? There had been no activity at Carlin Bay. From whence had this force come? Were there still troops stationed near Carlin Bay? The character of a brigand is typically one of dominance over the weak and submission before the strong. Thus, upon a moment of fright, Victarion Greyjoy was instantly seized by the urge to flee. He commanded his troops to prepare for an immediate withdrawal. The night swiftly passed, and the soldiers in the camp, having not closed their eyes, were utterly exhausted and struggling to keep their eyelids from drooping. As dawn broke, the scouts returned with news. The opposing force numbered merely 1,000, deliberately brandishing torches to instill fear. It was likely the remaining 1,000 from the neck of the sea. How despicable! Victarion Greyjoy seethed with frustration at having been intimidated by such a meager force. He ordered his soldiers to expedite the construction of siege equipment, preparing to swiftly seize the Bay of Carhold and fulfill the task assigned to him by Bolon. Throughout the morning, the soldiers of the Iron Islands toiled diligently. Victarion Greyjoy, furrowing his brow as he oversaw the progress of his men, suddenly perked up. There seemed to be a stir in the waters of the Hotwave River. Was it thunder? Chapter 66. The Master and the Hound. The distance between the stranded land of the Heatwave River and Carlin Bay is a mere 10 miles. The cavalry can reach it in approximately 10 minutes, while the infantry, at a brisk march, would take around half an hour. As the siege of Carlin Bay commenced, Victarion Greyjoy noticed that he had not received a report from the garrison for over an hour. The scouts he dispatched had vanished into the mire, failing to return. Additionally, the incessant rumbling of thunder from the direction of the Heatwave River added to his unease. These anomalous occurrences indicated that something had gone awry in their operations. A sense of unrest spread within Victarion Greyjoy. His reason and caution urged him to return and ascertain the situation. The Iron Islands were a realm of warriors, and the over 10,000 men he commanded constituted nearly 3/5 of their population. If trouble were to arise, Victarion Greyjoy resolved firmly to investigate. The siege would momentarily slow, yet it must not cease. Those behind me, return with me to assess the situation. The vast army began to pivot slowly. Over 10,000 men was no small number, and while the front maintained the siege, the rear began to redirect. Victarion Greyjoy understood the peril of abandoning the siege prematurely. Otherwise, the formation would disintegrate, leaving them vulnerable to an enemy onslaught. On the hillside behind, Jon Snow and Daisy Mormont, two captains commanding 2,000 men, observed the unfolding events below. Jon Snow, filled with a sense of pride, mused that Eddard Karstark would not be returning anytime soon. He was likely preoccupied with dealing with the Ironborn who had pillaged the villages. Jon Snow could not suppress a chuckle after I slay that fellow bearing the squid banner. My deeds will far surpass his. Daisy interjected with a huff. Remember the king's command. We shall strike when the enemy is halfway turned, avoiding a protracted battle. Our numbers are few, and we can only afford to strike swiftly. Jon Snow, dismissive of her caution, retorted, perhaps a single charge will scatter them. The king also said to adapt to the battlefield as circumstances, not to be so rigid. Do not dream, Do you think you are the king? Look! They have turned. Sir Stavron in Carrion Bay is signaling us in response. Without hesitation, the two raised their hands. The soldier bearing the war horn immediately sprang to his feet, puffed his cheeks, and sounded the call to arms. Jon Snow led the charge. For the king in the north, follow me to battle. Slay! Slay these brigands! Crush this vile rebel. For the king in the north, for his grace Robb Stark. The regions of Streamfield and the ancestors' barrows, due to their proximity to rivers and the coast, frequently fell victim to the raids of the Iron Islands. Many soldiers had lost their possessions and loved ones to these marauders. At that moment, no further encouragement was required to ignite their fighting spirit. The northern soldiers, well rested, faced an enemy who had endured a march and nighttime harassment, and upon rising had been compelled to assault a fortress, their morale having plummeted to its nadir. In this ebb and flow of fortune, they were certainly no match for the soldiers of the north. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, the gates of Carrion Bay swung open. A disciplined procession of pikemen and archers emerged, calling out the name of Robb as they charged towards the besieging forces. Steve Frey, in his 60s yet still possessing the vigor of his youth, brandished his spear and led the charge. The sight left Victorian Greyjoy aghast. But his mind was consumed by a singular thought: an ambush had been sprung, and he must return to his ship. The ships were the lifeblood of the Ironborn, their means of survival and escape. If the enemy were not fools, they would undoubtedly strike at the fleet while laying their trap. The ships must not come to harm. Pay no heed to these men. Return to the ships. Retreat! Retreat! As Jon Snow and his men crashed into the ranks of the Iron Islands forces, he did not plunge headfirst into the fray but rather harried them from the periphery. Utilizing the flag signaling system developed by Robb, Jon maneuvered like a shepherd, launching relentless assaults on the flanks of the Ironborn while deftly avoiding a full-on clash. He shouted in frustration, "For the love of the gods! Can't you comprehend the banners? How did those fools get in there? Drive them back! Do you understand? I've taught you the flag signals for over 10 days. And you still can't decipher them. If this were the cavalry, you'd have lost your heads by now. Follow the banners." Jon and Daisy Mormont commanded a force of conscripted soldiers, many of whom were not particularly astute. Among 1,000 men, fewer than 1,000 letters were known. Though they performed adequately during training, on the battlefield, it was commendable if half the men could act upon the signals. Nevertheless, this was sufficient against the demoralized marauders of the Iron Islands. The Ironborn, with little understanding of command, were accustomed to pillage and flee, thriving on chaos and freedom. They acted on what they could hear and ignored the rest. Under the guidance of Jon and Daisy Mormont, the battlefield swiftly divided into two factions. Victorian Greyjoy, intent on retreating with his 7,000 or 8,000 men, found himself separated, while Jon, Daisy, and Steve Frey encircled the remaining besieging forces. Had Victorian taken a moment to glance back, he would have realized that swiftly eliminating the two flanking teams would alleviate the pressure on his besieging troops. However, his focus was solely on safeguarding his precious fleet, entirely dismissing the surrounding chaos. Jon Snow and Daisy Mormont ceased their pursuit and, with their 2,000 men, began to encircle the besieging force left behind. The Ironborn left behind were oblivious to the unfolding events, sensing only that they were suddenly surrounded by foes. Where had their comrades vanished? Lacking a divine perspective, they remained unaware that their main forces still retained strength. All they comprehended was the impending doom. The Northmen were everywhere. By the gods, how many were there? They had no idea. They were ensnared by foes from all directions. Where was Lord Victorian Greyjoy? Had he been defeated? Captured? What? Victorian is dead? We are doomed. The power of rumor is formidable. And soon the remaining soldiers of the Iron Islands conjured the direst scenarios in their minds. In panic, they discarded their weapons and fled. Young Jon, witnessing this, was filled with delight. He swiftly severed the head of an Ironborn and impaled it upon his spear, commanding his soldiers to collectively shout, "Victorian has been slain by my hand. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Meanwhile, the true Victorian Greyjoy, after a frantic half-hour of running, finally arrived near the Shivering Sea, only to be struck down by the sight before him. The river had frozen over. Chapter 67. The decline and exhaustion as the Iron Men stationed at the Hot Waves River languished in ennui. They disowned what appeared to be shadowy figures upon the hills of the northern shore. Indifferent to the sight, their duty remained the safeguarding of their vessels. However, when it became evident that these figures were shepherds, accompanied by a considerable number of livestock, their restlessness began to stir. Yet, Their primary obligation was still to protect the ships. Upon the revelation that these shepherds were, in fact, women, a whole flock of them, the moral shackles imposed by their commander were swiftly discarded, and they instinctively followed their desires. The leading men congregated. How could shepherds possibly appear on the hillside? If they see us and do not flee, something must be amiss. Indeed, you speak wisely. We must ascertain what trickery the enemy is orchestrating. I volunteer to ascend and investigate. Since when did it become your turn? Such a perilous endeavor should naturally fall to me. Ah! What are you? I have borne wounds for King Bolong. I have shed blood for the Iron Islands. Allow me to go. Enough of this bickering. If we continue, they will all escape, and without horses, we shall find it arduous to pursue. Amidst the cacophony, they ultimately agreed upon a contingent of 500 men, ready to scout the hill for signs of the enemy. They were not entirely foolish, in fact. They were well aware of the intelligence regarding the north. The lords had marched south with Robb, and there was no returning for them now. The attention of most northern forces had been captivated by 2 princesses and a prince. Moreover, it was hardly surprising that the shepherds were women, as the men had been conscripted to war. At this juncture, the Hot Waves River should have been an unequivocally safe haven. Thus, the scouting army of 500 swiftly mobilized, their legs propelling them with fervor, wishing for nothing more than additional pairs of feet. According to the customs of the Iron Islands, whatever spoils they could seize were largely theirs to keep, thus fueling their enthusiasm. Witnessing the shepherds' panic as their figures faded over the hill only heightened their excitement. Yet, as they had lamented, they were without steeds. Consequently, when they crested the hill and encountered the ambush of wolf riders, none returned alive to the ships. The Red Priest Soros expressed a tinge of regret. To entice but so few, these brigands truly possess remarkable restraint. Robb, mounted upon his steed, gazed upon the fallen Iron Man, his longsword sweeping through the air. Oh, wrap your shields and hoofs in dampened cloth, and fill them with sand charge. The 3,000 left behind and the 500 wolf riders received the command, their battle cries echoing as they surged forward. Those still aboard the ships were struck with terror upon witnessing such a multitude, bewildered by the sudden emergence of these figures. Many minor chieftains shouted hoarsely, "Quick! Set sail!" Yet, they had no vessels to board the river. Robb, astride his noble steed, was the first to reach the shore. With a powerful leap, he sprang from his mount into the air. Then, a colossal phantom of an ice dragon materialized above Robb's head. The ice mist of Borelius, high-tier dragon feast prayer. This incantation manifests the frozen mist of Borelius's power, transforming the caster into a dragon, unleashing a breath of ice from the skies. Through the accumulation of power, the duration of the icy breath's expulsion is extended. A colossal and surging mist of frost emanates from the mouth of the dragon's illusion. This chilling force is such that even deities would retreat in trepidation. It is a mist of ice imbued with arcane energy. As the fog makes contact with the surface of the river of heat waves, in the barely perceptible microscopic realm, perfect hexagonal crystals swiftly form, subsequently expanding rapidly in all directions. Countless hexagonal crystals connect, and the once undulating river surface swiftly solidifies, transforming into ice. The vessels still afloat are thus immobilized upon the river's surface, as the spreading ice crystals begin to creep upward along the boats, ultimately freezing all moisture that permeates the vessels. A miracle! Long live His Majesty Robb! Winter has arrived. For the North, for His Majesty, kill. When Robb has exhausted all his mental energy, a vast channel of ice appears on the surface of the river of heat waves, ensnaring approximately 1/3 of the vessels. The wolf cavalry and 3,000 infantry finally grasp the intent behind Robb's earlier orders. The friction beneath their encased feet increases. Consequently, while their movements across the icy surface may not be entirely smooth, it is certainly preferable to the risk of tumbling. The climate of the north is inherently frigid, thus, the ice formed by Robb does not readily melt, and its thickness is sufficient to support the advance of the troops. Seize the ships. Eliminate everyone aboard. Do not damage the vessels, or I shall flay you alive. Cleo Seawin and Greenbeard charged forward, bellowing as they rushed towards the frozen ships. The scene instantly devolved into chaos. At this moment, many vessels remained unfrozen, and their occupants were paralyzed with fear, having never witnessed such a terrifying sight before. They hastily retrieved their anchors, preparing to flee the river of heat waves and escape to the sea. However, the sheer number of boats rendered escape impossible. The vessels in front could not depart, leaving those behind utterly immobilized. They were left with the choice to abandon their ships or swim towards the foremost vessels. The number of personnel remaining on the frozen ships was already scant. Robb, with his men, swiftly cut down those aboard, leaving no one alive. My lord! 10 ships have already fled. My lord! The main forces from the Iron Islands have arrived. Upon hearing this news, Robb felt a surge of joy. He needed a brief moment to replenish his mental energy before unleashing the Borealis frost mist to freeze more ships. Initially concerned about the number of escaping vessels, the arrival of the enemy's main forces would undoubtedly necessitate a retreat, significantly delaying their progress. Everyone, withdraw to the shore. They cannot move the frozen ships. We are outnumbered. And being on the ice, we must avoid a direct confrontation with the enemy. The Northern Army moved swiftly across the ice, observing the advancing forces of the Iron Islands from the shore. When Victarion Greyjoy arrived at the banks of the Shivering Sea with 7,000 or 8,000 men, he was nearly overcome with rage. What could have caused the river to freeze so suddenly? He glanced at the northern forces on the opposite shore, noting their sparse numbers, which left him feeling emboldened. He faced two choices: to engage the enemy in battle or to tread upon the icy surface and retreat to the ships that remained unfrozen. However, boarding the vessels directly would invite an assault from those treacherous dogs. Thus, he resolved to confront them first. Victarion Greyjoy commanded his troops to sound the charge. Thousands of men began to surge forward in a disorganized rush, and those who had been stationed behind, witnessing the advance, found a flicker of courage as the enemy had not unleashed their dragons. Yet Robb Stark refused to engage them in direct combat. He merely retreated as they advanced. Frustration boiled within Victarion Greyjoy. He dared not pursue too deeply, for the northern soldiers would undoubtedly encircle him after dealing with the siege forces. If he pursued too far, his own demise would be imminent. Damn it! Everyone retreat. Victarion Greyjoy resolved to board the ships and flee. However, Robb's forces swiftly pressed forward, closing the distance to a perilously close range, leading Victarion to believe there might yet be an opportunity for an offensive. Let us charge once more. This shall be our final attempt. If this fails, we shall flee. The horn sounded again, and the weary Ironborn, already exhausted and disoriented, could only muster the strength to follow orders. Robb, however, continued to avoid direct confrontation, swiftly withdrawing his forces. The fatigued Ironborn found themselves unable to keep pace with the retreating northern army. Victarion Greyjoy, now resolute in his decision, commanded everyone to board the ships in preparation for their escape. Robb observed the fleeing Ironborn with a smile, speaking to Cleos Frey and the Greenbeard beside him. Do you see? They were vigorous during their initial assault. After the second, their energy waned. If we allow them to attack once more, they may struggle to even lift their weapons. Now, they have but one path to survival, and I suspect their thoughts are solely on escaping by ship. If we strike now, who will stand against us? Chapter 68, The Shift of Offense and Defense. Victarion Greyjoy's visage was etched with despair as he beheld his forces being mercilessly slaughtered. Many soldiers from the Iron Islands, under his erratic command, were so fatigued they could scarcely lift their weapons, let alone engage the enemy. For every soldier from the north that fell, a dozen from the Iron Islands succumbed. As comrades fell one after another and the enemy multiplied, morale inevitably disintegrated. They cast down their arms and began to flee. Recognizing the irreversibility of the situation, Victarion Greyjoy had no choice but to abandon the soldiers still engaged in battle and prepare to escape by ship. With approximately 60 vessels remaining, as long as there were ships, the Iron Islands would not be finished. Such were his thoughts. Alas, circumstances always seemed to devolve towards the worst possible outcome. He was once more assailed by a sound reminiscent of thunder, drawing his gaze towards the northern army, etching that horrific image indelibly into his memory. The head of the dragon emanated an icy breath of winter, and a frigid mist surged towards him, freezing all in its wake. What in the world was that abominable creature? The legacy of achievements, oh, your majesty. At the Battle of the Mandar, we beheaded over 4,000 men, received the surrender of more than 5,000, captured 53 ships, and amassed an incalculable quantity of arms and armor. Yet, it was regrettable that the leading Greyjoy had escaped. In the Hall of the Ancestors, the few literate Red Priests, including Soros, excitedly reported the results of the campaign to Robb. He felt assured he had aligned himself with the right leader. Indeed, King Robb was the one chosen by the Lord of Light. Robb smiled in return. With these ships and captives, my north can finally cultivate a naval force. To assault the Iron Islands, maritime strength is essential. However, to construct ships independently would take an eternity. Far more efficient would be to accept the enemy as offers. Lady Baelish of the Hall of the Ancestors wore a sycophantic smile. Your Majesty, whatever you desire, we of the Hall shall support you wholeheartedly. Lady Baelish understood that having driven Tywin away, Robb was her king whom she could not resist, and now, having repelled the Iron Islands, he was the king she must serve willingly. Since departing from Winterfell, Robb had achieved consecutive victories, reaching a near unstoppable momentum. In the martial hearts of the Northerners, Robb Stark had emerged as perhaps the most formidable Stark in a millennium. The Stark lineage was already deeply rooted in the North, and now they had undoubtedly pledged their complete loyalty to Robb. Robb glanced at Lady Baelish. Now that we have driven back the Ironborn and significantly weakened them, they will surely lack the strength to raid again. You and the people of the Riverlands shall undertake a task for me, construct a lumber mill in the Wolf's Wood. For I am in need of timber. As you wish, Your Majesty. Lady Baelish bowed respectfully. Tat tat tat. While Robb pondered how to arrange his naval commanders and soldiers, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter, he called. Jon Snow and Daisy Mormont stepped inside, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. Robb inquired with a smile. What good news has brought you such joy? Jon Snow exclaimed, 2 battle reports, Your Grace. Mine pertains to the Westerlands. My father and the other 2 lords, under the command of Sir Blackfish, have successfully captured the towns of Goldengrass and Cliffrock, using them as strongholds to plunder the coastline. We have seized 3 gold mines. And Lady Marjorie has also captured thousands of livestock, which are currently being transported to Riverrun. The defenses in the Westlands are quite lax at present, as the main forces have been taken away by Tywin, resembling the earlier situation in the Riverlands. Thus, Sir Blackfish's operations have proceeded smoothly, and given the Westlands' inherent wealth, the spoils have far exceeded expectations. Robb expressed his satisfaction with Blackfish's performance. Write a letter back to Blackfish and your father, informing them that they have nearly exhausted the coastal plunder around the 2 castles. They should practice their military drills there. Since the northern forces have bypassed the heavily fortified Kingsguard and are making a direct advance, their communication with Riverrun is not particularly seamless. The castles captured in this manner have become enclaves. Robb desired more territory, whether to bestow upon his bannermen or to retain for himself. He could not afford to relinquish these enclaves. Therefore, capturing Kingsguard was imperative. Once Robb concluded his affairs in the north, the first order of business upon returning to Riverrun would be this endeavor. It was time to expand his dominion. After Jon's report, Robb turned to Daisy Mormont. And you? What good news do you bring? A look of satisfaction graced Daisy's face. Your Grace, we have captured a traitor. During the previous hostage exchange, Robb had rescued his sister Sansa from King's Landing with the help of the Kingslayer, Jaime. Lord Rickard escorted her to White Harbor, where the Manderly family took charge and dispatched soldiers to escort Sansa back to Winterfell. At this juncture, fate intervened. Theon Greyjoy, eager to prove himself to his father and the Iron Islands folk, launched a small assault on Winterfell, only to collide with the soldiers of House Manderly. Along with the defenders stationed at Winterfell and nearby White Harbor, they decisively defeated Theon's forces and captured him. Given Theon's unique status as Robb's childhood companion, they opted not to execute him outright but rather sought Robb's counsel on how to proceed. The disdain for traitors ran deep among them, even surpassing their enmity towards foes. Robb had afforded Theon an opportunity, and it was he who chose the path of opposition against the North. Thus, Robb harbored no intention of allowing Theon to live. The question remained, should he grant Theon a swift end, or hand him over to Rick for a more torturous demise? Robb pondered for a moment and resolved to allow Theon to expend his remaining strength, only to eliminate him thereafter. This could be seen as a gesture of acknowledgement towards the bond they shared from childhood. He instructed a letter to be sent to Winterfell, requesting that Theon be confined in a location easily accessible for rescue, yet under strict surveillance. Should anyone attempt to rescue him, they were to be captured. While Theon's fate would be of no concern, Robb understood that Osha from the Iron Islands, despite her apparent disdain for her brother, held family ties in high regard. She would undoubtedly come to Theon's aid. This woman still possessed significant utility for him, serving as an asset in his campaign to retake the Iron Islands. Once she learned of her father's demise at the hands of her own brother, even her reluctance would compel her to seek vengeance. At that moment, his naval forces could commence their training. Presently, his thoughts were consumed with strategies of counteroffensive and territorial acquisition. Robb felt a deep sense of reflection. After departing from Winterfell and engaging in battles across the Riverlands and the North, the tides of conflict were finally poised to shift. Chapter 69, Return to Winterfell. Robb Stark did not linger long in the Hall of Ancestors. The more than 5,000 Ironborn captives were dispatched to the shores of the Carhold, where Lin Cu was tasked with their oversight. 53 warships lay anchored in the waters of the River of Heat, guarded by the soldiers from the Streamlands and the Hall of Ancestors. Furthermore, Robb issued a summons to White Harbor, seeking individuals well-versed in naval affairs to manage his fledgling navy. As the sole port city in the north, White Harbor was crucial for Robb's maritime aspirations, which were still in their infancy and required the expertise of seasoned professionals. Having finalized the arrangements following the Battle of the River of Heat, Robb set forth with his direwolf riders, preparing for a journey to Winterfell. The members of House Stark had been separated for far too long, and this kin were vital allies in Robb's rule. The bonds of blood among family far surpassed the mere interests that connected him to other vessels. Winter was approaching. On the road back, Robb noticed that the snow on the King's Road appeared thicker than when he had departed, a foreboding sign that the long winter of Westeros was imminent. Jon Snow rode alongside him on the left, sharing a sense of melancholy. "Your Grace, winter has come, and many in the north will suffer from hunger once more." The winters in the north were notoriously harsh. Historically, as winter descended, the vicinity of Winterfell would swell with those seeking refuge from the cold. Lacking the means to withstand the frigid season, they turned to the Starklands for protection, hoping to either survive the winter or perish in the attempt. Such was the legacy of House Stark, to stockpile provisions during the summer and, when winter arrived, to shepherd the people of the north through the long, arduous years, enduring each bitter winter. Consequently, the loyalty and affection that the northern folk bore for House Stark were unparalleled and incomprehensible to those from other realms. Robb glanced at the snow-laden ground. "This winter shall prove less arduous than those of yore." To his right, Daisy Mormont reflected, "I have heard tales of how, in winters past, Starks would lead northern men south to battle, their purpose to perish in the south and thereby spare the north's provisions." Jon chuckled, "This year, we too venture south, but not to meet our demise. Rather, we have seized a considerable amount of grain from House Lannister." Robb shook his head. "Merely the Westlands cannot sustain the north through this winter, especially as we remain embroiled in conflict, with the consumption of provisions reaching astronomical figures. Thus, the matter of an alliance with Highgarden becomes exceedingly important. The wealth of Highgarden far surpassed that of the north, and combined with the bounty of the Stormlands, it could supply the needs of an army of 100,000. If he could secure support from Highgarden, alongside the resources he commanded in the Riverlands and the supplies appropriated from the Westlands, he could sustain his campaign while ensuring the survival of the North's populace through the winter. Yet, a significant challenge remained. If an alliance with Highgarden were to be forged, how would their provisions be delivered to the north? Not to mention, the lands between the Riverlands and Highgarden were fraught with two hostile duchies. Traversing the King's Road would essentially be providing supplies to the enemy. Thus, Robb chose to strategize via maritime routes. With the entirety of the western seas of Westeros now under the dominion of the Iron Islands, the Iron Islands represent Robb's primary objective at present. His plan entails allying with Highgarden to seize the Iron Islands and transport provisions back home. Robb must accomplish these two tasks before depleting the resources at his disposal. The first task is already in motion, with Catelyn and Robb both engaged in it. Although it may appear that Catelyn is negotiating a marriage alliance with Highgarden, Robb understands that the Highgarden family merely aspires to be the royal family. They are indifferent to who the king is, so long as that individual is indeed a king. Thus, Robb's military achievements and territorial gains serve as Catelyn's bargaining chips at the negotiation table. The battles of Whispering Woods, the raid on the camps of Riverrun, the sweeping of the Riverlands, and the Battle of the Fever River, all these engagements have firmly secured Riverrun for Robb and have reconciled the discontented families of the north towards House Stark. The reputation of His Majesty Robb is resplendent, his esteem echoing throughout the continent. Following the death of Renly, Highgarden can only choose between itself and Joffrey. At that juncture, it will hinge on Catelyn's diplomatic finesse. The second task, capturing the Iron Islands, is vital not only for securing supplies for Highgarden but also for Robb's impending institutional reforms. Therefore, it is imperative that Robb undertakes this personally. Currently, Robb must drill a competent navy, mobilize provisions from various regions, and elevate the morale of his soldiers. 3 months. I must seize the Iron Islands within 3 months, Robb mused, believing this timeframe to be sufficient. His journey to Winterfell serves as preliminary preparation for the assault on the Iron Islands. The cavalry advances swiftly, and with a modest number, there are no cumbersome encumbrances. Robb arrived at the walls of Winterfell in merely a third of the time it took to depart. in stark contrast to the bustling scene he left behind. Winterfell now appeared somewhat desolate. 2 solitary flags fluttered atop the walls, the stark sigil of the direwolf and the blue-green mermaid banner of House Manderly. News of Robb's return had swiftly reached Winterfell, drawing the members of House Stark to the gates to welcome their elder brother. Sansa Stark, upon seeing her brother return, dismounted and rushed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Robb. Father. Arya." She repeatedly called the names of her father and sister. As everything that transpired in King's Landing felt like a haunting nightmare, even upon returning to Winterfell, she would still envision Joffrey's grotesque grin in her dreams. The image of her father's beheading would occasionally flash through her mind, and yet she was merely a 14-year-old girl. However, in Winterfell, she had only her brothers, who were perpetually engulfed in fear. Even with news of Robb's victories, they remained anxious and apprehensive, fearing that the next message would be of Robb's defeat. Rendering him lost like their father, Sansa finally found solace in her elder brother's presence and wept freely in his embrace. Robb gently patted Sansa's back, soothing her troubled spirit. A year apart had seen her grow significantly taller. Indeed, girls often matured more rapidly than boys at this age. With tear-stained cheeks, Sansa lamented, "I have lost Arya." Once, she had held disdain for her sister, who preferred swordplay over the more delicate arts of womanhood. However, after spending time in King's Landing and navigating the treacherous waters of political machinations, she had come to realize that family was of paramount importance. They had even contemplated the unthinkable, betrothing themselves to the imp. Had it not been for Robb's timely gift and the imp's vehement opposition, she might have become a Lannister. Robb offered a reassuring smile, saying, "What are you worried about? I know you dislike hearing this, but Arya is far cleverer than you realize. She does not require my assistance to escape. She will find her way back to us soon." Chapter 70, The Stark Feast in the Grand Hall of Winterfell. 4 members of House Stark gathered for a rare family dinner hosted by Robb. It was the first time since the old lord's departure that so many Starks had convened in this place. The youngest, Rickon Stark, wept incessantly upon seeing Robb. The death of their father weighed heavily on him, a mere child, leaving him unable to do anything but cry in the presence of his elder brother. Robb offered little consolation, understanding that the boy would inevitably learn that tears could only serve as a release of emotions, but could not bring back what was lost. Bran, however, had matured significantly. During Robb's absence, he had taken on the role of the elder brother, caring for and comforting Rickon, which allowed him to grow and psychologically detach from reliance on others. Lately, he had also been sensing peculiar sounds and frequently spotted 3-eyed crows circling above. These enigmatic occurrences unwittingly drew him closer to the realm of magic, and he found himself becoming increasingly wise and composed. Sansa, in contrast, was in the best spirits of all. After enduring great hardships, she had finally escaped the confines of King's Landing. And Robb's protection upon her return brought her immense comfort, a sense of security that only family could provide. Robb, somewhat clumsily wielding knife and fork to carve the roasted meat, addressed Bran, "I did not exact vengeance on the Kingslayer for you, as Sansa still needs him for her redemption. However, I did sever his arm, which serves as retribution for your leg." Bran, still innocent, nodded in agreement, not yet possessing the cruelty required to demand a life in return. Robb then turned to Sansa, "You know, we are at war now, and apart from me, you are the greatest Stark. I will need you to assist me in Riverrun." Bran, hearing Robb's words, eagerly exclaimed, "I can go too." Robb reassured him, "Bran, you are still young and have much to learn. Do you not remember that I promised to teach you magic? Your task is to remain in Winterfell, study magic, and look after Rickon." Though initially disheartened, Bran's interest piqued at the prospect of learning magic, and he ceased his insistence on going south. Sansa, taken aback, had not anticipated she could aid her brother. I do not know what I can do." Robb comforted her, "You are a child of House Stark, and that is sufficient. I do not need you to fight, I need you to manage our accounts." Though the profession of accounting had yet to be fully defined, Robb understood its significance well. His spoils had accumulated to an overwhelming extent, and the soldiers who had pillaged the Westlands awaited their shares. Such matters required a considerable team to manage. Relying on Robb, a brute who only knew how to kill, to handle these responsibilities, that was simply absurd. Furthermore, any accountant, regardless of skill, must be a trusted confidant, otherwise complications could easily arise. Having endured the trials of King's Landing, Sansa was no longer the naive girl who solely aspired to be a queen. She was now capable of assisting Robb with the financial matters at hand. Her Stark lineage and blood ties allowed Robb to confidently delegate this responsibility to her. Do not worry, Sansa. In the coming days, I shall have Maester Luwin teach you the art of accounting and how to oversee the ledgers. Once you are adept, you will be able to supervise those who manage the accounts in White Harbor, ensuring they do not tamper with the figures. Sansa, possessing great intelligence, comprehended her role and felt a surge of excitement within her. The sensation of being valued by her family, recognized for her capabilities, and entrusted with significant duties was truly exhilarating. Sansa nodded earnestly, declaring, I shall fulfill this task to the best of my abilities. At that moment, the youngest Stark, Rickon, piped up innocently, I want to help brother too. Robb chuckled heartily, presenting him with a generous chunk of meat, saying, your duty is to eat well and grow strong. And in due time, you will be able to assist me. A smile spread across Sansa's face, as she reveled in the warmth of familial bonds that she had long been deprived of. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her expression wavering with hesitation. What about Theon? He is still imprisoned in the dungeons. Brother, how do you intend to deal with him? Robb sighed, reluctant to discuss such matters in front of his younger siblings. However, they would inevitably have to confront the harsh realities of conflict. After a moment's contemplation, he articulated his thoughts candidly. He has betrayed the North and our Stark family, thus he must face death. The expressions of the other three were marked by reluctance, as they shared a bond with Theon and felt inclined to plead for his clemency. Yet, they recognized that Robb's tone was not that of a brother or even a lord, but that of the more formidable king in the North. This was a sovereign's decree, beyond their power to alter. As nobles, they understood the weight of their responsibilities more acutely than others. A flicker of compassion crossed Sansa's face. Very well. May his soul find peace among the fish in the weeping woods. Robb chuckled softly. I have heard that he has already embraced the teachings of the drowned god and completed his baptism, no longer a follower of the old gods of the North. Sansa was left speechless. Seizing the moment while the family was gathered, Robb shared his forthcoming plans. I intend to journey to the Wall and bring Jon Snow back. Sansa and Bran exchanged surprised glances, while Rickon appeared bewildered, uncertain of the implications. Bran queried, but has he gone to the Wall? The Night's Watch will not permit him to return. Robb clarified, I care not for his vows as a Night's Watchman. Winterfell requires a mature leader of Stark blood to oversee its defenses. Robb was uncertain of how the unfolding events would transpire. Yet he understood that the garrison of Winterfell must be strengthened. Otherwise, Bran and Rickon would remain in perpetual peril. Jon Snow's identity is indeed fitting. Now is the time to utilize his potential. Robb does not wish for him to remain at the Wall any longer. Furthermore, there are numerous facets of Jon's lineage that warrant exploration, as he carries the blood of both the Targaryens and the Starks. In the current King's Landing, there are still many who remain loyal to the former dynasty, and once Jon reveals his true identity, he is certain to attract followers. At that point, Robb need only manage this support judiciously to garner substantial assistance. Robb's return to Winterfell primarily revolves around matters concerning Jon and Sansa. Jon's situation is intertwined with the Night's Watch, and it requires Robb's intervention for resolution. Sansa, too, misses Jon dearly, but she expresses her concerns. The Night's Watch will not permit anyone to leave. Robb replies coolly. When has the command of the Night's Watch ever been defied by the king in the North? Chapter 71. In the name of Stark. When Robb arrived at the Wall with his cavalry of direwolves, Commander Jeor Mormont of the Night's Watch was fortuitously returning from beyond the Wall. Jeor, a noble of House Mormont from Bear Island, had renounced his claim to inheritance to become the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Out of respect, he was affectionately referred to as Old Bear. Upon receiving news of the imminent arrival of the king in the North, Old Bear set aside his plans to scout beyond the Wall and, with a hint of trepidation, returned to meet Robb. Old Bear found himself perplexed by Robb's intentions. The newly crowned king in the North had ventured to the Wall amidst the fervor of conflict in the South. Was he seeking the support of the Night's Watch? The sworn brothers of the Night's Watch maintained an unwavering neutrality, refraining from involvement in the disputes of the realm, a steadfast rule. While Old Bear believed his men could manage the affairs of any other errant king, the lineage of House Stark compelled him to personally attend this meeting. The title of king in the North held immense sway over the hearts of the Northerners. The Wall itself was constructed by Brandon Stark, who also established the Night's Watch, and the very land beneath their feet was bestowed by the first king in the North, Brandon. Furthermore, the Stark family had, through the ages, sent a member to steadfastly guard the Wall. Though the Night's Watch claimed independence from the kingdoms, how could they sever ties with House Stark? Old Bear silently prayed that this encounter would not place him in a difficult position. The biting wind howled, and heavy snow began to fall near the wall. The black-clad members of the Night's Watch, shivering from the cold, sought refuge within the castle. In the guest hall of Castle Black, Robb finally met with the Lord Commander. Old Bear gazed at Robb as he entered, his voice hoarse. Has House Stark finally reclaimed its rightful throne? Robb regarded the elder before him, whose hair bore traces of white, with deep respect, reminiscent of the times when flames were used to forge the wall, guarding against the encroaching taint of the outside world, and of the valiant knights of the King's Guard. Both the Night's Watch and the knights were deserving of reverence. They were a steadfast group, true to their oaths and principles. Robb inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the elder with a semblance of a bow. We have merely restored the ancestral customs of 3 centuries past. Ancestral customs, indeed, chuckled Old Bear. Your Grace, did you know that I have not slept a wink these past few nights? We have just returned from beyond the wall, where the wildlings spoke of a new king emerging among them, gathering his people whether to build a fortress or to muster an army. We cannot yet discern. Understanding the need for gentle discourse with a young man like Robb, who was impatient and easily influenced, Old Bear began to express his grievances. Just days ago, your uncle, Benjen Stark, ventured beyond the wall with a handful of rangers, and he has not returned. We recovered the bodies of his companions, but to our horror, they returned to life not as they once were, but twisted and malevolent, seeking to slay the living. Robb raised his right hand slightly, halting Old Bear's lament. Pouring a measure of wine from a bottle, he filled cups for both himself and the Lord Commander. Old Xiong found himself perplexed by the demeanor of the young man before him. The latter was remarkably composed, wearing an inscrutable smile that rendered his thoughts elusive, much like a cunning old fox. As Old Xiong accepted the cup of wine, he pondered silently. Taking a sip of the bitter liquid, Robb slowly began to speak. Wildlings, White Walkers, I comprehend your intentions. The long night approaches, winter is upon us, and the power of the cold god of the north is awakening. Ancient legends shall once again materialize. Robb recounted a historical tale that every northerner would forever remember, the White Walkers descending with boundless darkness and chill, sweeping across the entirety of Westeros. Old Xiong was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Robb's words would carry such gravity. The horror of a large-scale incursion by the White Walkers. He had previously believed that the primary threat from beyond the wall was the newly appointed king beyond the wall. Robb nodded, clarifying his point. The power of the cold god is indeed reviving, or rather, the mysterious forces of the entire world are stirring. On another continent, dragons have returned, and the power of the Lightbringer is now capable of impacting our realm. The old gods are also seeking the Green Seer to confront the cold god, just as before. My brother Bran has already shown signs of becoming a warg. The wildlings do not desire to descend southward. They are uniting to confront the oncoming winter. Old Xiong was momentarily at a loss. He had intended to articulate his own challenges, believing he could deflect whatever Robb desired. Unexpectedly, Robb was more formidable, unleashing a barrage of revelations that left him at a standstill. While the northerners held faith in these ancient legends, the sudden exposition of such world-altering truths was indeed hard to digest. Robb, however, chose not to elaborate further, opting instead to demonstrate through action. Drawing the great sword Ice, recently returned to House Stark, Robb ran his hand along its blade, and instantly, golden lightning enveloped the sword. In the astonished gaze of Old Xiong, Robb gently caressed Ice once more, causing fierce flames to erupt along its length. This is a miracle? The Green Seer. In the faith of the North, the Green Seer is the embodiment of the old gods on earth, capable of performing numerous wonders. Among the most astonishing is the dark magic known as the Hammer of Waters, where 1,000 Green Seers united in one place obliterated the Arm of Dawn, severing the connection between Westeros and another continent. Compared to the legendary magic that reshaped the land, the miracle Robb displayed may seem trivial. Yet, he had effectively demonstrated to Old Xiong that the legends and his assertions bore truth. Observing that Old Xiong now believed him to a significant extent, Robb continued, the White Walkers are soon to strike. You have already witnessed the transformation of my uncle's men. Thus, Old Bear, you must be aware that the Night's Watch is currently incapable of withstanding the White Walkers. Old Bear remained silent, understanding that Robb spoke the truth. The present strength of the Night's Watch pales in comparison to even a tenth of its former glory. In times of ceaseless strife among the kingdoms, the wall frequently benefited from the influx of soldiers from the defeated factions, with nobles taking pride in serving as members of the Night's Watch. However, following the unification by House Targaryen, conflicts diminished significantly, leading to a drastic reduction in manpower. Furthermore, the long absence of the White Walkers clouded the vision of those in the south with peace. Only prisoners and those of low status would become members of the Night's Watch. This resulted in not only a decrease in numbers but also a considerable decline in quality. The power of the Night's Watch has weakened to a lamentable state. Robb rose to his feet. Gazing at Old Bear, merely relying on the strength of the Night's Watch is insufficient to combat the White Walkers. You will require the support of the North and the lands of Westeros. Therefore, I, as the king in the North, hereby declare, House Stark shall, like our ancestors thousands of years ago, lead the Night's Watch and every man of the North through the long winter to repel the White Walkers. Ah! At this moment, Old Bear finally grasped the implication. Robb, with nonchalance, had invoked the ancient legal doctrines, re-establishing the Night's Watch's allegiance to the king in the North. Chapter 72. The greedy behemoth. Although Old Bear could not directly refute Robb's assertions, he considered it overly idealistic to expect the Night's Watch to simply capitulate to Robb. Robb understood that fully reclaiming the power of the Night's Watch would require time. However, this would not hinder him from securing what he desired in advance. Robb rapped his knuckles on the table and stated, I am aware that the oaths of the Night's Watch have been upheld for millennia. And I extend my respect to you. I shall refrain from interfering in your affairs for the time being. Yet, in order to better combat the others, I require assistance in safeguarding Winterfell and in coordinating resources between the North and the Wall. Therefore, Jon Snow must return with me. Old Bear instinctively began to protest. But he had sworn the oath of the Night's Watch. Robb replied coolly, I am his king, and the current head of House Stark. I possess the authority to absolve him of his vows. However, I shall not make it difficult for you. Let him retain the title of a member of the Night's Watch while he attends to logistics in the rear. Robb was indifferent to whether Jon Snow's identity was that of a Night's Watchman or something else entirely, as long as he fulfilled his duty to protect Winterfell. Moreover, Jon maintaining his identity as a member of the Night's Watch would serve as a boon, ensuring his election as the next Lord Commander under Robb's influence. This would further solidify the bond between the Night's Watch and House Stark. Old Bear opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. He recognized that the Northern King before him did not inherit his father's benevolence. Rather, like his forebears of House Stark, he exuded a sense of pride and decisiveness. Such a character would garner the support of the Northern folk, who preferred a tyrant leading them to ruin over a weak ruler who would allow them to languish. Crucially, the Night's Watch could neither afford to lose the support of the North nor could they function without it. All their logistics and supplies necessitated passage through the North to reach the various castles along the Wall. Thus, Old Bear found himself unable to easily dismiss the Northern King's demands. Very well, I agree. Ultimately, Old Bear nodded in assent, though inwardly he lamented that he had intended to cultivate Jon Snow as his heir. Now, he would need to seek another candidate. Robb had secured what he sought and gleaned the Night's Watch's stance, leaving the audience chamber with a sense of satisfaction. Upon stepping out of the warm room, the biting cold wind outside jolted Robb into heightened awareness. Within the training grounds of the Black Castle, several fearless rangers were engaged in practice, seemingly training a portly member of the Night's Watch. The rotund figure's movements were somewhat comical, yet his expression conveyed a seriousness of purpose. Among the group stood a robust man, skilled in swordplay, and most notably accompanied by a massive white direwolf. Robb recognized the white direwolf at once. Ghost. In a flash, Grey wind darted from Robb's side, racing towards the magnificent creature like a gust of wind. A low growl echoed as more content loaded. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it signifies a failure to load the chapter. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Grey Wind is the largest and most robust of the Stark family's adopted direwolves. Even the more ethereal and agile white direwolf bows its head before Grey Wind. Upon seeing the formidable Grey Wind, everyone in the training ground was taken aback. Halting their movements, they had never encountered such a gigantic and ferocious direwolf. Grey Wind had participated in numerous battles, having slain enemies comparable in number to some soldiers, thus appearing increasingly fierce and savage. Robb. No, Your Majesty. Jon Snow, upon spotting Grey Wind, immediately recognized his brother's presence, his expression brightening as he searched for Robb. Robb smiled and waved. Come, let us take a stroll along the Wall. Jon eagerly departed with Robb, engaging in conversation as they walked. Jon had already received the news of their father's death, but his foremost concern remained for his two sisters. Robb. Oh, Your Majesty, how are Sansa and Arya faring? There are no outsiders here, and it is not a formal occasion. You can still call me Robb as before. Robb paused briefly and recounted the recent circumstances of their sisters. Sansa is already in Winterfell, while Arya has fled from King's Landing and is currently wandering somewhere unknown. Jon felt a tightening in his heart. Of all the Stark family, only Arya had treated him as an equal, not viewing him as a bastard. Yet it was she who was now missing. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jon said, I had intended to help you. But I have already sworn my vows to the Night's Watch. He had attempted to venture beyond the wall twice to assist Robb, but his oath bound him. Robb waved his hand dismissively. Family must understand one another. Jon was taken aback. Family. Robb continued, I have come this time to fetch you from the wall. I must head south to engage in battle. You are to safeguard Winterfell and look after Bran and Rickon. Jon appeared confused. Why continue to fight? Father's body has been returned, and the two sisters have escaped their captors. Why persist in warfare, risking further innocent casualties? Robb gazed beyond the wall. You are correct. But have you considered the people of the North? Jon hesitated. Robb countered. War is merely the continuation of political objectives. For our father and sisters, I have fought numerous battles. The North's resources have already been nearly depleted. If I cease now, what will become of the people of the North this winter? Jon was rendered speechless. The people of the North relied on the Stark family's protection during winter. If the Starks depleted their resources solely for their own family, what fate awaited those loyal to the Starks who depended on them to survive the winter? War is akin to a voracious beast. Once unleashed, it is no longer we who wield its power, but rather it that subjugates us. As Robb gazed at the swirling snowflakes, he lamented, the veil possesses provisions. Yet why should it bestow them upon a king of the North who has retreated? What right do the Westerlands and the Iron Islands have to ensure that food reaches our hands? Only through war can the people of the North endure. Furthermore, I have heard of Uncle Benjen's plight. With the others advancing southward, the North alone cannot withstand them. Only by harnessing the entirety of Westeros can we mount a defense against these foes. Jon, persuaded by Robb's words, understood the harshness of winter as a man of the North. I am willing to assist you, but what of the Night's Watch oath I have sworn? Robb met his gaze. While I will not impose upon you, both Old Bear and I shall issue orders for you to serve in the logistics of Winterfell. However, I implore you to remember one thing, to pursue what is right, rather than merely attending to superficial matters. Chapter 73. After resolving matters concerning Jon Snow, Robb did not linger at the wall, intending to return to Winterfell to oversee the situation. Jon Snow, however, was still somewhat bewildered, uncertain if his actions were indeed justified. He entered Old Bear's study, hoping for a candid discussion with this guiding figure. You consented to my journey to Winterfell, did you not? The Old Bear perused the documents in his hands. Indeed. Jon appeared perplexed. You opposed my departure previously. That was solely due to the insistence of your formidable kingly brother. Who compelled me to allow your departure, replied the Old Bear, attempting a rare jest, albeit one lacking humor. Jon remained silent, anticipating the Old Bear's genuine reasoning. He understood the Old Bear's character. He was a man of steadfast resolve. The Old Bear sighed. One cannot wait for the rain to commence before mending the roof's holes. Regardless of whether the threat of the others returning is real, I must prepare to the best of my ability. The Night's Watch has grown alarmingly weak. We require greater support. At this point, the Old Bear cast a serious glance at Jon and added, You must understand that your departure will undoubtedly incite criticism. However, always remember that your leaving is also in service of the Night's Watch's oath. You and the brothers at the wall are not fundamentally different. The Old Bear's intent was clear, and Jon nodded in understanding. Yet, he felt an unsettling dissonance. He was returning to Winterfell to reunite with his family. Yet it felt as if he were being asked to bear a burden. He realized that Robb and the Old Bear had long conspired to shuffle him about as they pleased, all while expecting him to acquiesce without complaint. Jon found himself at a loss for words, recalling Robb's earlier counsel, do what is right. Very well, then, he resolved to act in accordance with that principle. Bidding farewell to the Old Bear, he returned to gather his belongings, departing from the harsh yet significant wall. Robb arrived back in Winterfell ahead of Jon. During his time there, he relished a long-awaited respite, yet the moment for complete relaxation had not yet arrived. He was soon to journey to Riverrun. In the interim, Robb began instructing Bran in the art of gravity magic. Given Bran's disability, the potential for restored mobility through this magic was promising. Robb recognized Bran's innate talent as a warg, capable of inhabiting animals and perceiving the world through their eyes. With such a gift for magic, Robb was more than willing to impart his knowledge. Thus, within a couple of days, as Bran and Rickon exchanged wistful glances, Robb departed Winterfell once more. This time accompanied by Sansa. Along the way, Robb began to contemplate the individuals at his disposal. First and foremost were his trustworthy family members. His mother Catelyn was engaged in diplomatic affairs. Sansa assisted with matters of strategy. Jon remained at Winterfell to stabilize their rear. And Uncle Edmure managed the logistics of the Riverlands. There were no concerns regarding these individuals. Then there are the trustworthy lords and nobles. Sir Blackfish serves as the Minister of Intelligence, while Maegor holds the position of Minister of Military Law. The three lords who have been pillaging in the Westlands are my primary military support. Count Titus Blackwood, who aided in securing the ransom of hostages for myself and Tywin, should have returned to Riverrun. This count steadfastly defended Riverrun against the usurper's siege and demonstrated commendable valor in King S Landing, making him worthy of elevation to a ministerial role. The old knight of House Frey can be temporarily set aside, to remain in command at the Bay of Crabs. Once that old weasel passes, I shall arrange for him to undertake other duties. There are also some subordinates that require assessment, such as the seasoned commander stationed at Harrenhal, known as the Old Skins, and the nobility of the Streamlands and the Ancestors' Barrows, both of whom I have previously admonished. After meticulously reviewing my retinue, Robb realized that as the king in the north, his establishment was somewhat rudimentary. Now that he had declared himself king, it was imperative to implement a structured governance, rather than arbitrarily bestowing titles and promotions. As the powers and responsibilities of his subordinates remained unclear and unregulated, in times of crisis, chaos would ensue, with any available hand being summoned to action. Such a state of affairs could not persist. Previously, due to incessant external threats besieging the Riverlands and the North, Robb had been preoccupied with military engagements. Now that the rear was finally secure and he was prepared to officially mobilize forces, Robb resolved that a formal protocol was essential. During the journey from Winterfell to Riverrun, Robb found little inclination to instruct his cavalry captains in military strategy. Instead, he devoted himself to contemplating the distribution of titles among his ministers. He took out his notebook, contemplating and jotting down ideas as he traveled. It was crucial to recognize that the North remained primarily a militaristic realm focused on external expansion. Thus the feudal system should lean toward a military structure. Drawing from ancient military frameworks, he envisioned the kingdom as a vast army, with each official's role centered around military function. Fortunately, Robb had perused several texts in his previous life, and by integrating the current realities, he swiftly devised a preliminary structural model. He categorized the army into various divisions, ensuring that powers were as decentralized as possible, fostering independence and mutual checks among them. A central position would oversee all departments, alleviating the necessity for micromanagement and preventing potential exhaustion. The wartime structure should be straightforward and efficient, avoiding excessive bureaucracy that might hinder effectiveness. Robb inscribed the titles of various offices on paper, subsequently annotating them with the names of individuals he had just considered. Some titles were crossed out, while new ones were added. Names were revised as he meticulously reflected on each person's character, pondering their suitability for their respective positions. For instance, Maige's character and loyalty attributes render her exceptionally suited to serve as the captain of the military tribunal. Were the indecisive Jon to assume such a role, one can only imagine the multitude of individuals who might escape his grasp, a thought that would leave Robb aghast. In such circumstances, it would be no easy feat to refrain from executing Jon. Alas, the mantle of kingship cannot be borne lightly, otherwise, the hard-won foundation one has established may swiftly crumble to dust. The former king, Robert, serves as a prime example, a king of brute force, whose life revolved around warfare, hammers, and women. He relegated responsibilities to his prime ministers, first to his adoptive father and then to a close brother, neglecting his own duties. Consequently, upon his demise, the kingdom swiftly descended into chaos. Robb does not aspire to create a legacy that endures for millennia. Yet he yearns for a period of tranquility across the realm. At long last, Robb tore up all the discarded drafts and procured a pristine sheet of parchment. At the top of this paper, he inscribed the words, "The Emperor." Beneath it, he penned the phrase, "Wings of the King." The Emperor embodies the king, and thus, the ministers are but the supportive wings of the sovereign. Subsequently, Robb enumerated a series of positions to strengthen these wings. Chapter 74. The fall of the prize. Catelyn Stark had been away from the bustling city of Riverrun for quite some time. embarking on a journey to Storm's End to negotiate on behalf of her son with the newly crowned King Renly. The news of Robb's continuous victories offered her a modicum of solace, yet a mother's concern for her child is an unrelenting burden. Throughout her life, it seemed she perpetually lingered in a state of waiting. Her former betrothed, Brandon Stark, the eldest son of the Stark family, had ventured to King's Landing, only to be slain by the Mad King. Her husband, Ned, had galloped off to battle on their wedding night, leaving her to endure a painful wait with their unborn child. Now, her son Robb found himself once again on the battlefield, embroiled in conflict with various factions for myriad reasons. However, this time felt distinctly different. She was no longer relegated to the sidelines, helplessly awaiting news from the front. She could now contribute to her son's effort in ways within her capacity. Engaging in actions served as a splendid means to pass the time, alleviating her mind from morbid thoughts and stabilizing her emotions. As the fortress drew nearer, Catelyn's mind swirled with thoughts. Storm's End, a place she had not seen in ages. May this endeavor unfold successfully. Renowned as one of the ancient Seven Kingdoms, Storm's End was often beset by tempestuous weather, influenced by hurricanes sweeping in from the sea. This harsh climate posed challenges for the cultivation of prosperous agriculture, however, akin to the north. It fostered the emergence of formidable soldiers. Renly Baratheon was the third brother of the late King Robert Baratheon, having inherited his brother's title upon his ascension to the role of Lord of Storm's End. Legally, had Robert passed, and if Joffrey were not truly his son, Renly would have had a legitimate claim to the Iron Throne. Renly was regarded as a reasonable ruler, garnering the loyalty of many in Storm's End. When he called upon them, the Lords of Storm's End rallied to his side. Additionally, the ambitions of the Lannisters in the West sought to expand their own influence, and thus they aligned with Renly, culminating in a grand wedding and a strategic political alliance. Two formidable principalities emerged from this union, with Renly suddenly becoming one of the most powerful figures on the continent of Westeros. He commanded an army of 100,000 elite soldiers, supported by the resources of Highgarden to sustain such a force. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, King's Landing was all but within his grasp. Catelyn had initially intended to travel to Highgarden to discuss matters of marriage, but upon hearing the news en route, she hastened to Storm's End. Though her hopes were faint, she still aimed to persuade Renly to ally with the North and march upon King's Landing to rescue her daughter. At that moment, she remained unaware that Robb had already rescued Sansa. Upon her arrival at Storm's End, she was predictably met with indifference. The king's singular demand was submission. In Renly's eyes, Robb's self-proclamation as king was tantamount to treason. However, Catelyn's noble identity signifies that she embodies the North, a formidable force that no one wishes to offend at this moment. During her stay at Winterfell, Catelyn attended a tournament, where she witnessed a female knight vanquishing all the male competitors, leaving them in disarray. Even the renowned Knight of Flowers from Highgarden was rendered powerless. The fair Brienne, this was the most formidable woman Catelyn had ever encountered. As Catelyn prepared to depart, she intended to make one final attempt to enter the audience chamber of Renly. "Your Grace, why would you not desire another ally?" Catelyn implored. Renly chuckled heartily. Accompanied by his personal guard, none other than the champion of the tournament, the Knight Brienne. "My lady, you must comprehend the chaos that has enveloped Westeros." Renly was readying himself in armor. This was not a time for negotiations, but rather a moment to exhibit strength. Catelyn understood this was a power struggle between two kings, a conflict she could not mediate, and with a sigh, she resolved to take her leave. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind flung open the door, chilling and eerie, sending a shiver down Catelyn's spine. She felt as though something had entered, yet when she turned, only the king's shadow was cast upon the silken fabric, shifting and swaying. Renly remained oblivious to the oddity, clad in exquisite armor, with a dagger and sword at his side. Brienne knelt before him, assisting him in donning his armor. Catelyn's eyes widened in horror as she perceived Renly's shadow moving unnaturally, though his sword was securely fastened. The shadow's sword ascended at a peculiar angle. "Your Grace," Catelyn's words were abruptly halted, for it was already too late. "So cold." Renly stood in a daze, murmuring in a faint and bewildered tone. In the next instant, the steel plate at his throat was sliced open with the ease of fabric by an unseen shadow sword. He could only emit a small, ragged gasp as the spurting blood clogged his throat. Death swept in like a tempestuous sea breeze, extinguishing the flame of life and vanishing into the void. All transpired with alarming swiftness, leaving the two women to comprehend but one truth: Renly was dead. "No!" Brienne, still aiding Renly with his armor, was instantly engulfed by sorrow, unable to accept such a grim reality. On the very day she was knighted by her beloved, he lay dead in her arms. How cruel could fate be? Her imposing stature, more robust than many men, was ironically adorned with the title of beauty, laden with mockery. Only Renly had, in her childhood, bestowed upon her a semblance of equality and dignity. Thus, she regarded Renly as her beloved, and though she could never be his wife, she resolved to remain by his side and serve him for eternity. Now, all had been shattered by the cruel hand of fate. Brienne's voice swiftly drew the guards outside, who burst in, armed and ready. The first sight that met their eyes was Renly, blooded and lifeless, cradled in Brienne's arms. The king is dead. Who now could lead them into battle? Surely, it must be this newly arrived, wretched woman as doing. Blood and fury surged through their minds as they frantically searched for any weapon to exact vengeance upon Brienne, this regicide. You vile woman! Release him, you detestable creature! By the seven, Brienne, what has transpired? You shall pay for this. You must answer for the king. Brienne, bewildered, lifted her gaze from the king's lifeless form. I. Catelyn stepped forward, grasping her arm. We must leave now. Revenge for Renly can wait. Revenge? Brienne initially appeared dazed, murmuring the word. But then her expression hardened with resolve. Revenge? Chapter 75. From death comes life. The roaring soldiers charged towards Brienne, who reacted with remarkable swiftness. Drawing the longsword from her waist, facing multiple adversaries, she held her own against the onslaught. The lifeless body of Renly lay on the ground, without Brienne's support. His head rolled away, blood gushing forth, staining the once vibrant cloak with a single hue. It was not she who had done this. The girl loved him. Couldn't he once see that? It was Stannis, his brother. Catelyn immediately recognized a familiar noble among the crowd and rushed forward, calling out a name, Stannis Baratheon. Uncertain of why she uttered this name, she was struck by the sudden convulsions of the shadow before her with the Stannis of her memories. It truly was him. Catelyn understood in an instant that Stannis had employed vile methods to eliminate his own brother from miles away, using nothing but a shadow. A chill coursed through her. She shouted at the noble, You are mistaken, it was not her. Save her. Listen to me, this is Stannis' doing. I swear by my honor that it was Stannis who harmed him. The noble hesitated. That cannot be, Stannis is still. It is the shadow, dark sorcery. Catelyn, at a loss for what to do, could only plead, she is innocent, Robb. I assure you, by my husband's name and the honor of House Stark. The honor of Lord Ned Stark and his family still held considerable weight across the lands of Westeros. This was a serious matter, especially for nobles. Family honor was not something to be trifled with, and they would not easily lie about it. The noble named Robb wavered, yet Catelyn's assurances swayed him. Even in the Stormlands, the Stark name bore significant influence. Moreover, with Stannis' army poised to engage Renly's forces the next day, it was entirely plausible that such a nefarious act could be executed under the cover of night to eliminate a threat. Very well, I believe you. I will hold my men, you must leave quickly. Catelyn expressed her gratitude, as Brienne continued to fight fiercely, determined to escape and avenge her unrequited love in her own way. The campfire had been toppled, flames beginning to spread. Seizing an opportunity, Catelyn swung an iron pot, knocking unconscious a knight attempting to ambush Brienne. She then turned to Brienne, commanding, Come with me. Shaken by the chaos, Brienne instinctively seized the moment, cutting through the tent to follow Catelyn outside. Outside, the clamor was deafening. Several tents were ablaze, soldiers shouted and rushed about, attempting to extinguish the fire. This way. Catelyn directed, her pace slowing. We cannot run, or we will arouse suspicion. Walk as if nothing has happened. Brienne sheathed her sword, her expression betraying no emotion. As raindrops fell from the night sky onto her face, obscuring her feelings. Soon, news of Renly's death spread, plunging the camp of thousands into chaos. The flames continuing to grow ever more fierce. Numerous soldiers congregated in small groups, discussing the dark themes of sorcery and murder. Some knelt in prayer. Yet none paid heed to the two individuals striding purposefully past. Brienne spoke in hushed tones, her voice tittering on the brink of collapse yet resolute. Stannis. I will kill him. I shall exact vengeance with my lord's sword. I swear. I swear. I swear. Catelyn remained silent as she swiftly located her tent. Concerned for her safety on the journey, Robb had arranged for members of House Manderly, accompanied by cavalry, to guard her. All stationed at the army's perimeter by orders of Lancel. Sir Wendell Manderly, already besieged by anxiety, was inquiring fervently to ascertain the unfolding events. as more content loaded. A notice appeared. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to continue reading. If anything were to befall Catelyn, he would not return to report to Robb, but would rather end his own life in swift resolution. Fortunately, he spotted Catelyn's return, but she was accompanied by a blooded lady knight. Was she not recently appointed by Lancel as his personal guard? My lady, the entire camp appears to be in a frenzy. Lord Lancel, he is dead. We did not do it, yet we were present. This is a fact no one shall forget. We must leave at once. Catelyn's tone was urgent as she swiftly took command. Brienne, we each brought 2 horses when we left. Choose one and ride with us. Once the guards mounted, Catelyn issued her command. If anyone obstructs us, slay them without hesitation. With that, the group galloped away, Catelyn glancing back. Beneath the thin veil of mist, the endless banners fluttered in hues of red, pink, and orange, revealing shades of blue, white, and brown, illuminated by noble gold. There lay the elite cavalry of Winterfell Castle and Highgarden, which just an hour prior had belonged to Lancel, but now were under Stannis' command. Catelyn understood, even if they themselves were yet unaware. If they did not follow the last Baratheon, to whom could they pledge their allegiance? Winterfell Castle could only remain loyal to the Baratheon line, and Highgarden was bound by marriage. Wait! Highgarden had allied with Lancel, and now that he was dead, Robb's intention in coming was to secure a union with Highgarden, and while she had thought she had arrived too late, it now seemed she had arrived too early. After all, without Lancel, would Highgarden continue to support Stannis? That was impossible. The old thorn would never entrust his investments to a man like Stannis, who had slain his own brother. Catelyn jolted back to clarity. She could not simply depart. Robb was still fighting fiercely on the battlefield, and she could not return to Riverrun without taking action. She must seek out members of House Tyrell to discuss the matter of a marriage alliance. Catelyn resolutely turned her horse around, deciding not to leave in haste. With the demise of Renly, the forces of Storm's End would undoubtedly fall under Stannis' command. Yet the army of the rich would surely depart. We shall follow the troops from Highgarden and seek an audience with the Knight of Flowers and the young Rose. Wendell Manderley was taken aback. My lady, did you not just mention that you were present at Lord Renly's demise? He hesitated, for while the young Rose might be inconsequential, the Knight of Flowers was renowned for his deep affection for Renly. On the surface, the alliance between House Tyrell and Renly was represented by the young Rose. In truth, it was the Knight of Flowers who held the true bond. Such rumors had long circulated in the camp. To seek the Knight of Flowers now would indeed be perilous. A serious expression crossed Catelyn's face. My son requires my aid, and I must take action on his behalf. Chapter 76. The Thorn Queen. As Catelyn entered the camp of the Knights of Flowers, accompanied by her entourage, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Peter Baelish. Once a frail boy, Peter had now grown into a slender man, slightly shorter than Catelyn, yet possessing a sprightly demeanor and a sharp visage reminiscent of her memories, complemented by his twinkling grey-green eyes. What brings you here? Catelyn inquired candidly. Peter donned a sly grin, identical to those from their childhood. Naturally, I share your purpose, Kate. Catelyn disregarded his overt familiarity, unperturbed by his ability to surmise her intentions. He had always displayed a unique cunning. Sent to the bustling city of Runestone for training, Peter had lived alongside Catelyn and her sister Lisa. Whenever he erred, he would feign innocence with a harmless demeanor, until he audaciously took Lisa's maidenhood, inciting the furious Duke of Tully to banish him. Now, as the kingdom's master of coin, his presence in the tumultuous army of Highgarden could only signify one thing. We must move, Catelyn asserted, wishing to avoid further conversation that might reveal her plans. Peter regarded her with surprise. He was aware of Catelyn's appearance among Renly's forces. Yet after last night's events, he had anticipated her swift departure. He was taken aback to find that she, like him, sought the support of Highgarden. Peter gazed at her, enchanted by the figure he had long desired. It seems time has indeed wrought change, he mused, and I find myself fond of such transformations. Catelyn was granted an audience with the Knights of Flowers, fueled by rumors that she was one of the 2 present at Renly's demise. The knights were eager to uncover the truth behind his death. Accompanied by Brienne, Catelyn entered the grand tent, guarded vigilantly, where the children of House Tyrell sat at the head. Ser Loras and his sister, the delicate Marjorie. Upon Catelyn's entrance, Ser Loras erupted in fury. Murderer! How dare you return? I should summon men to seize you and demand your lives. Catelyn remained unflinching. Our presence here signifies that we are not the culprits. And we possess the means to prove our innocence. Oh. And how do you intend to substantiate that? He scoffed. You ought to be grateful to Ser Rebar, who allowed you to escape. Had I not dispatched him, I would be far less composed, and you would not be standing here speaking with me. Ser Loras, Renly's lover and captain of the Rainbow Guard, had executed Ser Rebar for his dereliction of duty in a fit of rage, leading to dire consequences for all the Rainbow Knights on duty that night. Catelyn silently mourned the familiar Ser Rebar, who had perished because of her, vowing to make amends for his family. It was not us who killed Renly, it was Stannis. Catelyn recounted the events of that fateful night in meticulous detail. The Knight of Flowers, though verbally expressing disbelief at such an extraordinary tale, found himself convinced to a degree of 5 or 6 parts in his heart. The peculiarity of the situation and the flawless nature of Catelyn's words rendered them too implausible to be false. Catelyn refrained from elaborating further and, in a calm and steady tone, stated her desire to resolve the misunderstanding with the Highgarden and to meet the Queen of Thorns. Everyone was acutely aware that the true power behind Highgarden was not the current Duke, but rather the renowned Lady Olenna, known for her iron will and composure. The Queen of Thorns. The Knight of Flowers scoffed. Do you think I would allow you to meet my grandmother, only for you to conspire against her? At that moment, Catelyn felt assured for her life. Despite his fury, the knight had not summoned his men to end her life but instead resorted to intimidation. Such behavior is not typical when one is intent on murder. Indeed, at that juncture, the ever-observant little Rose descended, soothing her brother with words. Lady Catelyn wishes to meet grandmother. Let us grant her request. I trust grandmother will make her own judgments. Catelyn cast a glance at little Rose, marveling at her beauty and reflecting on the joys of youth. After their meeting concluded, Catelyn departed the tent and returned to Highgarden alongside the troops. She noticed Peter entering the siblings' quarters, yet she felt no trepidation. No matter how silver-tongued Peter may be, the Queen of Thorns would never offer her granddaughter in marriage to the Lannister family. Once the army reached Highgarden, Catelyn was settled in. To her knowledge, the Queen of Thorns had initially met with Peter, and only after several days did she send for Catelyn, indicating her current allegiance lay with King's Landing. Upon entering the castle, constructed entirely of white marble, Catelyn was greeted by an interior resembling a verdant paradise, with flowers flourishing abundantly, gardens, pools, and artificial waterfalls adorning the estate. The castle was adorned with stone sculptures, fountains, and marble columns, while vines draped over the ancient architecture, and walls were embellished with grapes and roses. As Catelyn passed the tower, she could gaze across the surrounding estates and fields, which were alive with wildflowers and golden roses. This was Highgarden. This was the rich, the most beautiful castle in all of Westeros, nestled in the wealthiest region. Catelyn had no time to admire the breathtaking scenery. She followed her attendant's guidance to a resplendent reception hall. Unlike other reception areas, Highgarden's was an open-air chamber, featuring a fountain and potted plants at its center, with shaded eaves on either side and golden draperies filtering the sunlight. The Queen of Thorns sat curled in a chair, awaiting her guest. Catelyn could hardly believe that the slender woman before her, whose eyes sparkled with vitality, was even older than her own father. Upon Catelyn's arrival, the Queen of Thorns smiled and remarked, "Lady of House Stark, what a rare visitor." The distance between the Vale and Winterfell had resulted in little interaction, with members of both houses typically meeting in King's Landing. Catelyn executed a graceful courtesy, saying, "Lady Olenna Redwine, I bring greetings from King Robb of the North." The Queen of Thorns chuckled derisively. "Ah, the King in the North, such an ancient title. With so many kings now populating the continent, that designation seems to have lost its worth." Catelyn, undeterred, replied, "Yet, a king who commands 30,000 elite soldiers, governs half the continent, and has repelled the incursions of the Lannisters and the Iron Islands is indeed a rarity. Would you not agree, my lady?" "Yes, I am aware. Your son has slain the Mountain, and we are in his debt. The Mountain, under Tywin's orders, committed numerous atrocities. Present his head, and you would find yourself well received among most lords of Westeros, for his head would make the finest of gifts." The Queen of Thorns swiftly shifted the conversation, however. "The power and armies held by King's Landing are not inferior to yours. They possess nominal advantages and, most significantly, are in closer proximity." Catelyn recognized that, when it came to cunning and rhetoric, she was no match for the wily old woman. Thus, she decided to be forthright. "I understand that Peter also seeks your approval for a marriage alliance, but there are certain circumstances you ought to comprehend. Catelyn laid bare the absurdity and brutality of Joffrey, her message clear. Marrying your granddaughter into that family would lead to unforeseen humiliation. Initially, the Queen of Thorns had not taken Catelyn's words to heart, but as she listened, unease began to creep in. Though her face remained impassive, doubt stirred within her. How could there exist a person so foolish and malevolent? Chapter 77, The Grand Feast of the Ministers at Benliachin. The Duke of Tully, who had long been bedridden, arose early today, attended by his maidservants as he donned his garments and attended to his grooming. His physique was frail, although he felt no pain. He was devoid of strength. Nonetheless, he struggled to rise, for this day was exceptionally significant. His grandson was to host a grand ceremony. At this moment, Benliachin was alive with the cacophony of voices, imbued with an atmosphere of joy. The castle's hall was adorned with splendid decorations, opulent chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and a crimson velvet carpet enveloped the entire space. Long tables were laden with roasted meats and fine wines, as couples twirled gracefully in dance, laughter resonating throughout the air. Robb, returned from Benliachin, sat upon the throne, a goblet of fine wine in hand, engaged in conversation with the distressed Sansa. Can I perhaps join the feast a little later? There are numerous accounts to settle. Robb laughed heartily. It matters not. Did you not already tally today as expenses? Take the day to rest. Sansa huffed. Every day, goods arrive in Benliachin, and many must be dispatched. If I rest today, I shall be utterly exhausted tomorrow. The affluence of the Westeros surpassed Sansa's wildest imaginations. The resources and gold dragons she had encountered over the past few days exceeded any figures she had ever envisioned. The 3 gold mines captured from the north yielded a continuous stream of gold daily. To expedite the mining process, Robb had dispatched 5,000 captives from the Iron Islands to assist. The 3 lords still pillaging the Westlands were not idle. The main force, under Robb's command, was training, while smaller detachments raided the neighboring villages. Much of the resplendent decor in Benliachin had been seized from the Westlands. Furthermore, the station army required provisions daily. Carts entered and exited the city, and the sheer volume of calculations nearly transformed Sansa into an overwhelmed worker. Robb urgently summoned scholars from various castles to form a department of finance, aiding Sansa in her calculations to maintain some semblance of order. Robb lamented. We are indeed lacking in talent. Once we secure an alliance with Highgarden, we can recruit some skilled mathematicians from the Citadel, alleviating much of your burden. Sansa, intrigued, inquired. Has Highgarden consented? Is Mother returning? Robb took a sip of wine. Yes, they have no reason to refuse. Mother is already on her way back. Robb's desire for an alliance with Highgarden stemmed not only from their abundant resources but also from their possession of vital assets, knowledge. The Citadel, located in the Reach, served as the highest authority for scholars across Westeros. In an era where even commoners and nobles might be illiterate, the ability to read and write was a rare talent. This vast reservoir of knowledge was something Robb desperately needed. For Robb, conquering territories was not a daunting task. He could easily advance if he so desired, setting aside any mystical forces. However, what worth was there in leaving behind mere devastation? Robb aspired to establish an orderly empire where its citizens lived in prosperity. The banquet swiftly reached its zenith, with the music growing increasingly fervent and the revelers' dance steps becoming ever more jubilant. The performers, jesters and minstrels alike, showcased their remarkable talents. Once the guests had exhausted themselves from dancing, they returned to their seats to indulge in the sumptuous feast. The atmosphere was perfectly balanced when Duke Tully, seated beside Robb, rose with a beaming smile, tapping his glass to capture the attention of the assembly. Esteemed lords and ladies. As the eldest and most distinguished member present, Duke Tully's words commanded silence, drawing all ears to his speech. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site supports mobile browsers only. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Duke Tully tremulously raised his wine glass, proclaiming, "We are all able to revel here in this fine wine and exquisite cuisine thanks to the bounty bestowed upon us by the King in the North. Let us raise our glasses in a toast to the King in the North. To the King in the North." All present lifted their goblets and drank deeply. Duke Tully continued, "However, it is imperative to acknowledge that His Majesty Robb also relies on the steadfast support of all present. Therefore, I propose a toast to each of you as well." As Duke Tully and Robb stood, the assembly hurriedly rose, emptying their cups in unison. "The North shall never forget. Nor shall the King in the North forget. We are all acutely aware of your contributions, and on this occasion, The king in the north shall announce new appointments and rewards. Please lend me your ears. The noblemen in attendance instantly perked up, aware that it was time for His Majesty Robb to distribute his rewards. What had they fought so tirelessly for if not for this very moment? After Duke Tully concluded his remarks, he took his seat, smiling at his granddaughter. Sansa felt a twinge of anxiety, yet she quickly steadied herself. During her time in King's Landing, she had withstood countless public humiliations at the hands of Joffrey, and now she was no longer the same person. Drawing a deep breath, she commenced her inaugural performance upon the political stage. Ladies and gentlemen, before you stands the king in the north, the blood wolf who slaughters foes upon the battlefield, the protector of the Riverlands, the one blessed by thunder, the healer, Robb Stark. Robb, seated upon the throne, discreetly rubbed his forehead, bemused by the multitude of epithets he had accrued. Given the current trajectory of events, it seemed likely he might one day eclipse Daenerys, becoming the new Lord of Titles. Sansa continued, today, His Majesty shall appoint 11 ministers, reward 5 nobles, and knight 20 individuals. A wave of excitement surged through the audience. Such an extensive appointment all at once. Was this the advantage of a nascent administration? Minister of Intelligence, Sir Brynden Tully. Minister of Justice, Lady Marjorie Tyrell. Minister of Logistics, Sir Edmure Tully. Minister of Recruitment, Lord Greyjohn Umber, and Lord Rickard Karstark. Minister of Craftsmen, Lord Roose Bolton. Minister of Foreign Affairs, my mother, Lady Catelyn Stark. The Minister of Propaganda, Count Jason Mullister. The Minister of Suppression, Count Titus Blywood. The Minister of Military Affairs, the Red Priest Soros. The Minister of Legal Affairs. At this point, Sansa felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sansa Stark. Furthermore, the positions of Hand of the King and Minister of the Navy are temporarily vacant, and His Majesty will consider appointments at his discretion. Robb's system of ministers is entirely derived from the ancient Text 6 strategies, having adapted the military structure to suit contemporary realities. This tome was composed during the waning days of the feudal system in the spring and autumn period, mirroring the current circumstances in a striking manner. For Robb, he embodies the role of a king in a military state, with the nation's treasury and the king's authority entirely reliant on a series of victorious battles. Should hostilities cease, the majority of the populace, particularly in the north, would face starvation, and Robb's reputation would plummet. Thus, he refrained from adopting the more sophisticated 6 ministries system prevalent in his past life, as such an ambitious leap could lead to disastrous consequences. The selection of ministers comprises nobles who have made remarkable contributions in previous conflicts, with the Riverlands and the North roughly each holding half representation. While many may harbor dissatisfaction with this list, they are unlikely to voice opposition. This is the essence of checks and balances. Chapter 78, The Responsibilities of the Ministers. After bestowing honors upon the ministers, Robb, who had remained silent, rose to commence the centerpiece of the banquet. Sansa, with a composed demeanor, continued to announce, His Majesty will personally confer titles upon 5 noblemen. Sir Brynden Tully, in recognition of your remarkable military achievements, His Majesty, in the name of the King in the North, and in the presence of the old and new gods, hereby elevates you to the rank of Lord of the Blackfish, with the domain of the Gold Tooth. Having returned from the front lines, Sir Brynden Tully was overwhelmed with emotion, a look of wistfulness crossing his face. He exchanged a glance with his brother, the Duke of Tully, seated in the stands. Despite years of bickering, the bond between the two brothers was profoundly deep. And in this moment, they found solace. Sir Brynden Tully playfully squinted, declaring, Now I, too, am a lord, and you can no longer meddle in my matrimonial affairs. The Duke of Tully raised his doublet in acknowledgement of his kin. Although Gold Tooth had yet to be seized, it was widely understood that it was already a possession of the North, and due to its strategic significance, Robb was reluctant to entrust it to another. The newly appointed Lord of the Blackfish knelt before Robb and pledged, The Tully family shall forever offer loyalty to House Stark. In the name of the old and new gods, I swear that if House Stark encounters peril, the Tully family shall sacrifice everything. Robb effortlessly lifted eyes, tapping it thrice upon Sir Brynden's head and shoulders. I accept your fealty. Amidst the envious gazes of those present, Lord Tully descended the steps, formally assuming his role as the Lord of Gold Tooth, establishing his own lineage. Eddard Karstark, Daisy Mormont, Patrick Mallister, and Brynden Blackwood. You are all elevated to the rank of Viscount, sharing the domains of the Last Hearth and the Crag. These 4 individuals represented families that had proven their valor in battle. The Karstark and Mormont families were vital allies to Robb, while the Mallisters of Seaguard aided him in reclaiming Riverrun, and the Blackwoods of Raventree Hall steadfastly held Riverrun under siege by Jaime. Moreover, each of these families boasted more than one heir, prompting Robb to reward them with lands and titles. As for young Jon, he was now eligible to inherit his father's title of Count, and Robb granted him a considerable amount of resources and slaves. The Reed family, having consistently supported Robb in overseeing Old Nan, were to receive private benefits from Robb, although these could not be made public, lest they incite discontent. The 4 young nobles excitedly approached Robb, kneeling before him to declare their allegiance, in the name of the old and new gods. Following the conferral of noble titles, the time had come for Robb to bestow honors upon the knights. The more than 20 knights, once commoners, had earned their military accolades through various means during the campaign against the Westerlands. Though most were honorary knights without lands, their hearts swelled with exhilaration. Teetering on the brink of madness, knights, nobility, the dreams of generations realized in their very beings. This transcendence of class and the fulfillment of hard-won aspiration left these 20 souls in a state of sheer bewilderment. Many among them were still illiterate, merely stumbling from the front lines into the banquet hall, awaiting the turning point of their lives. Robb descended the stairs and approached the 20 individuals before him. From this day forth, your families shall emerge in the annals of history. Once you have determined your family name and motto, I shall announce it to the world, and at that time, both your names and those of your families will appear in the directory of major and minor nobility. Every scholar in the academic cities shall remember your families. And when the occasion arises, they will convey your esteemed names to the lords they serve. Your titles will be guaranteed by me, as long as you have descendants. Your titles will endure eternally. Even if your bloodline ceases, this tome shall attest to your existence in history. Now, take your oaths. The newly knighted 20 individuals wore expressions of bewilderment, like puppets being put through a series of rituals. They mechanically recited their vows of loyalty, then returned to their seats. It was only at this moment that the realization dawned upon them that they had indeed become knights. Upon grasping this revelation, they began to weep uncontrollably, murmuring the names of Robb and their ancestors, their emotions tumultuous. It felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. The banquet concluded amidst a cacophony of laughter and tears. Duke Tully, weary from the festivities, prepared to retreat to his chambers for rest. Before departing, he observed Robb leading the newly appointed ministers towards the study, feeling a blend of dazed pride. Robb had matured into a capable king, and he found solace in the fact that his son and brother could follow in his footsteps, alleviating his burdens. Within the study, not all of Robb's appointed ministers were present, aside from Lord Blackfish, who was to partake in the investiture ceremony. The 4 others were still absent from the west after engaging in plunder. Catelyn had just departed from Highgarden, tirelessly making her way back to Riverrun. Roose Bolton remained stationed at Harrenhal. Robb summoned his ministers to clarify their responsibilities. The framework of the royal administration was straightforward to establish. With a mere flick of his pen, Robb could inscribe 2 words. However, to truly activate this system, it required Robb to provide resources, funds, and even the authority of the king in the north, lest it remain an empty shell. Robb gazed at his assembled ministers and sighed, "Let us proceed step by step. We must navigate this journey cautiously." First and foremost, he emphasized that for the time being, all confiscated resources would be sent to Riverrun, where Sansa would oversee the accounting. The treasury was the foundation of Robb's appointed officials. Only with wealth could he win hearts and stabilize the realm, even if it necessitated additional procedures. Robb insisted on inventorying the resources before distribution. Sansa felt a sense of importance and nodded earnestly. "Count Blackfish, your intelligence operations are primarily responsible for the battlefield. You are to establish an independent reconnaissance unit. Please compile a list detailing the required personnel and associated costs. Count Jason Mallister, your current focus in public relations should be on the military merit system and conducting interviews with the soldiers who have been knighted. Record their words and ensure they are displayed across various camps, with daily readings to engage the troops. Given the current illiteracy rates and printing costs, publishing a newspaper is unfeasible. However, Robb seeks to gain the power of discourse, and he can achieve this by disseminating proclamations and readings to inform both soldiers and the populace. Soris, confer with Count Mallister. Should any soldiers or civilians express a desire to serve as field medics, enlist them into your ranks. Robb is aware that this endeavor will likely deplete funds at a rapid pace, with the spoils from the western lands likely exhausted within a month. Fortunately, Catelyn has brought forth promising news. The Queen of Thorns has consented to the union. Consequently, this development has promptly replenished his coffers. At the conclusion of the meeting, As all were preparing to depart, Robb called upon the Minister of Purges, Count Brackenwood. Please remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 79. The birth of the Wolf Guard. Are you not curious as to why I had yet to clearly delineate your responsibilities? Count Titus Blaywood had just returned from King's Landing, and upon Robb's inquiry, he hastily bowed his head, sensing that the king must have had plans in place all along. Robb nodded, pouring a glass of wine for the Earl of Ravenswood to give it a taste. This is one of the oldest vintages from the west. The Earl eagerly accepted the glass, feeling a surge of quiet satisfaction. To be singled out by His Majesty, who even personally served him a drink, suggested that as the Minister of Purges, he must have a significant task ahead. Robb refrained from stating the matter directly and engaged him in conversation instead. It is said that the Blaywood family was once vassals of the North, only to be driven into the Riverlands by the Stark family, making you one of the rare families that still hold faith in the old gods outside the North. Indeed, replied the Earl, according to the accounts passed down from our ancestors, we once ruled over the Wolfwood. He spoke candidly. 4 such events transpired millennia ago and now served merely as tales of yore. Robb took a sip of his wine. Moreover, I have heard that you performed admirably in King's Landing, leaving both Cersei and Joffrey astounded. All thanks to your Majesty's esteemed reputation, the Earl replied modestly. Robb chuckled heartily. You are far too humble. I have observed you for some time. Your humility and composure in handling affairs mark you as a rare talent. When Jaime faced defeat in the Riverlands, you adeptly rallied the remnants of the army, and in King's Landing, you showcased the dignified spirit of the North. The Earl remained silent, aware that the crux of the matter was yet to unfold. Thus, I shall entrust you with the position of Minister of Purges. What do you believe your responsibilities will entail? The Earl pondered for a moment. Our current spoils are amassed like a small mountain. There must surely be some ill-intentioned individuals among us. Is my task to root out these pests? Robb nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is your overt duty. The Earl was taken aback, realizing there might be additional tasks at hand. Robb continued. Maggie Mormont's role involves enforcing military law, yet while she manages the soldiers adequately, the nobility presents a different challenge. She has already executed 3 or 4 lesser nobles, resulting in strained relations with several high-ranking officials at the front. Should she continue to follow my orders, she risks isolation. The Earl began to grasp his imminent responsibilities. As Minister of Purges, his primary focus would be on the nobility. Robb elaborated, therefore, I intend to establish a specialized unit, one that will not target the military or common soldiers but will be solely focused on the nobility. Its authority will surpass what anyone can currently fathom, including you. This unit will be dispersed throughout the kingdom, lurking beside every noble, and it will only answer to me, maintaining no communication with anyone else. This unit will incur expenses second only to the army and wield power greater than that of any council besides myself. Upon hearing this, the Earl found himself momentarily bewildered. He understood that Robb might assign him some particularly challenging tasks. Yet he did not anticipate that this mission would prove to be far more formidable than he had envisioned. If Robb's words were to be fulfilled, he would nearly be the hand of the king. However, unlike the hand, he seemed to have no involvement in the affairs of state. It felt more akin to being a spy, but that notion was flawed. Where could a spy find themselves so close to their own? Just as Earl Blywood was enveloped in confusion, Robb clarified his doubts. I have invested considerable funds and resources into this endeavor, thus my expectations are correspondingly high. For those who are to remain covert, timely communication is imperative, with every detail meticulously documented. Daily reports must be submitted, as well as monthly summaries. One must grasp the movements of all nobles within the realm, their livelihoods, correspondences, and daily affairs must be thoroughly understood. In the event of an urgent situation, you may act first and report to me subsequently. This revelation left Earl Blywood utterly astonished. Robb's words transcended his comprehension. What was His Majesty intending? To monitor all nobles and ministers. The complexity and audacity of this task surpassed that of any monarch from antiquity. Your Majesty, is this truly? Robb waved his hand dismissively. First, follow my lead step by step. You are not expected to achieve the level of oversight I am speaking of from the outset. The progression of events adheres to certain principles. Your immediate task is to observe whether any nobles are tampering with supplies. Robb recognized that this oversight initiative was somewhat beyond the understanding of the era and did not expect Earl Blywood to excel in this endeavor in a short span. However, every initiative must have a beginning. Starting with the investigation of noble corruption, the authority of this institution would gradually expand, from military corruption to other spheres, ultimately permeating every aspect of noble life. This would likely be a protracted process, requiring years to solidify. Today marked the first step taken by Robb. You should realize that if you truly succeed in what I have outlined, your reputation and status will become unparalleled within the kingdom. This is our accord. Blywood gazed into Robb's eyes, for the first time sensing a chilling aura emanating from those blue depths. He weighed his options in his mind and quickly understood that His Majesty was not seeking a discussion. While other positions might allow for negotiation, having heard Robb's plan today, he recognized that only one path lay before him. He could only nod. I will not fail to meet your Majesty's expectations. Robb raised his cup, clinking it against Earl Blywood's. Do well, for our time is ample. Blywood dumped the contents of his cup in one swift motion. At this moment, Robb suddenly had an epiphany and added, Indeed, let us name this band the Wolf Guard. I firmly believe this name shall become the most fearsome in the realm. The Earl of Blackwood sincerely proclaimed. After the Earl's departure, Robb took out pen and paper to compose a letter to Earl Selwyn stationed at Harrenhal. The establishment of the Wolf Guard could not be entrusted to a single individual. The Minister of Defense, Earl Blackwood, was fully aware that he would meticulously advance his agenda. Akin to boiling a frog in lukewarm water, establishing the framework of the Wolf Guard before anyone could react. Thus, Earl Selwyn was appointed as the second-in-command within the Wolf Guard, operating in the shadows to observe the actions of all. Upon finishing the letter, Robb exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. After vanquishing external foes and reorganizing the administrative systems of the North and the Riverlands, stability was finally achieved. Henceforth, Robb's focus would be entirely on his naval forces. The day of setting sail for the Iron Islands was drawing near.